In the desolate realm of Wasteland, where the customary tale of orphans unfolds, what course of action should one take? Survival is paramount, yet achieving this is far from a simple endeavor. Once warmth is secured, thoughts must turn to the pursuit of strength, which proves to be even more challenging. As Jianlei gradually grows stronger, he unexpectedly discovers that this wasteland is not what he had envisioned. Chapter 1. Captured. Alarm, alarm. Unknown powerful electromagnetic waves detected. The control screen flickered with dozens of red lights, while a sweet synthetic female voice trembled with evident fear. Clad in pajamas, Jianlei stood in bewilderment, staring at the scene before him. Faraday cage. Is there a frequency gap? Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. When he next regained awareness, a chill swept over him, awakening him to a throbbing headache. Am I back in the land of Shenzhou again? Jianlei sighed inwardly and slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings were dim, and he struggled to discern his location. Yet, to his dismay, he found his hands and feet bound. Were they after his riches, or perhaps something more sinister? If it were a matter of wealth, having traversed 6 years in this realm, he remained destitute, rendering his captors woefully misguided. As for the latter, the original owner of this body bore a decent appearance, albeit rather frail. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that he still found himself in the barren expanse he privately referred to as Fey Tuesday. Gradually acclimatizing to the somber environment, he discerned the presence of white objects suspended nearby. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to realize that these white forms were human limbs. Dissected. Human remains? A chill ran down his spine. Had he fallen into the clutches of the fallen? The fallen were, after all, cannibalistic mutants. The wasteland bore the scars of some dreadful pollution, resulting in numerous mutants among the survivors, yet cannibals were few and far between. Upon his arrival in this world, he had learned of the existence of the fallen, yet he had never encountered them in person. A sharp pain erupted at the back of his head, distinctly different from the usual internal pressure. This was the pain of an external injury, and a slight dizziness lingered. He had been struck from behind, Jianlei concluded. What had transpired before he was knocked unconscious? How could he have been so careless? He endeavored to recall the fragments of his experiences since his arrival, each scene playing out in his mind. After every return to Shenzhou, he would reflect upon his past to soothe his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The original soul he inhabited was also named Jianlei, an orphan of 8 or 9 years, not particularly bright, who perished from hunger and cold. The original had left him no grudges, yet was a target for scorn. Upon his arrival, although he had conceived some ideas for prosperity, wealth remained a sin for one as weak as he. Presently, he was a cart driver, surviving by transporting refuse. The wasteland was dotted with vast garbage dumps, often yielding treasures ripe for repurposing. Many survivors relied on these dumps for sustenance. Jianlei had once attempted to salvage valuable items from the refuse, but unfortunately, he was simply too weak. He was unable to compete for territory, and any meager finds he managed to procure were invariably snatched away. No matter how well he concealed them, it proved futile. Thus, in the throes of despair, he fashioned a tricycle to assist scavengers in transporting their collected refuse. Not every scavenger could afford to hire help, and Jianlei had endured years of erratic meals. However, he found solace in the fact that everyone knew he earned little, leading to a noticeable decrease in robbery attempts against him. Yet, such incidents were not entirely absent. This time, he pondered, he had likely been struck while transporting garbage. His employer was a scavenger who had been frequenting the dump for less than a year and was notoriously stingy. This individual seemed to have found something worthwhile, offering to hire Jianlei's makeshift tricycle for a fee. Starving, Jianlei had requested only a single vial of nutrient solution as payment, which he consumed on the spot before commencing work. However, after traveling a short distance, he felt a jolt and lost consciousness. To his dismay, he had been captured by the fallen. With a sigh of resignation, he muttered, "Alas." It was a dire situation, akin to a character from a tale of misfortune entering a grand garden. Just as his lament escaped his lips, a voice nearby uttered, "Is that foolish Chu?" Turning his head, Jianlei spotted a shadow huddled a few meters away. The voice was familiar. Rogers. Rogers was among the few who did not bully him, though their relationship had never been particularly close. A year or two younger than Jianlei, he too had narrowly escaped death from hunger and cold, saved by a bowl of hot water and half a vial of nutrient solution provided by Jianlei. For a time, they had relied on one another, but a betrayal by Rogers had led to Jianlei being brutally beaten. In the aftermath, Rogers had merely said, "Foolish Chu, I only wanted to live better." The bond of friendship had shattered, and Rogers had successfully joined a small gang. now far more robust than Chu Jianlei. Yet, he had never bullied Chu Jianlei. When witnessing others torment him, he remained silent, never intervening. Initially, Chu Jianlei harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, though over time, that animosity had dulled considerably. In the harsh landscape of the Wasteland, everyone adhered to their own principles. Rogers sighed. Foolish Chu, do you still harbor resentment towards me? Foolish Chu? Chu Jianlei scoffed, too weary to engage in further discourse. The one who once called him Brother Chu was merely a fleeting figure, revealing the treachery of human nature. Foolish Chu, we're on the brink of death. What do you still cling to? Rogers retorted nonchalantly that I truly lament my lack of intellect compared to yours. Otherwise, I would certainly be thriving far more than you. Humph, Chu Jianlei grunted again, incredulous at the notion that he could thrive more than himself with such intellect. Rogers, undeterred, continued, by simply aligning yourself with any organization, you could showcase your value. What value? Do you comprehend the meaning of being exploited? Chu Jianlei could hardly muster the energy to respond. In Blue Star, there exists a notion of slice research, and the inhabitants of the Wasteland would only exacerbate such practices. Engaging in meaningful dialogue with these dim-witted beings proved futile. Fortunately, Chu Jianlei had kept many secrets during their time together, which undoubtedly contributed to his survival over the past 6 years. Still resentful? So be it, Rogers replied, seemingly unperturbed. He chuckled. Do you know why we are still alive? I do not. Chu Jianlei responded coolly, not genuinely seeking an answer, but merely wishing to avoid appearing too peculiar. Should Rogers choose to elaborate, he would not mind listening. It is because the fallen practice, feeding flesh with flesh, Rogers laughed, his mirth laced with schadenfreude. Did you not vow to uphold some principle? Foolish Chu, let me ask you, would you consume human flesh? Chu Jianlei fell silent, pondering for a moment before finally inquiring. So, have you partaken? I have, without hesitation. Rogers replied defiantly. In the next moment, he erupted in anger. What I have consumed is none of your business. Do not presume you are superior. Survival. Above all, survival is paramount. The notion of having consumed human flesh made it clear that friendship was no longer possible. Chu Jianlei had long since come to terms with this reality. Yet, he could not be bothered to engage further with this simpleton. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly spoke. In truth, you have not consumed human flesh, have you? Rogers fell silent, and after a few seconds, he spoke through gritted teeth. You know, I particularly despise your self-righteous attitude. You seem to know everything. Then why were you unaware that the Fallen sought to capture you? I merely know you better, Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly. So now, do you wish to seek death? I wish to survive, not to die, Rogers swiftly replied. I'm just bickering with you out of sheer defiance. Chu Jia, I do not wish to die. You must have a way out, right? I have no solution, Chu Jianlei answered with an unruffled demeanor. Just wait patiently for rescue. The Fallen are the arch-enemies of all survivors in the Wasteland. Even those who are usually at odds will, without hesitation, join forces when confronted with the Fallen. The reason is simple. The Fallen not only consume humans, but also absorb the mutated genes within their bodies. In essence, the more they devour, the stronger they become. This malevolent existence is intolerable to anyone. Survivors exhibit zero tolerance for the Fallen. Thus, the rescue he speaks of may indeed exist. Rescue my foot. Rogers scoffed, his emotions exceedingly unstable at that moment. He then let out a bitter laugh. Chu Jia, do you know, I have been trapped here for 3 days. Where is this so-called rescue? 3 days, and they have not even given me a bite of human flesh, claiming I'm too robust. You, on the other hand, might have had a taste of it beforehand. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something amusing and began to chuckle. Worried about attracting the attention of the Fallen, his laughter was not loud, yet it carried an unmistakable hint of malice. Is he truly this self-deprecating? Chu Jianlei couldn't help but sigh softly. I truly did not expect to impose such psychological pressure on you. Stop pretending to care. Rogers couldn't help but growl softly. Yet, in the next moment, he pleaded, Chu Jia, please help me. Rescuing me is also rescuing yourself. Do you wish to feast on human flesh, or would you rather be devoured by the Fallen? His role switching was remarkably fluid, and Chu Jianlei was no stranger to it. In the Wasteland, who isn't donning multiple masks? However, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Could this be a trap aimed at me? In other words, perhaps there are no Fallen at all, merely individuals interested in his secrets. Thus, they orchestrated such a scheme, with Rogers playing the lead role. This possibility genuinely existed. The Wasteland is a realm where interests reign supreme. And Rogers, to some extent, was aware of his extraordinary nature. Jianlei took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He was acutely aware that the most prudent choice was to reject the other party, or simply pretend he had not heard. Having yet to unravel his own secrets, should he not focus on self-preservation at this critical juncture? However, even though he understood this was the correct choice, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses, because he was unwell. Chapter 2. Save me. Jianlei was indeed unwell, not merely with a trivial obsession. His intelligence vastly surpassed that of the average person. Before his transmigration, he was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome in the hospitals of Blue Star. Yet, Jianlei believed he belonged to the realm of high-functioning autism, with his functionality excelling in cognitive processing. Upon transmigrating into the original host's body, the intellectual disability of this fleshly form did not impede his intelligence in the slightest. Moreover, he could readily accept the label of intellectual disability or persona it conveyed. The manifestations of Asperger's syndrome often lead others to perceive the individual as having a problematic mind. Jianlei considered himself a high-functioning autistic individual, but to outsiders, was there truly a significant distinction between these two labels? Similar conditions exhibit numerous manifestations, yet they fundamentally convey the same essence. The mind struggles to govern the body. It is not the sort where the eyes say yes, but the hands say no. Rather, his intellect comprehends the inappropriateness of certain actions, necessitating careful consideration. Yet the body reacts with an impulse. I cannot endure this. To endure would incite an uncontrollable rage. In many instances, his body acted on its own, preempting the mind's judgment. Thus, Jianlei resolutely declared, I do not wish to be consumed, whether by the fallen or those behind you. Upon hearing this, Rogers was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, nearly doubling over. Do you truly think this is a scheme of mine? That is utterly hilarious. One must admit that Rogers was not lacking in intelligence, even if Jianlei had always looked down upon him. Is it truly amusing? Then laugh away, Jianlei replied, letting his eyelids droop. The bindings around his limbs were likely made of non-elastic alloy ropes. Such ropes could be quite troublesome. There are many types of ropes, classified in various ways, with the distinction between elastic and non-elastic being a major category. When binding a person with non-elastic ropes, prolonged confinement could lead to tissue necrosis, and amputation would not be uncommon. On the other hand, elastic ropes allow for greater mobility, enabling negotiation in case of misunderstandings. Given that he had been captured by the fallen, the use of non-elastic alloy ropes was expected, ensuring he could not escape. However, the advantage of non-elastic ropes was that they were not overly difficult to untie in the darkness. His hands contorted at a highly unnatural angle as he began to feel for the knots binding his wrists. A deadlock, but it is not crucial. While searching for the knot, Jianlei cautiously concealed his hands, fearful that Rogers might catch sight of his actions. Fortunately, the darkness was so profound that the other party was unlikely to notice his subtle movements. Yet Rogers was not one to be easily dismissed. After a brief pause, he began to prattle again. Go, if you need my cooperation, do not hesitate to ask. Go, you aren't just going to wait for rescue, are you? Knowing your character, you certainly won't give up, silly Chu. If you truly escape without me, I may lose control of my emotions and do something rash. Go, Chu Yi, you must hold on. Jianlei turned a deaf ear, focusing intently on devising a plan to untie the deadlock. After about 20 minutes, he had formulated a solution that if he exerted himself, he should be able to free his hands within a minute. At last, Rogers' incessant chatter attracted the attention of a fallen. It was a creature with two heads, one large and one small. The smaller head exhibiting distinct features, its mouth opening and closing. Dressed in tattered leather armor and wielding a club, the creature entered, delivering a barrage of blows. As it struck, it cursed, if I weren't afraid you'd die too soon, I would have severed an arm for a drink. After the beating, it retrieved 2 items from a hook and turned to leave. Jianlei paid no heed to the creature's fate, instead noting a crucial detail. The door was not locked. In truth, locking the door was unnecessary. They were both securely bound, with their weapons long confiscated. Meanwhile, the fallen were armed, some even carrying firearms. However, Jianlei did not falter. With the door unlocked, the chance of escape had significantly increased. Seizing the moment while Rogers was dazed from the blows, a strange flush appeared on his face. Calculate. His pride lay in his intelligence and computational abilities, which had not diminished since his transmigration. In fact, with age, his cognitive processing had only strengthened. He had an inkling that the artificial intelligence he had once developed had somehow merged with his brainwaves, accompanying him on this journey. Contemplating the AI, stirred an unusual wave of emotion within him. It represented the fruits of his labor. Chu Jianlei was not an orphan in Blue Star. Both his parents were alive, and he even had elderly relatives still living. His father was a doctor, and his mother a teacher. Their financial circumstances were not poor, and his grandfather owned a building in the outskirts, which had been slated for demolition. While they were not a family of immense wealth, they were certainly of above-average means. Chu Jianlei aspired to embark on a significant venture, and securing initial funding was not an issue. Moreover, he had proven himself capable, leveraging his formidable computational abilities to make waves in the international financial market, reaping substantial rewards. In a mere 3 years, he had multiplied his initial capital several thousand-fold, attracting the attention of international financial sharks that, of course, the nation sought to protect him. He was not one prone to overreach, and thus was worth safeguarding. However, he found it increasingly difficult to navigate the financial markets. In Shenzhou, they inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Naturally, his aspirations lay in the realm of artificial intelligence. That Chu Jianlei recognized that he was not particularly adept at social interactions, preferring the ease of engaging with machines. Consequently, although his artificial intelligence project was initiated privately, it had grown to an immense scale. Shenzhou provided significant support in terms of both manpower and resources. Alas, he encountered an extraordinary electromagnetic storm that caused him to transcend dimensions. Chu Jianlei felt that his current computational abilities far surpassed those he possessed on Blue Star, and he was capable of further enhancement. Regrettably, the intense mental exertion consumed an exorbitant amount of energy. Over the past 6 years, he had struggled to sustain himself, often alternating between hunger and satiety, making survival a formidable challenge and leaving him with scant energy for improvement. Yet now, he realized that he must expend energy for his survival. With unwavering focus, he maneuvered his hands, bound behind him, with the agility of a butterfly. Within half a minute, he had untied the knots and, in another 15 seconds, crafted a new knot. This new knot appeared even more intricate and despairing than the last, but in truth, a gentle tug on the central cord would grant him immediate freedom. As for his bound feet, he had formulated a plan for their release, but he refrained from untying them to conserve energy. The brief 40 seconds of activity had already caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. Not only did the computational process deplete energy, but the freedom of his joints also demanded significant vitality. This technique was not a method from the Wasteland. It remained a legacy of Shenzhou. While Chu Jianlei had not excelled in socializing on Blue Star, he had harbored a keen interest in the Taoist scriptures. Although there was no systematic transmission, he had extensively studied a variety of eclectic materials. Initially, he made little progress, yet in this wasteland, he had begun to see results. Nevertheless, this approach consumed an extraordinary amount of energy. Chu Jianlei's potential was vast, and his prospects were bright, yet the crux of the matter lay in his lack of strength. Though he could untie knots even while bound, could such abilities secure him a significant territory? Life necessitates a degree of realism. As for what Rogers suggested, that aligning himself with an organization could lead to a vastly improved existence, Chu Jianlei had but one word for him: shabby. Thus, he was not in a rush to untie his feet. If he wished, it would merely take half a minute. The heat within him plummeted, as though he were beginning to burn through his dwindling reserves of fat. He must accumulate sufficient strength to escape when the opportune moment arose. After a while, Rogers seemed to regain some composure. Chu Jianlei paid him no mind. They were not on the same wavelength, so what was there to discuss? Approximately 10 hours later, the two-headed man entered again, retrieving half a fan of meat. Casting a glance at Chu Jianlei, he coldly asked, "Want some meat?" Chu Jianlei bowed his head in silence, clearly displaying a mix of anger and helplessness. Fool! The two-headed man had evidently encountered too many such scenarios and was too fatigued to elaborate further. He turned to Rogers. "What about you?" I'll eat. Rogers nodded fervently. "I want to live a few more days." "Not too foolish," the two-headed man remarked casually before exiting. "Next meal, you get meat." Once he departed, Chu Jianlei's gaze shifted to Rogers. "Don't look at me like that," Rogers protested, his brow furrowing as he replied in exasperation. "I just want to survive. Is that wrong? Besides, if I don't eat, I'll die." Chu Jianlei lowered his eyelids once again, choosing silence. After another 7 or 8 hours, the two-headed man re-entered, his gaze fixated on Chu Jianlei. "Kid, I initially intended for you to gain some weight." He drew a dagger from his waist. No longer could he wait. Chu Jianlei tensed his abdominal muscles, preparing to spring into action. However, at that moment, a series of muffled da-da-da sounds resonated from outside. Gauss automatic guns. The three of them turned their heads in unison toward the exit. "This means someone is coming." Rogers exclaimed, elated. Rescue has indeed arrived. I was going to offer you meat. The two-headed man shouted in frustration, hurling the dagger at Rogers. Without a glance back, he bolted outside. For him, these meat people were hardly worth his concern. There were greater matters unfolding beyond. Rogers struggled futilely, the dagger grazing his neck and embedding itself in the ground. Even so, his carotid artery had been pierced, and blood gushed forth with a hissing sound. Chu Gu, save me. Chapter 3. I fear death. Jianlei ignored Rogers' plea for help. He had nearly injured himself attempting to spring into action. With Gauss automatic guns present, rescue was imminent. The Fallens also possessed Gauss automatic weapons, but due to scarce supplies, they relied on plunder to survive. When the survivors attacked the Fallens, they fought with unity and without mercy. Thus, being rescued was highly probable. His current concern was to avoid being killed by the Fallens before that rescue occurred. Blood continued to spurt from Rogers' neck. He struggled to roll towards Jianlei, hoping for assistance. Regrettably, after a single roll, his body weakened, and he became dizzy. Chu Gu, save me. Jianlei scoffed. Did he only now think to come close? He understood well that Rogers did not trust him, which was why he had maintained his distance. Now, seeking his aid, it was too late. Despair filled Rogers' gaze, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Jianlei began to roll, deliberately bypassing Rogers to position himself behind him. The blood from Rogers' neck ceased to spurt, but continued to flow steadily. His jaw twitched slightly, as if he wished to speak, yet he ultimately remained silent. Jianlei, maintaining his composure, untied his feet, fashioned a slipknot, and then rebound his hands. Subsequently, he lay amidst the puddle of blood on the ground, squinting his eyes to feign death. The battle outside raged fiercely, punctuated by sporadic gunfire. There are heavy weapons. Jianlei mused inwardly, questioning whether the arrivals were merely scavengers. The conflict continued for nearly half an hour, with the gunfire gradually diminishing. After a few more sporadic shots, voices began to emerge. Soon after, the door was kicked open, and dust swirled into the air. This is a dismemberment storage. Someone exclaimed loudly. There are people on the ground. Be cautious, they could be Fallens. A woman's voice coldly retorted. Whether they are Fallens or not will be clear after a couple of shots. In the Wasteland, human life was regarded as expendable. The survivors attacking the Fallens sought to eradicate them, not to save lives. Fortunately, someone intervened. Don't shoot. Do you think the settlement can't identify Fallens? The woman replied nonchalantly. Not everyone will be screened, will they? Fine, it's not worth wasting 2 bullets. Someone grunted. If you two aren't dead, get up quickly. Jianlei shifted his body slightly, cautiously sitting up, fearful that any sudden movement might provoke lethal force against him. In the Wasteland, no degree of caution was excessive. Rogers was clearly unable to sit up, yet he still made an effort to kick his legs, signaling, I can still be saved. In the Wasteland, human life held little value, yet each existence proved remarkably resilient. Having his carotid artery slashed for half an hour without succumbing to blood loss was, without a doubt, a miracle of life on Blue Star. However, the survivors paid him no heed. Rescue? What a joke. Could you afford the fee? One survivor aimed his gun at Jianlei and slowly approached, asking, have you ever eaten human flesh? No, Jianlei replied, shaking his head slowly. I am willing to undergo testing. What are you even worth? A woman stepped forward, kicking him and sending him tumbling several times. The voice belonged to the one who had attempted to kill Liang for his merits. Her face was marred by scars, and her left ear was nearly severed, leaving only a small fragment. Are you going to cover the cost of the testing? If you can't pay, then stop whining. Lock him up. He'll be fine after 2 days without food, a man with a severed left arm interjected. Cannibals exhibit abnormal reactions, or perhaps they won't exhibit any reactions, the scarred woman remarked coolly. Better to sell him to the mine. The mine she referred to was, in fact, a garbage dump. The refuse was so extensive and thick that some areas posed a risk of collapse. Digging into it to scavenge indeed bore a resemblance to mining. The survivor with the gun addressed Jianlei. Hey, kid, did you hear that? Quickly tell us what useful skills you possess. It was all a ruse. Jianlei understood that these individuals were intent on extracting whatever benefits they could from him. Saving lives had never been the priority. Rather, how could one save another without demanding compensation? Their methods of extorting benefits were somewhat crude, yet this was characteristic of the Wasteland. Spending excessive time on trivial matters was simply not worthwhile. Jianlei could only glance at a figure outside the door. Senyi, you know I have no money. The man referred to as Senyi had a severed leg and sported a mechanical prosthetic. He did not carry heavy firearms, merely a strangely shaped handgun at his waist. Do not underestimate this handgun. It was a legitimate laser gun, possessing superior performance compared to a Gauss automatic pistol, albeit with slightly less power. San Yi also eked out a living in the garbage dump. As for carrying a laser gun while scavenging, that was entirely normal. San Yi had never regarded Chu Jianlei highly. Whenever he needed to transport goods, he never paid, at most offering a tube of nutrient solution. On occasions when he was displeased, he would withhold even that, leaving foolish Chu to assist without compensation. However, Chu Jianlei never helped without a fight, preferring to endure a beating. Over time, San Yi had come to recognize this fool's nature and had grown too lazy to beat him. After all, hitting someone required effort, in any case. His impression of foolish Chu was quite mediocre, yet they were ultimately acquaintances. Foolish Chu, these individuals are hunters. Hunters did not survive by scavenging. Rather, they hunted various beasts and mutated creatures, occasionally taking on bounty tasks. Their status was significantly higher than that of scavengers, serving as the primary fighting force in the Wasteland. San Yi himself had been a hunter in his youth, but had subsequently suffered a leg injury, rendering combat difficult, and had no choice but to come to the garbage dump as a scavenger. Though his attitude towards Chu Jianlei was poor, he had no favorable words for the hunters either. The scar-faced woman sensed his hostility and cast him a cold glance. Chu Jianlei lowered his eyelids. I truly have no money. I merely scrape by in the mine. The notion of selling him to the garbage dump was impossible, as he already belonged to that territory. This was not to say he held any significant status in that area, but rather, anyone wishing to buy him would be breaching a taboo, those who inhabited the same region. If someone could buy foolish Chu today, wouldn't someone be able to buy San Yi tomorrow? The scar-faced woman's expression darkened upon hearing this. In such a vast garbage dump, do you really believe everyone will recognize you? The garbage dump was indeed immense, almost boundless. Even after 6 years of living in the Wasteland, Chu Jianlei had yet to grasp its full extent. Despite her threats, he remained silent, simply biding his time. Chu Jianlei had ample reasons to counter her claims, yet he was not foolish enough to argue with a gun-wielding individual. He trusted that others would provide this foolish woman with a hint. Indeed, San Yi spoke up, foolish Chu has a mouth beneath his nose. He can even write. As long as he claims to live off the mine, no one will buy him. Do you not understand? Those who might purchase him would not want to find themselves sold to another mine one day. San Yi was not attempting to save Chu Jianlei, but rather considering the well-being of all scavengers. The order of the garbage dump would be thrown into chaos. Even the worst order was better than no order at all, such a waste of time. The woman raised her leg again, kicking Chu Jianlei to the ground. Still, Chu Jianlei remained silent, his eyelids drooping. This was a habit he had cultivated to suppress his anger. All right, this is an S-16 rope. Untie it first, the man with the severed left arm spoke. Lock him up for observation for 2 days. This was the most standard response, and at that moment, it was indeed the most amicable statement. A man armed only with a long knife approached, crouching to help Chu Jianlei untie the ropes. Judging by his weapon, it could be surmised that he was also a scavenger. However, the long knife at his waist was no ordinary blade. It was likely a hyper-frequency oscillating knife that in essence, scavenging was not merely a technical endeavor. It demanded both keen eyesight and considerable strength. Moreover, equipment was inherently a part of one's strength. As he untied the ropes, 2 guns were still trained on Chu Jianlei, ready to prevent any sudden violence. However, shortly thereafter, the long knife-wielding man let out a soft exclamation. Oh, you were already untied. Chu Jianlei was adept at knot tying. Yet, regrettably, he had encountered an expert this time. Nevertheless, he felt no sense of social embarrassment, simply responding with drooping eyelids. I sought an opportunity to escape. It seems unlikely he will survive, the woman remarked, prodding Roger's body with her toe. She then cast a disdainful glance at Chu Jianlei. You just watch him die, not even attempting to stem the bleeding. Chu Jianlei wished to respond, but then reconsidered. Remaining silent would only intensify his suspicion of being a fallen one. Thus, he mumbled softly, I fear death. What nonsense. The woman cursed in anger before turning and striding out of the room. You truly have no shame. The long knife man could not help but interject, rising to his feet. Since you've untied yourself, you may as well take care of it, Chu Jianlei scoffed, rolling his eyes. They were not ashamed to kill Liang for his merits, yet now they dared to criticize him. However, the others found nothing wrong with his words, and no one chastised him. After all, to kill Liang for his merits required one to possess that capability. Foolish Chu, do you truly think you can kill Liang for his merits? In truth, one was expected to have the means to assist their kind but chose not to act. It was entirely reasonable for others to voice their opinions. Of course, no one accused him of being cold-blooded. Surviving was more important than anything else. The survivors of the Wasteland were, indeed, that pragmatic. Senyi cast a few more glances at Rogers, recognizing him. Isn't this a member of that small faction involved in washing ore? In the garbage dump, valuable items must be handed over to specialists for processing, commonly known as washing ore. The profits from washing ore were not substantial, yet it was not something one could accomplish alone. Senyi even recalled that this dying individual should have some connection to Foolish Chu. Chapter 4 Nutrient Solution. In the end, Senyi did not mention the grievances between Chu Jianlei and Rogers any further. Perhaps he had forgotten, or perhaps he deemed it unworthy of discussion. Was there any need to dwell on the disputes between two insignificant ants? Chu Jianlei was taken back to the survivors' temporary camp in the wilderness and was tossed into a pit 5 meters deep. He could not prove his innocence, especially with living cuffs on his wrists and ankles, making him a prime suspect. Observation was inevitable. Accompanying him was the corpse of Rogers. They seemed to wish to determine whether he would resort to cannibalism. Chu Jianlei would certainly not resort to such an act, yet he could not ignore the insistent hunger gnawing at him. He implored loudly, "Third Master, could you spare me a vial of nutrient solution? I promise to assist you with cargo transport later. Do I look like I have a warm puddle of urine to share? Do you want it?" Came the distant curse from Third Master. "Then could you kindly provide me with a piece of filter paper?" Chu Jianlei, undeterred by the indignity, recognized that one must forsake dignity when surviving in the wasteland. A warm puddle, at least, has its caloric value, does it not? Moreover, the water resources in the wasteland are exceedingly scarce, with defecation occurring far more frequently than urination. This matter bears a rather unpleasant scent, so let us not dwell on it further. Then, a vial of nutrient solution descended from above, plummeting into the deep pit. Following this, Third Master's voice echoed, 2 cargo transports. Otherwise, I shall dismantle your tricycle. In the wasteland, camaraderie is scarce, yet when substantial interests are not at stake, most people do not mind occasionally performing a good deed. Third Master may have been disdainful of the Foolish Chu, but aside from his simplicity, Chu had never committed any wrongdoing. The crux of the matter was that, within the lair of the fallen, Chu had managed to untie the bindings on his hands and feet, which surely required some skill. Not to mention, he had the cunning to retie himself with new knots, feigning immobility. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of ordinary survivors, and Chu's accomplishment indicated that, while he may be foolish, he possessed undeniable talent. Individuals of talent are certainly worth investing in. Third Master was well aware of this. After all, it was merely a vial of nutrient solution. Although Chu Jianlei valued it greatly, Third Master was not particularly concerned about the matter. It can only be a single cargo transport, Chu Jianlei muttered under his breath, indifferent to whether the other could hear. Upon consuming the nutrient solution, he sighed contentedly. Ah, how delightful. The vial was not large, roughly the size of the thinnest half of a sausage. The flavor was rather unremarkable, even somewhat peculiar. Yet, this singular vial of nutrient solution could practically sustain a human for an entire day, providing essential trace elements and vitamins. Thus it was quite miraculous, and Chu Jianlei had been tirelessly attempting to unravel the manufacturing process of the nutrient solution. Admittedly, to say unravel might be an exaggeration. With limited sources of information and no funds, what could he hope to decipher? He merely wished to know how he could create a low-tier imitation of the nutrient solution at present. He was so famished that he felt faint. Although he had ingested a vial of nutrient solution, the subsequent reaction of his body was heightened hunger. After all, it had been 2 days since he had consumed anything. In the next moment, another vial of nutrient solution fell from above, accompanied by a voice that inquired, "Is that tricycle of yours?" Chu Jianlei watched the vial drop, yet he did not reach out to retrieve it, aware that it was not easy to digest. He swallowed hard and replied with difficulty, "The tricycle belongs to me. It is designed for ease of maneuverability. However, I was knocked unconscious during transport, and whatever happened to the tricycle was beyond my control." "You just articulated all the questions I intended to ask," the voice retorted coldly. After a pause, it continued, "The transmission system is quite ingenious. Would you be willing to work for me? If I were inclined to work for anyone, I would have done so long ago," Chu Jianlei thought, feeling somewhat vexed. Working was out of the question. He had never worked in his past life, and it was even less likely in this one. Moreover, in this life, he had an additional reason. He could not endure the scrutiny of a superior, nor the fear of having his true capabilities exposed. Chu Jianlei swallowed again and responded, "If I refuse to work for you, then that vial of nutrient solution is no longer my concern, correct?" As expected, the other party responded arrogantly. It is merely a vial of nutrient solution. If you refuse, I shall take it back to feed my dog. The statement was precise. It dismissed the value of the nutrient solution while simultaneously refusing to indulge the greed of others. Yet, it was rather insulting. Jianlei remained unfazed. Then take it back to feed your dog. It is of greater worth than I am. To say he was not angered would be a lie. The reality was that he could not afford to be indignant. Moreover, being courted by such a formidable force could truly pose a danger in the future. Thus, there was no need for an immediate outburst. It was sufficient to merely navigate this situation, and showing weakness through words was not a grave matter. How amusing. The individual scoffed. Since you have refused, do not touch the nutrient solution. Wait until you starve to death, and I will reclaim it. The tone was exceedingly condescending, laden with an insulting quality. Even if he were to starve, he was forbidden from touching the nutrient solution. My nutrient solution is reserved for my dog. For an ordinary person, such words would be intolerable. However, Jianlei was far from ordinary. His perspective was different. He muttered quietly, 3 days to starve me. Seems rather unlikely. Upon hearing this, the individual could not help but facepalm in frustration. Indeed, a fool. Utterly incapable of understanding. A day passed swiftly, and Jianlei was beginning to feel dizzy from hunger. In truth, he had learned quite a bit from Taoist practices, even attempting to practice the turtle breathing technique. But, clearly, it was not suitable for application at this moment. Just then, a powerful engine roared from afar, shaking the very heavens. Is Hongxi's squad emerging? Jianlei could not help but think. Hongxi was the only settlement nearby. It was said that there were others like Hongwu and Hongqi further afield, but those settlements were too distant. The squads from the settlements possessed formidable combat prowess, akin to an official force. While hunters were already formidable, not all hunters were qualified to reside within the settlements. Moreover, the bounty missions issued by the settlements were fiercely contested by every hunter. The disparity between the two was not worth elaborating on. For Jianlei, he had only heard of the settlements and had perhaps caught a distant glimpse once that he lacked even the qualifications to approach the settlements, let alone enter. Soon after, a series of gunshots erupted, and Jianlei recognized Gauss machine guns. Gauss machine guns were far more powerful than Gauss automatic rifles, boasting tremendous firepower and long range. Just from the stunning sound, he could tell they were mounted on vehicles, but fortunately, he discerned that the gunfire was directed skyward. The machine guns discharged in a rapid burst, followed by an announcement over loudspeakers. This is the patrol team of Settlement No. Hong 4. All individuals, remain in place with your hands raised above your heads. Those who defy the order shall be executed without mercy. Jianlei was uncertain about the situation outside. Nonetheless, he leaned against the pit wall, feebly raising his hands. Before long, commotion ensued. Someone shouted angrily, followed by several gunshots. Low murmurs of "damn, wanted criminal" could be heard. Evidently, a wanted criminal had attempted to flee and had been shot down. Jianlei had grown too weary to contemplate the commotion, as his hunger rendered him incapable of expending mental energy. At that moment, he even felt a hint of amusement. Among the survivors outside of the settlement, he wondered how many were wanted criminals. It was merely that one individual had lost their composure and had been gunned down. In the next moment, 2 uniformed, armed men approached the edge of the pit. Their uniforms were not particularly new, covered in dust and various stains. However, both wielded automatic rifles, with sidearms and grenades at their waists, and short daggers strapped to their legs, exuding an intimidating aura. One of them, carrying a long weapon on his back that appeared to be a sword, looked down at Jianlei and inquired, "What is your purpose here?" "I was making a living at the mine," Jianlei replied weakly, "but I was captured by the fallen." Lacking strength, he sought brevity, conveying his situation in just a few short sentences. "That you're quite cheeky." The patrol officer with the sword furrowed his brows, displeased. "Is that all you have to say?" As if you were dismissing someone. From his tone, it was clear that he was ready to strike at any moment. "My apologies, sir." Jianlei forced a bitter smile. "I've only consumed a vial of nutrient solution over 5 days and am too weak to speak." The other patrol officer scoffed. "If you're going to lie, at least put some effort into it. Look to your right. What do you see? They wouldn't let me eat, saying they'd wait until I starved to feed it to the dog." Are you this detestable?" The officer blinked, casually tossing down 2 vials of nutrient solution. After some contemplation, he tossed down 2 more tubes, stating, "Since you are hungry, consume them all. Immediately, at once." Unlike the survivors in the wilderness, the patrol team was not financially constrained. They could certainly spare a few tubes of nutritional supplements. Nevertheless, he was not overly benevolent. Only after consuming all 4 tubes could one prove they were not deceiving him. Those who have tasted compressed biscuits understand that overly high-calorie foods can lead to significant discomfort if ingested in excess. However, for Jianlei, this was hardly an issue. He had long been accustomed to a state of hunger. The notion that binge eating following a period of starvation would elicit adverse reactions in the body was simply unfounded in his case. The nutritional supplements were easily digestible and posed no discomfort to the gastrointestinal tract, provided one could endure the calories they contained. Jianlei was least concerned about caloric intake. His body was deprived of far too much. "Thank you for your generosity, sir." He devoured 3 tubes of the nutritional supplement voraciously before pausing. The man, wearing a bemused expression, reached for the handgun at his waist, inquiring, "Can't you eat any more?" "I require some water," Jianlei replied earnestly. "It will assist in transporting the calories." In truth, it was not merely a matter of transporting calories. Rather, the excessive caloric surge in his body would soon trigger dehydration. While he could force down the 4th tube, he questioned the necessity of tormenting his own body. "That is fair," the patrolman with the long knife remarked, nodding with interest as he tossed a water pouch towards him. "Here's some water." The patrol team carried canteens, but the pouch contained water meant for the engine's cooling system and was not particularly clean. Chapter 93. On the rear seat of the snowmobile, beside the young man on the rear seat of the snowmobile, lay a single infantry machine gun, conveniently at hand. However, at this moment, he realized that it was too late to retaliate. Fleeing was out of the question. As he leaned sideways, he leaped from the vehicle, tumbling to the ground, and instinctively reached for his laser pistol at his waist. "Kid, do you dare to lay a hand on us? You're as good as dead." Before he could finish his threat, Jianlei rose and fired again, hitting his opponent squarely in the shoulder. Following that, he delivered 2 more shots to the figure on the rear seat, while the driver was struck as well, and the snow hound, in a desperate attempt to escape, took 3 shots. Given the severity of its first injury, even if it managed to flee, its survival was unlikely. Yet what if? Jianlei preferred not to let matters spiral out of control, decisively eliminating the snow hound to prevent further complications. He dug a pit in the ground, discarding the 2 corpses within, and skinned the snow hound before burying it as well. In this encounter, he not only seized a snowmobile, but also acquired over 200 kilograms of dog meat. In truth, his spoils extended beyond that, encompassing various firearms, ammunition, fuel, and some provisions. The snowmobile appeared to be transporting supplies, but unfortunately, these 2 had harbored ill intentions along the way and met their demise at his hands. Jianlei did not linger, fearing the approach of others, and after burying the bodies and consuming a bit of food, he departed. Driving the snowmobile was not difficult. He mastered it after just a couple of tries, and after starting the engine, he swiftly vanished into the swirling snow. With a considerable amount of goods aboard, he traveled 70 to 80 kilometers before finding a secluded spot to dig another hideout. This marked the establishment of his 6th secret camp, albeit this one was hastily erected to confront the Haifeng team. As he dug, the snow began to fall again, providing him with cover, and he worked at a leisurely pace. By nightfall, the cave he excavated was ample enough to conceal the snowmobile, prompting him to cease his labor. After spending the night within the cavern, he concealed the entrance the following day and vanished into the vast, snowy expanse. The temporary lair of the Haifeng team was situated at a campsite known as Banshan, located indeed on the hillside. On this day, through the blizzard, a lone figure approached, clad in ordinary attire, bearing 2 long guns on his back, along with a sizable bundle. While wandering traders often appeared downcast, this individual stood out slightly. He wore bulky clothing and donned a helmet. The camp was populated with keen observers who analyzed the tracks left behind, deducing that he was likely a trader from a small team. Otherwise, burdened with such substantial supplies, he could not have traveled far. The newcomer behaved quite properly, inquiring about the stall fees before proceeding to set up a stall in the designated hall. The hall spanned approximately 150 square meters, drafty and insufficiently warm, yet still preferable to the outside chill. Within, there were 7 or 8 small stalls, and, after paying the management fee, the newcomer established his own. Displayed on his stall were a Gauss rifle, a mutated duck-billed tree sheep, various quantities of beast meat, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. It was evident that the team was liquidating its inventory, and, considering the sale of firearms, there was a possibility of illicit dealings. Mutated beasts were in high demand, and soon a crowd gathered to inquire about prices. The stall owner's pricing was somewhat inflated. However, the duck-billed tree sheep was a common mutated creature with limited value. Thus no one pressed for a lower price. Observing the stall owner steadfastly maintain his prices, others began to inquire about the costs of different items. The stall owner remained active, wandering to other stalls to see what he could purchase. By nightfall, the mutated beasts had finally been sold off at a discounted rate, and the individual closed his stall and departed. On the third day, he returned, this time with 6 additional beasts, albeit they were more commonplace grass foxes. That evening, he left again, but this time he caught the attention of 2 ruffians from the Banshan camp. Noticing the individual trudging away, they exchanged glances and stealthily followed him at a distance. After trailing him for nearly a kilometer, one ruffian shouted, "Hey, you there! Stop!" The lone traveler turned to glance back, already having casually removed his laser rifle from his shoulder, adopting a clearly defensive stance. The 2 ruffians, however, remained undeterred. One brandished a laser pistol while the other held a Gauss rifle. On the territory of Zhou Lu, most individuals adhere to certain rules, with the exception of the previous night. The 2 ruffians approached aggressively, yet did not raise their weapons. One of them pulled out a silver coin and snorted derisively, "Friend, is it appropriate to deceive with counterfeit money?" Jianlei swayed slightly, stepping directly in front of the ruffian and delivering a punch that sent him flying. Immediately after, he followed up with a kick that knocked the other to the ground, bending down to seize the laser pistol. He disengaged the safety and fired a shot, which struck the ground near the ruffian wielding the Gauss rifle, sending ice and snow flying. "Don't move. If you do, I'll kill you both." As he spoke, he kicked the Gauss rifle away, demanding, "Who gave you the audacity?" Observers from a distance watched the scene unfold and cheerfully remarked, "Ha, these 2 have really bitten off more than they can chew." The ruffians were caught off guard by the traveler's sudden aggression and impressive skill. One ruffian hastily exclaimed, "Kid, you better recognize your situation. We are members of Haifeng." Jianlei had initially intended to extract information from these 2 dim-witted individuals, but upon hearing the name Haifeng, he thought it fortuitous. He raised his weapon and fired a shot that pierced the cap of the ruffian. "Is Haifeng aware of your extortion? You haven't even used silver coins in today's transactions. What are you scheming? Please spare me." The ruffian pleaded, dropping to his knees. A perfect example of someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. They merely sought to extort a small sum of money. As true, ruthless individuals like those in Zhou Lu would only act when far from the camp. The other ruffians were taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of Jianlei, who was far more formidable than they had imagined. "We're not extorting you. We merely wanted to inquire about your origins," they stammered. "Who do you think you're fooling?" Jianlei scoffed disdainfully. He slung the laser gun over his shoulder and, with a nimble kick, seized the Gauss rifle, stating, "You 2 will come with me." The ruffians, recognizing the futility of resistance, complied and followed him. It was not until midnight that they returned to the town. One of the ruffians, nursing a broken arm, groaning in pain. They found 2 members of Haifeng who were drinking, warning, "Be careful, that guy might be after you." Isn't that nonsense? The Haifeng members dismissed their concerns, demanding clarity, "Speak plainly, dare to talk nonsense, and you'll stay out of the camp." The ruffians hurriedly emphasized. He really inquired at length about Haifeng's activities, including recent routes. The Haifeng members took this somewhat seriously, but one, being astute, asked them to recount their entire interaction. After listening, he raised his hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps to the ruffians, exclaiming, "Damn it, you're the ones trying to use our name." Haifeng had many eyes and ears in the camp, and they took their reputation seriously. The matter faded away without further incident, as the individual did not reappear, likely due to concerns about Haifeng. The Haifeng members paid little mind to the occurrence. Even if it was a misunderstanding, they had no fear of potential foes. After all, they had too many enemies to guard against them all. However, 3 days later, a small Haifeng team, having ventured not far from the camp, encountered an unexpected event. They came across a snowmobile driven by a lone individual, initially disregarding it, as the cargo compartment was empty and they had no interest in robbery. In fact, one even laughed, commenting, "Who rides a snowmobile in this weather? They must be insane." Little did they anticipate that as the snowmobile brushed past them, the driver would leap from the vehicle and open fire on the team. This squad, comprising 2 vehicles and 8 individuals, typically maintained a cautionary distance of around a kilometer from any person they met in the wilderness. They never imagined someone would audaciously initiate an attack all on their own. The details of the battle need not be elaborated upon. Within a mere 7 minutes, the steady output of Jianlei resulted in the demise of all adversaries. Some individuals attempted to call for help via their handheld radios, but to no avail, as reinforcement from the camp would require at least half an hour to arrive. 10 minutes later, those en route realized that the entire squad had been annihilated. However, the Black Wind, having grown accustomed to chaos, was led by its second-in-command, with gritted teeth, ordered his men to prepare their ammunition and hasten to the scene, confident that the enemy could not have fled far. The reinforcements consisted of 3 vehicles and 12 individuals, the mainstay defenders, all seasoned adventurers. The Black Wind had around 20 members in total, with a small team occupied elsewhere, leaving only peripheral members to defend their stronghold. Yet, as they approached the ambush site, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers away, a flash of white light appeared, and the driver of the second vehicle was shot. It was a laser sniper rifle. Someone shouted in desperation. The weapon capable of penetrating thick, bulletproof glass and killing the driver with a single shot could only be a laser sniper rifle. The first vehicle suddenly decelerated, its body skewing sideways, inadvertently crushing a steel cable. With a resounding explosion, a landmine detonated, a large one capable of blowing apart armored vehicles. Damn it! The occupants of the third vehicle were livid. That's our landmine. Indeed, the Black Wind team often set traps while robbing other hunting teams. Unexpectedly, this time the enemy had turned the tables and used the captured mines against them. Should we flee? The driver of the third vehicle exclaimed, sensing the hostility. There is no retreat in the Black Wind's lexicon, came the defiant reply. Gunners, return fire. In the next instant, another flash of white light appeared, and the driver of the third vehicle was also shot. This is bad. We must run. Someone regretted, realizing the enemy intended to eliminate them all. The Black Wind was notorious not only for its formidable strength, but also for its alliance with the Red Snow Coalition. Under the banner of the coalition, they ambushed other teams in the wilderness, employing cunning tactics and underhanded schemes. However, when it came to a fair fight, the Black Wind could hold its own. It was evident that they had fallen into an ambush, and thoughts of retreat began to surface. Chapter 94, Annihilation. Regrettably, their desire to flee was contingent upon Jianlei's consent. Although the first vehicle had been destroyed, the ambush was extensive, and the long tripwires of the mines resulted in minimal casualties. Only the gunner was left dazed from the shock. Consequently, it took Jianlei around 15 minutes to eliminate the remaining 10 adversaries. His situation, however, was not without exposure. There was only one survivor who, riding a snowmobile, displayed remarkable combat prowess. The last 2 members of the Black Wind begged for mercy before their demise, even inquiring why they had been ambushed. Yet Jianlei had no interest in answering, swiftly ending the confrontation with 2 precise shots. He then hastily surveyed the battlefield before making his exit. The second wave of reinforcement from Black Wind arrived 20 minutes later, comprising 8 vehicles and over 30 individuals. While the numbers were sufficient, these were merely makeshift peripheral members, hastily hired for their strength. Unfortunately, the assailants had vanished, leaving only tire tracks behind, having made off with a truck. Should they pursue? Of course. The question lay in how many should be dispatched. 3 strong individuals outright refused, even opting to return their fees. What a joke. The enemy is clearly not alone. Who could single-handedly load a snowmobile onto a truck? One among them discerned a hint of unusual color in the air. He knew who could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, such individuals were accustomed to using snowmobiles, yet he dared not voice his suspicions. Seeing that the strong members were reluctant to pursue, the Black Wind individuals gritted their teeth and decided that the others would chase. The peripheral members, lacking courage, could only prepare hesitantly. After a while, a third wave of reinforcements arrived, numbering over 50. This gathering was a hodgepodge, with vehicles and equipment in disarray. Yet they brought 5 snow dogs along. With nearly 90 individuals assembled, they finally mustered the courage to send over 70 to pursue. However, half a day later, disaster struck. The pursuing party, following the tire tracks, encountered an avalanche triggered by an explosion at the foot of a mountain. The pursuers fled for their lives, ultimately losing 3 vehicles and over 10 men. Worse still, the tracks vanished, leaving them unable to continue the chase. While broadening the search area could yield the chance to find the tracks again, provided it did not snow soon. The pursuers resolutely refused to chase any further for fear of hidden ambushes. As tensions rose, the leader of the Black Wind members hesitated to maintain his stance, fearing to enforce compliance. The grim reality was that after 2 skirmishes, over 70% of their core members had perished, leaving them to tread carefully in the future. They could only retreat in frustration, pondering the identity of their adversary. Jianlei had reaped considerable rewards from this battle, confiscating numerous firearms, ammunition, water, and fuel. Notably, the previous squad had intended to set an ambush, carrying landmines with them. The laser sniper rifles were also included, as they needed the capability to hunt mutated beasts alongside their robbery endeavors. Curiously, they had also brought a substantial amount of silver coins, over 1,200 pieces. This was not an intentional act of transporting valuables. Rather, in case they encountered a formidable team, they could also purchase mutated beasts. Coupled with the truck and the seized snowmobile, Jianlei had truly struck gold this time. He could sell some firearms, and the truck could be offloaded at a bargain. Adding in the silver coins obtained from the robbery, he stood to profit at least $2,000. Besides, the fuel, ammunition, water, and energy blocks were invaluable for replenishing his own supplies. Considering all these factors, his haul exceeded $5,000, with the ammunition alone worth $2,000. For this venture, he had invested nearly 20 days, but the return was indeed worthwhile. It truly is a case of killing and plundering for wealth. Jianlei could not help but exclaim. The ease with which this money had come spurred a desire within him to continue his path of violence and treasure acquisition. Yet, his sense of restraint held him back. One must maintain a certain moral baseline. While it was fine to take from the rich, taking from the poor was excessive. Though the analogy may not be perfect, it encapsulated the essence. He was always keenly aware of the need for self-restraint. Once certain actions became habitual, reversing course could prove challenging. Nevertheless, he chose not to sell the snowmobile. Its compact size made it easy to store in any secret camp with a bit of expansion. In the future, should he learn of any nefarious forces at play, he would be well equipped to continue his crusade against the wicked and aid the impoverished, would he not? Carefully concealing the tire tracks, he drove the truck back to the vicinity of the settlement. After patiently waiting for 2 days, he finally drove to Secret Camp No. 3 as a fierce wind picked up. The snow particles whipped up by the wind effectively concealed the truck's tracks. Ideally, a snowfall would follow. A day later, heavy snow fell from the sky, and on the following night, he appeared at the entrance of the courtyard with a large bundle on his back. "You finally returned." Scorpion opened the courtyard door and whispered, "Gung Shogong has been nearly driven mad. What is his problem?" Jianlei asked in bewilderment. "I've been locked away studying knowledge." "How is that related to him?" Scorpion intended to elaborate, but decided it was not urgent. "Were you injured?" This was a true comrade, inquiring not about his gains, but rather about his losses. "Just those scoundrels?" Jianlei sneered dismissively, then extended a hand, declaring, "The reward is at least this much." Surprisingly, Scorpion was taken aback. 5,000 for such a small, shabby group? "This is the nature of warfare," Jianlei replied nonchalantly. "The expenditures are great, but the returns can be astonishing. It is not uncommon for a nation to face bankruptcy due to a prolonged war." The term nation struck Scorpion as distant. It felt like an ancient concept, one that had vanished before the apocalypse. Clearly, she began to speculate once more about Jianlei's true identity. "Enough of that," he waved his hand. "We can rest for a while, then we will return to move some supplies back. We have accumulated too much. It must be temporarily stored in the secret camp until we can transport it back." Scorpion's spirits lifted at the thought of returning. "I was just thinking that our supplies are running low." The 5 of them, along with the dog, had considerable winter expenditures, especially since their standard of living exceeded the average. "Bring back some meat and help me prepare it." Jianlei offered a piece of meat, expressing his fatigue. Xuya, awakened by the commotion, quietly emerged and emitted a low whimper upon hearing this. "It's not your concern." I shot a dissatisfied glance at her. "She bit me. What am I supposed to do? Should I coddle her?" Xuya, sensing the displeasure, tucked her tail and retreated to the basement. Scorpion then looked at him in astonishment. "Is that snow dog meat?" "Perhaps this piece is. I can hardly remember," Jianlei replied casually. "By the way, what did Gung Shogun want from me?" "There is stewed meat from the large-horned snow deer. I'll heat it up for you," Scorpion said as she hurried to the kitchen. "Large-horned snow deer?" Jianlei blinked in confusion. "It's still not finished?" It's frozen. Scorpion's voice called from the kitchen. Old Force said to save it for you. Is the boss out of seclusion? Claire's voice echoed in the room. Boss, wait for me to get dressed. Sleep quietly. Jianlei impatiently interjected. It's the middle of the night. What are you fussing about? Boss, how long has it been since I saw you? Claire exclaimed cheerfully. I miss you. Don't pull me. To go back to sleep, Jianlei allowed a rare smile to grace his lips. After all, his tireless efforts were all for the sake of protecting these cherished moments. Then he turned his attention back to Scorpion. What did Gung Shougong need me for? The heating system in the city has malfunctioned, Scorpion replied helplessly. Gung Shougong had been persistently bothering her, escalating from reminders every 2 days to daily urgings. With the recent cold wave bringing both wind and snow, Gung Shougong had personally visited in the morning and sent someone to inquire again in the afternoon. The heating issue had persisted for over 20 days without any maintenance due to various reasons, and the heating was deteriorating day by day. Scorpion chuckled in resignation, recounting how the initial payment started at 1,000 silver dollars and had now risen to 1,005. Originally, it was to be paid in 6 silver notes. But now energy block silver notes were accepted as well. If only I had known sooner. Let us go back. A 1 TB at his beck and call. Jianlei waved his hand dismissively. I'll just say my capabilities are limited. Before he had the 5,000 silver dollars income, he would have definitely accepted the job, even if he had no confidence in it. But now, things were different. With wealth comes the courage to refuse unreasonable demands. After a meal, he fell into a deep slumber, grateful to be back on familiar ground with someone on guard. Who could have imagined how he had survived alone in the wilderness for over 20 days? Thus, he slept soundly until the following afternoon when noises from the yard roused him. Through the door, he recognized Gung Shougong's voice. Is it feasible? We must consult Mr. Panda. No need for consultation. I'm not available, Jianlei grumbled. Could you refrain from disturbing my rest? There is still 500, Gung Shougong stated bluntly. In energy block silver notes. You are truly disturbing my peace. Jianlei erupted in frustration, rising to open the door. At least 600. The specifics of the amount were trivial. The essence lay in ensuring the other party did not feel entitled to dictate terms. Then it's 600. Gung Shougong replied without hesitation, then sighed. It's quite difficult to meet you. Jianlei was at a loss for how to respond, but eventually said, You are not the first to express that sentiment. Jianlei's words often left others at a loss, and this was no exception. Although Gung Shougong was a technical expert, his management experience allowed him to respond with ease. This winter is particularly harsh. Since you are in Zhou 6, please consider the welfare of everyone. Why should I care? Jianlei retorted gruffly. When I was at death's door, no one cared for me. First, give me 600, and I will see what I can do. I must warn you, I cannot guarantee help, but payment is required up front. Absolutely. Gung Shougong agreed without hesitation. Come out now, and I will provide you with cash on the spot. He was not afraid to hand over cash directly. Unless the other party left immediately after receiving payment, they would always be within his calculations. As Iji stepped outside, he offered a slight smile, thinking that even if this endeavor bore no fruit, he would at least repay Gung Shougong with a clever maneuver. A perceptive individual. Gung Shougong smiled in return. If you do not repay me, I cannot say anything, right? Jianlei rolled his eyes and muttered, Would I ever owe that person? Truly, you are someone I value. Gung Shougong's lips twitched slightly. Shall we go? Silver notes. Jianlei extended his hand, beckoning. You really didn't forget your part? Gung Shougong counted out 6 silver notes and handed them to Scorpion. Count them. Jianlei had no doubt about the authenticity of the silver notes. He wouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters. Let me gather some tools. Observing as he packed various tools into a large bag, Gung Shougong instinctively asked, Are these all homemade? Homemade tools are more comfortable to use. Jianlei thought, but did not reveal that he had rarely interacted with standard tools. He had always relied on the vast piles of scrap, creating as he pleased without the constraints of rules. Gung Shougong could never have imagined this background. Nodding in agreement, he acknowledged, using homemade tools indeed has its advantages. In his experience, many repairmen favored their custom tools, often finding them more suitable than standard options. However, someone preparing so many homemade tools would typically be a seasoned B-level repairman. Scorpion pursed her lips, wishing she could use standard tools, but lacking the necessary conditions. The number of silver notes is correct. Should I accompany you into the city? Let us go together, Jianlei nodded. and perhaps buy some supplies. With Gung Shogong as a guide, they drove into the settlement and arrived at the heating center. The security was tight, resembling a heavily fortified stronghold. Even with Gung Shogong leading the way, the guards diligently recorded their aliases and even insisted that Jianlei remove his scarf. However, Jianlei firmly stated, "If you insist, then I shall not enter." Thankfully, Gung Shogong had some clout and patiently explained, which led the guards to relent. The critical issue was that the recent heating situation had indeed been intolerable for the guards themselves. Upon arriving at the heating station, Scorpion was politely yet firmly kept outside, leaving only Jianlei with the privilege to enter. The heating station was vast, filled with numerous pieces of equipment. Upon first glance, Jianlei regretted the initial payment. For such a large place, 600 silver dollars felt insufficient. Several repairmen were inspecting the equipment, and upon seeing him enter, they immediately recognized him as the individual with the ears capable of functioning as a flaw detector. They did not come over to greet, but instead paused their work, standing there and observing. Those truly skilled will not easily acknowledge their peers, especially since Gung Shogong had been boasting about this individual. A staff member approached, a man in his 30s, cradling a stack of documents nearly 40 centimeters thick. He enthusiastically stated, "Master Xiongmao, this is the operational diagram of the equipment, some of which are unique to Zhou Lu. Please take a look." Fortunately, Chu Jianlei had been diligently studying mechanical knowledge recently. Otherwise, he would have been a loss right then and there. He took the documents, placed them on the table, and quickly scanned the types of materials. There were summarized solutions, and the man pulled out another stack of papers about a centimeter thick. It turned out these maintenance workers had not been idle. Numerous proposals had already been put forth, awaiting final approval. Curiosity was evident on the faces of the maintenance workers as they anticipated how this individual would respond. Chu Jianlei initially intended to review the materials thoroughly before making a decision. Although the documents were thick, not all needed to be perused. However, that would require him to skim quickly, which was secondary to the risk of revealing his limitations. His primary objective was to conceal his weaknesses, especially since the Sai family's bounty had already reached the Zhou district. He swiftly flipped through the summarized documents, maintaining a controlled reading pace, yet still absorbing 10 lines at a glance. Observing his rapid page-turning, several maintenance workers murmured amongst themselves, questioning whether he could truly comprehend the material. Was he merely putting on an act? One middle-aged maintenance worker scoffed, wondering who could read so quickly. He was the only B-level maintenance worker on site, having been certified for less than 2 years. He felt somewhat disgruntled that Gung Shogong insisted on waiting for this individual known as Xiongmao. However, Mr. Gung held him in high regard and had facilitated his certification, making him a benefactor he could not openly resent. Another middle-aged maintenance worker, however, vehemently opposed his remarks. "I have seen truly intelligent maintenance workers who can read a page at a glance. Your inability does not imply that others cannot." The so-called rivalry among peers was evident, as this individual had also applied for B-level certification, albeit unsuccessfully, yet he did not consider himself inferior. The B-level maintenance worker dismissed this with a smile, inquiring, "Oh, which individual do you mean?" The other answered candidly, "Master Luolin, the only female A-level maintenance worker." "No way." The B-level worker looked at him in astonishment. "You actually know Master Luolin?" Gung Shogong, too, harbored doubts. Was this individual truly reviewing the materials? Upon hearing their exchange, he felt reassured. Indeed, it was a realm of genius that he did not comprehend. Chu Jianlei completed his review of the summarized documents in less than 20 minutes. He remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation for 2 minutes before resuming his examination. This time, his focus was much clearer, and he spent a total of 1.5 hours on the review. After setting the documents down, he pondered for nearly 5 minutes before stating, "All right, I have a proposal." "What proposal?" The B-level maintenance worker could not contain himself, asking if they could discuss it. Chu Jianlei glanced at him and shook his head, asserting that it was merely a detection proposal and not subject to discussion. He was neither deaf nor blind. His hearing was quite acute, and he could certainly sense the lack of friendliness from this individual. He chose to disregard it, as such occurrences among peers were entirely commonplace. He then extracted 7 or 8 documents and handed them to the staff member, requesting, "Please hold these for me." Next, he wielded a metal rod over a meter long, wandering around the heating station. He tapped it here and there, occasionally stopping to review a set of documents. After approximately 1.5 hours, as dusk began to fall, he submitted his findings. There were a total of 6 fault points and 13 potential hazards, 3 of which, if not addressed promptly, could lead to malfunctions. The maintenance workers had already identified 4 of the 6 fault points, while another was included in the inspection suggestions. However, one point had indeed been overlooked by everyone, simply because it pertained to the output components. The output section of the equipment was easy to inspect and maintain, so no one thought to consider it. Of the 13 potential hazards, 9 had already been anticipated, awaiting verification through testing. The remaining 4 included 3 non-essential components. But the final one surprised everyone. How is this possible? The B-level maintenance worker refused to believe it, as the component had been replaced just last summer. The one who had previously confronted him spoke up. A new component doesn't present any hazards? Wouldn't it be straightforward to disassemble it for inspection? Indeed, someone chimed in, only a few points need to be checked, which certainly makes it easier. Jianlei had identified a total of 19 issues, a figure that was, in fact, not excessive. The maintenance workers had provided various suggestions, with the required inspection items numbering in the hundreds. Testing itself required a certain amount of time. Although some tests could be conducted simultaneously, the number of maintenance workers was finite. No matter how fast they worked, they could not hasten the process significantly. Moreover, disassembling all these hundreds of items for inspection was a monumental undertaking, demanding considerable resources. The residence heating would also be severely impacted. The B-level maintenance worker had to concede this point, but he remained obstinate, questioning, even if there are issues, does that guarantee that everything you said is correct? Several maintenance workers exchanged glances, thinking, isn't that question rather lacking in substance? Jianlei was at a loss for words. If there were further issues, they could continue investigating. He had merely listed some primary components. As a maintenance worker, who would dare claim they could identify every issue? Identifying most of the significant problems was already commendable. The B-level maintenance worker sensed the subtle edge in Jianlei's response, which only fueled his irritation. Not everything you mentioned necessarily has problems. Can we just check to see if there are issues? The one who had been challenging him retorted, the faults in the output end are quite easy to check. The faults, there is something no one anticipated, thus making them representative. This inspection requires a halt in operations, but since it is external equipment, it does not require a long downtime. Even with parts replacement, it would take no more than half an hour, having a negligible impact on the residents. Let us check then, the B-level maintenance worker replied, agitated but not forgetting to emphasize, even if there are issues, that does not mean everything you assert is correct. Jianlei was utterly disinterested in the surrounding noise. He turned to Geng Shougong and asked, the work is complete. What about the remaining payment? Geng Shougong appeared somewhat anxious. Swallowing hard, are you certain you have identified all the faults? Why are you asking such an uninformed question? Jianlei replied with a puzzled glance. Isn't it sufficient to identify the main faults? Geng Shougong's face flushed. Well then, let us address another matter. Is 600 silver coins sufficient for such a short amount of time? Jianlei stared at him for a while, then sighed. I have reviewed all those detection proposals. Don't even mention adopting them all. How much would it cost to implement just one? Geng Shougong pondered for a moment, but steeled himself to respond. But you only took less than half a day. Is that fee justifiable? This was not meant to trouble Jianlei, but rather a reflection of the Wasteland mindset, where respect for knowledge was not inherently valued. They wished to honor knowledge, yet to them, is it reasonable to think that merely tapping a stick here and there for half a day warrants 600 silver coins? Jianlei looked at him incredulously. What is most valuable in the Wasteland? What? Geng Shougong asked, somewhat bewildered. Powerful adventurers? The assertion holds true. The essence of the Wasteland narrative revolves around the supremacy of the strong. Jianlei, with a resigned gesture, lamented that the most valuable asset is indeed talent. This sentiment prompted Geng Shougong to nod in agreement, albeit with a hint of skepticism regarding the excessive worth placed on it. Jianlei, disinterested in further discourse, retorted that if there were lingering doubts, they should conduct tests and repairs first. He then turned to exit, asserting that if the final payment seemed unwarranted to them, that was their prerogative. His intention was not to flaunt his expertise, but rather a characteristic of Asperger's syndrome, where he believed that what he deemed worthy should be acknowledged by all. Naturally, if his perspective was not reciprocated, future collaborations would be jeopardized. Geng Shougong, at the very least, contemplated the possibility of no future dealings, similar to how he had initially provided the counterpart with 600 silver coins, not pondering the immediate value, but rather the potential for future negotiations. Thus, after a brief pause, he hastily pursued Jianlei, reminding him that he still needed to review some literature. Observing his chase, the maintenance technician was left dumbfounded, remarking on Mr. Gung's audacity. Should they manage to refute him, his arrogance would diminish. Ultimately, a principal technician could no longer tolerate the situation, advocating for refutation. Competition exists across all industries. However, within those demanding high technical proficiency, some individuals remain refreshingly sincere. The act of refutation was not particularly arduous, as within an hour, they identified 2 potential hazards. These were located in easily accessible areas, with one not even necessitating a shutdown. After 2 rounds of testing, no one dared to publicly contest Jianlei's assertions. His predictions were accurate. Later, the application for a temporary shutdown of the equipment was approved, allowing for the examination of the output faults, issues that Jianlei had identified, which had previously gone unnoticed. Addressing these faults would require a halt in operations. Half an hour later, the repaired equipment was restarted, prompting someone to exclaim in awe at the technician's remarkable abilities. Not to be overlooked, the mere fact that he had pinpointed issues that had eluded everyone else was commendable. The B-level technician, displeased by the remarks, raised his voice to interject, arguing that they had only inspected 3 areas, with 16 more remaining. He questioned why they were behaving as if they had never encountered such situations before. The technician who had been countering him chuckled and pointed out that they had all overlooked the issues he had identified. The B-level technician was left speechless, begrudgingly acknowledging the 600 silver coins as a rather inflated charge for preliminary services. The seasoned technicians present, all of whom were financially secure, found the ease with which those 600 silver coins were earned rather disconcerting. Nevertheless, this was fundamentally a field where expertise spoke volumes, and eventually, someone remarked that if the remaining 16 issues were accurately predicted by Jianlei, the fee of 600 silver coins would indeed be quite reasonable. Far more than reasonable. They had all provided testing recommendations, with the most economical plan estimated at nearly 2,000 silver coins. This fee was already quite frugal, considering it pertained to the heating of the entire urban settlement. Furthermore, the 2,000 silver coins represented merely the cost of inspection. The cessation of heating would disrupt the entire city's operations, with losses that were difficult to quantify, certainly exceeding both inspection and repair costs combined. For this reason, the heating system had never been halted, as the balance of considerations was far too intricate. Indeed, it was not an excessive amount. Several technicians echoed this sentiment, and there were indeed conscientious technicians among them. The B-level technician, feeling impatient, suggested they proceed with testing the other 16 items. Why was he not participating? The technician who had been countering him looked at him incredulously, questioning whether he wished to forego involvement in the settlement's major projects. The B-level technician, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of realization but stubbornly retorted, questioning Jianlei's actual capabilities. The other technician, undeterred, countered with a challenge about his own competencies. After one night, 3 faults had been repaired and 7 potential hazards identified. Although the heating had been intermittent throughout the night, by the following morning, the residents of the settlement were pleasantly surprised to find their indoor temperatures had risen by 3 to 4 degrees. This seemingly modest increase was significant. The difference between an indoor temperature of 8 degrees and 11 degrees is akin to heaven and hell. Not to mention, during the Little Ice Age that led to the collapse of the Ming Dynasty, the average temperature dipped by only about 4 degrees. The identified hazards were of considerable value, promising to reduce future financial expenditures significantly. Crucially, the 3 faults and 7 hazards had been validated. Therefore, the remaining 3 faults and 9 hazards could not be far from the truth. The next day, while conducting further inspections and repairs, Gung Shougong convened 2 trusted associates to deliberate on the financial settlement with Jianlei. How should they account for this panda? No one could accurately estimate the cost of Jianlei's repairs, nor could they realistically attribute all losses to him. Ultimately, a suggestion emerged to settle on 600 silver coins without any additional fees, perhaps compensating him with complimentary access to literature. This proposal, quite reasonable upon reflection, received Gung Shougong's nod of approval, recognizing the rarity of books as a gesture of goodwill. Jianlei had already set aside the matter, having accomplished what he could, leaving the rest to fate. The heating of the settlement was indeed crucial, yet his residence lay beyond the city limits. The divide between urban and rural was stark, with the conditions outside the city being markedly less favorable. At the very least, securing warmth outside often required sourcing firewood, and for those in poorer conditions, it was reliant on sheer determination. Jianlei's small team operated under relatively favorable conditions, with access to a combination of oil and energy block engines, though they primarily relied on firewood. Claire had chopped a substantial amount of firewood prior to winter. Thus, the situation within the city was of little concern to him. His priority was to swiftly convert his gains into tangible rewards. He and Xiezi spent 2 days liquidating a significant portion of the spoils acquired from Haifeng. While the residents of Zhou Lu professed adherence to rules, they showed no hesitation in seizing illicit goods, boldly accepting the trucks from the Haifeng team. Subsequently, the two returned laden with a bounty of food, fuel, and ammunition. Upon their return, they were astonished to find Geng Shougong had sent additional books without requesting a deposit, delivering 300 volumes. Jianlei surmised this was a gesture toward covering the future inspection costs, a payment method he found satisfactory. Additionally, Spencer had gathered fresh intelligence. The Haifeng team had been attacked, with a 2,000 silver coin bounty offered for information. Jianlei faced yet another bounty with remarkable composure. The individual named Fu Gui had only placed a 1,000 silver coin bounty. Was the Haifeng team's loss truly that severe? Rumors suggested they had suffered significant casualties, with their second-in-command perishing. The old con man exhibited a hint of schadenfreude, convinced that the ambush was perpetrated by Haifeng. Que Jianlei, maintenant en outsider's perspective, questioned how they could afford to issue a bounty under such circumstances. Did no one possess any reserves? The old con man dismissed this, suggesting that with Hong Shui's involvement, it could be considered a safety net. He then cautiously glanced at Jianlei, inquiring if he had just earned 50 silver coins. The old con man was not merely seeking to settle debts. He clearly held suspicions that the Haifeng team's losses might be linked to the panda leader. Surviving in the wasteland for such an extended period necessitated a degree of survival wisdom. Bringing forth good news, Jianlei replied expressionlessly, stating he would first allocate 20 silver coins. Given that Haifeng was also weakened, it would be convenient for him to investigate, and upon confirmation, he would provide an additional 30 silver coins. Admitting his involvement was not an option, yet providing nothing would be inappropriate. The old con man beamed, yet a shadow of doubt lingered. Had the leader truly been in seclusion recently? Regardless of the circumstances, possessing wealth is the ultimate truth. After so many years, he has never experienced such a prosperous winter. I shall head to the tavern to inquire about the news. As he departed, Xiezi approached and quietly expressed concern, suggesting that this individual did not inspire much confidence. Jianlei shook his head and sighed softly, expressing a desire to maintain certain principles. Xiezi was, in fact, testing the waters to determine whether the leader was a ruthless character. The answer may seem somewhat antiquated, yet provided her with a sense of reassurance. For no one wishes for a partner devoid of compassion. Can you continue to teach me the Taiji, Shi Sandao? You should first master the initial 7 moves. Jianlei replied casually, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. The breakthrough Jianlei spoke of was not in the realm of qi cultivation. He had been preoccupied with hunting and earning money, and while he had also been practicing, he did not sense any signs of breaking through to the 7th level of qi cultivation. What he referred to was the upgrade of Xiaohu. This winter, he had delved into numerous mechanical texts, continuously enriching his database. Recently, while visualizing Xiaohu, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a slight stutter when a large-headed butterfly spun around. This reaction was familiar to him, back on Blue Star. Similar phenomena occurred whenever Xiaohu was about to upgrade its database. At that time, he could ascertain that Xiaohu did not possess an independent consciousness, and he dared not openly challenge societal consensus. However, the current state of Xiaohu was challenging to determine. Nevertheless, he eagerly anticipated its upgrade. Regrettably, this body was still somewhat weak and could not support its computational capabilities. Coincidentally, Geng Shougong had just delivered 300 books, prompting him to consider whether he could facilitate an upgrade for Xiaohu. Upon hearing that he was once again retreating to study mechanical knowledge, Both Shiezi and Cindy were left speechless. Claire directly inquired, "Is mechanical knowledge truly that fascinating?" "Indeed, it is quite interesting," Chu Jianlei replied with a smile. "Why not join me in learning?" "No, thank you." Claire shook her head vigorously. "I would rather learn your sword techniques." She was, after all, at a rebellious age and had long coveted the sword techniques taught by Panda Boss. However, this desire was not entirely outlandish, as there were many female adventurers in the Wasteland, not least of whom was a skilled individual like Shiezi. Upon learning of this, Spencer could not help but roll his eyes, wondering which team would be attacked next. With Panda Boss intervening so frequently, it seemed rather concerning. Chu Jianlei emerged from his retreat 7 days later, following the usual practice of cooking a large pot of meat and indulging in a hearty feast. Noticing that his mood was somewhat off, others hesitated to inquire further, but Claire, bold as always, asked how his retreat had gone. It was reasonably fruitful. Chu Jianlei replied somewhat disinterestedly, though it cost quite a bit. This time, the upgrade of Xiao, who had consumed an B-grade crystal, leaving him with a splitting headache for 3 days. The results were undoubtedly commendable. A Xiao who had systematically absorbed the mechanical knowledge of the Wasteland into its database. It was a comprehensive assimilation, and Chu Jianlei was even able to make customized modifications to the mechanical constructs of the Wasteland. After 3 days of headaches, Xiao, whose computational abilities had indeed improved somewhat. However, Chu Jianlei was frustrated to find that he was left with only one B-grade crystal. This crystal could aid him in reaching the 7th level of Qi cultivation, but the 8th level was out of reach. Watching his resources dwindle, he felt anxious. He could not prematurely use an A-grade crystal, especially since he had only 2, along with 1 unformed crystal. It was truly disheartening to realize one's financial constraints amidst the pursuit of cultivation. As he consumed the meat, he pondered gloomily. When Spencer returned that evening and discovered Chu Jianlei had emerged from his retreat, he was somewhat surprised. "Did you not go to ambush anyone?" This was what he thought internally, but he instead shared some news. Black Wind had been attacked, and Hong Shui had personally issued a bounty. Chu Jianlei felt a bit exasperated by this news. What were they thinking? Did they believe it was acceptable only for Black Wind to rob others? The main issue was the lack of leads. Spencer dismissively replied that Hong Shui seemed to feel slapped in the face. He then sighed, his expression darkening as he revealed that the supplies stolen from Black Wind included 2 mutated crystals. Mutated crystals? Chu Jianlei was taken aback and could not help but curse internally. What nonsense about mutated crystals. It was undoubtedly a false report. Even an old con artist could surmise that. However, the crux of the matter lay in the allure of wealth. Initially disheartened, Chu Jianlei soon realized that this was precisely the justification he needed for acquiring crystals. Did they specify what kind of crystals they were? They did not. The old con artist shook his head, then spoke earnestly. "I suspect they might be trying to bait that foolish Chu." The bounty on the foolish Chu had now risen to 2,000, primarily because that individual had a penchant for mutated crystals. Who wouldn't desire mutated crystals? Chu Jianlei retorted nonchalantly, then added, "Help me inquire about where I might procure the crystal from the anomalous Shuesi Yuan. I am willing to pay a high price." Anomalous Shuesi Yuan? Spencer raised an eyebrow. "Are you only interested in this particular type, or are you open to all B-grade crystals?" "Primarily the anomalous Shuesi Yuan," Chu Jianlei replied, unperturbed. "As for the others, it depends on specifics." The old con artist pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you think this might attract too much attention? If someone suspects you're the foolish Chu, we could be in for some trouble. Just let the word out." Chu Jianlei gently shook his head. "The anomalous Shuesi Yuan indeed has its significance. It would be unusual for me not to care." He was absolutely correct. On the 3rd day, Geng Shougong came knocking, inquiring if he had reached a bottleneck regarding the anomalous Shuesi Yuan crystals. Generally, people had no use for mutated crystals, but this type was an exception for repairers. The Shuesi Yuan crystals could effectively enhance a repairer's tactile feedback and stability. This knowledge had previously eluded Chu Jianlei, only recently acquired from his readings. As for how to utilize the crystals to enhance tactile feedback and stability, the text did not elaborate. Those who understood would naturally know. Thus, Chu Jianlei felt no apprehension in spreading the word. As a repairer, it would be abnormal not to react under such circumstances. Geng Shougong's visit indicated that many individuals possessed keen insight into what he sought. Not necessarily a bottleneck, Chu Jianlei answered earnestly, but since there are crystals available, Shouldn't I attempt to acquire some? Indeed, Gung Shougong nodded in agreement. But do you have sufficient funds? Money is something one can always find a way to manage. Chu Jianlei casually replied, it's merely 7 or 8,000 silver dollars. He had been purchasing B-grade crystals in the Hong character settlement area for 5,000 silver dollars each, and he had inflated the figure slightly. 7 or 8,000 silver dollars. What are you thinking? Gung Shougong's eyes widened in disbelief. At least 12,000, okay? Chu Jianlei was momentarily stunned. Is it really that expensive? Of course, Gung Shougong responded with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Ordinary B-grade crystals do indeed suffice for 7 or 8,000, but the crystals from the Shuisi Yuan are accessible to the general populace. That makes sense, Chu Jianlei nodded. Acknowledging the simplicity of the logic, he had underestimated the situation. Gung Shougong glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. Do you truly wish to obtain the Shuisi Yuan crystals? Do you have enough money? I can gather some funds. Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly. I also have some barter items. Do you possess these crystals? For him at present, money was not a significant concern. Although he was not wealthy, money could be earned or seized, while crystals were a rare opportunity. I can assist you with some funding. Gung Shougong's eyes flickered. But can you sell the method for using the crystals? This was his true purpose for rushing over. The crystallization of Shuisi Yuan is beneficial to repairmen, a fact well known to all. However, the method of utilization remains a mystery to many. Despite his elevated status, Gung Shougong is equally perplexed, unaware of how to employ this peculiar substance. This conundrum astonishes Chu Jianlei, yet upon reflection, it seems less surprising. Thus, he shakes his head and apologizes, confessing that he, too, is in the dark and will seek guidance once he acquires the crystallization. Are you truly unaware? Gung Shougong finds himself both amused and exasperated. How foolish must I be to believe your words? Spending such a hefty sum on something whose application is unknown. Surely that cannot be feasible. Moreover, methods of utilization are not easily acquired. Even Gung Shougong has failed to grasp them. Nevertheless, since the other party is unwilling to divulge information, he cannot force the issue. For those who comprehend, such techniques wield considerable influence. Thus, he resolves to pretend he never asked. Wait a moment, Chu Jianlei insists, unwilling to let the matter rest. Are you implying that you know where to find the crystallization? Intentionally omitting the mention of Shuisi Yuan, he seeks to discern the other S affiliations. To procure crystallization, one must visit the Zhongju Dian. Gung Shougong promptly responds, as there's an abundance there. After a brief pause, he adds, however, it is quite expensive. Do not say I did not forewarn you. I am aware of the high costs associated with Zhongju Dian. Chu Jianlei replies dismissively. It is also rife with unscrupulous individuals. Hearing this, Gung Shougong realizes that Chu Jianlei is astute and readily offers to introduce him to 2 trustworthy contacts. Is that so? Chu Jianlei scrutinizes him with suspicion. I genuinely do not understand the methods of utilizing the crystallization. You are being unreasonable, Gung Shougong laments, rubbing his temples in frustration. You offer me nothing. Why should I assist you? I prefer exchanges based on mutual benefit. Good Jianlei. Aside from the methods of utilizing the crystallization, what else do you require? Do you intend to throw money at me? Gung Shougong clearly understands the implication. He is not lacking in funds. He states this with pride, for he indeed possesses sufficient wealth. Not excessively affluent, but certainly comfortable. Jianlei, unfazad, reiteratis, yamaskin. What else do you need? Gung Shougong contemplates for a moment and poses a question, having perused numerous mechanical journals. Is it possible for you to compose a piece with depth? Submit to a journal? Chu Jianlei laughs at the suggestion, finding it trivial. During his time on Lanxing, he had frequently engaged in such activities. It was far from unfamiliar. Now, even amidst the wasteland, he does not perceive it as a challenge, particularly since Xiao, who has recently integrated local data, rendering the automatic generation of manuscripts a non-issue. However, he muses, if my manuscript is exceptionally outstanding, could that lead to complications? Are you not concerned? Concerning Chapter 98, Dissection? In response to Chu Jianlei's inquiry, Gung Shougong answers without hesitation. I am only worried that your work may not be sufficiently remarkable. As long as it is, I can assist you to a great extent. Chu Jianlei regards him thoughtfully. Are you seeking to enhance your performance metrics? Gung Shougong does not conceal his desire for accomplishments, stating candidly, just right, It will all contribute to the achievements of Zhou Lu. Not particularly interested, Chu Jianlei firmly declines, as I am not affiliated with Zhou Lu. Yet Geng Shou Gong is not offended. Instead, he expresses genuine curiosity. Are you truly capable of producing work? Producing something with you would likely entail more than mere dissection, Chu Jianlei retorts, rolling his eyes. Could you enlighten me regarding the review standards of this journal? I am also eager to understand its publication aspects. Geng Shou Gong gazes at him in bewilderment. You do not know? Of course, I do not, Chu Jianlei replies, his eyes filled with confusion. Should I know? Not knowing is permissible. Geng Shou Gong comprehends this well. It is not only outsiders who may lack understanding. Even insiders are often unaware of the review and publication procedures. He rubs his forehead, organizing his thoughts. In truth, ignorance can be advantageous. Simply focus on writing your manuscript. I currently lack the interest to write. Chu Jianlei resolutely declines, as I do not possess sufficient knowledge. Geng Shou Gong realizes that the issue lies not in a lack of knowledge, but a psychological aversion. After a brief hesitation, he nods. Then there is no need to write. Life shall proceed as usual. For months later, as spring blossoms, Zhou Lu transitions abruptly from the depths of winter to the cusp of summer. During this interval, Chu Jianlei ventures out twice for hunting, merely to sustain himself. He has not engaged in mechanical repairs recently, not due to a lack of desire, but because his asking price is exorbitantly high. With spring in full swing, Chu Jianlei feels the urge to explore. Zhou Lu is not unfavorable, yet he believes there must be a more expansive horizon worthy of his pursuit. Primarily, this region can no longer be deemed entirely safe. It is essential to seek a more secure territory. Therefore, a visit to the Zhongzhou Dian seems prudent. After 8 years in this world, Chu Jianlei has yet to witness the Zhongzhou Dian. However, the roads are treacherous at the onset of spring, necessitating patience. Before long, summer arrives, and Chu Jianlei has finished his reading. Unwilling to wait any longer, he decides to depart with Xie. Spencer has already been released, while Cindy and Claire possess identities associated with the settlement. Both wish to accompany them, for remaining behind lacks appeal. However, Chu Jianlei is persistently reminded of Xiao Jing and Lai Feng, who could have survived. Thus, he solemnly advises them, your identities outside the city remain concealed. It is prudent to reside within the city for a time. Cindy and her daughter's living conditions have significantly improved, particularly Claire, who has risen to a position of minor authority outside the city. She does not flaunt her residency status. At her young age, she possesses both a super-frequency oscillating dagger and a laser pistol, clearly indicating that she is not to be trifled with. And her character is not one to be easily taken advantage of. Simultaneously, she aids in connecting business for the Panda Boss. Indeed, few youths dare to provoke her outside the city. Fortunately, despite her assertiveness, she does not bully the weak, earning her a reputation as a leader among children. Seeing Chu Jianlei's resolute demeanor, Cindy takes the initiative to inquire, will you return? If all goes well, Chu Jianlei cannot guarantee a timely return before winter. Cindy's perceptive nature allows her to deduce that these two harbor significant secrets. Will they be purchasing a residence in the city? Acquire a unit, Chu Jianlei suggests, producing $500 to place under their name. Housing in the settlement is not inexpensive. Luxury properties are beyond consideration, with even moderately well-located residences costing over $300. However, the cost of living within the settlement is considerably higher. Chu Jianlei is not being ostentatiously generous. Rather, he sees no need to retain excess silver dollars from Zhou Lu. If he is to return, he has no shortage of income opportunities. Conversely, if he cannot return, the silver dollars might jeopardize his identity. Initially, he had brought the mother-daughter duo along for assistance, later realizing that without their cover, his identity would likely have been compromised. Chu Jianlei has always been generous to those who have aided him. Cindy's expression grows more complex. What if you do not return this winter? When we reach next winter, Chu Jianlei replies without hesitation, you may decide your course of action. And what are these silver dollars? Cindy seeks final confirmation. Chu Jianlei dismissively shakes his head. If we do not return, they shall naturally belong to you both. Hearing this, Xie interjects, once you reach the city, do not venture out before winter. You should depart first. She understands the turmoil caused by the fissure and the deaths of Xiao Jing. believing this to be a burden he cannot easily bear. Very well, Cindy concedes, nodding without feigned politeness. She emphasizes, rest assured, Claire and I have never encountered you two. Upon hearing this, Shiezi smiled, deeming it not a significant matter, advising caution in speech. Early the next morning, Shindi, accompanied by her daughter, took a different route into the city. Claire, still somewhat bewildered, inquired of her mother why she claimed she had never met Dajong and Urji. Shindi explained that they were embroiled in trouble, emphasizing the importance of discretion. If trouble arises, one must eliminate the adversary. Claire unhesitatingly expressed that they would need assistance. Shindi retorted sharply, questioning her daughter's inflated sense of capability, suggesting that one who could instill fear in the mighty Dajong would not require her aid. Claire fell silent, but after a moment could not resist retorting that an additional person would only bolster their strength. Shindi, seeing through her daughter's naivety, asserted that they would be a liability, estimating even Huangxizi might be a burden. Could she truly surpass Urji? Claire fell silent, acknowledging that her idol was not Jianlei, but Shiezi. Being an elite adventurer like Urji was already a satisfactory goal for her. In the small courtyard, Shiezi conversed with Jianlei, expressing concern about being pursued. Jianlei, his expression dark, warned of their cold-blooded nature. After a moment's hesitation, Shiezi inquired how he had offended them. Jianlei revealed that he had survived the first generation of genetic modification serum. Taken aback, Shiezi gasped, questioning what he meant by enduring it. Although an elite adventurer, her knowledge of such matters was limited. Jianlei casually explained that it was poison requiring a neutralizing agent, and few could withstand it without one. Shiezi grasped the implication but hesitated to inquire further, eventually asking if it resembled the ultimate soldiers she had encountered, memories of that terrifying night still vivid in her mind. Uncertain if they were indeed genetic warriors, Jianlei sighed, noting that even if they were, they did not utilize the original serum. Shiezi gasped again, realizing this meant they intended to capture him for dissection. Jianlei, unfazed, responded that he was not without background. He had come to trust Shiezi, yet he understood that human hearts are fragile, and a little boasting was necessary. Shiezi had no doubts about his origins. She had been conscripted by the Sci family and knew the story well. She believed that the naive Xiu, once a fortunate orphan, had indeed survived, but she could not fathom how he had acquired the prowess of Haitian. Her own skills in Taiji Shirsandao were somewhat rudimentary, and she understood that such capabilities could not be conjured from thin air. Moreover, was Haitian truly foolish? She could not perceive any signs of it. The matter was far from resolved, Jianlei stated calmly, asserting that he would reclaim his dignity once he grew stronger. Shiezi remained silent, wanting to ask if he could not seek assistance from his powerful connections, but she understood that she had already learned too many secrets for one day. Discretion was paramount. These secrets were indeed unsettling. After much contemplation, she asked if she could also become that powerful through training like his. Jianlei regarded her, indicating that the depths of this endeavor were profound. Even 100 of her could not stir the waters. I'm not afraid of being submerged, Shiezi replied resolutely. I only fear my own inadequacy. Jianlei was not surprised by her response. Nearly 2 years of acquaintance had given him insight into her character. Yet he cautioned her that the majority falter on the path to strength. It was not as easy as she imagined. I do not mind, Shiezi declared. Having pondered the fate of adventurers, how many truly live to a ripe old age? While her statement held merit, Jianlei shook his head, advising her that the art should not be passed lightly and that she needed to understand this gradually. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of any spatial intersection with launching, and until he clarified, he would not readily impart his techniques. I understand, Shiezi nodded, fully aware of how rare it was to possess the means to enhance oneself. Urgency began to seep into her demeanor, yet she felt regret, primarily due to her weakness, which hindered her ability to assist him in battle. Cooperation is out of the question, Jianlei dismissed, stating bluntly that when true combat arrived, her role would be to flee. Shiezi felt a twinge of indignation. While her strength may have been lacking, she was not entirely helpless. At the very least, I could drive you to safety. Jianlei regarded her coolly, questioning her chances against the two ultimate soldiers. Faced with the memories of that fateful night, Shiezi felt her face pale. Yet, feeling a twinge of defiance, she countered, "What are your odds?" Without hesitation, Jianlei replied that against the driver, they might achieve mutual destruction, while the one in the back seat was likely unbeatable. However, knowing their weakness could provide an opportunity, he spread his hands, conceding that if both engaged him simultaneously, he would at most take down one. Acknowledging the disparity in skill was essential for growth, he understood this well. Xiezi was rendered speechless, aware of her own cautious nature and her ability to objectively assess combat prowess. She doubted she could defeat either of them, let alone both. Thus, she shifted the conversation, asking if they would depart that night. Let us wait a couple of days, Jianlei replied without a second thought, wanting Xindi and her daughter to establish themselves in the city first. Xiezi scrutinized him, questioning if the death of Liefeng had such a profound impact on him. The fissure can be overlooked, Jianlei answered candidly, but what wrong has Xiaojing done? Upon hearing this, Xiezi recalled that she had always assumed He Qian valued Liefeng more. He was brought back by me. Jianlei did not conceal that part of his history. Liefeng was rescued by Xiaojing. Only after hearing the account did Xiezi react, asking what if only Liefeng had perished. Isn't it a common fate for adventurers to meet their end on the road? Jianlei replied with calmness. But to harm a child, was that acceptable? Unbeknownst to him, in a mysterious location, Xiaojing was submerged in a sealed container. Eyes closed, limbs vanished. If this were launching, he would be referred to as a human pig. Outside the container, several individuals observed intently. A young man frowned. Is he still not awake? He will awaken, an elderly man assured. His vitality is recovering, but it requires time. I want to see him awake within 3 days, a young woman declared, her striking beauty marred by an unmistakable anxiety. Otherwise, you might as well insure the whole family. The old man sighed, biting back his frustration. Insuring the entire family? He collected himself, acknowledging that while it was not impossible, there might be aftereffects and the costs would be considerable. You need not concern yourself with the expenses, the woman replied coldly, and you need not worry about the aftereffects. How long until he awakens? The old man pondered before responding. A month, at best 2 weeks. Then I give you 10 days, the coldly beautiful woman stated decisively. Should you exceed a single second beyond that, you shall bear the consequences. Miss Fina, is it truly necessary to act this way? The elderly man, with white hair, expressed a hint of helplessness. Shouldn't the aftereffects be disregarded? He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his opponent and felt compelled to plead for mercy at this juncture. There will certainly be no aftereffects. The coldly beautiful woman retorted with a chilling laugh. My employer has stated that the perpetrator must be identified without delay. Surely, there will be no aftereffects? The old man furrowed his brow in concern, then was taken aback. Your employer? Do not blame me for forcing you, she said indifferently. If you do not awaken by the deadline, you will all perish before I do. Trembling with fear, the old man stammered, will you also meet your demise? He was well aware of the extent of Miss Fina's power. Do you believe I am formidable? She cast a frosty glance at him. You know nothing of true power. The old man, suppressing his inner dread, mustered the courage to inquire about the individual in the nutrient pod. I was meant to perish, the coldly beautiful woman replied nonchalantly. Fortunately, I have managed to retrieve this one. I understand now, the white-haired elder finally comprehended. So there truly is no need to consider the aftereffects? Miss Fina coldly regarded him once more and reiterated, you know nothing of true power. At that very moment, on the outskirts of the Zhou Lu settlement, a convoy was observing the settlement under the cover of night. The convoy was sizable, consisting of at least 4 trucks and an armored vehicle. Yet the faces of those aboard were somber. It is highly likely to be that fellow. A middle-aged woman spoke ominously. His marksmanship has proven accurate across the endless mountains. However, he should be alone, right? A portly old man scoffed. How could he possibly have companions? It would be prudent to inquire. The woman spoke again. Can he not find an accomplice? Enough of this bickering. A young man languidly interjected, dispatch someone to investigate, and do so swiftly without causing a commotion. 2 motorcycles were unloaded from the truck, and 4 individuals mounted them, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. The vibrancy of Zhou Lu was not an exaggeration. Even at night, the exterior of the city was ablaze with lights. The 4 were not novices to such endeavors, as the motorcycles adeptly navigated toward the city's marketplace. Yet in the next moment, a figure darted across their path, and an elderly woman was struck by one of the motorcycles, sent sprawling to the ground. She rolled twice before spitting blood. The motorcyclist was momentarily stunned, feeling as though he had not even touched her. The passenger behind him was equally aware of the gravity of the situation, bursting into a tirade of curses, claiming this was nothing short of extortion. Speak reasonably. Two lean men beside them crossed their arms, coldly asserting that Zhou Lu is a place of rules. You dare speak to me of rules? The passenger, incensed, brandished a laser pistol. What? Do you wish to disregard the rules? Not far off, two drunken men approached, entirely oblivious to the weapon in the passenger's hand. Following them, a small girl rushed out, throwing herself toward the fallen woman. Grandma, Grandma, what has happened to you? The four newcomers were momentarily taken aback. They were not afraid of gunfire, but they were acutely aware of Zhou Lu's formidable strength. Clearly, they were being extorted, yet as they observed the growing crowd, they realized that the onlookers were blaming them. The individuals at the forefront were armed, yet they could not be bothered to draw their weapons. Oh dear! The voice from the motorcycle exclaimed, You little thief! You dare steal from me! The startled individual had no time to dismount, raising his handgun to aim at the thief, only to find several figures obstructing his view. For those from Zhou Lu, providing friendly cover was a common occurrence, with minimal risk involved and the potential for shared benefits. What now? You collide with someone and wish to resort to murder. As the crowd thickened and drew nearer, the passenger on the motorcycle gritted his teeth and removed the shotgun slung across his leg. He expertly chambered a round, firing into the air, warning them to retreat or face dire consequences. His reaction was remarkably timely. Had he allowed the crowd to encroach any further, they would have lost even the motorcycle's tires. The other three, seeing this, also readied their firearms. With a gunshot fired, the crowd finally calmed down a bit. Such was the advantage of this place, where rules were indeed upheld. The gunfire attracted two robust men, who approached, asking what had transpired. These two were auxiliary guards, possessing settlement identification, stationed outside the city to make a living, albeit with some profit to be gained. However, due to this, they dared not intimidate those from within the city too harshly, lest they jeopardize their own livelihood. Yet, when dealing with outsiders, such considerations were cast aside. The guards quickly discerned the situation, proficiently stating that an accident had occurred and compensation must be made. There was nothing to dispute. The gunman took a deep breath and slowly replied, They didn't even hit anyone. They're trying to extort us. The guard glanced at him coolly. Do you have evidence for that claim? Remember, your companions cannot testify. We have rules here. The one claiming theft shouted, What about my stolen belongings? You deserve to be robbed. The guard nonchalantly retorted, That was your own carelessness. What do you expect from others? He then turned to the gunman. So you discharged your weapon in the marketplace? Pay the fine. The gunman was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, realizing he had been quite enlightened. Do you know who I am? Do I need to know who you are? The guard chuckled, I am merely a part-timer. If I lose my job, so be it. This is the distinction of this place compared to others. The guards do not resort to outright intimidation, for this truly is a place of rules. The gunman inhaled deeply, responding slowly, I hail from the main settlement. You should be more mindful of the rules, the guard replied unhurriedly, though internally, he was quite dismissive. Even if the other hailed from the main settlement, he was clearly oblivious. Otherwise, how could he be unaware of the situation here? The gunman's expression darkened. We are here to apprehend a wanted criminal. Do you wish to see proof? I have no interest in that. The guard casually shook his head. The matter you speak of does not concern me. You must pay up now. Otherwise, with so many people surrounding you, I can't guarantee your safety. The gunman's face darkened further as he retrieved a handheld radio. Do you believe I can summon people to eliminate all of you? Go ahead and summon them. The guard shrugged, laughing. If you manage to kill them all, then I'll be relieved of my night watch. The elderly woman on the ground overheard this and exchanged a knowing glance with the little girl beside her. The little girl, being clever, squeezed through the crowd and winked at a small boy. The boy understood immediately and turned to flee. Such scenes were all too common outside the city. Apart from the locals, no one would pay them any mind. However, at this moment, Jianlei felt an inexplicable irritation bubbling within him, unable to concentrate on his meditation. He stepped out of his room to practice boxing, and Scorpion, hearing the commotion, donned his jacket and followed suit. What is happening? Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and a child's voice called out, Sister Bloodshadow, are you there? Chapter 100. The pursuit begins. Bloodshadow was a nickname that Claire had given herself, and she was quite well known among the children outside the city. Upon hearing this call, Chu Jianlei immediately halted his training and exchanged a glance with Scorpion. Scorpion understood and cleared her throat. Blood Shadow has already gone to sleep. What is it that you need? Grandma Qingqing was struck by an outsider, the child outside replied, and the one who hit her claims to be from the main settlement. Upon hearing this, Scorpion breathed a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a silent chuckle. She had feared that this knock might signify some impending danger. She was well aware of the situation regarding what the child outside had mentioned, knowing that Claire had been misled by that old trickster Spencer. However, she herself would not engage in any form of deception. She merely provided support for a group of children. The children outside also recognized that their words could not deceive her, so they confessed, "We are here to apprehend a wanted individual." And they claimed they could summon many people to kill everyone. What should we do? Upon hearing the words, Scorpion could not help but exchange a wary glance with Chu Jianlei. Chu Jianlei spoke slowly, reassuringly stating that they were merely trying to intimidate. After all, how many people were outside the city? The rules of Zhou Lu would not be broken. "Oh, thank you, Boss Panda," he said, as footsteps echoed from outside the door, prompting a child to dart away. Chu Jianlei then picked up a pair of binoculars, leaping onto the rooftop to survey the surroundings. The site of the conflict was over a kilometer away from the courtyard. Scorpion climbed up beside him, asking, "Boss, could they be looking for you?" A sense of unease had gripped her earlier. Chu Jianlei, maintaining a composed demeanor, suggested waiting until nightfall to investigate the area. Scorpion admired his intuition and proposed to scout ahead. Although she had previously joined the Haitian faction, it was unlikely anyone knew she was still alive. Chu Jianlei nodded slightly. Urging her to be quick, it seemed they were about to leave. Scorpion exited, carrying only a long knife and a laser pistol. She kept her distance, observing from 300 meters away. The four outsiders were becoming increasingly exasperated, momentarily forgetting their original intent to remain inconspicuous. This oversight was understandable, given that they had already issued a wanted notice for the foolish Chu in the Zhou district. If the foolish Chu truly hid there, he would have sensed the murderous intent from the Hong district long ago. Mastering marksmanship, Scorpion's keen eyesight soon recognized a familiar face among the throng. Nonchalantly, she turned to leave and, after walking several hundred meters, quickened her pace. Back in the small courtyard, she solemnly reported that a hunter from the Hong district had previously pursued him. Chu Jianlei nodded slightly, unsurprised by the appearance of a familiar face, as those involved in the hunt were more likely to know him well. Scorpion inquired whether they should leave amidst the chaos or wait until deep night. Leaving now would attract little attention, but an investigation later could easily reveal the oddities. Conversely, departing at midnight would draw even less scrutiny. Yet uncertainties could arise from now until then. Chu Jianlei pondered and suggested creating some chaos while she drove away, promising to follow. Scorpion glanced at the distant turmoil and asked if they were going to kill someone. Not there. Chu Jianlei shook his head, expressing his desire to kill, but acknowledging that it could easily lead to unwanted connections. Scorpion gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, sometimes I truly admire your mindset." Chu Jianlei smiled ruefully, stating that his yearning for vengeance necessitated his survival first. After reaching an agreement, he quietly departed, armed only with a short knife and a shotgun. He arrived at a tavern about a kilometer away, raised his weapon, and fired, shattering a motorcycle park nearby. The tavern was bustling with patrons, and upon hearing the commotion, several men rushed outside. Chu Jianlei fired again, hitting the tavern's entrance, and swiftly vanished into a narrow alley. The assaulted men quickly retaliated, and gunshots filled the air. Although gunfire was typically prohibited in the camps where survivors resided, unexpected incidents were not uncommon, and retaliation was deemed self-defense. Amidst the chaos in the tavern, Chu Jianlei had already disappeared into the night. The four entangled individuals ultimately paid a fee to extricate themselves, acknowledging the overwhelming rules of the area. However, their aggression discouraged the extortionists from demanding more, rendering the incident inconsequential. Soon after, an investigation into the tavern shooting commenced, as inquiries arose regarding what had transpired. The destroyed motorcycle belonged to the tavern, and the owner had previously offended some individuals, complicating the analysis of potential rivals. All they knew was that a one-armed man had fired 2 shots with a shotgun. Chu Jianlei had cleverly concealed his left arm within his sleeve, misleading onlookers into believing he was disabled. Consequently, no one connected him to the incident, and for the time being, he would evade scrutiny. After slipping away for 2 kilometers, he located the truck driven by Scorpion. "Did anyone see you?" he asked. Scorpion shook her head, indicating that the darkness made accurate assessment difficult. But she surmised that they had not been detected. She then asked whether they should leave or hide. Hiding was not difficult, considering Jianlei's fragile sense of security. To be cautious, he had excavated 2 large secret camps after spring arrived, large enough for trucks to enter. After contemplation, Jianlei expressed that the mobilization capabilities of these individuals were formidable, and hiding would render them passive, given his prior experience. In the Hong 1 settlement, he had concealed himself for an extended period before launching a counterattack. Such a strategy could not be repeated. Scorpion nodded in agreement, suggesting they leave immediately to ensure the safety of Cindy and her daughter in the short term, as they would be pursued. In this aspect, she resembled Jianlei, typically unwilling to involve innocents in her troubles. Although provoking a pursuit posed significant risks, she was willing to support him. Jianlei silently gave her a thumbs up. He then spoke up, instructing her to search the surrounding area for the location of their pursuer's convoy. Those daring enough to pursue him would undoubtedly have convoy. The uncertainty lay in whether it was in the wilderness. Scorpion nodded slightly and proposed a counterattack. "Not we," Jianlei corrected her. "It will be my counterattack. You just wait to assist me." Scorpion, reluctantly smirking, ultimately refrained from further objections. The convoy was easily located. The 2 motorcycles had recently entered the outskirts of the city, and following the road would suffice. Scorpion required less than 10 minutes to pinpoint the convoy's position. The key detail was that the enemy was overly concerned with their appearance. They had even set up tents in the wilderness, complete with searchlights scanning the area. From a distance, Scorpion noticed a conspicuous armored vehicle. There was indeed an armored vehicle. Jianlei, however, was preoccupied with observing a heavy-duty truck, pondering whether it might contain mechs. Scorpion felt a sinking sensation if mechs were involved. She suggested they should leave immediately. Jianlei's expression shifted between uncertainty and determination, ultimately letting out a cold snort, questioning, "What if there are mechs?" Scorpion looked at him in surprise, asking if that was feasible. Jianlei replied calmly, "How can a man say it's impossible? One must at least attempt it." Scorpion considered advising him further, but remembered that while he could be reckless at times, he never acted without reason. Thus, she inquired about their next course of action. To the secret camp, Jianlei stated calmly, "We need to gather some supplies." This preparation consumed half the night. By the time Jianlei reappeared near the convoy, it was already well into the night. As he approached within 2 kilometers, the searchlights illuminated his figure, signaling him to keep his distance. During the night in the wilderness, vehicles occasionally traversed the roads, but solitary travelers were rare. Jianlei halted, turning to leave. The searchlights still shone upon him, suggesting their lingering distrust. However, since he had shown a willingness to cooperate, the guard's vigilance relaxed somewhat. Yet, after taking 4 or 5 steps, he suddenly turned, swiftly drawing his sniper rifle. He raised his weapon and shot out the searchlight. Just as the guard began to shout a warning, he fired again, destroying 2 more searchlights. With a 4th shot, he struck the armored vehicle's fuel tank. Though protected, the tank was likely punctured. The 5th shot targeted the heavy truck's fuel tank, igniting a fierce blaze. In truth, by the time he fired the 4th shot, others had already reacted, with the armored vehicle even starting to move. Yet they were ultimately a moment too late, leading to the destruction of both fuel tanks. The 6th shot was aimed at the fuel tank of another off-road vehicle, and it seemed to have hit its mark. Yet there was no fire. Thoroughly prepared, Jianlei remarked with a hint of admiration. At that moment, a mounted machine gun roared to life. The sudden extinguishing of 3 searchlights altered the illumination drastically, leaving the shooter unable to adapt quickly to the change in visibility. The purpose of the machine gun fire was merely to suppress him. The accuracy was considerably lacking. How he finally reached this point, que j'en escoffre, toussaint à fla grenade. In his previous night raid, he had discovered the substantial interference that flare grenades caused to night vision devices, which prompted him to stock up on them. The machine gunner was immediately blinded, unable to hold back a torrent of curses. Damn it, not this again. It must be that fool Chu. Following Jianlei's prior ambush, they had conducted a thorough review. The conclusion was simply a marvel at the audacity of this individual and his formidable combat skills. They understood the tactic of using flare grenades, Yet mere understanding was futile without appropriate countermeasures. In the next moment, the furious machine gunner staggered, collapsing into the truck bed. This fellow was armed with a sniper rifle, truly ruthless. Everyone, be cautious and protect yourselves. Where's the mecha? Get the mecha out here. Jianlei had approached the convoy deliberately, only retreating when warned, in order to secure a precise shot. In his last night attack, he lacked the capability for accurate sniper kills. But this time he was equipped with a laser sniper rifle, rendering conventional rifles often ineffective. His meticulous preparations allowed his single rifle to suppress the entire opposing force. Fire the flares. What if we can't destroy the searchlights? We have flares. In the next instant, a dozen flares soared into the sky, and Jianlei found himself somewhat overwhelmed. However, he paid little heed, tossing out another incendiary grenade. With 2 incendiary grenades, the interference with the night vision devices increased significantly. If someone could eliminate him with a naked eye or a scope, he would accept that. Otherwise, the flares would hold little significance. As he moved swiftly laterally, he raised his weapon, attempting to disable another vehicle's fuel tank, but his aim faltered. Under the illumination of the flares, his figure was revealed, prompting 2 more machine guns to unleash their fury. This time, the accuracy of the shots improved, yet the intent remained one of firepower suppression. Jianlei couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the survivors in this wasteland truly feared nothing. He fired 2 shots, taking down 2 machine gunners, forcing any would-be shooters to once again take cover. This idiot's aim has improved, came a loud curse, while others speculated about potential miscalculations. Where's the mecha? Hurry up and charge forward. They're too arrogant. Jianlei's intuition proved correct. The pursuing team had indeed brought along a mecha. The control of mechas in the Josie district was not particularly stringent. Although they had only one mecha, it was an assault-type combat machine. Fierce in firepower, heavily armored, and swift. In combat, it could easily outclass Jianlei's transport mecha, capable of handling 3 opponents with ease. If Jianlei sought refuge in any stronghold, this machine could charge straight in, undeterred even by electromagnetic cannons, relying solely on brute force. Such a superior mecha was more than sufficient. With advantages come drawbacks. The mecha's speed, defense, and output were commendable, but it was heavily reliant on energy packs. Nevertheless, its range was assured for 200 to 300 kilometers. However, this also meant the mecha could not move with the convoy, remaining on the transport truck. Indeed, even with the lax regulations in the Josie district, it was uncommon for anyone to flaunt a mecha while traveling. The pressing issue was that the transport truck had caught fire, although the flames were not overwhelming. Accessing the cockpit would prove challenging. Nevertheless, the armored vehicle started up, swiveling its cannon to locate Jianlei. Shall we fire? Fire! A frantic voice crackled through the radio. If he seeks death, let's oblige. Initially, they had intended to capture Jianlei alive, but in the throes of battle, their tempers were running high. Yet, before the cannon could be adequately aimed, a third incendiary grenade was hurled. This time, the gunner's aim was once again compromised, switched to high-explosive rounds. The high-explosive round was finally launched, covering a considerable area. Fortunately, it was not precisely aimed, and Jianlei had just enough time to drop to the ground, leaving him merely dirted but unscathed. After the explosion, the fire on the transport truck had mostly subsided, and a mecha rose from the vehicle. The heavy mecha leaped lightly to the ground, causing a slight tremor. I have arrived, alive or dead. Strive to capture him alive. The voice on the radio sounded somewhat more relaxed. If that fails, a dead one will suffice. We cannot let him escape. The mecha took long strides towards Jianlei. Without hesitation, Jianlei turned and fled, thinking to himself, this mecha's speed is truly astonishing. Having recently read several mechanical books, he recognized this as an assault-type mecha, capable of reaching speeds up to 120 kilometers per hour in short bursts. Yet, in the wild, especially at night, achieving 80 kilometers was already remarkable. If he were piloting that transport mecha, he would be overtaken within minutes. With his enhanced physical abilities, Jianlei could now run at speeds nearing 80 kilometers. However, he could not maintain this for long. At most, he could endure for half an hour. Yet, in a short, desperate sprint, his speed could even approach 100 kilometers. With the mecha pursuing him, he knew he could not run too fast. Otherwise, it would likely open fire. Additionally, He had a zigzag to evade any potential sniper fire, causing the distance between him and his pursuer to gradually diminish. In the blink of an eye, both the mecha and Jianlei had raced beyond the convoy's line of sight, prompting the team to realize they could not catch up. A voice crackled over the radio. "How's the pursuit? Can you keep up?" "Absolutely," the mecha responded confidently. "It's within my grasp, but this fellow runs remarkably fast." A dismissive huff echoed through the radio. "How long can he last?" After 7 or 8 minutes, Jianlei's speed noticeably decreased, and he occasionally glanced back. The mecha was now less than 800 meters behind him, and a voice boomed from the loudspeaker. "Kid, stop and surrender, and I'll guarantee your safety." Jianlei chuckled derisively, pressing a button on a small device he held, and suddenly dropped forward. The mecha instinctively sensed something amiss. Had it stepped into a trap? In the next moment, it felt a violent jolt, as if it had collided head-on with a massive iron block. Immediately after, the entire body was lifted off the ground. Was this a massive explosion? The force of the blast was tremendous, felt even 10 kilometers away, causing those in the convoy to stagger in disbelief. My word, everyone was utterly stunned by the sight. How much explosive material had been used for this ambush? Observing the distant flames, some discerned the details. There were energy packs mixed in with the explosives. Energy packs were relatively stable and difficult to detonate, but once ignited in an explosion, their power far exceeded that of regular explosives. What a ruthless heart, what a grand scheme. A voice on the radio seethed. "Request immediate reinforcements." Reinforcements? Someone openly questioned over the radio. What if the enemy has companions or an ambush? Should we allow him to seize the mecha? The gritting voice continued. "I said pursue. Those who disobey will die." Several vehicles roared to life, gradually accelerating. Jianlei was a mere 700 meters away from the ferocious explosion point. Although he promptly threw himself to the ground, he was still shaken and disoriented. Fortunately, his physical condition had significantly improved. A year ago, such a shock would have rendered him unconscious. Nevertheless, it took him half a minute to regain his composure before he shook his head and dashed towards the mecha. The enemy's assessment was entirely correct. He took the risk to launch an attack, aiming to obliterate the mecha entirely. Otherwise, as long as this mecha remained operational, both he and the Scorpion would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. By his calculations, this time he had not only utilized a considerable amount of explosive agents, but had also consumed 4 energy blocks. However, he could not ascertain the extent of damage inflicted on the mecha. Upon rushing closer, he discovered, as expected, that the exterior showed little sign of significant damage. The mecha appeared unresponsive. It seemed that only the pilot had been stunned. Perhaps due to information suppression, there was scant information in mechanical literature regarding mechas. But Jianlei had previously piloted one. From the scant descriptions he recalled, he surmised that impact-type mechas were heavy and well-armored, but their driving experience would be far from pleasant. Thus, the likelihood of the pilot being incapacitated was high, which aligned with Jianlei's strategy. Upon reaching the mecha, he wasted no time. He retrieved a tube of industrial adhesive, applied it to the coupling of the cannon, and ignited it. This adhesive, used for repairs, produced extreme temperatures of 4,000 degrees upon combustion, suitable for emergency cutting in the field. Destroying the mecha with this adhesive would be quite challenging and time-consuming. However, severing the coupling of the mounted weapons would be relatively straightforward. He then applied the adhesive to the mount of the machine gun, sniper rifle, long knife, and heavy axe, igniting each in turn. Lastly, he squeezed the remaining adhesive into the emergency exit of the cockpit and ignited it again. The emergency exit was small, with a diameter of less than half a meter, serving as an escape route for the pilot in emergencies. Although the door was thick, the requirement for a switch meant that sealing strips existed between the components. While the adhesive would not burn through the door immediately, it quickly compromised the sealing strips, and within seconds, flames began to infiltrate the cockpit. Faintly, Jianlei seemed to hear a piercing scream. However, he paid it no mind and proceeded to remove the other 5 weapons. According to his plan, if the adhesive proved ineffective, he intended to use the detached cannon to strike the mecha's vulnerable points. But now that the adhesive had already breached the cockpit, he decided against further complications. Observing the main cannon and the spiral drill that remained, he sighed in frustration, realizing he lacked the time for disassembly. The impact-type mecha itself was a comprehensive firepower platform. But unfortunately, time was not on his side. Just then, headlights illuminated behind him, signaling a message. I am here. Jianlei shook his head in exasperation. This individual was remarkably fearless, yet fortuitously, it was just what he needed. He had initially instructed the Scorpion to remain 5 kilometers away. If he could destroy the mecha, his running speed would far exceed that of an off-road vehicle, allowing him to slip away unnoticed. However, the location where the Scorpion had just illuminated her lights was less than 3 kilometers away. It appeared she had stealthily moved her vehicle 2 kilometers closer during his fight to facilitate coordination. He took out his handheld radio and called out urgently, "Hurry over. I have findings." Truth be told, in Jianlei's battle strategy, he never intended to take the cannon with him. As long as he could destroy the mecha and eliminate its pilot, he would consider his objectives met. The mecha was likely damaged. While it did not exhibit visible severe harm, it was no longer suitable for long-distance pursuit. With both objectives achieved, he felt reluctant to leave behind such heavy weaponry. Since the Scorpion was coming to assist, he decided to modify his battle plan. Without hesitation, the Scorpion sprinted towards him. Jianlei retrieved another tube of industrial adhesive. Continuing to squeeze it into the cockpit doors seemed before igniting it. He was not concerned about whether the pilot was dead, nor was he mad enough to desire corpse destruction. His aim was to utterly dismantle the mecha. Destroying it from the outside would be exceedingly difficult, but compromising the cockpit's control core would be considerably easier. Time was of the essence. He would economize wherever possible. As for transporting the mecha, he was not insane. It consumed energy blocks voraciously. Moreover, the mecha surely presented hidden dangers. To operate it normally, a complete overhaul would be necessary. Loading it onto a truck was impractical. It required a heavy-duty truck to transport it effectively. Just as the Scorpion arrived, headlights flickered ahead, clearly indicating the approaching enemy convoy. Jianlei hastily mounted the cannon onto the truck. The couplings had readily available interfaces. The Scorpion, perceptive as ever, noticed him installing the cannon and proactively went to gather ammunition. The cannon's shells were heavy. She could only carry 1 magazine at a time, which contained 7 rounds. After she had collected 3 magazines, the headlights brightened considerably, and their position became clear. At this moment, Jianlei had completed the cannon installation and, raising his hand, fired a test shot. As expected, there was some deviation. The vehicles in motion immediately sensed the shift, causing them to slam on their brakes. "I have a cannon?" An experienced operator quickly discerned the gravity of the situation, realizing, this is the cannon from the mecha. They knew the mecha had been ambushed, but the condition of the pilot was unknown. The one who had been unconscious amidst the raging flames suffered a fatal fate, unable to issue a warning. Suddenly realizing that the enemy had seized control of the cannon, chaos ensued among the pursuers. They were well aware that Jianlei had piloted a mecha before and was quite adept at it. "Turn off the lights," someone shouted into the radio. However, it was already too late. The enemy's cannon unleashed a 3-round burst, instantly igniting the first vehicle in a fiery explosion. The irate voice that had intended to reprimand fell silent. The second vehicle managed to extinguish its lights just in time, but Jianlei had already calculated the lead time and fired another 3-round burst. Another vehicle erupted in flames, causing the remaining vehicles to panic, extinguishing their headlights and fleeing in terror, completely abandoning the pursuit. Someone shouted over the radio, "What about the armored vehicle?" While the armored vehicle could withstand the cannon, as long as it was not hit in a critical area, it could still hold its ground for a while. "The armored vehicle is leaking oil," someone shouted back. "Damn it, who said the modified fuel tank could endure? At least we can return to the base and hold our ground." Another voice chimed in, "Now we must run." The distance from here to the base was only about 4 or 5 kilometers. If they hurried, there was still a chance, even without headlights. At this point, no one dared to mention the topic of pursuit any longer. Did they escape? The Scorpion, breathless, returned with another magazine just as the sound of engines receded into the distance. "Your stamina is quite lacking," Jianlei remarked as he jumped down from the truck bed. "You stay alert, and I will carry the equipment." He not only brought back ammunition, but also a machine gun, sniper rifle, long knife, and heavy axe. This machine gun is no ordinary weapon. It is a 9-barrel rotary gun with a caliber twice that of a vehicle-mounted machine gun and an astonishing firing rate. It undoubtedly consumes a considerable amount of ammunition, a fact that requires no elaboration. After carrying back what he could, Jianlei set about disassembling the main cannon. which was not merely fastened but riveted in place. The task proved laborious, yet he deemed it essential, for this was a heavy artillery piece he had never possessed before. Upon exiting the endless mountains, Jianlei concealed the electromagnetic cannon and the transport mecha within the same cave. The weight of the artillery was simply too great, and coupled with the numerous items he and Scorpion had to carry, it was beyond their capacity. Since then, he had been without formidable firepower, the most potent weapon at his disposal being a commandeered laser sniper rifle. Although he had recently seized a cannon, its firepower was slightly inferior to that of his electromagnetic cannon. However, the cannon's capability for continuous fire was a distinct advantage that the electromagnetic cannon lacked. The main cannon, affixed to the mecha, was far more powerful than the electromagnetic cannon. His light truck could not serve as a platform for this main cannon unless it underwent modifications. Regardless, with time on his hands, he felt compelled to dismantle the main cannon. Those who harbor insecurities often develop a fear of insufficient firepower. It took him 20 minutes to disassemble the main cannon, employing rather rudimentary methods. Otherwise, the task would have consumed over 2 hours. As he worked on the main cannon, Scorpion disassembled the spiral drill head and loaded it onto the vehicle. She expressed her delight, exclaiming that this was a true mecha, showcasing the array of weapons and tools it bore. Compared to their transport mecha, this one was undeniably superior. Jianlei casually remarked that it was already commendable to possess a mecha at all. He had purchased the electromagnetic cannon separately. Regrettably, the ammunition was still insufficient. Scorpion lamented that the main cannon had only 8 rounds, falling short of a full set. A complete set for a main cannon typically comprises at least 10 rounds, with some models requiring 20 or even 30, depending on specifications. Ammunition is indeed a rare commodity, Jianlei replied lightly, asserting that 8 rounds are certainly better than none. He did not perceive 8 rounds as a meager supply. One must learn to be content. The Sci family had only managed to collect 8 rounds of cannon ammunition, highlighting the scarcity of resources. The cannon shells were also limited, totaling just over 60 rounds. After using a few, they would be down to a mere set, which was ample for their intended target, a single transport mecha. The 9-barrel machine gun's ammunition was scant as well, totaling just 300 rounds. That is sufficient, Jianlei chuckled dismissively, asserting that these were devastating weapons. Why would they need so many? Scorpion, merely engaging in idle chatter, quickly shifted the subject to the 2 destroyed vehicles, wondering if they contained any intact weapons. They had won the battle. It was time to reap some spoils of war. Jianlei smiled, suggesting they merely take a look and see what they might salvage, as he wished to seize the opportunity to strike back. Scorpion was taken aback, inquiring if they intended to counterattack that encampment. Indeed, Jianlei replied with a stoic nod, questioning why they should be the ones solely on the defensive. However, Scorpion sensed something amiss about this plan, and then she realized. If they approached in a light truck equipped with a cannon, it would imply that they lacked control over the mecha. Regarding the control of the mecha, Jianlei gestured toward the remnants of a mecha not far off, asking how long they could keep this under wraps. The longer we can conceal it, the better, Scorpion pragmatically suggested, affirming it would at least allow them to flee further away. Jianlei shook his head, insisting that he wanted them to understand that no one is a born predator. The roles of hunter and prey can interchange. Having seized such an arsenal from the mecha, he would find it difficult to reconcile with himself if they did not dare to strike back. Very well, Scorpion sighed in resignation, asking if she was to be the one to provide support. Let us go together, Jianlei replied, sensing her disappointment, but he instructed her to drive. All right. Scorpion perked up, heading off to scavenge the battlefield of the 2 vehicles. She managed to collect a few silver coins, some ammunition, and 3 firearms, 2 Gauss rifles and 1 laser rifle. The frequency of use for laser rifles in the Zhou character zone is actually higher than that of Gauss rifles, though laser rifles are prone to damage. The darkness hindered visibility, and it was certain that there were still undiscovered items at the scene. However, the 2 did not wish to linger, driving straight toward the Sci family's outdoor encampment until they caught sight of distant lights. In truth, the pursuing convoy had just returned, filled with trepidation at the thought of the mecha following closely behind. They anxiously waited for nearly an hour, gradually relaxing upon realizing the mecha did not pursue them further. They began to speculate whether the opposing force had loaded the cannon onto their vehicle. Some doubted the efficiency of such a rapid maneuver, arguing that after the initial chaos, their pursuit had only taken 4 to 5 minutes. However, this convoy did indeed include maintenance personnel responsible for vehicle upkeep on the road. While not professional mechanics, they were aware that there were indeed methods for quickly cutting metal in the wild. Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief. If the cannon had been mounted onto a truck, they would not dare approach, would they? Despite having lost 2 of their vehicles, 6 remained, providing 6 points of firepower. Not to mention, one was an armored vehicle, coupled with 7 or 8 motorcycles. They had 7 or 8 additional points of fire support. Would a mere truck dare to approach? Yet, no one anticipated that the small truck, lights off, would smoothly drive within 4 kilometers, stopping just far enough to avoid enhancing the enemy's accuracy. Jianlei first aimed at a modified large truck, pulling the trigger of the cannon. Why target the modified large truck first? Because its roof bore a searchlight. This convoy was equipped with more than 3 searchlights, and Jianlei aimed to disable 3, as only those were illuminated at the time. The convoy was certainly aware of a marksman targeting their searchlights and would not want to draw fire further. Searchlights are not commonplace and can lead to casualties. Was it worth the risk? However, when resuming vigilance, they would have no choice but to activate them. Even if they risked being shot down, at least it would serve as a warning. Jianlei chose to target this truck not only for its searchlight, but also because it appeared formidable. The vehicle had been modified, and not in a typical manner. Standard bullets would struggle to penetrate its defenses. The level of difficulty was only second to that of an armored vehicle, and it seemed more daunting than the heavily laden truck. Jianlei had noted this vehicle during his initial ambush, but it had been shrouded in shadows, making it difficult to aim at the fuel tank. This time, he executed a double shot, with 2 shells obliterating the truck. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone screamed in panic. Almost immediately, the second vehicle was also destroyed, and Jianlei didn't even bother aiming for the searchlights this time. At this point, other vehicles had already revved their engines, frantically racing toward the settlement like startled sparrows. Ultimately, the strength of a settlement can be quite formidable, not easily shaken by any faction, especially one like Zhou 6, which is even more powerful than the average settlement. The Sci family's convoy could assert dominance, but that was predicated on their relationship with the main settlement, leveraging systems or personal connections to exert pressure. Even the external guards would not dare to act recklessly if they were not met with respect, especially since this was not the Han character zone. Thus, they knew they had to flee, and it was tacitly agreed that they would head toward the settlement. They were convinced that even if Jianlei was exceptionally powerful, he would not dare to attack the Zhou 6 settlement or even venture outside its walls. Firstly, the inability to defeat the opponent is evident, while the consequences of such an endeavor are far too severe. Even if a temporary victory is achieved, escaping the relentless pursuit of the Zhou is inevitable. The Zhou need not offer exorbitant bounties. Merely presenting the identities of some residents from the settlements as reward suffices. The convoy's prior reluctance to settle in the enclaves or outside the city stemmed from a fear of disturbing the investigation, but primarily from concerns over safety. Residing alone in the wilderness, free from unwelcome intrusions, allows one to assert their formidable strength, subtly displaying their might. In the past, during the time of the Sci family employed this strategy primarily because they had equally formidable adversaries. Now, faced with an irresistible assault, they can no longer afford to hesitate and sought refuge outside the city. Nevertheless, even amidst their escape, the 4 vehicles and several motorcycles did not neglect to suppress the attacking armored truck with their firepower. The distinction between elite forces and ordinary individuals is undeniable. One cannot contest this fact. Is it truly so difficult to aim accurately? Voices of frustration echoed through the radio. In the next moment, a series of 5 resounding explosions marked the destruction of the fleeing armored vehicle by Jianlei. He had long harbored grievances against this vehicle, having refrained from engaging previously due to concerns about the leaking fuel tank. However, allowing it to escape was simply unacceptable. Destroying it would temporarily incapacitate the opposing convoy from pursuing them. Yet, upon observing the other fleeing individuals, Jianlei felt a shiver of apprehension. While the 3 vehicles were relatively easy to identify, their zigzagging escape route made them difficult to target. The 7 or 8 motorcycles weaving in and out only compounded the challenge of capturing them. Their movements, though seemingly chaotic, were anything but. Their objective was clear: make their way outside the city. Despite their disarray, they understood the necessity of covering one another. Jianlei found himself involuntarily shifting his aim multiple times, marveling at the depth of these powerful factions. While their combat skills might be somewhat lacking, their understanding of evasion was undeniably impressive. This echoed the core principle emphasized by great leaders. Only by knowing how to protect oneself can one effectively eliminate adversaries. Simultaneously, Jianlei's side faced counterattacks, as Scorpion maneuvered his vehicle through the winding terrain, making it challenging for them to secure a hit. Jianlei fired 2 more rounds, toppling a motorcycle. Yet the movements of the remaining vehicles became even more evasive. In desperation, he resorted to the mounted machine gun, unleashing a barrage ahead. Although a rotary machine gun had already been installed on the vehicle, the limited ammunition made him hesitant to use it. The 3 most heavily armored vehicles of the opposing team had already been neutralized, rendering the use of such powerful weaponry unnecessary. Moreover, the small motorcycles were ideally suited to be dealt with using the vehicle-mounted machine gun. However, the opposing camp was alarmingly close to the settlement, barely over 3 kilometers away and near the highway. Within 5 minutes, they surged into the market outside the city. During this fray, the machine gun eliminated 3 motorcycles and riddled 1 truck with bullets. Yet, astonishingly, that truck barreled into the camp, showcasing an extraordinary resilience. Another truck, having sustained only a few hits, lost 2 crew members, which seemed utterly unreasonable. There were no distinct checkpoints outside the city, yet guards were present, both unofficial and formally assigned. Upon witnessing a throng of vehicles racing towards them, with pursuing vehicles raining down bullets, the guards could no longer remain passive. A heavy machine gun in a roadside fortress unleashed a long tongue of flame towards the sky, producing a cacophony akin to popping beans. Subsequently, a loudspeaker blared, warning that they had entered the boundaries of the settlement, demanding an immediate cessation of fire, or else they would be deemed hostile. Clearly, the guards had received prior notice. Otherwise, how could they have reacted with such promptness in the early hours before dawn? Regarding hostility towards the settlement, Jianlei decisively halted his fire, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The Sci family, with their lofty aspirations, had some members still ready to retaliate. Yet they were met with a slap to the face from a comrade, incredulously questioning their sanity. Did they not hear the directive to cease fire? Was it not directed at the pursuers? This individual remained oblivious, retorting that they were merely assisting the settlement in dealing with the aggressors. The notion of aggressors was met with disdain, as another slap followed, emphasizing the folly of their actions. Ignorance of the rules of the realm could indeed prove perilous. At this moment, Jianlei's voice rang out, warning that any further provocation would prompt a forceful response. The rules of the realm belonged to the realm of ethics. He had pursued them, but had refrained from firing as a sign of respect towards the settlement. If the opposing side continued to shoot, it would signify a lack of understanding. Within the confines of the settlement, legitimate self-defense was permitted, especially here. The Sci family's convoy risked overstepping their bounds, which would undoubtedly irritate the guards of Jianlei. Thus, the individual who received a slap truly deserved it. Had they dared to continue pulling the trigger, Jianlei would have relentlessly pursued them into the city. The gunfire ceased, drawing a crowd of onlookers, even though dawn was still some time away. Jianlei was a place of order, where safety was generally assured, prompting curiosity amongst the populace. The first light of dawn began to illuminate the sky, and amidst the gathering crowd, a voice pierced through the distant mist. Is the Sci family from Hong Zi merely a collection of cowards? Picking on the weak and retreating to the settlement when faced with adversity, where is your dignity? What is Hong Zi? Someone could not help but whisper a query. For the majority of residents in the settlements, this topic had crossed the line. Some guards understood the significance of Hong Zi, but hesitated to intervene, as the conversation teetered on a delicate balance of propriety. The Sci family, however, recognized that a counterattack was imperative. Otherwise, they would find it impossible to face others in the future. They were indifferent to the feelings of the lower classes. Otherwise, their earlier actions would not have been so reckless. Yet, the settlement comprised not only the lower classes but also the middle and upper echelons, and it lay beyond Hong Zi. While the Sci family could afford to disregard the lower classes, they still needed to uphold their family name, or they would find their paths irrevocably closed. Thus, the loudspeaker blared once more, "Silly Tsiu, if you had not breached the agreement. Would the Sci family have pursued you here? Breach of agreement?" Tsiu, Jianlei scoffed. "The Sci family forcibly injected us with amp." He was prepared to divulge more. But at that critical moment, a crackling noise interrupted the loudspeaker. Scorpion, at the wheel, slapped his forehead in realization, enveloped in light mist. They need not maneuver the vehicle erratically. "Boss, your words are bound to be jammed." Jammed loudspeaker? Tsiu Jianlei momentarily lost his train of thought before recalling that mechanical maintenance literature did indeed mention such a concept. However, it seemed absurd. Could they jam the loudspeaker and simultaneously hinder his speech? He steadied his voice, resonating like thunder, to the Sci family. "If you possess the courage, remain hidden inside." "I shall wait outside." The loudspeaker responded, "We will soon emerge. Prepare for the relentless pursuit of the Sci family." Friends of Zhou Liu, listen closely. The individual before you is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 5,000 silver dollars. Do not inquire about our origins. That is a complicated matter. Just remember, the bounty is recognized by the Zhou Zi collective. "To hell with you," Tsiu Jianlei exclaimed, pulling the trigger towards the source of the voice, unleashing a barrage of fire. As a barrage of machine gun fire erupted, more than a dozen rounds were unleashed, followed by a series of explosive sounds. The one who had been shouting was out of sight for Tsiu Jianlei, but after the cacophony of gunfire, the guards of Zhou Lu roared in fury. "You're finished. How dare you attack our guards?" In Chapter 104, the mysterious visitor, Tsiu Jianlei's volley had obliterated a vehicle belonging to the Sci family, and the one who had shouted was no more. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The machine guns had unleashed a sweeping fire, covering an extensive area. Although the main target was the Sci family's convoy, the guard from the outer city were also affected with some sustaining severe injuries, and it was evident that one was on the brink of death. In such circumstances, the guards had every reason to roar in indignation. Not only had they been attacked, but their comrade had also been killed. Tsiu Jianlei, however, merely scoffed and shouted, "Is your vision impaired? My loudspeaker has been directionally jammed." The guards were momentarily at a loss. Such matters could not be concealed from those with discerning eyes. Yet, whether directional electromagnetic interference constituted an attack was a matter of subjective interpretation. It could be deemed as an attack or not, depending on the narrative favored by the conflicting parties. Currently, it was the guards who were suffering the consequences, with lives hanging by a thread. Thus, they paused briefly before continuing their furious outcry. "Your shells have killed our brother." "That statement is inaccurate," Tsiu Jianlei retorted loudly. "It was the Sci family's shells that killed your brother, not mine." "You bastard!" The Sci family members shouted back. "Our people are right here. How dare you shirk responsibility?" Tsiu Jianlei's voice resonated far louder than theirs, piercingly clear. "It was your impact-type mechs that carried those shells. I merely destroyed the mechs and seized the ammunition. Are you denying that?" The guard expressions shifted as they grasped the implications. The adversary had indeed destroyed the Sci family's mechs. Throughout the night, they had heard the clamor of battle, later learning that a faction was engaged in capturing fugitives. The earth-shattering explosion had reverberated beyond the city, awakening countless from their slumber. They knew that fierce fighting was occurring in the wilderness outside, yet none dared to spectate. Doing so would be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, the guards had not anticipated that the wanted individuals had managed to devastate the mechs belonging to the Sci family's convoy. Arguing about whose shells were responsible was ultimately meaningless. What mattered most was who had pulled the trigger. However, they now faced a pressing question. The entity that had pulled the trigger possessed the capability to destroy mechs. As Zhou Lu was an exceptionally prosperous settlement, it was not lacking in mechs. Yet, precisely because of this, everyone was aware of how formidable a force capable of destroying mechs could be. Some even discerned the details, realizing that it was an impact-type mech. Many could not accurately identify the type of mech, prompting inquiries about what an impact-type mech entailed. The answer was succinct. It was the most expensive and the hardest to destroy of all mechs. The guards' expressions darkened further as they found the remnants of the Sci family convoy. Was it truly an impact type? Few within the Sci family convoy had access to this information, especially since the majority of key figures had perished. The elder, the woman, and the young man in charge were all gone. Fortunately, Among those who had come last night to gather information was a member of the Sci family, who darkly retorted, "What of the impact-type mech? Are you afraid? Speak properly." A guard barked in anger, "You've caused our brothers to die." He understood that the casualties were considerable, yet he could not suppress his rage, as he was acutely aware that the fallen comrade had likely died in vain. The reason was simple. While the Sci family might be powerful, their adversaries were undoubtedly not weak either. The dying individual was merely an auxiliary guard, holding nothing more than the status of a settlement resident. To confront a force capable of destroying impact-type mechs for the sake of an ordinary citizen in the city, unless the administrators of Zhou Lu were insane, they would never be reckless to that extent. To put it bluntly, the lives of 100 individuals could not compare to that of a single ordinary mech, let alone the most expensive one. Moreover, the guard suspected that the Sci family's convoy had abruptly retreated to the outskirts of the city, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Not to mention that after the ceasefire, the Sci family had actively provoked the opposing side, initiating electromagnetic interference. As for the wanted criminals, the guards had no reason to believe the validity of such claims. If a force was powerful enough, twisting the truth was trivial. However, the Sci family member shouted again, "That is a criminal wanted by the central settlement. Do you blame us? You should be rushing out to retaliate." The guard were once again taken aback. They had not anticipated that the marauders outside had such a layered identity. Yet, someone coldly interjected, "Just because you say he's a wanted criminal, does that make it true? Don't you think we've suffered enough?" The others quickly grasped the implications. The Sci family's convoy had a history, having just caused the loss of one of their own. Thus, they ceased to concern themselves with the identity of the individual outside and focused on their defensive posture. Without directives from the upper echelons of the settlement, they would not initiate an offensive. Jianlei, seeing that the guards were not attacking, did not rush to leave. He activated his loudspeaker once more. "Listen well, you Sci family scum. Our enmity has deepened significantly. You can hide forever in your settlement, but do not let me encounter you in the wilderness." Regarding his grievances with the Sci family, he had nearly divulged them out of righteous indignation, but was interrupted, and now he could not be bothered to explain. The situation had escalated to one of irreconcilable conflict. What was the point of discussing superfluous matters? The Wasteland had never been a place governed by reason. Moreover, upon hearing news of him, Scorpion had even raised the question of whether he would be dissected, indicating that the reason for his being wanted was indeed sensitive. Originally intending to retaliate and leave, he now found himself cornered near the settlement, feeling no urgency to depart. He wished to observe the next move of the opposing side, allowing him to strategize his response. After a moment of silence, someone suddenly inquired through a loudspeaker, "Friends outside, have you left?" "No," Jianlei coldly replied. "You Sci family scum, if you have the guts, hide for a lifetime." The questioner appeared somewhat vexed. "Does our coming and going inconvenience you?" Jianlei remained silent for a while before retorting, "What do you think?" The questioner ceased further inquiries, merely setting down the loudspeaker and muttering, "This route is impassable in the short term." He did not elaborate on the reason, but those who understood grasped the implication. Someone expressed indignation. "It's just a matter of entering and exiting. Does he think we will inevitably launch a sneak attack? If you're unconvinced, you can certainly try." Someone else remarked sarcastically, "Perhaps you might even have a chance to reason with them." Reason? Nonsense. Many recognized the reality. If the opposing side was unafraid of collateral damage to the guards, they were undoubtedly not the merciful type. Someone quietly murmured, "This makes it exceedingly inconvenient for us to enter and exit. There's so many routes." Someone else wearily suggested, "Let us take a detour. It might be a bit of a hassle, but it won't cost us lives." Jianlei waited until dawn, feeling that the time had come to depart. Otherwise, if the guards were to encircle him quietly, it would be disastrous. Just then, the vigilant Scorpion spoke up. "There's someone approaching from the left." Jianlei turned to glance, noticing an individual riding a motorcycle. He did not rush to act, merely watching the newcomer with a calm demeanor. The individual advanced intermittently, scanning the surroundings with binoculars, and upon spotting the truck, headed directly toward it with clear intent. The motorcycle continued without pause until it was within 200 meters of the truck, at which point it began to decelerate. By the time it came to a halt, the motorcycle was merely 100 meters away from the truck. A person sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation, revealing himself to be Master Xiongmao, which took me by surprise. Jianlei also recognized the newcomer, smacking his lips in realization. It was Bentley. Wasn't it better for him to enjoy a peaceful retirement? Bentley was a mediocre mechanic who also sold various materials, likely in his 60s. Cindy and Spencer had purchased supplies from him numerous times, finding him quite amiable. He had even reached out to Cindy to inquire about mechanical matters from Jianlei, yet they had never truly interacted. As for recognizing Jianlei, it was solely because he identified the modified truck. In the eyes of a mechanic, every truck is unique, and he could not be mistaken. Bentley paid no mind to Jianlei's menacing tone and curiously inquired if he had taken down a combat-type mech. Indeed, que j'en ai noté. Then, nonchalantly stated that Bentley had half a minute to deliver his last words. He did not grasp Bentley's intentions. His sudden appearance was exceedingly peculiar and likely a stalling tactic. Bentley squinted his cloudy old eyes at him, asking if he could trade information for his life. Apology, Jianlei replied seriously. I could deceive you, but that would contravene my principles. For reasons unbeknownst to him, taking the life of an innocent person had become his line in the sand. He would not resort to deception again, even if the information Bentley offered might prove invaluable. He could not overcome his own moral threshold. Bentley, rather than becoming angry, chuckled, asking if it was because of the third and fourth. With their absence from the vehicle, it indicated they were likely still in the vicinity of the settlement. This information was exceedingly significant. Jianlei looked at him helplessly, stating he had 15 seconds left. I have come to seek refuge with you, Bentley declared straightforwardly. Do you not wish to consider information about the Ultimate Warrior? Jianlei exchanged glances with Scorpion and then slightly nodded. Very well, you have persuaded me. Ride over. Without hesitation, Bentley approached on his motorcycle, laden with numerous items, indeed appearing to seek refuge. Scorpion remained vigilant, while Jianlei leapt from the vehicle, placing the motorcycle into the truck's cargo area. Scorpion then entered the driver's seat, leaving only Bentley and Jianlei to face each other in the cargo space. The truck started and began to move away. Bentley scrutinized Jianlei for a time before finally asking, Is your power mutation? Chapter 90, The Secrets of the Ultimate Warrior. Que j'en ai noté. Recognizing that Bentley had fallen into his grasp, he did not mind sharing the truth. I am being hunted because the Psi family forcibly injected me with the first-generation gene modification serum, and I did not use the neutralizing agent. The statement was succinct. Those who understood would comprehend. A glimmer of intelligence flickered in Bentley's murky eyes as he pondered before asking, Are you certain it is the first generation? You truly understand. Jianlei nodded slightly, revealing that he had actually used the neutralizing agent twice before stealthily escaping. That is correct, Bentley acknowledged with a slight nod, then sighed. Whoever is in possession of that would not let you go. It is an immense fortune. Jianlei noted Bentley's astuteness, prompting a slight improvement in his demeanor. They treated it as a poison injection, leading to the deaths of many. I can comprehend, Bentley nodded, then inquired, How old are you this year? Jianlei looked at him with a blank expression, finally sighing after a moment. Can we discuss something serious? I am discussing serious matters, Bentley replied, equally bewildered. Fine. After the injection, did your attributes awaken? Attributes? Jianlei was taken aback by the term. What did that mean? After a successful gene modification, one might awaken as an ultimate warrior, Bentley explained matter-of-factly. The likelihood of awakening attributes with only one serum is slim, yet you aren't who can say for certain. As for awakening attributes, the younger, the better. The 5 primary attributes are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while other miscellaneous attributes are quite rare. Jianlei was momentarily stunned, eventually asking, How do you know so much? Because, Bentley contemplated, offering a seemingly unrelated answer. You are worth trusting. Coincidentally, Jianlei was able to keep pace with Bentley's erratic thought process. He smiled nonchalantly. Do you not think I am cold-blooded? Because of Spencer. Bentley answered with a leap, along with the third and fourth, and because you do not deceive me. That old trickster Spencer enjoyed a warm winter, leaving with Schwerer. It still had some silver coins in his pocket. Jianlei nodded in acknowledgement, sharing, I once led 2 companions to their demise. Both perished. I do not wish for anyone else to die because of me, so I truly must eliminate you. Bentley nodded, understanding, yet insisted that the information he had was indeed worth his life. However, it may not be worth the lives of Cindy and her daughter. Que Jianlei répondait non comme Italie, perhaps. Bentley smiled dismissively. I know you do not agree, but it matters not. I've already decided to seek refuge with you. If you find the information I provide valuable, could you assist me in eliminating a few individuals once you grow into an ultimate warrior? Without hesitation, Jianlei nodded, as long as it is worthwhile. Let me contemplate. Bentley's eyes displayed a flicker of confusion as he pondered where to begin. Jianlei saw no issue with this and suggested, start by explaining how you know so much. Bentley nodded, considering a fine suggestion. I hail from a central settlement, not the one you envision, but the genuine central settlement we refer to as Zhongxin Cheng. Jianlei remained silent, unperturbed by the role of a loyal listener. Bentley was a native of Zhongxin Cheng, born into a relatively well-off family. At the age of 15, he received the injection of the fourth-generation gene modification serum. His body responded exceptionally well. If he continued the injections at 16 or 17, there was a considerable chance he would awaken as an ultimate warrior. By the age of 18, after 4 injections, if he had not awakened, he would be abandoned. However, at 17, an unfortunate event occurred. Someone else took his opportunity for a 3rd injection. In truth, each gene serum injection eliminated the vast majority of candidates based on subsequent reactions. His ability to endure until the 3rd injection indicated his superior qualifications. Yet, no matter where one is, there are always powerful individuals, and Bentley became the unfortunate victim of exploitation. In his youthful arrogance, he naturally resisted this injustice, and his father would not allow his son to suffer such humiliation. The ensuing events need not be elaborated. His father's numerous complaints yielded no results, and he ultimately lost his job. In a fit of rage, Bentley eliminated the individual who usurped his injection, impersonating the one who received the 3rd gene modification. Thus, he became a wanted man, and his family suffered the consequences, facing a series of misfortunes. Within a few years, his parents and siblings all perished under various tragic circumstances. To Bentley, the reason his adversaries waited a while was solely to ascertain if he would awaken as an ultimate warrior. Since he showed no response, it implied failure, and they would naturally seek vengeance. In reality, Bentley had not entirely failed. He awakened a rare attribute, his body capable of emitting a weak electrical current. However, such an attribute was exceedingly uncommon, and as a fugitive, he could not access the methods for further cultivation. Initially, he intended to earn some money and then turn himself in, seeking redemption to reintegrate into mainstream society. Yet after years of absence, with his family all deceased, he could no longer endure and eliminated the individual who had replaced him. This action stirred a hornet's nest, leading to his wanted notice being disseminated throughout every settlement. He was compelled to live under an alias, wandering from place to place, during which he naturally committed numerous misdeeds. It was only about a decade ago that he came to terms with the futility of his quest for vengeance, leading him to settle in Zulzo, resigning himself to the notion that this was how his life would unfold. As a mediocre mechanic, he found himself occasionally invited into the community during the bustling winter season. He had noticed the ongoing manhunt for Sha Chu long before. Even due to his mechanical skills, he had been investigated, though his age did not align with expectations. What intrigued him most was the fact that Sha Chu was merely a youth. What kind of crime had he committed? In the Hongzi community, the Sai family was no stranger to him, known for their considerable strength. Today, he heard that Sha Chu had turned the tables on the Sai family's pursuit team, even destroying a shock-type mech. His instincts led him to believe it was connected to the ultimate warrior. Initially, he had resigned himself to dying far from home, but now, with a glimmer of hope for revenge, he altered his route. Spencer had inquired about the ultimate warrior, so upon seeing you, I was not the least surprised. Jianlei could not help but marvel at the vibrancy of Zulzo. There are plenty of wanted criminals, Bentley replied casually, noting that the 4 of you have always used aliases, which certainly does not suggest innocence. Jianlei's thoughts stirred, and he intended to ask about another matter, only to be interrupted by the voice of the Scorpion coming through the radio. Up ahead, there was smoke and a convoy. Is it just passing by? Jianlei stood up to take a look. No, this was where I had destroyed the mech. If a fight is necessary, then let it be. Bentley also rose, requesting my Gauss gun. My aim is quite precise. Certainly, Jianlei replied without hesitation, having no doubts about the man's words. The logic was coherent, and his reactions were instinctive. Crucially, it was all too reasonable, and there was much he did not know. Bentley chuckled self-deprecatingly, admitting that with his lightning attributes, he could only manage a Gauss gun. not a laser gun. The Gauss gun is inherently electromagnetic. His statement remained valid. While speaking, he donned a hood that concealed him more thoroughly than Chu Jianlei's face covering. Chu Jianlei stared at him in astonishment. Bentley cleared his throat, stating that his wanted status was far more severe than Chu Jianlei's, and he had grown accustomed to hiding his features. Chu Jianlei gave a thumbs up, impressed by his professionalism. Bentley, somewhat speechless, remarked that he did not wish to die unjustly. He still had some attributes to cultivate. This was meant to reassure me. Chu Jianlei nodded, grasping the man's intent. Two individuals lacking in security were collaborating for the first time, striving to earn each other's trust. This was entirely normal. At that moment, the sound of the Gauss gun erupted, seemingly directed at the sky, followed by the resounding blare of a horn. The Crimson Gold team is on duty. Those who do not wish to perish should steer clear. Bentley naturally seized the loudspeaker, shouting, "Get lost. The shock-type mech is ours. If you don't leave, you will die." The force of his voice was substantial, primarily due to the menacing content. No way. The opposing team was evidently taken aback, and then a motorcycle burst through the smoke, ridden by a solitary figure bearing a white flag, an emblem of Wasteland diplomacy, signaling that they came to parley and should not be harmed. Chu Jianlei did not wait for them to draw nearer, firing a shot directly. Bentley discerned the truck's origins. The opponent likely could as well. The shot was not aimed at the rider, but the proximity caused mud to splatter across the rider's face. Bentley's voice rang out once more. This cannon was removed from a mech. Do you wish to endure another shot? The rider, initially startled and furious, was about to retaliate when he heard that and abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the motorcycle to skid. He then respectfully bowed toward them and departed without looking back. The Scorpion continued driving, soon arriving at the remains of a mech. 3 trucks and 5 motorcycles were stationed nearby, with a dozen individuals eyeing them warily. Chu Jianlei took the loudspeaker, lazily announcing, "Still here? Are you waiting for lunch?" A figure, seemingly the leader, called out, "You claim you are the ones who did this. Is that truly the case?" "Well, since I am in a good mood," Chu Jianlei bent down and single-handedly lifted the main cannon, shaking the cannon in his grasp. He spoke without hesitation. "Do you see this? Scram, or you shall perish." The small leader's face turned ashen. The Ultimate Warrior? Chapter 106. Classified information. Chu Jianlei had scarcely heard of the Ultimate Warrior prior to this, yet this was dictated by his sources. Even Cindy, a mere housewife, was aware, while Bentley knew it all too well. Thus, it was no surprise that the opposition recognized it. Crimson Gold was no small team, comprising over 200 members, and naturally, they were well informed. The recognition of the main cannon astonished Chu Jianlei, who was perceived as the Ultimate Warrior. However, they did not relinquish their claim to the mech. "My lord, it seems you are not particularly concerned about the mech, are you?" "Indeed," Chu Jianlei candidly admitted, as his intent was to further destroy the mech. It was impossible to take it away. He could not allow the Sci family to reclaim the wreckage and restore it. However, whether he cared or not was his business. Just because he was indifferent did not grant them the right to seize his belongings. "We do not intend to bully you," the opposing side promptly clarified. "Earlier, we were unaware of the spoil's ownership. Since you're not interested, would you sell it to us?" Bentley scoffed quietly, regarding them as a bunch of shameless vultures, merely a heap of recyclable garbage. The ensuing discussion revolved around the worth of this pile of scrap. This was naturally Scorpion's domain, although she was not keen on haggling. However, the two gentlemen were incredibly lazy, leaving her no choice but to take the lead. Initially, the opposing team calculated the value based on scrap prices. Given that the core control system had been entirely destroyed, could it not be sold for materials? Yet, Chu Jianlei and Bentley, both mechanics, assessed the damage levels and could provide an accurate valuation. Scorpion, of course, heeded the expert's advice, adamantly refusing to relent. Eventually, she grew furious, declaring that this was the mech of the Sci family from the Hongzi district, our adversary, and we simply wished to obliterate it. Once we thoroughly demolished the mech, we could accept your price. Do you not seek to collect scrap? The opposing team displayed their discernment, realizing this was the mech of the Hongzi Sci family. Were they intimidated? Scorpion chuckled coldly. "Then do not obstruct us. The more we destroy, the more you can collect for free." While her reasoning held, the sentiment was rather harsh. Crimson Gold, as a reputable team, could not afford to lose face. The opposing side promptly agreed, "Very well. We will adhere to your proposed price. Who are the Sci family to intimidate us? Spare me. Scorpion was indeed an adept negotiator, though her heart lay elsewhere. Similarly, Jianlei and Bentley were well aware of many matters, but chose not to engage. At that moment, Scorpion's true prowess shone through, having divulged this information. She insisted that the price should double. The small leader's face flushed crimson. That is quite excessive. We truly do not fear the Sci family. Do you truly not fear? Scorpion's voice, though masked, dripped with disdain. Are you hoping to sell it to the Sci family? Who do you underestimate? The small leader was genuinely enraged. How could we at Crimson Gold fear the Sci family? Empty words. Do you expect me to believe that? Scorpion was filled with contempt for them. Let me be frank. Can you guarantee that you will not sell to the Sci family? Of course, the small leader responded promptly. I can make that promise. I do not covet your promises, Scorpion declared bluntly, deeming this paltry sum beneath your status. Before the other party could respond, she continued, however, should you dare to contravene, the existence of the Qijin team would become redundant. The small leader chuckled in exasperation. Is this a threat to our team? I am merely stating a fact. Scorpion replied nonchalantly. This mech was brought down by us. The small leader felt an urge to express his anger, but, in truth, dared not. Instead, he asked in frustration, is my agreement to your price sufficient? All right, Scorpion nodded, responding without hesitation, remember my warning. Do not presume I jest. The small leader chuckled, dismissing the matter. So we have a deal? We only require energy blocks and silver notes, Scorpion stated. Is there an issue? Certainly not. The small leader was not at all surprised by this demand. Who would remain in Zhou indefinitely? The inhabitants of Zhou regarded their silver notes as sacred. Yet those who truly traversed the world understood what constituted hard currency. Remarkably, the price Scorpion proposed was quite agreeable, amounting to 2,000 silver dollars. After receiving the notes, the three departed without hesitation. However, the Qijin members were somewhat perplexed. Could this be an imposter? The small leader, having seen the world, recognized the main cannon of a shock-type mech. Are you blind? He was familiar with the main cannon. But the key lay in the fact that the opponent effortlessly lifted it with one hand. Do you grasp the significance of that? Yet, it was evident that the mech had been ambushed. Those who dared to voice dissent were somewhat discerning. Nevertheless, this was merely an anomaly. The Qijin team had just returned from mission. The tumultuous events of that night were not something they could have overlooked. It was not just one team harboring such intentions. Does one need to learn the art of watching tigers fight from the mountain? Thus, it was clear that the Qijin team had engaged in a considerable struggle to secure the wreckage of the mech. The cause of its destruction had been analyzed by all, with some even speculating the use of industrial burning and cutting agents. This indicated that the attackers aimed solely to obliterate the mech, lacking any interest in seizing it. Such behavior is utterly wasteful and perplexing. Only upon seeing the opposing team did they realize it was likely due to their smaller scale. Yet now, they had developed a new understanding. Were they concerned about a tracking device on the mech? Why overthink it? The small leader casually replied, with an ultimate warrior involved. We can safely transport the mech. As they traveled, Scorpion inquired into the communicator, Boss, where are we headed? First, let us find a settlement and acquire a large vehicle. Jianlei responded casually. Shall we head to the main settlement? I have a vehicle, Bentley chimed in, a heavy truck. Aside from the mounted weapons, nothing surpasses this one. He said no more, clearly confident in his truck. Jianlei cast a surprised glance at him. Old Ben, your resources are quite substantial. I have awakened my attributes. Bentley replied nonchalantly. As a fully transformed warrior who has roamed for most of my life, if I could not amass this little wealth, it would be a life wasted. You two continue your conversation, Scorpion interjected. Which direction should I drive? Bentley pointed in a direction, and Scorpion glanced at Jianlei, noticing his lack of response. Decisively turned the steering wheel. Jianlei then recalled the question that had been interrupted earlier. Old Ben, how many settlements are there with the characters Hong and Zhou? 7, namely Tian, Xian, Di, Huang, Yu, Zhou, and Hong. Jianlei was momentarily stunned. He was exceedingly familiar with this sequence, especially since the language of the Wasteland differs from that of Lanxing, yet the pronunciations of these characters were quite peculiar. Thus, he could not help but ask, is there no settlement with the character Huang? This time, it was Bentley's turn to be astonished. From meeting Jianlei to sharing his experiences, and then firmly rebutting the Qi team. He had maintained an air of calmness, embodying a detached understanding of the world, despite harboring deep-seated hatred. However, this question pierced through his composure, as evident in the surprise etched across his face through the opening of his headgear. How do you know there is another settlement with the character Huang? It is inconvenient to disclose. Jianlei replied mildly. Everyone possesses secrets, do they not? Bentley stared at him in astonishment, remaining silent, clearly intrigued by the matter. Jianlei naturally lowered his eyelids, not out of guilt, but merely as a habitual gesture. After a while, Bentley asked again, is there potentially another settlement beyond Huang? There should be, Jianlei answered vaguely, unable to elaborate further. Bentley paused for a moment, then noticeably exhaled in relief. It seems you have encountered a different fate, one greater than I had presumed. Jianlei asked out of curiosity. Do you trust my words so readily? Do you have a reason to deceive me? Bentley replied, casually, my enemies hail from the Huang character settlement. Jianlei blanked, patiently listening to the other's tale. The Huang character settlement was long destroyed, and the current populace was entirely unaware of its existence. Had it not been for the enmity with the other party, he would not have learned, by chance, that they were descendants of the Huang settlement. At this point, Bentley fixed his gaze on Jianlei's eyes. What lies beyond Huang? Jianlei chuckled lightly, not providing a direct answer, but instead posing a question. What is the origin of the pronunciations for Tian, Xian, Di, Huang, Yuzhou, and Hong? Bentley, unfazed, continued speaking. Due to my enemies, I too grew curious about this question, yet others forbade me from inquiring, claiming it involved state secrets. Jianlei emitted an ambiguous laugh, but chose to say nothing further. Bentley did not press him, but instead asked, how old are you this year? 16 or 17? Jianlei was uncertain of his own age. He then removed his mask, revealing his true appearance. I have little recollection of my childhood. Indeed, so young. Bentley realized his age was not great, yet seeing him in person left him somewhat incredulous. After a moment of surprise, he could not help but mutter, how could someone your age possess such mechanical skills? According to the wanted notice, Shachu had not even encountered mechanical repair knowledge 2 years ago. Bentley found this hard to believe. However, even if one began learning from birth, it would be improbable to attain such proficiency at 16 or 17. Chapter 91, Chapter 107, and Chapter 108 concluded. In response to Bentley's inquiry, Jianlei naturally replied, is it not good to be young? Indeed, Bentley chuckled. This was the first time he laughed since their meeting. Why dwell on another mechanical level? The younger you are, the greater potential for development, and the easier it is to assist me in seeking revenge. Jianlei spoke earnestly. I do not make promises lightly. Once I agree, I will undoubtedly fulfill it. However, old Ben, I wish to learn more information. Bentley nodded slightly, then asked calmly, what further information do you wish to know? Let us begin with Central City. Jianlei had thought it through. Our impoverished and remote area lacks reliable information. Bentley nodded again, having intentionally controlled the information. The location and visibility here were indeed limited. Jianlei acknowledged, I understand, the artificial creation of information barriers is a method of controlling thought. Bentley glanced at him with curiosity. How could someone your age possess such profound insights into social systems? Jianlei, with drooping eyelids, responded weakly, if you have experienced near death from hunger and cold dozens of times, you would understand why I hold such perspective. Bunturali, he paused momentarily, as he did not believe that enduring hunger could lead one to become a philosopher. However, he had indeed never suffered from hunger. His family had been well off since childhood, and even after being wanted, he had never lacked money. Later, upon awakening his abilities, he found himself unmatched in the wilderness. He had roamed for most of his life, feeling somewhat mentally suppressed, yet he had never truly endured material deprivation. While he was uncertain about the extent of hunger's impact, he had encountered hundreds of individuals who had endured it for years. None could articulate such incisive conclusions as this young man. However, this was not of great importance. The more comprehensive the other party's thought process, the easier it would be for him to seek revenge. The central city was vast, its population exceeding 10 million in the urban core alone, and over 20 million when including the surrounding areas. Upon this revelation, he found it peculiar that the young man opposite him appeared so unfazed. Jianlei felt indifferent. Was 20 million truly a large number? In his homeland, Anlanxing, There were metropolises with populations exceeding 30 million, along with city clusters accessible within an hour by high-speed rail. Buntulit continued to describe Central City, a hub responsible for managing 7 surrounding districts. The city spanned over 100,000 square kilometers and had not suffered from apocalyptic devastation. It was extraordinarily developed, boasting advanced technology and sufficient industrial and agricultural output for self-sufficiency. The mechas were manufactured locally. However, despite their considerable presence, production rates were not particularly high. Jianlei felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Assisting in revenge might prove challenging. Buntulit glanced at him and continued calmly. The manufacturing of mechas pertains to the technological industrial sector, while ultimate warriors arise from genetic and supernatural modifications. The two are unrelated. Unable to restrain himself, Jianlei inquired, "How many ultimate warriors are there in Central City?" "Over 1,000, Buntulit replied earnestly. "There are 30 to 40,000 modified warriors. But only those who awaken their abilities are considered ultimate warriors. Modified warriors have undergone 3 or 4 gene alteration injections without developing abilities, marking a failure in awakening. Nevertheless, the vast majority experience significant improvements in physical capabilities, setting them apart from ordinary individuals." Jianlei calculated mentally and found himself astonished. If modified warriors lived for 50 years, did that mean there were only 1,000 injection quotas annually? In a city of 20 million, a mere 1,000 quotas each year seemed more challenging than gaining admission to a prestigious university on Lanxing. The coverage rate for the first and second injections is somewhat higher. Buntulit replied nonchalantly. The third injection yields around 1,000. Is it akin to having 1's admission notice to a prestigious university swapped? Jianlei pondered. Becoming a modified warrior requires considerable initial investment. Strictly speaking, only the affluent can afford it. After some contemplation, he asked, "How many levels are there among ultimate warriors?" This query surprised Buntulit, who regarded him with a raised eyebrow. Ordinary individuals dare not dwell on the concept of ultimate warriors. Even he himself, who once aspired to be a modified warrior, regarded ultimate warriors as the ultimate dream. It was only long after being wanted that he learned ultimate warriors were indeed classified. Much like mutated beasts, they are categorized into C, B, and A levels, with the disparity in tier translating to a tenfold difference in combat prowess. Thus, a B-level warrior could defeat 10 C-level warriors. Of course, this is a rough estimation, as B-level warriors also vary in strength. A well-trained C-level warrior could potentially double their combat effectiveness. However, an A-level warrior could contend with more than 100 C-level warriors. The overwhelming superiority of high-tier combatants over low-tier ones is not merely a saying. After a moment of contemplation, Jianlei asked, "In Jianlei, there's one with a hand cannon and another capable of immobilizing individuals. Have you encountered them?" Buntulit smiled, the second time he had done so. "The snowy hidden leopard?" "Yes," Jianlei nodded. "They almost attempted to kill me. Did they both come after you?" Buntulit pondered, then shook his head. "At least one would have to perish, perhaps all." "Do you hold me in such high regard?" Jianlei was taken aback. "Am I truly that formidable?" "You are adept with traps," Buntulit observed, his aged eyes glimmering. He seemed to deduce how that mecha had been destroyed. Then, realizing something, he exclaimed, "Oh, a chance encounter in the wilderness? Finally, you understand." Jianlei rolled his eyes. "When I saw those two, I was genuinely apprehensive." "Apprehensive? It's nothing," Buntulit remarked, pulling off his hood and flashing a grin. "From now on, I will train you." "You will train me?" Jianlei was somewhat bewildered, sensing a peculiar dynamic. "Do not concern yourself with feelings. Focus on mine." Buntulit maintained a nonchalant demeanor, yet his words carried a commanding presence. Jianlei shot him a defiant glance. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Establishing authority within the team was essential, especially as he wished to gauge the true prowess of ultimate warriors. "Why would I bother fighting you?" Buntulit chuckled, shaking his head in bemusement. "There are top-tier students, but no top-tier instructors. This is a saying from Lanxing. They're only outstanding disciples, not exceptional masters." Jianlei discerned that the other party did not lack the courage to spar with him. Rather, he simply found combat to be devoid of meaning. Naturally, should he lose, it would certainly affect his pride. After some contemplation, he inquired, "What can you teach me?" "Perhaps you possess some unique skills," Buntulit replied casually, not wishing to delve into the other's secrets. However, Your inherited knowledge is not systematic. I have methods for cultivating abilities. Jianlei resignedly acknowledged, Old but do I need to become your disciple? Accepting defeat was sometimes necessary. Some things could not be contested. While he harbored pride, he was not arrogant to the point of dismissing others. Become a disciple? Beng Tui's gaze momentarily glazed over before he shook his head. There's no need. Just remember your promise. Rest assured, Jianlei replied without hesitation. For the remainder of the journey, the two spoke little. The Scorpion's vehicle moved steadily at 30 kilometers per hour. By afternoon, they arrived at a series of undulating dirt mounds, sparsely covered with small trees. Is this the forest contaminated with lead? Jianlei murmured in surprise. Yes, Beng Tui was not one to engage in excessive conversation. Quite a suitable location, Jianlei noted, recognizing that this lead-contaminated area was shunned even by wild beasts. Some mutated creatures could endure lead toxicity, but only to a certain extent. Such creatures would be scorned by hunters, their value significantly diminished, rendering them nearly worthless. However, this type of location was ideal for concealing items, as lead toxicity only accumulates when absorbed by the human body. The vehicle jostled over the small hill for about 20 minutes before stopping at a dirt mound. Beng Tui exited the vehicle, retrieved a crowbar, and pried up a large stone nearly half his height. He did not ask Jianlei to assist, even though he was aware of his supernatural prowess. He wished to prove that he was still capable. Indeed, as a modified warrior who had awakened his abilities, Beng Tui, despite his aged appearance, managed to pry open the stone. Beneath it lay a section of buried, dilapidated wiring, a common sight in the wasteland. Beng Tui grasped the two forks of the wire and closed his eyes. Before long, the small slope trembled, and the soil and stones gradually parted, revealing a towering stone door. The door bore a circular hole the size of a bowl, and Beng Tui reached in to manipulate something before withdrawing his hand. Moments later, the stone door slowly opened, revealing an entrance over 3 meters high and 4 meters wide. The secret chamber's spaciousness far exceeded Jianlei's imagination. The passage alone extended over 20 meters deep. The Scorpion stood guard outside as he and Bentley ventured inside. Did you manage to create all this by yourself? Jianlei inquired, though he refrained from pressing further. Bentley coolly replied, I wasn't that idle. I merely recruited some rascals to do the work. What happens after the work is done? Jianlei was tempted to ask, but he held his tongue. The old man's willingness to employ rascals for labor indicated that his moral standards had reached a certain threshold in this wasteland. Inside, the space was expansive, measuring 10 by 10 meters, and surprisingly, it contained 2 small rooms. The chamber was stocked with a considerable amount of supplies, including more than 1 vehicle and 3 motorcycles. There were also plenty of firearms and ammunition, as well as some energy blocks. Jianlei couldn't help but exclaim, Old Ben, do you intend to use this as a refuge? The lead contamination is far too severe for it to be a long-term shelter. Bentley casually replied, I was initially going to treat this place as a grave. At this, he sighed deeply, reflecting on how he never anticipated there would still be a day to utilize it. Chapter 108. The Invisible Tycoon. Bentley's level of affluence genuinely surprised Jianlei. Despite his constant complaints about being impoverished, he had always believed it was due to the resource-intensive nature of his training. Setting aside his cultivation, he considered himself at least moderately successful. He could easily purchase a villa in any affluent district of a settlement, and even a manor was not out of the question. Furthermore, he prided himself on his earning potential, convinced he could maintain a carefree existence without issue. However, he never imagined that a seemingly ordinary half-hearted mechanic outside the city could amass such wealth, at least twice as prosperous as I am. And that without factoring in the construction costs of his secret chamber. Bentley regarded him with a hint of skepticism, asking, do you really think my decades of accumulation would be inferior to yours? I still have to focus on basic cultivation techniques. Otherwise, I could be far wealthier than I am now. This assertion resonated with Jianlei, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging the immense resource demands of cultivation. Bentley hesitated, seemingly on the verge of asking something, but ultimately suggested, let us take a look at what modifications this heavy-duty truck requires. Once it's ready, we can set off tonight. Jianlei briefly inspected the truck and found no issues with transferring the weapons. He retained his light truck and moved all supplies to the heavy truck. Bentley generously loaded a significant amount of ammunition and energy blocks onto the vehicle. Jianlei felt it was a bit excessive and advised, "You should hold back some, just in case something happens to me." He certainly couldn't allow his counterpart to contribute more resources than himself. As the leader of the team, he couldn't afford to lose face. "I'm saving these for a purpose," Bentley replied with an easygoing attitude. However, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Where did you acquire your cultivation method?" "You don't have to answer if it's inconvenient." Jianlei smiled and retorted, "You already know it's inconvenient for me. Why ask?" Bentley, undeterred, shifted the topic. "What grade of mutated beast meat do you require for your training?" "C grade, B grade, and A grade will all suffice," Jianlei answered, feeling that consistently refusing to answer would not foster cooperation. He even added, "and B grade mutated crystals as well." "What?" Bentley was momentarily stunned. His reaction more profound than when he had heard about the Wangkadurchi. "You can train using mutated crystals without awakening an attribute?" Jianlei replied earnestly. "I'm not familiar with the training system you mentioned, but from my understanding, mutated crystals are a form of energy, so why shouldn't they be used for cultivation?" Bentley was even more astonished, his mouth agape. "You can't be directly utilizing mutated crystals for training, can you?" "Of course. I'm training directly with them," Jianlei said, looking at him curiously. "Is there another method?" Bentley was rendered speechless. He took out a cigarette and quietly lit it. After finishing one cigarette, he spoke. "Directly using mutated crystals for training is something even C-grade ultimate warriors cannot do. The Central City has conducted extensive research on mutated crystals, applying them in various fields, such as gene modification agents and early-stage gene modification neutralizers. Even those used receiving injected agents require certain nutritional components that include mutated crystals. That is why I say, without a solid foundation, one cannot cultivate transformed warriors. When it comes to transformed warriors, the amount of mutated crystals used to enhance their physicality will be even greater. Yet, even when awakening an attribute to become an ultimate warrior, they can still only use crystal powder. This is why the price of mutated crystals remains consistently high. However, the constraints on the use of mutated crystals stem not only from their limited quantity, but also from the scarcity of corresponding auxiliary materials. Many resources are even scarcer than the crystals themselves, which is why various settlements maintain a certain stock of mutated crystals. Bentley's implication was clear. Only B-grade ultimate warriors could directly use mutated crystals for training, and even they could not use A-grade crystals. B-grade warriors could only employ B-grade ones, which seemed reasonable. Bentley's astonishment at Jianlei's ability to directly use B-grade crystals was completely understandable. After Bentley finished explaining, Jianlei asked, "How many B-grade warriors are there in the Central City?" "That is classified information," Bentley replied with a resigned shrug. "If I knew that, how could I have been harmed to the point of losing my home? Could you at least make a rough estimate?" 50 to 70? Bentley replied uncertainly. "As for A-grade warriors, there are at least 3. Jianlei pondered for a moment before responding. "Do you want a method to directly use B-grade crystals?" "Of course," Bentley answered without hesitation. "I'm not yet 90. I can still enhance my strength." Jianlei raised an eyebrow, doubtful about the combination of not yet and 90. The average lifespan in the Wasteland is a rather absurd topic, devoid of significance. However, he knew that many wealthy individuals in the Hongxi settlement were over 90 years old. More than one scavenger had mentioned that if one had enough money and avoided the scavenging trade, they could live to 100 without misfortune or illness. This implies that the expected lifespan of Wasteland inhabitants might indeed reach a century, surpassing that of Blue Star inhabitants by 10 to 20 years. Jianlei believed that reaching 100 was an attainable goal, provided one had sufficient wealth. This suggests that the physical condition of Wasteland dwellers might be somewhat superior, at least in terms of expected lifespan. He had never thought this to be a significant matter. Racial differences objectively exist, especially between the Wasteland and Blue Star. However, upon hearing not yet 90, he couldn't help but ask, how long do transformed warriors typically live? If they die of natural causes. Reaching 120 is not a problem, Bentley replied confidently. If they don't die in battle, 130 is also possible. You train so rigorously. Don't the telomeres of your cells get affected? Jianlei was tempted to inquire, as that would indeed shorten lifespan. However, the term was too technical, and he was unsure how to express it in Wasteland vernacular. Moreover, this was clearly knowledge beyond the grasp of survivors. He nodded. "You're not exactly young either. The key is that my training system may not suit you. I'm well aware of that. Bentley nodded decisively. I haven't heard of your training system, even in the central city. Regardless, just see how much help you can offer. I don't expect any compensation for assisting you. I am unique, Jianlei stated earnestly. My knowledge system is exceedingly valuable. I comprehend this, Bentley nodded. He was acutely aware that the knowledge he possessed was indeed rare for the surrounding community. However, in comparison to the knowledge held by others, which was largely unheard of within the entire community, his knowledge was not merely invaluable. At the very least, the information he possessed was known to thousands within the central city. He candidly expressed, I can pay the difference until you're satisfied. Do you have any B-grade crystals? Acquiring mutated crystals is genuinely a formidable task, reliant on influence and probability, rather than one's knowledge system. Only one remains. Jianlei produced that singular crystal and sincerely remarked that the others were all A-grade. All A-grade? Bentley's lips twitched. How many? 2.5. Jianlei fundamentally preferred not to boast. It was better to speak of what one could genuinely achieve. Boasting could lead to repercussions. Not to mention that it could jeopardize the entire organization. That is impressive, Bentley responded impassively. I only have a total of 9 A-grade crystals. Do you truly understand the meaning of only? Jianlei nodded. What about B-grade? Only 32. Bentley spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. I have used quite a few. Wow. Jianlei couldn't help but mutter. Only 32? You must have some resources at home. I will give you 10, Bentley replied without hesitation. Consider it the price difference. I will pay a high price. Jianlei refrained from making promises. I can do my utmost to assist you, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Bentley was not inclined to argue about such matters, reasoning that utilizing resources for the team was sufficient, with no need for such clarity. He was not inherently stingy. He had been accumulating supplies precisely for moments like this. May I see your cultivation method? It's not very convenient, Jianlei replied seriously. Present your method, and I will see if I can help you improve it. You will help me improve? Bentley was profoundly skeptical of this statement. He was willing to believe in the other's capabilities, including the notion of directly using mutated crystals for cultivation. Yet, could one truly improve a cultivation method at your age and cognitive capacity? There was indeed a matter of trust. Jianlei nodded. However, my cultivation method may not suit you. Inconvenience is one barrier. Incompatibility is another issue. After practicing for so long, do you believe it is appropriate to change your cultivation method? Bentley was not foolish, possessing a clear understanding of worldly affairs. After a brief contemplation, he decisively nodded. All right. Besides, I never intended to conceal my methods from you. He then turned and dragged out a rather worn bag from beneath the table. This is the cultivation method I have collected. Jianlei bent down to weigh the bag and exclaimed in astonishment. So many? How many people has this old man killed? Chapter 92. This experience is difficult to promote. Bentley noticed Jianlei's thoughts and inquired, have you ever killed an innocent person? After a moment's reflection, Jianlei replied, I have a clear conscience. To say nothing of the guards harmed this morning, they were indeed innocent in this matter. However, the existence of a force like the Sci family, which regards human life as inconsequential, signifies a fundamental issue. When an avalanche occurs, not a single snowflake is innocent. As a target of cold-blooded slaughter, is it wrong for Jianlei to resist? He initially intended to respect the rules of Zhou Lu and ceased firing. However, since the Sci family provoked first and the guards failed to act, he could not be blamed for retaliating in his own manner. He expressed regret for any miscalculations but maintained a clear conscience. I resonate with that sentiment. Bentley nodded. I too have a clear conscience. Your clear conscience likely differs somewhat from mine. Jianlei did not entirely agree with the moral outlook of the Wasteland dwellers. Nevertheless, as long as one has a bottom line in their heart, they would not stray too far from the path. By this time, dusk had already set in, and the two of them emerged from the underground secret camp in a heavy truck. Since there were still many items in the secret camp, they could not transport everything in one go. They merely took what they deemed potentially useful. Even this had filled a significant portion of the truck's capacity. Bentley could not help but remark, have we loaded too many weapons? The weapons were not particularly excessive. The crux lay in the overabundance of ammunition. Interestingly, Bentley even possessed shells for a machine cannon. When Jianlei seized the machine cannon, the ammunition was indeed limited, and following subsequent usage, he was left with only over 30 rounds. Yet, Bentley found it curious that he himself did not own a machine cannon, but had instead stockpiled a considerable amount of shells. Judging by his capabilities, acquiring a machine cannon would not pose much of a problem. Jianlei specifically inquired about the purpose of storing so many shells. The old man answered casually, "Machine cannons are not very popular in the Zhou character district. Laser weapons are more prevalent here. However, when I built this secret camp, I had not completely relinquished my thirst for vengeance. Hence, I stockpiled a considerable amount of ammunition. As I would say, a machine cannon can be bought with money, and if that fails, it can be taken, but ammunition is harder to find." Now that he intended to leave, he naturally needed to replenish the machine cannon's ammunition. Scorpion was very vigilant. Upon seeing the two emerge, she reported that two motorcycles had passed by at a distance. She believed they were unintentional, hence chose not to inform anyone, simply hiding herself. Upon noticing Bentley had moved out a considerable amount of belongings, her wariness towards him diminished significantly. Resources in the Wasteland are exceedingly precious. Allegiance may be feigned, but resources are undeniable. Everyone fights tooth and nail for these items, do they not? As it was just getting dark, the three did not rush to depart. Instead, they began discussing their next destination. They could not remain locally. Bentley suggested going to the Tian character community, as only there might they procure some cultivation supplies. Upon hearing cultivation, Scorpion became quite excited, but Bentley mercilessly dashed her hopes. "At your age, it is already too late to cultivate." The old man was relatively considerate in his conversation with Jianlei, but he spoke candidly with her. Scorpion felt somewhat indignant. "Actually, I am not that old. I'm only 24 this year." This meant that when she met Jianlei 2 years ago, she had just turned 22, yet she was already an elite-level hunter. Such situations are not uncommon in the Wasteland, where life is harsh, and it is not rare for individuals to become hunters at the age of 13 or 14. Jianlei intervened to halt their argument. "You two will be responsible for vigilance and driving on the road. I will organize these cultivation methods." Scorpion's eyes brightened at his words. "Then do I still have a chance?" Jianlei replied casually, "If you don't try, how will you know it won't work?" Bentley glanced at him, but did not pay it much mind. 2 hours later, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the three restored the underground secret camp before departing in their heavy truck. The truck had been well modified, with a door between the cab and the cargo area, allowing them to maintain vigilance without needing to remain in the cargo area at all times. At this moment, Bentley finally had the heart to inquire about Jianlei's various attributes. "Is your strength innate?" 2 years ago, I was just a weakling, Jianlei replied while reading. For him, dual-threat operation was exceedingly simple. After injecting the serum, my body underwent changes, and, coupled with other factors, I became increasingly robust. "Your strength has increased several times?" Bentley asked instinctively. However, upon seeing the other flipping through a book, he changed his query. "Forget it. Besides being strong, is there anything else?" The enhancement of physical fitness was comprehensive. Jianlei answered without raising his head. "That's everything." Just then, Shiezi returned from the truck bed, and Bentley inquired, "What does comprehensive physical fitness entail?" "Running fast, jumping high, having keen vision," Shiezi replied casually, "and excellent coordination, like marksmanship." These details were accessible to the Sci family, and she felt no qualms about sharing them. Bentley fell silent, pondering if he had encountered a versatile, modified warrior. After a moment, he asked, "How did you endure the effects of the modification serum?" "I employed my own training methods," Jianlei replied nonchalantly, "and I was barely able to fill my stomach before I fortuitously found half a crystal." Bentley's lips twitched involuntarily at the mention of finding half a crystal. "Your luck seems almost otherworldly. Were you bold enough to sell it?" "Of course not. I used it myself. That is how my training officially began." "Your method is rather unconventional." Bentley shook his head in resignation, something that ordinary individuals would struggle to replicate. "I wonder what the Sci family is thinking, insisting on having you, as this experience is hardly transferable. Would you mind sharing where your self-training method originated?" Jianlei finally lifted his head, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "A mixture of various sources, meticulously organized by myself." After speaking, he lowered his head to continue reading. "You organize it yourself?" Bentley's expression shifted. He stared in astonishment at Jianlei. "It's quite fortunate that you didn't end up harming yourself." "In any case, I had no choice but to take a gamble," Jianlei replied indifferently, "and please do not disturb my reading." He was capable of dual-threaded thinking without issue. Yet he preferred to be undisturbed during serious contemplation. Bentley glanced at Chiesi behind him. Has his internal organ function improved as well? I'm not certain. Chiesi shook her head, but it is evident that his appetite is enormous, exceptionally so. That's quite normal, Bentley replied dismissively. Given his training, he must eat a substantial amount. Chiesi shot him a glare. Is it normal to eat 100 kilograms of meat in one sitting? Bentley's expression immediately shifted. Is that the recognized standard amount? This appetite was already comparable to that of a B-class ultimate warrior. While they were conversing, the situation in Zhou Lu had descended into chaos. The external guard ultimately succumbed to his injuries, which incited considerable dissatisfaction among the higher-ups of the settlement. As for the wanted criminal, they were utterly in the dark, channeling their anger towards the Psy family's convoy. These individuals clearly saw Zhou Lu's personnel as shields. However, the Psy family's upper echelons were all apprehended, leading to their furious outcry for the main settlement to intervene. Ultimately, it came down to verifying Chu Jianlei's situation, as the warrant had been issued by the main settlement. Yet, the Zhou Lu settlement was exceedingly prosperous, and its leaders were financially robust, rendering them less fearful of the main settlement. We can look into it, but you must clarify what transpired between you and Chu Jianlei. When he was still weak, what was injected into him that caused your relentless pursuit? Within the same lineage, the disparity in intelligence would not be vast. How could the Psy family hide something so apparent from discerning eyes? Naturally, the Psy family would not respond to this inquiry and merely waive the warrant. Zhou Lu's personnel indeed sought information, but the diligence of their investigation was evident. 3 days later, it was finally discovered that Bentley and Master Panda were missing. Bentley could be ruled out due to his age, but no one knew Master Panda's age. They only knew he was accompanied by 2 adults and 1 child. This raised suspicions, especially since all 4 had vanished. However, Geng Shougong stepped forward, asserting that a youth in their early teens could not possess such formidable mechanical repair knowledge and skills, especially since the individual you mentioned had not even begun training 2 years prior. The Psy family complained, expressing disbelief that such a renowned repairman could remain unidentified amidst the chaos outside the city. You have failed to manage properly, and we will certainly escalate this issue. These remarks thoroughly infuriated the higher-ups of Zhou Lu. If strict management is enforced, the settlement will surely decline. It was precisely due to the various provocations from the Psy family that the settlement largely refrained from cooperating with the warrant. Moreover, no one had noticed that Cindy and Claire resided within the city and held legitimate residency, thus ensuring their relative safety in the short term. Jianlei, au hiver, was somewhat troubled. The deaths of Lai Feng and Xiao Jing had left a significant psychological impact on him. In the initial days of his journey, he could not calm his mind to meditate. Only after leaving the Zhou Lu settlement, realizing it was too late to turn back, did he finally let go of that matter. Bentley held a low opinion of standing meditation and exercises such as Ba Duan Jin and Wu Qin Shi, and he scoffed at Tai Chi. The only practice he regarded with some esteem was the Tai Chi 13 swords. Chiesi found his views quite disagreeable and suggested that he try practicing Ba Duan Jin or Wu Qin Shi. She practiced these herself and was well aware of their efficacy in promoting blood circulation. However, Bentley was not even bored enough to consider such suggestions. It was only when he observed Chu Jianlei meditating for an extended period that he quietly asked in astonishment, "Is this truly his method of cultivation?" The temper of Chiesi was not particularly bad, which allowed her to become a core member of her previous team and maintain a good relationship with Cindy and her daughter. However, her dynamic with Bentley was somewhat contentious, primarily due to Bentley's disdain towards her. Initially, she respected him, knowing he was a modified warrior. But when she realized her respect went unreciprocated, she lost interest in trying to please him. What frustrated her was that her indifference had no impact on his mood. She felt as though she was being completely overlooked. She felt somewhat helpless and indignant, but above all, she sensed her own insignificance. When responding to his inquiries, she answered wearily, "I suppose so." "What do you mean by suppose?" Bentley's murky old eyes glinted with intrigue. "Do you not know him well?" "The leader is under no obligation to share this with me," Chiesi replied languidly. The next moment, she realized her attitude was somewhat problematic and added, "This is the only thing he has not taught me. Then why not ask him to teach you?" Bentley looked at her with exasperation. "Do you have any idea what he is doing?" Chiesi shook her head. "I don't know. The leader said he wouldn't teach me for now." "Do you know what that means?" I don't know either. Bentley shook his head, yet a deeply concealed excitement flickered in his old eyes. If he were to teach you cultivation, do not learn anything else, just focus on this. Shizzy looked at him suspiciously. You've never been this enthusiastic towards me. There must be a reason behind it. Bentley pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. I suspect this is a fundamental cultivation technique. Explaining further would be beyond your comprehension. Whatever he gives me, I will practice, Shizzy replied lazily. I trust he would not deceive me. Bentley immediately grasped her apprehension. Are you worried I might extract cultivation methods from you? Of course. Shizzy shook her head emphatically. The leader always emphasizes, what is suitable is the best. What is suitable is the best. Bentley was momentarily taken aback. His intelligence was not lacking, and his age was sufficient. Yet for years he had been blinded by hatred. Due to the warrant against him, he had been unable to acquire a method tailored to his needs. He had long been preoccupied with seeking the most authoritative and formal cultivation methods. It was only upon hearing those words that he suddenly realized that what he had been pursuing might not necessarily be what was most suitable for him. He exhaled softly, pondering why he dared to claim he could customize spells. It turned out he had ascended to such heights. Among the survivors, many understood this, and Scorpion responded nonchalantly. What suits you is the best. If you covet something you are unworthy of, the outcome will likely be tragic. She believed that Bentley was simply too comfortable in life, elevated in status, which fueled his desire for perfection. How could Bentley not grasp this? Upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Indeed, he had yet to relinquish the pride that had lingered in his heart for nearly a century. It was a bit of a wasted endeavor. He then turned to Scorpion. Speaking earnestly, in light of your ability to enlighten me, I shall gift you an engraved crystal. No need, I'll buy it. Scorpion waved her hand and declared seriously. The boss said that free things are often the most expensive. Bentley paused, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled wryly. How could this young individual possess such profound insights about life? Scorpion nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the boss's lost childhood memories might conceal something significant. Does it truly matter if he has lost them? Bentley countered, offering her guidance. After all, he valued promises and cared deeply for his companions. Isn't that sufficient? Scorpion nodded, casting a deep glance at him, remarking, your attitude today is rather peculiar. I merely discovered something, Bentley stated candidly. His origins might be far more significant than I had anticipated. Isn't that a good thing? Scorpion smiled. The greater his background, the better it is for us if someone arrives. In recent days, they have been active by night, seeking to evade potential pursuers. By day, they sought refuge in concealed locations, only setting out once darkness fell. The place they had chosen was a sparse grove. Even with protective nets, absolute concealment was unattainable. Thus, the trio decided against erecting protective nets. A heavy truck was certainly not something to provoke. It was now morning, the air clear, and a truck accompanied by 3 motorcycles approached. This was the standard configuration for an adventurer's party. The truck carried supplies while the motorcycles safeguarded it. As the group passed by the edge of the forest, someone with keen eyes spotted the heavy truck. The convoy immediately slowed down, and 2 motorcycles turned sharply toward the truck. Bentley rose, grasping the vehicle-mounted machine gun, and fired a 3-round burst. His Gauss rifle was expertly wielded, and the bullets struck the ground less than 5 meters from the 2 motorcycles. Seeing this, the motorcycles swiftly executed a tailspin, and someone shouted through a loudspeaker, "You want to die, High Point team?" Scorpion had been aiming for a while and shot the loudspeaker from the opponent's hand. Bentley had already aimed the machine gun at them, warning that if they continued their chatter, he would obliterate their truck. Although a lone heavy truck signified danger, it could occasionally attract unwanted attention. Particularly in cases like this, where such teams dared to eye a heavy truck, they often had substantial backing. However, Jianlei and his companions were not ones to shy away from confrontation. Since someone had chosen to provoke them, they would teach them a lesson. The 2 motorcycles, intimidated by the precise gunfire, turned and fled without a word. However, the truck nearby was enraged. Daring to attack the High Point team would bring misfortune upon them. Bentley seized the loudspeaker and succinctly commanded, "Scram or die." Someone on the truck was surveying the area with binoculars, likely having spotted the truck's machine gun. They refrained from further dialogue, pausing momentarily before departing. Bentley glanced at Scorpion, understanding why he had not shouted warnings but rather shot as a caution. He was subtly indicating that his current demeanor differed greatly from before. After contemplating, Scorpion replied, "You wish to showcase our bad temper, minimizing unnecessary words?" A languid voice chimed in from behind them. Their convoy had been moving along the edge of the forest. It was Jianlei, who had just finished his duties and approached them. "Indeed, that is the reasoning." Scorpion nodded after pondering. "You both are quite perceptive. Typically, a convoy on the move would avoid potential threats, steering clear of forests. However, while travelers understood this, the ability to swiftly assess the situation required considerable experience and keen intuition. Scorpion was an elite-level hunter, yet still young, lacking just a bit of that experience. Bentley looked at Jianlei and remarked, "You hardly appear to be 17 or 18. Why aren't you seated?" With gunfire echoing, "How could I remain seated?" Jianlei replied, slightly disheartened, "I finally found some rhythm." Bentley sensed his frustration, suggesting, "Shall we pursue and eliminate them?" "Forget it. Bullets cost money," Jianlei replied lazily. "Should we leave or wait?" Bentley and Scorpion exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Wait." This heavy truck was well armored. Even its fuel tank was protected. After all, its owner was a somewhat skilled mechanic. Bentley's repair skills were indeed average, but far superior to those of the typical repairman accompanying adventurer teams. Furthermore, given the truck's formidable firepower, they were not particularly concerned about the adversaries returning. "Very well." Jianlei nodded and turned to leave. "I hope I won't be disturbed again." Scorpion licked her lips, adding, "If someone insists on delivering a windfall, I certainly wouldn't mind." Bentley did not perceive these two as reckless. He had been far bolder in the past. He merely nodded slightly, recognizing that the temper of this dark day was not too bad. He was not consciously testing Jianlei's approach, but rather acting on instinct. Having navigated the martial world for so long, many things became second nature unless one made a deliberate effort to change. After reflecting, Scorpion replied, "He sometimes struggles to control his emotions. It's best not to provoke him." Indeed, Bentley chuckled nonchalantly. Understanding emotional control is already commendable. He did not conceal his admiration for Jianlei. Only the weak needed to control their emotions. Did the strong require such measures? Unbeknownst to them, the convoy that had retreated did not venture far. After traveling 5 or 6 kilometers, they believed they had left the other's line of sight, and someone in the truck issued orders. 3 motorcycles were dispatched to position themselves and await. If the other party attempted to flee, they were to report immediately. However, as they waited, twilight approached, and the heavy truck showed no signs of movement. "It seems they are indeed unafraid of us," one of the watchers murmured into the radio. "They are likely not to be trifled with." This logic was clear to all. If the opposing party were merely bluffing, they would have fled. The small leader in the truck sighed, "Forget it, bring everyone back, we're leaving." This was the harsh reality of the Wasteland. When interests were at stake, hesitation was not an option, but the strong would always bully the weak. Some were unwilling to accept this. After all, it was just a single truck. Why not attempt to attack? "Do you know they only have one truck?" A woman voiced her dissent over the radio. "What we see may only be what they wish for US to see." The small leader in the truck spoke again. "All right, if they are truly formidable, attacking them would result in losses. Ultimately, in a conflict between 2 unfamiliar parties, financial considerations must prevail. However, most of those who test the waters dare not recklessly initiate an attack, fearing that the heavy-duty truck might belong to a formidable faction. Thus, opting for a heavy-duty truck for travel alleviates many troubles. Yet, even so, they inevitably encounter the short-sighted, for no society is devoid of those who take desperate risks. In the Wasteland, such reckless individuals are particularly prevalent. What frustrates them is that, after several skirmishes, they find themselves at a loss. Even Bentley could not help but curse vehemently, exclaiming, "How dare they ambush a heavy-duty truck with nothing but a rusty gun and a few bowmen? With such intellect, they might as well serve as human dumplings for the fallen." After nearly a month of travel, the trio finally reached the edge of the Jianlei district. The periphery of the Jianlei district is a stretch of desert. However, with winter approaching, Bentley asserted that traversing the desert at this time is most opportune. Crossing the desert in summer would demand significantly more water, and the various desert creatures would be more active. After another month crossing the desert, they encountered some creatures, but fortunately, they did not incur losses. Curiously, upon arrival, the settlement they found was not the Jianlei district, but rather the Huangzi settlement. As Bentley put it, venturing into the Jianlei district is feasible, but opting for the Huangzi district is more convenient, even if the desert route is more arduous. Upon entering the Huangzi district, the atmosphere felt remarkably different. The environment was noticeably better. They were surprised to find scattered farmland, albeit mostly under greenhouses, yet it was indeed a refreshing change. The security conditions were relatively improved, with hardly anyone staring blankly at the heavy-duty truck. Many outdoor camps even had children playing about, indicating that the living conditions here were significantly better than in the Hongzi and Zhouzi districts. Not only could children grow up here, but people also dare to live. However, the formality of inspections had increased. Not only were checks conducted at the settlements, but occasionally there were also inspections in the outdoor camps. Jianlei and his companion's heavy-duty truck even faced a surprise inspection in the wild. At least 4 vehicles and a dozen motorcycles confronted them. Upon spotting them, the opposing party signaled for them to stop for inspection. The Scorpion's response was to fire a shot, not aimed at anyone, but clearly indicating their stance. The opposition appeared momentarily stunned, after which a motorcyclist approached. Holding a white flag, the rider stated, "We are apprehending wanted criminals. All suspicious individuals must undergo inspection." Venteli produced an object that briefly illuminated, saying nothing further, which immediately garnered a respectful demeanor from the other party. However, even then, the rider insisted on checking the identities of others and inspecting the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Venteli's expression darkened, demanding, "Let me see your credentials." The motorcyclist could only stammer, "I am not an official. I am merely assisting." Leave, Venteli retorted, lighting a cigarette, squinting his eyes as he spoke, "If you do not depart, we will resort to force." The rider, genuinely intimidated, replied, "Shall I notify them to send someone with credentials?" Venteli scoffed. If the credentials were sufficient, they would not send a novice like you. The object he had produced evidently bore substantial authority. Ordinary patrol personnel lacked the qualification to inspect people and vehicles. The rider stood dumbfounded, uncertain of the other party's status, and could only turn back to report. The convoy deliberated briefly and signaled for passage. Jianlei, witnessing this, could not help but glance at the elder, exclaiming, "Old Ben, that was quite impressive." Being merely an auxiliary force for the inspections, Venteli drove leisurely, perhaps hoping to take advantage of the chaos. The Wasteland remained the Wasteland. While the order in the Huangzi district was somewhat improved, it was only marginally so. The trio traversed the Huangzi district for over 2 months before reaching the checkpoint into the Xianzi district. Indeed, there was hardly any natural barrier from the Huangzi to the Xianzi settlement. The only impediment was the checkpoint. All procedures for passing through were naturally entrusted to the seasoned Venteli. He did not disappoint, facilitating their passage without issue. Other checks were inevitable. This time, Jianlei and the Scorpion assumed new identities, becoming Venteli's aides. The elder's skill in forging identities proved exceptional, allowing him to bring aides through. The gatekeeper conducted a cursory inspection of the vehicle. However, upon seeing it laden with supplies, they expressed no hint of greed. On the contrary, a flicker of wariness appeared in their eyes directed at Venteli. Only such a figure could carry so many supplies and return safely from the Huangzi district. The hierarchy of the settlements was Tian Xiandi Huang, not Tian Di Xian Huang. Entering the Xianzi district brought them a step away from the Tianzi district. This final stretch took them over a month to traverse until they finally arrived at the checkpoint. Exiting the Xianzi district was relatively easy. However, to reach the Tianzi district, they needed to cross a wide river over 3 kilometers in breadth. At the end of winter, the ice could barely support foot traffic, and snowmobiles posed no issue. Yet, Jianlei and his heavy-duty truck could not cross. They could only board a ferry capable of breaking ice. The 3 of them, along with 1 vehicle, paid $120 silver to cross the 3-kilometer river. Upon disembarking from the ferry, Jianlei's mouth twitched. It felt as if they had been robbed. "We have barely begun." Venteli shook his head. "Now let you experience what true robbery feels like." They were about to enter the Tianzi district, where a separate entry checkpoint awaited. Venteli possessed the credentials of a Tianzi district resident, and his status was respectable. He merely needed to pay a passage fee of $50 silver. The vehicle and supplies incurred a crossing fee of 200. Jianlei and the Scorpion, lacking credentials, obtained temporary ones through Venteli's guarantee. The temporary credentials cost 50, valid for a year, with a renewal fee upon expiration, and each credential required a deposit of 500 silver. Jianlei felt as if his head might explode. It truly exacerbated his already precarious financial situation. They had not encountered formidable foes in the Huangzi and Xianzi districts, making their journey relatively safe. Yet they were constantly burdened by expenses. The sensation of living off the land was unbearable for anyone. "Do not be dissatisfied," Bentley remarked leisurely as he drove. "Without my guarantee, you would not be earning any money." The Scorpion winced at the thought, seriously suggesting, "Perhaps we should consider smuggling." "Forget it." Jianlei took a deep breath. "If money can resolve the issue, then it is not a problem. Why risk it?" Bentley glanced at him, lightly commenting, "Your mindset is commendable. It does not resemble that of a young man who has experienced poverty." In truth, Jianlei, who had once been financially stable, could not help but mutter internally, "Never mind, I still have some gold. Selling it could fetch a decent sum." He had only brought 8 kilograms of gold with him, leaving the rest in various secret camps, believing it to be sufficient. Little did he know that the Tianzi district was indeed extraordinary. A single entry cost them nearly 2,000 silver dollars. "The living costs in the Tianzi district are not particularly high," Bentley replied nonchalantly. "It is merely the entry that is expensive. Of course, if you wish to train further, you will need to work harder for funds." Jianlei could not help but shoot him a glance. "Old Ben, in inconvenient times, I may have to borrow money from you, whether I lend or not." "This is rather amusing," Bentley replied coolly. Yet, in the next moment, he could not help but emphasize, "Being with me has already saved you a considerable sum." "I understand," Jianlei nodded. "I have not been idle either. I have been contemplating ways to assist you in evolving your training methods." Bentley took a deep breath. "I can hardly contain myself. Let us hurry to the rear capital." Before this thought had even crossed his mind, he had already planned to live off the land and wait for death. However, now that such thoughts had arisen, these past 6 months felt like an eternity. Thankfully, at his age, he possessed considerable self-control, and those places were indeed unsuitable for training. Once they set foot on the soil of the Tianzi district, the urge became unbearable. He longed to soar there immediately. In the Tianzi district, there exist a total of 14 settlements. Among them, in addition to numbers 1 through 9, 4 are named after the capital, namely Qianjing, Houjing, Zhuijing, and Yujing. The remaining one is referred to as Taidu, which is truly the foremost settlement in the Tianzi district. Nevertheless, Qianjing and Houjing are formidable contenders, with Houjing being slightly closer in strength to Taidu. In simple terms, Houjing is recognized as the second largest settlement in the Tianzi district. As the leading settlement, Taidu possesses a greater abundance of high-end resources. However, even Bentley perceives it as relatively perilous, despite having a false identity. A wanted criminal remains a wanted criminal. Thus, there is a unanimous consensus that Houjing is a commendable option, provided one is willing to invest financially, as cultivation resources can still be acquired. Upon hearing this, Jianlei could not help but chuckle, suggesting, "Why not venture to Taidu then?" Bentley responded dismissively, asserting that he could maintain his composure. He then inquired, "How has your deduction progressed?" Throughout their journey, it was primarily he and Scorpion who were occupied. Jianlei alternated between reading and cultivating, not wasting a moment. However, Bentley had witnessed firsthand how Jianlei's prolonged cultivation had consumed an entire B-grade crystal. This situation was indeed hard for him to dismiss. "It's still somewhat incomplete," Jianlei replied, rubbing his temples in frustration. "However, to be frank, only through practical application can one truly identify the most suitable cultivation methods." Bentley understood this sentiment, yet could not resist asking, "How long will it take?" Jianlei responded helplessly, "How could I possibly guarantee that? I can only promise to expedite the process. You need not rush me. The crux is that you must secure cultivation resources, which should be your primary concern." Bentley furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of unease. The next moment, a series of loud noises erupted, accompanied by a dull thud from outside the heavy truck. Chapter 112. Lives are worthless. The courtyard is valuable. The weather had yet to warm, and the trio found themselves once again in the Tianzi district, seated within the vehicle. Scorpion, responsible for vigilance, exclaimed, "Someone is firing a machine gun at us." A glint of cold determination flashed in Bentley's eyes as he commanded, "Return fire. Obliterate the enemy." Scorpion swiftly attempted to retreat, but Jianlei was quicker, leaping onto the truck bed. "I'll operate the cannon to suppress them. You focus on firing the machine gun." In the next instant, He exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Is that an armored vehicle approaching? The assault originated from the side, and Jianlei quickly spotted an armored vehicle, 2 trucks, and an off-road vehicle. The gunfire did not come from the armored vehicle, but rather from one of the trucks, while the cannon on the armored vehicle tracked the heavy truck's movement. Clearly, the cannon's aiming was sluggish, and the enemy was sparing with their ammunition, opting to use the mounted machine gun first. Over the past 6 months, Jianlei had reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, on the brink of advancing to the 7th layer. However, he had other plans and had been focusing on enhancing his physical capabilities during this time. He chose armor-piercing rounds and, within 2 seconds, aimed at the armored vehicle. During this interval, the other 2 Gauss machine guns also opened fire, causing the heavy truck's armor to clang and rattle. Good grief, someone cursed. Does that heavy truck have such absurd armor? Are they overindulged? In the next moment, the cannon on the heavy truck roared, unleashing a triple burst. Only one of the 3 shells missed, while the 2 armor-piercing rounds ignited the armored vehicle. Is that armor reinforced? Jianlei was somewhat taken aback and swiftly switched to high-explosive rounds. The occupants of the other 3 vehicles were momentarily stunned. How could they shoot so accurately? As the 3 vehicles attempted to flee, it was too late. Jianlei's hands moved with astonishing speed, executing 3 consecutive triple bursts that obliterated the 3 vehicles. He then aimed at the burning armored vehicle, contemplating a potential capture. Figures engulfed in flames emerged from the vehicle. Don't, Bentley decisively declared. I'm stopping. Let us destroy the armored vehicle and leave. He abruptly hit the brakes, and Jianlei deftly fired a shot that demolished the armored vehicle as the heavy truck sped away. Once he returned to the driver's seat, Scorpion queried, Is the order in the Tianzi district truly this poor? I never claimed the order in the Tianzi district was good, Bentley replied matter-of-factly. I won't take the blame for that. He countered confidently. Those with some power have all come here. How could you expect order to prevail? Scorpion was momentarily speechless, contemplating before asking, Is the order within the settlements better, while the outside is comparatively worse? That assertion was largely accurate, and Bentley nodded in agreement. However, the major powers within the settlements abound. While this statement was undeniably correct, Jianlei's eyes narrowed, and he spoke ominously. Ultimately, they were eliminated from the central city, were they not? After enduring the relentless pursuit by the Sci family, he had grown exceedingly sensitive to the term major powers. Bentley paused, then nodded slightly. That is not incorrect, though some are dispatched from the central city. Scorpion sensed that their leader might be on the verge of losing control, prompting her to ask, Are these ordinary bandits? Perhaps yes, perhaps no, Bentley replied coolly. Some bandits possess genuine strength. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that they are colluding with the gatekeepers, especially since we are transporting substantial goods. Scorpion, initially intending to shift the focus, could not help but curse upon hearing this. If we stumble upon the impoverished, we won't even have enough to cover the cost of ammunition. Is that truly a cause for anger? Bentley asked with a hint of resignation. Anything beyond the cost of ammunition will yield a profit, so they primarily target heavy trucks. Human lives are worthless, Jianlei stated nonchalantly. The first half of my crystal was acquired from someone who attempted to shoot me with a black gun. Seeing him return to normalcy, Scorpion felt a weight lift from her heart. Do the gatekeepers truly dare to collaborate with bandits? Why wouldn't they? Bentley answered casually, his tone decidedly indifferent. Some cautious ones merely sell information to earn a profit, while those who take action do exist. I have encountered them. Jianlei looked at him incredulously. Is it the same in the central city? Of course not, Bentley replied with a touch of pride. That place maintains the highest order, akin to the world before the apocalypse. Scorpion inadvertently retorted, Yet you were replaced. How can you speak so highly of them? That is a different matter. Bentley's lips twitched slightly. You truly have a knack for striking the wrong chord. He paused, slowly responding. In any society, coercion and plunder are objective realities. My replacement has nothing to do with order. It is related to privilege. Ultimately, what I possessed was too precious. Scorpion noticed his mood was low and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's of no consequence, Bentley uttered, and fell silent, leaving the vehicle enveloped in quietude. The Tianzi settlement area was not small. However, their chosen entry point was favorable, allowing them to reach Hojing in just 15 days. This was largely due to the road conditions. as numerous thoroughfares crisscrossed the Tianzi district. Though most roads were unpaved and even gravel paths were rare, having a road made all the difference. That afternoon, as they caught sight of Ho Jing from afar, Scorpion exclaimed, "This settlement has no walls?" "The central city also lacks walls," Bentley replied nonchalantly. "The capital and the four capitals merely emulate the central city." His tone was flat, yet he could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Chu Jianlei. As if to ask, "Does this surprise you?" Chu Jianlei could not muster any astonishment. Cities with walls and Blue Star were now merely tourist attractions. "Is that not surprising?" Bentley inwardly sighed, recognizing that Chu Jianlei's background was indeed extraordinary. While Ho Jing lacked walls, it did have checkpoints, with two barriers separating the outskirts from the city. Bentley suggested settling in the suburbs, as the quality outside the city was simply too low. If one wished to reside within the city, many of the weapons aboard the heavy trucks exceeded permissible limits, and the ammunition was excessively abundant. Matters concerning the order of residential areas are quite sensitive. Even if one is willing to grease some palms, finding a reliable channel is no simple task. Upon hearing the mention of money, Chu Jianlei immediately shook his head, for the mere thought of silver dollars made his head spin. Scorpion, on the other hand, promptly stated that they had faith in him. Housing in the suburbs, however, was not inexpensive. A decent residence with a yard commanded a monthly rent of 30 silver dollars. Bentley remarked that this was quite normal, as such houses are generally shared, thus making the cost more manageable. In the city, a comparable dwelling would demand at least 150, with the priciest reaching 400 or 500. Is this what one calls a low cost of living? Chu Jianlei could not help but scoff, as it was enough to purchase a house in the affluent area of Zhoulu. This was indeed the Tianzi district's back capital. Bentley felt somewhat helpless, asserting that one could hardly expect a complete rental of a yard within the city to be affordable. Nevertheless, a complete rental was a necessity for them, as cohabitation with others was simply out of the question. Ultimately, Bentley chose a relatively luxurious yard, with a rather astonishing monthly rent of 60. Yet he had his reasons. It was relatively secluded, offered excellent privacy, and was conducive for cultivation. Furthermore, they would soon need to procure various items, which could attract unwanted attention. Once others discovered that they could afford such a residence, any ill intentions would require careful consideration. "Fine," Chu Jianlei sighed in reluctant agreement, acknowledging that the old man had a point. However, from this point onward, the task of earning money would fall upon Bentley. He harbored no doubts about the old man's ability to generate income. After all, how else could he have amassed such substantial wealth? Previously, it was merely a matter of seeking revenge, while gradually aging, thus opting to remain hidden in Zhoulu to conclude his days. "I am too old. The matters of earning money are naturally your responsibility," Bentley replied with a casual air. "That is not quite appropriate," Chu Jianlei firmly stated. "I have many affairs at hand. Do you not wish to acquire the methods of cultivation?" "I can undertake the task of earning money," Scorpion promptly offered. However, despite her readiness, she was confronted with a dilemma. She lacked avenues for substantial profit. As an elite-level hunter, she was not particularly in need of funds, as occasional missions sufficed. Yet, the expenses in the back capital were exorbitantly high, to the point of making her scalp tingle. Given her earning speed in the Hong district, toiling for a month might still leave her unable to afford the rent for a small yard. Chu Jianlei cast a speechless glance at the old man, suggesting that it should not be too difficult to introduce some money-making opportunities. As newcomers to the Tianzi district, having a seasoned guide could help avoid unnecessary detours. Scorpion was also responsible for early warnings and security. How could she venture out to work? Bentley replied nonchalantly. Chu Jianlei regarded him coolly, choosing not to respond. However, Bentley felt a pang in his heart from that glance and volunteered. "All right, I will arrange the avenues for earning money, if all else fails. I will cover the cost for now." That evening passed in silence, and the following morning, Bentley departed after breakfast. Chu Jianlei and Scorpion practiced martial arts for over 2 hours before taking a break. The weather began to warm, and they had worked up quite a sweat. Fortunately, their rented accommodation was equipped with bathing facilities. If they could not even afford these basic amenities, how could they justify such a high rental price? After a quick rinse, Scorpion approached Chu Jianlei, inquiring if they could commence their cultivation. Chu Jianlei gave her a helpless glance, noting that they essentially lacked resources, and the old man would certainly not permit her to practice first. Yet, Scorpion seemed eager, stating, "My technique is an improvement, while my cultivation is entirely new. If I am correct, is not modification more challenging than a complete overhaul? You truly dare to dream." Chu Jianlei retorted with a glare. Designing your cultivation method without a reference is akin to navigating a river by feeling the stones. Chu Jianlei's words were delicately phrased, but Scorpion paused before realizing. You mean to design it based on his cultivation, which is not your own method? Chu Jianlei remained silent for a moment before responding. My cultivation technique is not suitable for you, and I cannot disclose the reasons. A flicker of disappointment crossed Scorpion's eyes, but she ultimately nodded. All right, I appreciate your honesty. If the leader could provide a grand rationale, she might have accepted it more readily. However, the phrase "I cannot disclose the reasons" was what a trusted battle companion ought to say. Chu Jianlei nodded slightly, contemplating that in the future, clarifying certain matters might yield unforeseen developments. For now, they must strive to become stronger. Scorpion decisively agreed, affirming the necessity of becoming stronger. That evening, Bentley returned, carrying a large bag. He handed it to Chu Jianlei, stating, "I found this for you. See if it piques your interest." Upon opening the package, Chu Jianlei was elated to find it filled with books and journals on mechanical repair. "Where did you procure these?" "From where else?" Bentley casually replied. "I certainly borrowed them from the library." "The library?" Chu Jianlei exclaimed in astonishment. "There is a library in the Tianzi district? You are indeed aware of the library," Bentley remarked, raising his hand to touch his forehead, contemplating how it was possible for this individual to be an orphan from the Hong district. However, pondering this further served no purpose. He stated seriously, ordinary individuals are not permitted to access the library, let alone borrow books. Yet Chu Jianlei's focus shifted to a rather peculiar point. Given such resources, how is your repair skill so lacking? Bentley rolled his eyes in exasperation. You expect this awakened attribute ultimate warrior to learn mechanical repair? Is there anything wrong with that? Chu Jianlei inquired earnestly. Having more skills is never a burden. Bentley paused for a moment before responding. Let us see how many of these you have already perused. Chu Jianlei was promptly distracted, beginning to flip through the books. Bentley glanced at Scorpion, gesturing to his head with a questioning look. Scorpion understood his implication and could not help but respond. The leader said that in another 2 days, the simulation should be nearly complete. Oh, Bentley was momentarily taken aback before comprehending. The modified cultivation technique? His eyes instantly brightened. If that were the case, he would need to gather various materials. Thank you for informing me of this news. The next moment, however, his expression darkened, but I have heard he could be quite engrossed when reading. While Chu Jianlei continued perusing the books, he nonchalantly stated, I will give you 3 days. All right, thank you. Bentley replied with delight. I will select the journals I have reviewed and bring you new ones tomorrow. Chu Jianlei had only completed 4 sets of journals, while the others were scattered periodicals and various books. Bentley was quite diligent, borrowing numerous books the following day. For him, borrowing was not particularly challenging. Aside from a necessary identification, it merely required a bit of a deposit. After all, he carried ample wealth on his person, and during team operations, all expenses were typically covered by Chu Jianlei. However, he soon regretted his lavish spending on deposits, as Chu Jianlei's modifications to the cultivation technique were indeed quite substantial. First, Chu Jianlei inquired about his training methods over the years, subsequently presenting other cultivation techniques for comparison. Bentley, being quite formidable himself, had managed to acquire 3 sets of training methods for the 5 primary attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Do not underestimate the lack of a complete set. In reality, the dissemination of these training techniques is strictly forbidden in the central city, even among those as close as family. Any attempt at private instruction would result in dire consequences. Bentley had exhausted every possible avenue, yet still failed to obtain any information regarding the cultivation methods for lightning or electromagnetism, serving as undeniable proof of the challenges faced. However, he is truly remarkable, having reached 3 primary attributes, namely the gold system, water system, and earth system, while the cultivation methods for primary attributes are not particularly rare. He has also acquired the cultivation methods for 2 sets of miscellaneous attributes. The lives involved in this matter amount to at least a double-digit figure. Furthermore, he has obtained a wealth of cultivation insights, having recorded numerous notes himself, which is the reason for the weight of that bag. Jianlei suspects that this individual must have blood on their hands, perhaps hundreds of lives, to achieve such feats. Bentley, however, did not disclose how many people he had killed. He merely stated calmly that many of those he has dealt with are from opposing factions. It is entirely reasonable that those who can replace him in prestigious institutions are acquainted with some ultimate warriors. Jianlei was merely astonished by his ruthless nature and did not truly care about the number of lives he had taken. The information he provided significantly enriched Jianlei's understanding and enhanced the data within the ultimate warrior cultivation system. Previously, he had been entirely oblivious to the ultimate warrior concept, but after careful analysis, he began to sense a connection. The cultivation of ultimate warriors shares a philosophical similarity with his own Wuming Lianqiju. He deemed this not entirely surprising, as both seek to explore human potential, leading to the emergence of similar ideologies. If the Wasteland favored fighting spirit, it would be even more normal for different civilizations to develop comparable systems, albeit somewhat rare. However, despite the similar philosophies, the developmental trajectories of the two diverged significantly. How to articulate this feeling? It resembles disciples of the Huashan sect ultimately splitting into the Qi sect and the Sword sect. When their strength is moderate, transitions between the two may occur. Yet when one chooses a singular path to sprint along, it becomes exceedingly difficult to turn back. Thus, while this information can assist him in refining the foundational aspects of the Wuming Lianqiju, it cannot propel him further along the path. He must remind himself not to easily embark on the road of the ultimate warrior. His Wuming Lianqiju can indeed solidify the foundations for ultimate warriors. But to excel as a warrior, one must ultimately emphasize attribute cultivation. Relying on Xiao Hu's calculations, he roughly estimated over 200 methods that could aid Bentley in his cultivation. However, he could not ascertain which method would be most suitable, and Xiao Hu lacked the capacity for judgment. Jianlei could only resort to the tedious approach of trying each method one by one. Initially, to prevent Bentley from resisting, he did not disclose the truth, but suggested he try this. Bentley practiced for less than an hour before he spat out a mouthful of dark blood. The old injury's healing. Jianlei felt anxious but maintained a calm demeanor, urging him to continue. Bentley, initially worried, could only grit his teeth and persist. Reassured by Jianlei's confidence, after another half hour, he coughed up blood again, this time bright red. Jianlei was Jianlei's new name, adopted for this temporary identity. He nodded, suggesting they take a break for an hour before trying a different method. Bentley, stunned, exclaimed, "An hour? Do you think my injuries will heal by then? Aren't ultimate warriors supposed to have excellent physical qualities?" Jianlei was equally astonished. The notes indicated strong recovery abilities. "That applies to the young, doesn't it?" Bentley retorted. "I'm 90 years old." Jianlei shrugged, calmly gazing at him, explaining the transformation is a trial-and-error process and asking how long it would take to recover. "How would I know?" Bentley grumbled helplessly, feeling as if he had injured his lungs. "I need to get some medicine." Though dissatisfied, he could not complain. As a technician, even a novice, he understood that errors during transformation were commonplace. Nevertheless, his physical condition was indeed commendable, as he was lively again the following day. Thus, Jianlei engaged him in testing the second method, which involved an insulated circular cushion. Magnetic poles were set up on either side of the cushion, and once electrified, the disc began to rotate slowly. He wished to explore whether the electromagnetic field could enhance Bentley's physique. The equipment was quite rudimentary, yet it bore a semblance to makeshift scientific endeavors. Bentley was intrigued by this scheme and showed no reluctance. He boldly consumed the enhanced saline solution and confidently declared that he had no fear of the electromagnetic field, urging Jianlei to increase the voltage. "I will." Jianlei nodded, "But you should manage the pressure, increase yourself." Bentley was indeed unafraid. Before long, he cranked the voltage to the maximum, shook his head, felt fine, and reached for the button to electrify the metal column. "No!" Jianlei shouted, but it was too late. In the next moment, Bentley shot upwards, crashing against the ceiling before tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, he had only pressed the button without immediately turning it to the highest setting. Otherwise, the roof would have been compromised. Jianlei slapped his forehead in exasperation, asking if Bentley thought of himself as a Gauss projectile. The impact was substantial. Despite being an ultimate warrior, Bentley was no longer young. He sat up, slightly dazed, and asked, "Didn't you say I should manage it myself?" "Que j'en ai retorted." I meant you should control the pressure on the electromagnetic field, not electrify it. Bentley muttered softly. You didn't team make that clear, though his head was fine. His waist likely took a serious hit. The collision itself was not the issue. It was the fall that truly hurt. Should I rest for 2 hours? Que j'en ai incroyable tentatively. Bentley shot him a disgruntled glance, stating, Not today. I need to take medicine and rest. Maybe tomorrow. The following day, success remained elusive. As Jianlei increased the cushion's rotation speed, he noticed a distinct magnetization phenomenon in Bentley's body. The method showed promise, yet unfortunately, it could not be utilized at this stage, prompting him to regretfully halt the experiment. Bentley's troubles multiplied, wandering around the courtyard. His body was covered in iron filings that he could not brush off. Jianlei, do we have any further attempts? If not, I can demagnetize myself. Fortunately, he possessed electromagnetic attributes, allowing for convenient demagnetization without needing assistance, or it would have been troublesome. If you wish to demagnetize, go ahead. Jianlei replied with a furrowed brow, contemplating his response, suggesting that subsequent methods be kept as backups. Chapter 114. The Old Pathway for Bentley. The initial days of the transformation experiment were an absolute nightmare. However, what proved more disheartening was that this nightmare would extend beyond just a few days, continuing to plague him every day thereafter. After a month, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Jianlei, how many more plans do you have? How many plans? Jianlei pondered for a moment, realizing that he could not directly answer, fearing Bentley might explode. Thus, he adopted a serious tone, stating, The concept I am testing today is based on static electricity. Why don't you listen to my reasoning first? Soon, Bentley, in a daze, muttered, Can a leather pouch and a glass rod really generate static electricity? Jianlei paid little heed to this. Regardless of how much Bentley spoke, he would not comprehend. The Wasteland's technology is not lacking, but unfortunately, the information has been filtered. Since you accept this premise, let us discuss my plan, he continued. Previously, he had conducted calculations alone, as Xiaohu's existence was too sensitive to reveal to outsiders. Individuals with even slightly above average intelligence are often regarded as anomalies in this world, let alone Xiaohu. However, Bentley now exhibited a sense of trepidation, making such an approach inappropriate. Jianlei not only sought to assist Bentley in overcoming his challenges, but also aimed to carve a path for Scorpion. Moreover, he needed relevant information to enrich his own database. Upon hearing this, Bentley's spirits soared. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes, you should have consulted me sooner. To be frank, he felt a significant psychological advantage when dealing with Jianlei. Although he was uncertain whether he could surpass his opponent, he had indeed cultivated his attributes. The other party might possess a legacy, but he had ample connections and experiences, and he considered himself not far behind. Thus, he always felt that he could offer some suggestions regarding the modification of techniques. However, Jianlei did not bring up this topic, and he dared not insist on making suggestions. When it came to his future, caution was paramount. After all, who would dare provoke a doctor? Now, with Jianlei inviting him to diagnose his issues, it sounded somewhat problematic, but it was indeed the truth. He eagerly engaged in the discussion and soon realized there were many aspects worthy of exploration. After a while, he graciously accepted the other's recommendations, believing that the modifications were nearly sufficient. Why not give it a try? The result of this trial was that the nightmare continued. However, this time, Bentley was directly involved in the improvements, leaving him with no room for complaints. The unfortunate days persisted, and after 2 more months, the old man could no longer endure it, even though he had been actively participating in the modifications. Jianlei, tell me honestly, how many modification schemes are there? At this point, Jianlei could no longer avoid answering. Approximately over 80 types. Over 80? How many is that exactly? Bentley looked at him with suspicion. Jianlei became increasingly embarrassed. Perhaps over 100? Speak clearly, Bentley said with a dark expression. I want an accurate number. It's hard to be precise. There will always be temporary schemes emerging. Well, it might be around 180 types, give or take. 180? Bentley's expression darkened further. How many years do you plan to take to try them all? That depends on your recovery speed. Jianlei replied confidently. If only you were a bit younger. No, it depends on how quickly you can make money. Bentley retorted with a stern expression. Do you know how much I've spent on healing? Jianlei helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I cannot assist with that. You know we are undertaking an unprecedented endeavor. No, you can help. Bentley looked at him earnestly. The money must come quickly. We can't possibly sell the crystals, can we? Even for someone like him, an ultimate warrior, acquiring crystals was not so easy. When he first met Jianlei, he had 32 B-grade crystals and 9 A-grade crystals, which represented the savings of his life. Currently, he still possessed the A-grade crystals, but he had already used 2 B-grade ones. Additionally, he had given Jianlei 2 more to assist in his calculations, leaving him with only 28. The term "only left" sounded rather disheartening, yet each crystal truly was a diminishing resource. Acquiring crystals in the Tianzi residential area was exceedingly difficult, and the prices were exorbitant. None of the 3, including Scorpion, were willing to part with their crystals. Jianlei looked at him helplessly, saying weakly, "It seems you have found me work to do." "Indeed," Bentley nodded. "It's your old profession. Mechanical repairs will suffice." Hearing this, Scorpion couldn't help but speak up. "Won't that attract the family's attention?" "The likelihood is quite low," Bentley replied earnestly. "This is the Tianzi area. Not just any small family can meddle here." Scorpion shook his head. "That may not be the case. Didn't you suffer losses in the Huangzi area before? That place is still in the center of the city." Bentley rolled his eyes in resignation, thinking to himself that it was the top forces in the Huangzi area that had tricked him. After their withdrawal from the Huangzi area, they brought a large amount of wealth and relocated to the central city. However, explaining this matter seemed pointless, so he responded curtly. "The Sci family likely lacks the capability to stir trouble. My reason for not stating it outright is due to uncertainty about whether a low-probability event might occur." Scorpion wished to say more, but considering that this individual had been hiding in Jianlei for over a decade, it was understandable that he lacked information. Jianlei pondered and asked, "Actually, don't they want others to know about my abilities?" "Precisely," Bentley nodded. "You grasp it well. Even if they could manipulate things, they wouldn't dare to do so overtly. That is for the best." Jianlei slightly inclined his head. He was no longer overly concerned about the Sci family's threats. As long as they did not mobilize their entire force, even if he were outmatched, he could still escape. His greater concern was that earning money through repairs was exceedingly challenging. It was laborious and would hinder his cultivation. At his level, focusing solely on repairs would surely yield substantial earnings, and if he took on a few apprentices, he could undoubtedly become a winner in life. However, compared to the enormous expenses required for cultivation, it was truly negligible. "The work I find is certainly light," Bentley stated plainly. "If you're not satisfied, we might have to resort to robbery." Jianlei thought for a moment and shook his head. "Let us avoid robbery, once that habit is formed." "It's not a good thing." Bentley slightly nodded. "Those who cannot control their greed will not go far on the path of cultivation." "And what about your obsession with revenge? Isn't that a form of greed?" Jianlei scoffed, but was too lazy to say more. Bentley's capabilities in the Tianzi area should not be underestimated. 3 days later, he found the first job. It was a call-out service, and the price was quite high, with a transportation fee of 200 silver coins, plus additional charges for identifying the issue. The requirement for a home visit put Jianlei in a bit of a predicament, as he was not only reclusive, but also reluctant to reveal his true identity. The Tianzi area was different from the lower residential areas, where one rarely saw people wearing masks. Typically, there were only 2 occasions when this might happen: during windy weather or in the wilderness. Even in the wilderness, wearing a mask generally signified that one might be about to engage in some unsavory activities. As for in the central city, wearing a mask in normal weather indicated that one was likely waiting for someone to come and investigate. However, Bentley was quite considerate and directly purchased an animal mask for Jianlei to wear. In addition, he acquired some high-end testing equipment, which was rather expensive. He understood that in order to make significant profits, investing in equipment was essential. This was a legitimate business. Jianlei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Those illegitimate businesses require even more investment. Bentley knew precisely what he was referring to, expressing indifference, firearms, and ammunition. These are also useful for self-defense. The 2 rode out on a 3-wheeled vehicle, and at the city checkpoint, the guard indeed inquired why they were wearing masks. Bentley replied straightforwardly, "Trouble found us." The guards glanced at Jianlei and, after a moment, allowed them to pass, as both possessed proper documentation. This demonstrated that the acceptance of masks here was indeed higher than that of face coverings. The three-wheeler drove along and stopped beside a five-story building. A large sign reading Jianlei Center hung from the rooftop. Bentley had already explained that this was not a center for trading gold, but rather a highly developed commercial building. From the perspective of Blue Star, it resembled an office building, renting rooms to various companies. Even in the central city, five-story buildings were rare, and the decor here was quite luxurious, situated in the CBD area. The rental prices were quite steep, essentially conveying the message that if you were poor, you ought to leave. The reason for inviting Jianlei to come for repairs was that there was an issue with the equipment inside the building. At the entrance of Jianlei Center, armed guards eyed the two of them warily. One guard spoke in a stiff tone. "What are you here for? Take off the mask." Given the stature of this building, how could they allow someone with their face hidden to approach? Before Jianlei could respond, Bentley leisurely stated, "I have an appointment with Shauna. Just call her out." The guard regarded him with suspicion before picking up the intercom to make a call. Shortly after, a slightly plump middle-aged woman hurriedly emerged. Upon seeing Bentley, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she approached with a warm smile, inquiring if Mr. Terry had arrived. Her greeting was exceedingly cordial, though Jianlei cast a wary glance at Bentley, pondering whether the latter was employing some charm to his advantage. It was indeed a challenge. However, considering his distinguished appearance, it was likely that he relied on his physical prowess. Bentley seemed to grasp the underlying sentiments and cast a resigned glance in his direction. Shauna, the steward, followed his gaze towards Jianlei and momentarily paused in surprise. She then turned back to Bentley, hesitantly asking about the mask he wore. It was evident that although Shauna appeared slightly displeased, she bore an expression of restrained frustration. Bentley responded with nonchalance, stating that it was merely a case of a junior colleague usurping another's work. Understanding the implications of vested interests, Shauna nodded. It was reasonable for the other party to refrain from harming their own junior. Given the management capabilities of Jianlei Center, such caution seemed somewhat unnecessary. Yet, having a rationale, even a flimsy one, was preferable to having none at all. Without further ado, Shauna turned and strode towards the building's entrance, offering a subtle indication for them to follow. The two armed guards exchanged glances but refrained from further action. In a building of such stature, the mere presence of an individual in a mask drew curious glances from onlookers. Jianlei, however, lowered his eyelids, choosing to disregard these distractions. Shauna led the duo to a maintenance worker, requesting a straightforward introduction to the situation at hand. Initially, Jianlei had assumed, based on Bentley's description, that it pertained to a ventilation system, perplexed by the high transportation costs. Upon the worker's elucidation, he realized it involved a heat exchange fresh air system. Having encountered similar concepts on Blue Star, he was not entirely unfamiliar, yet the sophistication of such technology in the Tianzi district astonished him. Strictly speaking, this system was not exceptionally advanced, especially when compared to laser or Gauss weaponry. At least, that was the case on Blue Star. However, in this wasteland, high-end devices aimed at enhancing living standards were indeed scarce. In the Hongzi district where he resided, even obtaining clean water posed a significant challenge. Equipment designed for comfort was a luxury in Wasteland. Observing Jianlei lost in thought, the maintenance worker inquired if the system could be repaired. Jianlei snapped back to reality, nodding slightly, indicating a willingness to attempt repairs, and requested the relevant documentation for his review. The worker regarded him with surprise before departing to fetch the materials. Once he was gone, Bentley let out a soft snort, commenting that Shauna's colleague was rather disobedient. Shauna smiled wryly, explaining that he was the longest-serving maintenance worker at Jianlei, knowledgeable yet demanding little. Bentley nodded slightly, fully aware of her implication. Seasoned workers in long-established buildings often perform better over time, regardless of their skill level. Shauna added that this individual was quite straightforward and had good intentions, thus there was no need for contentiousness. Before long, the maintenance worker returned, carrying a stack of documents a few centimeters thick. Noticing this, Shauna nodded at Bentley before excusing herself, as her responsibilities were numerous, and she could not remain there indefinitely. The maintenance worker, intrigued, inquired of Bentley how he came to know the steward. Bentley glanced at him coolly, offering no response, which left the worker feeling somewhat disheartened and silent, watching Jianlei peruse the documents. Jianlei read swiftly, finishing the material in just over an hour, which did not surprise the worker, who assumed the individual had prior experience with such systems. Jianlei squinted thoughtfully for several minutes before declaring that he could assist with an inspection but could not guarantee repairs. The maintenance worker, intrigued, asked why repairs were beyond his capabilities. Jianlei replied solemnly that the components were proprietary. He would identify the faulty parts, and they would need to contact the manufacturer. In truth, he had known from the outset that his role was merely to diagnose, but the worker had been overly presumptuous. The worker nodded in acknowledgement, expressing that he had thought Jianlei was there for private jobs. The inspection of the entire building's rooms took nearly half a day. This was due to Jianlei's approach, which differed from the simplistic methods of certain repair technicians. The diagnostic equipment he had in his motorcycle's cargo proved useful, even if it was merely for show. Some tenants were occupied and not amenable to inspections, necessitating a wait until lunchtime for those assessments. Such occurrences were not uncommon, prompting Jianlei to streamline some of the inspection steps during the midday checks. Ultimately, he identified 31 issues, which he communicated to the maintenance worker. The worker's attitude was commendable. He meticulously recorded the findings without further inquiries. After the inspection concluded, Shana returned, instructing the worker to find a typical issue for verification. The opulent Jianlei Center, despite its grandeur, had only 31 identified problems, so there were certainly components that could be easily verified. As the worker began his task, Shana offered an apologetic glance at Bentley, explaining that this was protocol and not a matter of distrust. Bentley acknowledged her explanation with a stoic expression, asserting that a repair technician who could not endure scrutiny was unworthy of the title. Concerned that Bentley might be displeased, Shana made an effort to placate him by stating that their inspections were swift and their fees reasonable, far more agreeable than dealing with the manufacturers. Bentley, however, showed little interest in her comments, while Jianlei, intrigued, wondered if the after-sales service was indeed so inadequate. How can a manufacturer of such luxurious equipment afford poor service? After-sales service? Shana pondered this novel phrase, and a glimmer of insight flashed in Bentley's eyes. Shana nodded slightly, explaining that these were products from the upper echelon, where finding technicians was exceedingly difficult. In her words, such lavish equipment was typically reserved for the major powers of the Taidu region. Consequently, the Jianlei Center had to rely on connections to install a set. Given that it was a top-down purchase, the service attitude could be imagined. To invite a maintenance worker from Taidu, merely the transportation cost amounted to 500. Additionally, Jianlei would cover accommodations and provide a daily labor fee of 200. If that seemed excessive, they could seek repairs elsewhere. As the technicians were not particularly concerned about the trifling sums involved, it was no wonder that such items were regarded as top-tier luxury goods, beyond the reach of ordinary affluent individuals. As for the 31 issues identified by Jianlei, it would take the manufacturer's personnel a minimum of 5 days to uncover all of them. This meant that the transportation and labor fees would total no less than 1,500, with 5 days' worth of lodging and meals included. This merely accounted for the inspection costs. Repair expenses would be another matter entirely. The separation of inspection and repair fees prompted Jianlei to consider hiring another technician for diagnostics. Jianlei's transportation fee was a mere 200, and for each identified issue, he charged only 20 silver coins, a price that was laughably low. His total inspection fees amounted to 820 silver coins. While this was still more than half of what the manufacturer would charge, the sheer number of issues discovered was significant. The maintenance worker had initially intended to treat him to lunch, but was met with Jianlei's unwavering refusal, as some rooms could only be inspected at that time. Such a work ethic made a notable difference in efficiency, and who wouldn't appreciate such service? The maintenance worker spent over an hour removing the problematic component, and another half hour conducting tests. Indeed, there are issues that cannot be denied. Shana, the manager, expressed her gratitude to Bente Li and Jianlei, assuring them that payment would be arranged promptly. After they departed, she turned her attention to the technician, Thomas. How proficient is he? His skill is undoubtedly high, albeit somewhat eccentric. Thomas recalled the peculiar style of the masked individual during the afternoon maintenance. A mere tap with a stick could suffice to determine if there were any issues. Had he heard such a notion before, he would have dismissed it entirely. Yet, this individual's competence was difficult to dispute. Those lacking ability would never dare to take on such tasks. He then contemplated another matter. Some components merely posed potential hazards, but were still operational. How long could they remain functional? Shana was taken aback by his statement, and, after a moment's thought, inquired further. "It is hard to say," Thomas cautiously replied. He tended to act rather carelessly, yet he would not speak recklessly on professional matters. Reflecting on a couple of vague remarks he had overheard earlier, he tentatively suggested that the charges might be based on identifying the issues. A flicker of displeasure crossed Shana's eyes. Knowing that he was one of her recruits, how could he speak so? Nevertheless, she eventually asked whether the other party could identify the hazards. Even if they could, they would not bother to do so, Thomas boldly asserted. The more they visit, the more they earn. You know nothing. Shana snorted coldly. Questioning whether those individuals were truly comfortable in do this was not mere speculation. It was evident that the maintenance personnel had grown accustomed to earning substantial sums, and their disdain upon each visit was genuine. Ultimately, Ho Jing could never compare to the splendor of Taidu, and in the eyes of those from the central city, Taidu was merely a remote backwater. Therefore, those who came here were not driven by a desire to earn more, but rather found it challenging to discover hidden risks. Understanding this, she smiled, realizing that finding a potential hazard would soon necessitate payment. Thomas gaped in astonishment. Was payment already due? Meanwhile, Jianlei, seated on the back of a motorcycle, inquired loudly whether they had not paid in advance. He personally disliked credit, and he was quite certain that Ben Taili preferred to charge up front. For the first order, just make do, Ben Taili replied gruffly. It requires a process to establish a rapport, and rest assured, this order is not insignificant. They would not dare to default. It is not that they cannot default, but that they do not dare to. Jianlei instantly recalled his earlier suspicions. Unable to resist his curiosity, he prodded. Old Ben, what is your relationship with Shana? We share no relationship at all, Ben Taili answered nonchalantly. He cannot help but add, I never expected you to be so gossipy. Jianlei did not mind the comment, acknowledging that his curiosity may have been excessive. However, if he could learn a few tricks from it, it would certainly benefit him in the future. How do you assess that the other party would not dare to default? Chapter 116, Renowned Reputation. The reason Ben Taili could secure this job was simple. Someone had referred him, not through intermediaries. 4 such individuals were not qualified to connect with the Genie Center. The referrer was someone of considerable stature. During his times of hardship, Ben Taili had casually lent a helping hand. That individual vowed that once they prospered, they would repay the favor, simply asking for a code word. Ben Taili's act of assistance was a spontaneous gesture, not something he expected to be repaid. However, since the individual expressed gratitude, he felt pleased and casually agreed to the code word. At this juncture, he could not help but reflect. Initially, he had considered seeking out a few capable individuals for connections, but unexpectedly, this fellow acknowledged the debt, which could be deemed fortunate. Jianlei could not refrain from asking again, Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity? When I rescued him, I was wearing a mask, Ben Taili replied casually, adding that they had agreed to recognize only the code word. Jianlei nodded in understanding, appreciating the rarity of such arrangements. Rare? Ben Taili scoffed, recalling that when he rescued that individual, he was already a modified warrior. After achieving prosperity, one would certainly wish to avoid inciting the wrath of a modified warrior. The first order for Jianlei went relatively smoothly. A couple of days later, Ben Taili secured another job. This task involved inspection only, with a modest fee of merely $300 and fortunately, it did not require an on-site visit. The third order arrived a bit late. However, it was quite comprehensive, involving the inspection of 4 mechas' performance. Regrettably, this time an on-site inspection was necessary. Nevertheless, Ben Taili clarified that no one would observe the inspection process, emphasizing that with 4 mechas being delivered, would you not wish to make a name for yourself? The outskirts could never rival the bustling nature of Taidu, while the occasional mecha was not particularly noteworthy, for would indeed attract attention. Transporting them discreetly was manageable. Yet what if someone were to see? This inspection took Jianlei 2 days to complete. In truth, he could have finished in 1 day, but that would have been rather ostentatious. Additionally, the compensation was quite generous, $400 for each mecha, earning him 1,000 in a day. Was that not advantageous? In view of the lucrative offer, Jianlei reluctantly made 2 trips. Just as he completed this task, another job for a surveillance system came up. Jianlei was taken aback upon hearing about it. Is there surveillance here? This is Ho Jing. Jianlei rolled his eyes, stating that at 6 major entrances to the city, there was a camera at each. Was that excessive? It was indeed not excessive, Jianlei affirmed. However, were all 6 cameras broken? Some people simply do not appreciate them. Jianlei shrugged. Many lawless individuals exist. The Wasteland dwellers dislike being constrained, and such situations are quite normal. In truth, Jianlei was not particularly inclined to repair them, as he too had his own clandestine matters. How long have they been broken? I cannot say. Jianlei smiled awkwardly, adding that their focus should solely be on earning money. Jianlei shook his head, apologizing that he held little interest in the matter. 200 for transportation fees. Jianlei gestured with his hands, well aware of the other party's weaknesses, which simply required a visit. Jianlei fell silent, contemplating before finally speaking. Very well, I do not concern myself with the transportation fees. Primarily, if we do not go, it may easily raise suspicions regarding our unclear origins. Jianlei nodded impassively, acknowledging that this concern was indeed valid. Jianlei cast a skeptical glance at the old man, wondering why it sounded as though he was being sarcastic. The following day, the two accompanied a mid-level individual from the settlement to inspect the 6 cameras. All 6 cameras were indeed damaged, prompting Jianlei to exclaim, "Could you not replace them?" The limited quantity of cameras was the response from a middle manager named Ku, who expressed his helplessness at the situation, stating that they were simply unavailable for purchase. Limited quantity? Jianlei was astonished. Even in Blue Star, such items were quite inexpensive. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that this was the Wasteland where anything could occur. The primary issue was that Taidu's interception was excessively severe, Fu lamented, clearly harboring a plethora of grievances. The cameras available from above were already scarce, and with Taidu constantly having their cameras damaged, they lacked sufficient stock to spare for our scavenging. Where could one seek recourse? Constantly having cameras damaged? Jianlei was once more taken aback. Why not review the footage to see who was responsible? Fu Ku's expression grew increasingly troubled. The recording systems were far more expensive, and there were some sharpshooters who were particularly skilled. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and gazed at Jianlei in astonishment. You have actually seen a recording system? Who is wealthy enough for that? Jianlei sighed, rubbing his forehead, opting not to respond. Observing this, Jianlei promptly shifted the topic, asking whether the surveillance system was self-funded. Taidu would not kindly assist with the construction. Fu Ku continued to grumble. They possess resources. Yet when it comes to our scavenging, they always obstruct us from improving our own infrastructure, only seeking to place obstacles in our path. Originally, it was a self-funded initiative, leaving Jianlei at a loss for words. After listening for a while, he understood that the cultural environment and productivity level of the Tianzi district rendered the installation of surveillance cameras inappropriate. One could only lament that vanity projects can lead to disastrous outcomes. Jianlei, weary of the incessant chatter, inquired if there was a spare camera available. If not, detection would be impossible. There were only 3 left. I took one out, Franchao answered glumly. Please do not damage it. Jianlei took the camera and completed the installation within a few minutes, then asked the monitoring room if they could see anything. Not long after, a voice from the monitoring room replied, "We cannot see anything. The line at the northwest corner you just installed is faulty." Jianlei stared at Franchao in disbelief. How am I supposed to conduct a detection when the line is faulty? Franchao responded with a sense of entitlement. Then please find out where the line is broken, so we can repair it. It is impossible to replace the line. The distance is too great, and there are expensive transmission cables in between. You want me to detect where the line is faulty? Jianlei was truly exasperated. Why did you not conduct a detection? We have already checked, came the frantic shout from Franchao's radio, but we could not identify the issue. Is the internal cable damaged? Que Jianlei enjeu intensified. Do you not understand that such faults require specialized line testers? You know about specialized testers? Franchao's gaze towards him grew increasingly peculiar. He then shrugged, apologizing. Such instruments are not only expensive but also difficult to rent from Taidu. Is not merely a matter of cost. He emphasized the difficulty first. Well, I am in an impasse then. Jianlei shook his head. Without the instrument, I am powerless to assist. If there were an instrument, would we need to seek your help? Franchao chuckled bitterly. Yet everyone says you are exceptionally skilled at detection. No matter how skilled I am, I must adhere to the principles. Jianlei shook his head. I cannot undertake this task. He then turned to Jianlei. Refund the transportation fee. Let us depart. Wait. Franchao exclaimed in a panic. Refunding the transportation fee is out of the question. Jianlei cast a suspicious glance at him, thinking, is there truly such an orderly wasteland dweller? He soon realized that while the people of Hojing may not always be reasonable, in this matter, they certainly would be. The reason is simple. This is a vanity project, and the people of Hojing would not wish to be ridiculed by Taidu or the other three capitals. Having grasped this point, Jianlei firmly stated that the transportation fee must be refunded. It is my principle. If you do not refund it, do not expect my assistance with any future detection tasks. Moreover, I hope that when inviting me next time, you clarify whether your requests are reasonable. He was genuinely a bit resentful. It was clearly a matter of the line testing. Yet you asked me to perform a manual detection? Minor errors in work are acceptable. But this is utterly absurd. My time is precious. Do not waste it. Seeing him fuming, Bentley produced 2 silver notes and handed them to Franchao before turning to start the tricycle. Once they left, Franchao stood there dumbfounded, shaking his head ruefully after a long pause. This matter had escalated. This was Jianlei's first failure to complete a detection task. Interestingly, his reputation not only remained intact, but garnered even more attention from industry peers. Not only did he take the initiative to refund the transportation fee after failing to complete the detection, but he also reprimanded Franchao. It is worth noting that he was an influential figure in the engineering sector of Hojing. Franchao himself acknowledged that Master Jianlei indeed had a bit of a temper, but his expertise was truly impressive. This further validated Jianlei in the eyes of others, as there were few repairmen who could earn Francao's high regard. 3 days after this incident, someone approached Bentley, hoping to invite Master Jianlei for a detection task. This time, the task involved investigating whether there were hidden dangers in the foundation of a construction site. Bentley thought to himself that if he introduced this job, he would likely be mocked by Jianlei again. Therefore, he stated that Master Jianlei might not take this job. How about I accompany you to take a look? Should Master Jianlei agree to go, the transportation fee would be 500. The other party immediately quoted a price, with no expectation of a refund. Do you even need to ask? Bentley replied curtly, we voluntarily refunded Franchao. The other party lowered their voice to explain that they had already engaged multiple parties for checks, confirming that there were no issues with the foundation. Now, inviting Master Jianlei was merely to enhance their credibility. At 90 years old, having wandered for most of his life, Bentley had seen it all. He quickly grasped what the other party was seeking and asked, just a visit? Exactly, just a visit. The other party acknowledged that he understood. Merely showing up would suffice. There was no need for him to sign off. Upon hearing this, Bentley's expression slightly changed. How was he unaware that Master Jianlei's reputation had become so prominent? The other party responded that it was mainly due to someone recognizing exactly who he was, though it was inconvenient for them to elaborate. Regardless, the fee for the trip was 500 silver yuan. Bentley pondered for a moment before stating firmly, you mentioned multiple checks. How many assessment reports can you provide? I want to see them with my own eyes. 3 reports, the other party, being quite clever, produced 3 assessment reports directly. Bentley was genuinely surprised. He suspected this could be a plot against Jianlei. However, to his astonishment, the other party indeed presented the reports, complete with the signatures and fingerprints of the inspectors. After a careful examination, confirming that the reports were authentic, he could only say, I will inform Jianlei. Whether he chooses to go or not is beyond my control. Upon hearing this, Jianlei also found it a bit peculiar. In fact, it would be quite suitable for you to go. Bentley was half a repairman himself, and with electromagnetic properties, he was quite fit for inspecting the foundation. I volunteered, Jianlei replied, though Bentley seemed somewhat disinterested, lamenting that it was unfortunate they only recognized you. In that case, you should go first, and I will come later. I will just make an appearance and leave, Jianlei decided. Is that appropriate? Bentley asserted seriously. I remain suspicious. Could there be any traps? If there are, let them be, Jianlei replied expressionlessly. If someone truly intends to scheme against us, hiding is not a solution. To be honest, he was genuinely a bit annoyed. After a few peaceful days, why were there disturbances? After enduring a life of constant upheaval, one truly understands how precious the current tranquility is. The scorpion let out a cold snort. We are sitting idle while someone foolishly presents themselves. This is an excellent opportunity to replenish our losses. Jianlei had recently been taking on outside jobs, but it merely sufficed to cover expenses. This was no exaggeration. Bentley alone consumed B-grade crystals for practice, alongside the need for expensive healing medications. Seeing that neither of them took the matter seriously, Bentley, filled with bravado, declared, "Then it is settled. I will scout ahead." The following day, he went to buy medicine and was awaited there, confirming an appointment for the next day for the detection. On the day of detection, Bentley unexpectedly found a repairman on site who had also signed an assessment report. Upon inquiry, he learned that this was indeed the case. Moreover, the repairman candidly stated that the reason for having so many assessments was purely for vanity. Bentley would not be foolish enough to take his word at face value. Instead, he utilized his capabilities to conduct a discrete assessment. He could not identify all anomalies, but within the scope of his abilities, everything appeared normal. That was sufficient. He took out his radio and sent the designated signal. Bentley arrived early in the morning, while Jianlei only arrived just before noon. Upon seeing the masked figure, the host immediately recognized Master Jianlei and approached to greet him warmly. However, Jianlei exhibited his arrogance, or perhaps his ignorance of worldly affairs, remaining indifferent to the hospitality of the host family. There was no need for him to feign politeness. He simply performed in his true form. His demeanor even sparked discontent among some onlookers. Someone voiced their thoughts in a half-concealed tone, questioning whether it was appropriate to wear a mask in such a setting. Jianlei pretended not to hear, preoccupied with concerns about potential dangers lurking beneath the surface of the host family's warmth. What traps might be hidden behind their hospitality? The emotions of bystanders, mere passers-by, failed to pique his interest. The cacophony of autumn cicadas and defeated hounds held no allure for him. His dismissive attitude only fueled the dissatisfaction of observers, which was the greatest form of contempt. Jianlei spent less than 10 minutes on the construction site before greeting the host family, stating that everything was fine and that he had to leave. After all, it was mealtime. The host was left bewildered, thinking he ought to at least provide a meal. Jianlei ignored this entirely and walked away. What on earth was this? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Did he even know who he was speaking to? Bentley remained silent, indifferent to the musings of mere ants, genuinely curious to see how the host would respond. The host quickly waved his hand, insisting that this individual had the audacity to rebuke even Fulan Ko. The person who had spoken out was taken aback, realizing this was the one who had returned the transportation fees. The return of transportation fees had not originated from Jianlei, but rather was actively publicized by Fulan Ko. When one promotes a story themselves, it is deemed amusing. When it is disseminated by others, it becomes a scandal. Regardless, Jianlei and his companions were prepared for battle, only to discover they had made a profit of 500 in the process. 3 days later, another individual approached Bentley, also seeking to test their new ventilation system. This system was indeed quite expensive, both to purchase and to operate, yet some were genuinely willing to invest. The owner of this establishment ran a high-end casino, where the atmosphere could not be stifling and needed to feel like spring all year round. Their casino's ventilation system was even more advanced than that of Jianlei Center. It was said that the system at Jianlei had revealed a plethora of issues with remarkable precision and was, crucially, affordable, which tempted this owner. No problem. Bentley responded succinctly. The transportation fee is 300 and each fault is 30. The individual was momentarily taken aback, having expected 220. That was during the promotional phase. Bentley replied matter-of-factly, "What I charge now is reasonable, and prices will only increase in the future." The owner was left speechless. An increase? Then we might as well have the manufacturer send someone. "Feel free to do so," Bentley replied nonchalantly, "but if you want him to conduct the test, good luck finding him. He operates on a level you cannot reach." Bentley's deeply rooted pride was palpable, and his words carried an undeniable authority. The casino owner, well-versed in various dealings, was momentarily awed, discerning the confidence radiating from Bentley. Consequently, he straightforwardly stated, "This matter involves finances and is quite sensitive. I cannot make a decision without consulting my boss." "Go ahead." Bentley showed no sign of retreat. He instead warned the individual that the transitional period between winter and summer was an optimal time for system testing, with minimal thermal exchange requirements. "You are not the only one with a system. If you hesitate, you may find yourself unable to secure a spot in line. Do not say I did not warn you." That very evening, the owner relayed the message, "If prices are to rise, let them rise. Can you come tomorrow?" The casino owner had a long-standing rapport with the proprietor of Jianlei Center, making inquiries quite straightforward. The next day, when Jianlei went to the casino for testing, he was spotted by numerous gamblers. The patrons were curious, wondering how someone in a mask could stroll about in a casino of this caliber. The casino staff, including dealers, have been instructed to provide a standardized response should anyone inquire. The standard reply was to provide everyone with better service. We have spent a significant sum to have the ventilation system inspected. This time, Jianlei uncovered 4 faults and 6 potential hazards. Due to the host's exceedingly warm demeanor, he conducted a thorough analysis after familiarizing himself with the operational patterns of the equipment. Ultimately, he provided an approximate assessment of how much longer the 6 hazardous components could remain in service. The estimated time frame was not very precise, and he could not guarantee accuracy. He merely indicated that, were it up to him, he would replace 3 of the hazardous components immediately, maintain 2 for another 6 months before retesting, and the remaining 1 should manage for another year without issue. Ultimately, he merely pointed out the problems and offered a modicum of advice. Whether the host chose to heed, it was entirely their concern. For this inspection, he received 600 silver coins, as usual, declining the host's invitation to dine. Business was business. If he were to engage in personal favors, would he charge for assistance with minor issues in the future? The capital city was merely a stop on his lengthy journey through life. There was no need to invest excessive time and energy into its management. The casino staff was somewhat displeased with his refusal, feeling he lacked understanding of social niceties. This news soon reached the casino's owner. The owner was somewhat unfamiliar with Master Jianlei, but he knew that the old man named Tai Li held some influence. 600 silver coins might not seem significant, but the equipment they used could not be guaranteed for life after a single inspection. Thus, he simply instructed his staff to keep an eye on Jianlei Center and observe the results. Jianlei Center had already notified the Taidu manufacturer's repair personnel, indicating they needed to replace certain components. Taidu's response was sluggish, as they did not adhere to a customer-first philosophy. A few days of downtime would not be fatal. They merely responded dismissively, asking, "On what basis do you assume those components are faulty?" After dragging their feet for about 10 days, someone finally arrived with the replacement parts. Yet their attitude was far from pleasant. However, upon seeing the faulty components removed by Thomas, the visitors had no further objections and could only proceed with the replacements. During the replacement process, the visitors still seemed disgruntled and inquired, "How did you detect the faults?" "Of course, we hire an expert." Thomas had no intention of shielding Master Jianlei, but did not disclose his name. However, the manufacturer's repair personnel immediately became serious, asking, "Who exactly did you hire? Our equipment is not something just anyone can tamper with." Despite the indifference displayed by Taidu's personnel toward Jianlei Center, this was due to their exclusive dealings. They were not concerned about competitors. If someone were to encroach on their business, the situation would change entirely. This was the mindset of the customer bullies the store, where they could afford to provide subpar service, but customers were not permitted to seek help elsewhere. Thomas did not believe he had caused any trouble, yet he did not answer their inquiries, simply stating that it was an arrangement from above. The manufacturer's personnel would not relent and, after some inquiry, directly approached Sha Na. "How could you allow outsiders to handle our equipment?" Sha Na, ultimately a person in charge, did not tolerate their complaints. "You were too busy, so I sought outside assistance." Do not flaunt your position. Do you think there is no one at Jianlei Center to handle matters? Chapter 118. Enraged by embarrassment, the repair personnel from Taidu ultimately did not pursue the matter further. The individuals from Center City looked down upon the 7 residential districts below. Yet this did not imply that an ordinary person could act recklessly within the districts. The repair personnel spent 5 days addressing all faults and most potential hazards. Upon completion, they felt not just confusion, but a growing sense of trepidation. This outsider was indeed extraordinarily skilled. Not only could they identify numerous faults, but they could also uncover so many hidden risks. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, they conferred with Thomas. "I want to conduct an inspection myself." Thomas sought clarification from above and received a response. "Inspections are permissible, but we will not cover any expenses. Moreover, from start to finish, I must accompany you, as the personnel from Jianlei are wary of potential sabotage from the other party." The maintenance staff were far too occupied to discuss costs. They spent 3 days conducting a thorough inspection. No new faults were detected. And as for hidden dangers, They lacked the capability to assess them. Upon hearing this news, the casino personnel also approached, stating that they too required component replacements. Jianlei was oblivious to these matters, but Shauna reached out to Bentley, mentioning that representatives from the manufacturer were inquiring about you. Bentley, known for his irritable temperament, remarked that the inspection was sanctioned by Jianlei and the inspection fees had been paid. As for the manufacturer, what concern is that of ours? We have already saved money and reaped benefits. Now you wish to push us into competition? During this time, Jianlei received another order for inspecting mechas. The outcomes of the previous 2 inspections were excellent, and this news reached the Hojing garrison. The new captain of the garrison believed certain matters should be decided independently. However, he was not reckless. He first arranged for someone to investigate how the previous inspections had fared. Subsequently, he approached Falenko to inquire about his opinion of the individual named Jianlei. Falenko's evaluation was measured, stating that the individual had undoubtedly seen a great deal, yet lacked an advantage in cable inspection. As for the ability to inspect mechas, regrettably, that exceeded my understanding. However, I can responsibly assert that as long as that individual dares to accept the upcoming tasks, the performance should not be subpar. Thus, the garrison captain dispatched someone to Bentley to discuss this significant business opportunity. Bentley, who had established fixed contacts within the city, returned to consult with Jianlei after receiving the news. The garrison had numerous mechas, with 30 in operation and more in storage. Securing this order could significantly alter the situation in Hojing. However, Jianlei found himself in a quandary. It was one thing for the business to come to them, but must they first inspect 2 units to gauge capability? This was the rule, and Bentley was also somewhat troubled, insisting on inspection before payment, with a third party present. Considering that this was his first time taking over a predecessor's business, being cautious was only prudent. After pondering, Jianlei replied that he really did not wish to take on military-related orders, if that would be acceptable. In any nation of launching, those who could handle military contracts were typically well-connected. In the Wasteland, it was likely even more extreme, as here, martial prowess was held in even greater esteem. Upon hearing this, Bentley hesitated slightly. If this order materialized, the future would indeed be promising. Nevertheless, he nodded, acknowledging that caution was indeed wise, though it meant additional burdens for me. Jianlei rolled his eyes, suggesting that Bentley should approach the order as a modified warrior. Surely, the business would be abundant. Bentley shot him a glance, retorting that his ventures were lucrative enough without having to chase after tasks. Jianlei chuckled, advising him to inquire whose accumulated crystals were plentiful, as they could seize a share. This idea invigorated Scorpion. Otherwise, the leader would not only need to earn money, but also calculate and cultivate, which was exceedingly arduous. Did I not think of this? Bentley could not help but retort, stating that he was even more invested than the 2 of them. However, he confessed that during his most reckless days, he had only attempted such a feat twice, the second time resulting in serious injury. After discussing the topic of robbery, Bentley declined the proposition the following day. The esteemed status of Master Jianlei, who handled complex tasks, demanded high fees, and would not entertain the notion of working without upfront payment. This was a statement of self-importance. Yet the garrison captain was furious upon hearing it, exclaiming about the absurdity of such pretensions. That individual charges exorbitant fees at Genius Center? That evening, Bentley was experimenting with a new training method when he received a call on his radio. It was not from a small team channel, but from another device through which he had developed informants within the city. Jianlei and Scorpion overheard the call, and Jianlei responded in a changed voice, stating that his brother was occupied with pressing matters and requested that they reach out later if it was not urgent. The caller inquired when Bentley would be free, and upon learning the time was uncertain, promptly expressed frustration. Starl was furious, claiming that Jianlei was ungrateful and had dispatched people to investigate his qualifications as a repair technician. Starl was the new captain of the garrison, and Jianlei incredulously asked what was meant by ungrateful. It was evident that trouble was brewing. The caller quickly replied, reminding him to pay the information fees. Jianlei attempted to reach out again for clarity, but found the line disconnected. This was not surprising. The garrison captain was indeed a figure of significant authority, particularly with regard to the underground forces. The fact that the other party managed to relay information was already quite remarkable. After 2 hours, Bentley concluded his training, appearing quite exhilarated. He felt increasingly attuned to the sensations. His hand's resistance to electric shocks was improving, yet conducting electricity to the ground remained somewhat sluggish. I believe the next step in refinement should be, hey, what are you two looking like that for? It's nothing, you go ahead, Jianlei smiled, raising his chin slightly, noting a minor issue, but feeling no urgency. Then I shall proceed. Seizing the moment of inspiration, Bentley spoke at length for nearly 5 minutes. After all, this time the injury was minor, a testament to his progress. He had now mastered the pace of his training, unlike when he initially acted recklessly. While injuries remained inevitable, they were fundamentally manageable. However, the costs of purchasing medicine were still uncontrollable, as he aimed to perform each training session in peak condition. Once he finished speaking, it was Jianlei's turn to inform him of the earlier events. Upon hearing, Bentley nodded dismissively, acknowledging it was indeed a minor matter. Very well. Do you believe you can handle it? Scorpion expressed her reservations carefully, considering the garrison captain and the numerous mechas at his disposal. What does he amount to? Bentley scoffed dismissively. Yet upon seeing their doubtful expressions, his lips twitched. I've said, I know many influential figures here. Although he had once been wanted, he was ultimately an indigenous person from Central City, intimately familiar with the area. After discovering the demise of his entire family, he acted with reckless abandon, once stirring considerable upheaval in the underworld. Therefore, he never considered himself a good person, merely seeking to act with a clear conscience. Most of those influential figures were acquaintances from that time. He conducted many businesses, primarily in smuggling. Bentley sought suitable sources for these powerful individuals, charging high fees, yet delivering reliable service, garnering decent reviews. Upon his return, he found that some of his smuggling partners had gone legitimate and become influential figures themselves. Nonetheless, those individuals understood that he was not to be trifled with. Minor favors were easily granted. Jianlei and Scorpion exchanged glances. Yet the garrison captain was indeed a person of power, was he not? What does he really count for? Bentley reiterated dismissively, I have said, it is a minor matter. After saying this, he retired to wash up and sleep, prompting Scorpion to exclaim in disbelief. This old man truly possesses some backbone. This team member seems quite reliable. There is no need to envy him. Jianlei reassured her with a slight smile. You will not fare worse than him in the future. This was a promise of sorts, and Scorpion, familiar with his temperament, responded with a smile. Then I shall await your good news. Bentley was not exaggerating. The following morning, Starl rescinded the order to investigate Jianlei's qualifications as a repair technician. The reasoning was straightforward. Forget it, I only oversee order and security. Whether he is a repair technician is none of my concern. The agent hesitated to voice his concerns, prompting the question of whether they should still seek him for the inspection of the mecha. Sitarer found himself pondering the matter. True to his temperament, he was reluctant to engage further with this individual. However, the one who had initiated contact was a figure of considerable stature from a different domain. With differing realms of expertise, there existed no fundamental conflicts of interest, and the captain of the guard, despite not being omnipotent, still found himself in need of assistance. As a newly appointed captain, Sitarer was keen on establishing his network and connections, and this individual represented a personage he had previously been unable to approach. After deliberation, he decided to maintain contact for a while longer to discern any requests the other party might have. Keeping the lines of communication open would allow for both offensive and defensive strategies. Thus, he could postpone the inspection, ideally not returning to the original company. Should negotiations with Jianlei prove fruitless, he could simply cease contact, ensuring that the esteemed figure could not accuse him of lacking sincerity. The person responsible for handling the matter understood and proceeded to engage with Bentley. The maintenance of the new ventilation system at Jianlei had been completed, and the repair personnel returned to the casino for further servicing. At this juncture, other users of ventilation systems had heard of a formidable talent emerging in Hojing, known for low fees and excellent service. Imitating what they had observed, others reached out to Bentley. Could you also assist in inspecting our system? Ultimately, this was the most opportune season for maintenance. On this particular day, Jianlei arrived at a trading company specializing in substantial transactions to assist with the inspection of their ventilation system. Just as he was about to commence the inspection, a group of over a dozen individuals burst in, demanding to know who Jianlei was and whether he possessed a repair technician certification. The company, primarily engaged in large-scale commercial operations, enjoyed remarkable profits, yet its workforce was relatively small. In straightforward terms, they had the capability to coordinate and allocate resources, but manual labor was not within their purview. Such firms often operated discreetly, yet their capacity for action far exceeded the imaginations of ordinary individuals. Although the company was modest in size, its opulent decor and installation of a ventilation system served to subtly showcase their strength. Jianlei was initially reluctant to accept this assignment, deeming it too trivial and feeling hesitant to demand a higher fee. Nevertheless, Li encouraged him to proceed, recognizing the company's substantial latent potential and their amicable rapport. Jianlei, generally open to suggestions unless faced with matters of compulsion, acquiesced. He even reflected, have I become somewhat arrogant, dismissing even modest earnings? However, upon reflection, he concluded that the amount indeed seemed rather meager. Regardless, he trusted Li, believing that even without profit, the trip would be worthwhile. Yet, he was taken aback by the sudden intrusion. The individual responsible for liaising with him was a man named Xiao Budian, who stood at approximately 1.5 meters tall and appeared quite astute. Upon seeing the intrusion, Xiao Budian raised his chin slightly, and two impeccably dressed men advanced toward the intruders. While they exuded an air of refinement, both had laser pistols holstered at their waists. One of them spoke in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's communicate calmly and maintain silence, shall we?" The demeanor of these guards was markedly different in the realm of high-stakes business. In the next moment, this guard displayed an identification card, stating, "I possess unlimited authority to open fire. Kindly show mutual respect." The group of individuals with unlimited authority fell silent, turning their attention to a middle-aged man. The man hesitated momentarily before producing his own identification. "Greetings, I am Shuiman Tian, a B-level technician from Tiangong Maintenance Factory, here to investigate a matter." Tiangong Maintenance Factory? The guard appeared momentarily taken aback before glancing at Xiao Budian, who pursed his lips, indicating that his responsibilities had been fulfilled. Renowned in Hojing, Tiangong Maintenance Factory employed A-level technicians. Xiao Budian furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you intend to investigate with that identification?" "I'm here to investigate a technician named Jianlei." Shuiman Tian hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from being overly confrontational. He was unaware of the company's intricacies, but the guards with unlimited authority were certainly not ordinary. While all guards could fire in self-defense, those with unlimited authority could initiate fire without facing subsequent investigation. Thus, he tempered his approach and turned to the masked Jianlei, stating, "Your qualifications as a technician may be questionable." Jianlei lowered his eyelids, offering no response, as he had already arrived somewhat reluctantly. "Ben te direma incident. Instat observing Xiao Budian intently." Initially, Xiao Budian believed that Jianlei should defend himself, but he was taken aback that the expectation rested upon him. However, he was not one to shy away from confrontation, cheerfully retorting, "Does your identification grant you the authority to examine the technician's qualifications?" Shuiman Tian replied earnestly, "Master Celta from Tiangong possesses the qualifications of the Technician Association's vice president. He has both the certification authority and the obligation to uphold the industry's reputation. I come here on behalf of Master Celta." Celta was indeed the sole A-level technician at Tiangong Maintenance Factory. On behalf of him, Xiao Budian glanced at Li, deliberating before asking, "Do you have any authorization documents?" It must be acknowledged that the Tian district was far more regulated than other gathering zones, even emphasizing the necessity of authorization documents. Yet, Shuiman Tian's response bore the hallmark of the Wasteland. No one would dare impersonate Master Celta. This seemed unreasonable. Observing Li's lack of reaction, Xiao Budian questioned, "What about the individuals accompanying you?" Shuiman Tian replied earnestly, "They're all certified technicians, and we cannot tolerate anyone deceiving or undermining the industry's integrity." Xiao Budian shot a glance at Li, taking a step back. "I have fulfilled my responsibilities." He was not one to shy away from trouble, nor was the company, but he would only perform his duties. Seeing this, Li shook his head in resignation, then spoke in a deep tone, "Is this related to the matters concerning the guard?" "It has nothing to do with that," Shuiman Tian responded without hesitation. "I simply wish to prevent someone from impersonating a technician for fraudulent purposes." Li sighed, realizing the connection, and lifted his leg. delivering a swift kick that sent Shui Man Tian flying. The individuals behind him fell into disarray, several rolling on the ground. The two impeccably dressed guards quickly reached for their weapons, but made no further moves, merely observing coldly. They understood that these were individuals they had employed. A slight excess would not necessitate intervention, as the internal and external matters were distinct. What do you think you are, daring to investigate us? Benteli sneered before turning to Xiaobu Jian. Are you truly prepared to allow them to act with impunity here? Xiaobu Jian hesitated before replying. This pertains to the technician's industry. I lack the authority to intervene. Very well. Benteli nodded expressionlessly and turned to the technicians across from him. Shuiman Tian and his companions had already risen, their faces flushed with anger. However, the two guards remained poised, hands still resting on their weapons, watching them intently. Shuiman Tian rubbed his abdomen with one hand while pointing at Benteli with the other, speaking through gritted teeth. You dare lay a hand on me? If you have the capability, ensure you never leave this place. Truly disgusting. Benteli, quick as lightning, evaded the finger pointed at him. The next moment, Shuiman Tian's anguished cries reverberated through the air, the kind that tore at the soul. Upon closer inspection, one would find that his hand had contorted into a claw-like shape, utterly unrecognizable. I'll fight you to the end. Two technicians rushed forward, likely from Tiangong as well. Benteli clasped his hands behind his back, ignoring them completely. Chu Jianlei understood his intent, swiftly moving, and with a kick, he sent both men flying out the door. The guards exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing slightly. Trouble was brewing. Bentley turned to the diminutive figure, his face devoid of expression as he spoke. This is your territory. We have yet to shed blood, and we are willing to respect your domain. However, since you choose not to intervene, let us consider this matter concluded. He then cast a cold smile at the wailing Shuiman Tian and brandished a credential. I too possess the authority to fire at will. Shall I wait here for you to summon assistance? Shuiman Tian's face turned ashen from pain as he gasped for air. If you have the capability, then wait. At that moment, a guard interjected. Gentlemen, you have already engaged in conflict. It would be prudent for you to depart. Bentley shook his head, glanced at Chu Jianlei, and said, let us go. The two departed with an air of indifference, prompting the diminutive figure to turn to the guard. What do you mean? The guard raised a thumb and pointed skyward, a gesture whose meaning was unmistakable. The diminutive figure's expression shifted dramatically. Which one? Both, replied another guard, his own demeanor grim. Did you not notice their swift movements? The diminutive figure inhaled sharply. Both? Are you implying they are both modified warriors? The guard sighed, nodded, then shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. What more could be said? To acknowledge that today's choices were misguided? The diminutive figure's pallor deepened. You too. Escort them out. I shall report. The trio engaged in a riddle. Yet amidst so many repair technicians, how many lacked discernment? This is bad. We have encountered modified warriors. An older technician spoke up. We should leave promptly. Is this madness? Another chimed in. Modified warriors attempting to pass as repair technicians. How absurd. What of it? A technician retorted, as if anyone is unfamiliar with a few modified warriors. Who is this stubborn individual? The collective gaze turned towards the source of the remark. They soon realized that the person supporting Shuiman Tian was indeed from Tiangong, which alleviated their concerns. The technician who recognized the modified warrior's side. The crux is that both are modified warriors. That elder is quite advanced in age. To be frank, he regretted coming today, having only intended to lend support for personal gain. Little did he expect to encounter such formidable adversaries. Upon uttering this, silence enveloped the crowd. Two adversaries, both modified warriors. What if a third appeared? A guard, witnessing this, could not suppress a cold chuckle. Let's hope they are merely modified warriors. He harbored a deep resentment towards their intrusion, and it was entirely natural to voice a few sardonic remarks. Even in the capital, the ultimate warriors were a taboo subject. Yet other technicians had already pondered on this. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, the technician who recognized the modified warriors declared, turning to depart. Do not involve me in this. Another technician nodded in agreement and also withdrew, remaining silent. His restraint in not cursing was commendable. Indeed, there are those who dare to speak out. Your Tiangong has grand ambitions. Why drag us insignificant figures into your troubles? Chu Jianlei and Bentley emerged, riding off on a tricycle. Bentley's expression was grim, and after a brief silence, he cursed, "Is that Starl all right? What does it matter?" Jianlei's expression remained concealed behind his mask, yet his tone was calm. Relying on others is futile. One must depend on oneself. Bentley felt a flush of heat on his face. "I will handle this matter. Let the bullets fly for a while," Jianlei replied nonchalantly. "Are you certain Starl is not using you?" Chapter 120. Then let it be. Bentley paused for a moment, taken aback by Jianlei's question before speaking. "I find it curious. You are young yet possess such cunning." Jianlei refrained from answering, indicating that this approach need not adhere strictly to convention. Bentley hesitated but remarked, "Yet this tranquil existence is indeed rare. Do you not agree?" He feared the tumult of conflict, yet as his methods of cultivation began to take shape, he felt a sense of uncertainty. "Peace is indeed rare," Jianlei stated matter-of-factly, "but one must not become ensnared in a comfort zone, lest it lead to stagnation." Bentley nodded in agreement, then inquired, "What do you think we should do?" "I will follow your lead," Jianlei replied without hesitation. "I merely offer suggestions. You know the Tianshi district best." A glint of ferocity flashed in Bentley's eyes. "Then let us eliminate that old wretch, Serta, and see how proud they remain." Jianlei was rendered speechless. "You, a half-hearted technician, are truly unfit for this role." He cleared his throat. "Old Ben, do you comprehend what being an A-class technician entails? It is not akin to the A-class of Central City." Bentley stammered, and even less like the A-class Ultimate Warriors. However, after riding for a while, he adopted a serious tone. "I will consider this matter thoroughly." Meanwhile, the diminutive figure stood trembling in a room, facing a corpulent man weighing around 260 to 270 pounds, who held a cigarette between his lips. Despite his imposing stature, his demeanor was relatively composed, though his voice was somewhat high-pitched. "Little one, I entrust this matter to you. Is this how you conduct business?" The diminutive figure dared not speak, merely standing there, quaking in fear. "Speak," the corpulent man said languidly. "Otherwise, I might mistake your silence for a form of protest." Reporting to second young master, the diminutive figure nearly wept. "I have conducted myself properly, not daring to be remiss in any detail." The corpulent man inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. "Oh, allowing Tiangong personnel to act recklessly on our territory. You deem that not being remiss?" Second young master, Tiangong maintains close ties with the military, the diminutive figure explained cautiously. "Moreover, I have inquired about all pertinent matters." The second young master snorted dismissively. "So, according to your reasoning, if you made no errors, I should not hold you accountable?" The diminutive figure trembled even more violently. "Second young master, you have always taught me to be cautious and not to act frivolously, have you not?" The second young master grunted again, withholding an answer. The diminutive figure steeled himself. "I am merely concerned. If they intend to use us to counter Tiangong, that would be detrimental. We are not afraid of Tiangong, but if we are manipulated, word may spread, and we will inevitably be ridiculed." The second young master fell silent, finally sighing after a long pause. "Very well. Use this rationale to address the elder. It suffices as your cautionary teachings." The diminutive figure beamed with joy, promptly kneeling. "Thank you, second young master, for allowing me to explain. I am grateful for your mercy." "Rise. I'm not one to take pleasure in killing," the second young master said languidly. As if that were true, the diminutive figure understood all too well that the individual before him was capable of killing without hesitation and relished doing so. As a denizen of the Wasteland, he had been conditioned by his boss to adhere to rules, and it was only natural to harbor some rebellious thoughts. Yet, the second young master was generally reasonable, provided one did not cross him. Furthermore, he treated those beneath him with relative generosity, which garnered him a following. The diminutive figure stood, expressing gratitude once more. "Thank you, second young master, for sparing my life. Yet, killing you would serve no purpose," the second young master sighed, revealing a hint of distress. The elder's casual remark about not underestimating this individual. How could I have anticipated they were both modified warriors? Had I known they were modified warriors, I would have attended to them personally. Would you not agree? The diminutive figure shivered at this revelation. "Second young master, shall I plead with them to return?" The second young master responded with another dismissive grunt. "Oh, do you believe that would be wise? Are you not concerned about losing face? The visage of a petty person is inconsequential," Little Dot replied with remarkable candor. "But what about the company's reputation?" "Indeed, The second young master sighed again. Let us discuss this matter after I meet the old master. Little Dot, with a resolute heart, suggested, why not dismiss me first, and I shall then kneel to plead, sparing the company's dignity. The second young master let out a slight snort. Thinking you have earned favor, haven to you? At your service. Little Dot responded with utmost respect, secretly relieved. I have finally endured this hurdle. In truth, this matter swiftly reached the ears of those concerned. The head of Tiangong expressed, what are the modified warriors? If they covet our mecha maintenance business, it is a battle to the death. Star seemed to find some relief. No wonder they are so arrogant. Tiangong's methods are indeed excessively domineering. Shauna was astonished. Heavens, no wonder that individual seeks to curry favor. Had I known this, I should have been more enthusiastic. However, Chu Jianlei and his companions appeared indifferent, showing no concern for the lost contract. Nevertheless, beneath a facade of ease, Bentley had already begun to gather information on Tiangong. Tiangong's maintenance facility was not oblivious. No matter how formidable Bentley was, he remained an outsider, while Tiangong was a well-established local power. Yet, Tiangong refrained from any targeted retaliation, merely expressing disdain in select situations. Tiangong fears no competition, whether overt or covert. Analyzing the situation logically, such a statement indicates Tiangong would not strike first. They would await the opponent's advance. The principle of seizing the initiative is well understood, but it is inappropriate to apply this logic in this instance. Tiangong's maintenance facility is vast, comprising not merely one workshop, but at least 4 branches in Hojing. This is not to suggest they possess a chain mentality. Rather, maintenance is a service industry where geographical advantage is crucial. No matter how renowned you are, if the distance is too great, customers may not seek you out, making multiple locations essential. In fact, Tiangong has a branch in Taidu, primarily for procuring materials, akin to a liaison office. However, this is a digression. Shuemantian and Serta are both from the main factory, which employs over 200 personnel. The challenge for 2 modified warriors to assault the main factory is considerable and unlikely to succeed in the short term, even if they could manage it. Hojing adheres to its own rules, and the prospect of over 200 casualties would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. If they were to strike the branches first, the main factory would inevitably respond with a thunderous counterattack. Additionally, one must recognize an undeniable fact. No one knows where Jianlei resides. While some may lie in wait for Terry, locating Jianlei necessitates monitoring the inspection sites. Ultimately, Bentley's counter-surveillance skills are exceptionally strong, often appearing out of nowhere and vanishing just as quickly. Under such circumstances, Tiangong would struggle to take the initiative as they cannot identify a target. Furthermore, they have already offended the other party and remain unaware of how many modified warriors they possess. Hence, provoking them further is out of the question. The demeanor of Chu Jianlei's group, however, was even more unexpected. They behaved as if nothing had occurred. Bentley continued to sporadically appear within the city, seeking maintenance and inspection work. Some speculated that following the incident, Master Jianlei's reputation would suffer, as he could not even present a qualification certificate. Yet, the situation is rather peculiar. Many within the industry believe this precisely demonstrates Jianlei's prowess. To say nothing more, why would Tiangong target a relatively unknown repairman? Ultimately, it is because Jianlei is set to secure military contracts, encroaching upon Tiangong's territory. As for Jianlei lacking a repairman's qualification certificate, what a jest. He is a modified warrior. While some repairmen may masquerade as modified warriors, it is improbable for a modified warrior to feign being a repairman. It is simply unnecessary. Jianlei's failure to produce a repairman's qualification certificate is entirely reasonable. Why should a mere B-level repairman, lacking formal verification credentials, be obligated to show it? Even if Jianlei truly did not possess a repairman's qualification certificate, no one would be overly concerned as his skills in maintenance suffice. A dignified modified warrior certainly would not be overly concerned about such a certificate. Consequently, another company swiftly extended an invitation to Jianlei to inspect the new ventilation system. As the timing was opportune, Chu Jianlei indeed visited, spending the better part of a day on inspections before receiving payment and departing. On their way back, the two discovered multiple followers, unable to shake them off despite weaving through the streets and alleys. Resolutely, they decided to drive to a remote landfill on the outskirts of the city. While many areas on the outskirts are costly to rent, there are desolate spots where one might occasionally discover bodies. Upon arriving at the landfill, they parked the car, and Bentley brandished a Gauss rifle. Jianlei stared blankly at the landfill, feeling as if he had been transported to another world. The pursuers, witnessing this scene, dared not continue their chase. It was evident that hostilities were imminent. Those with quick wits promptly turned around to flee. Others, more obstinate, parked by the roadside, engaging in trivial activities to feign nonchalance. Some even attempted to disguise themselves as passers-by, displaying remarkable audacity. However, such actions were nothing short of a provocation to the modified warriors. One particularly audacious individual, refusing to back down, rode a motorcycle, attempting to act as though he were merely passing by. Bentley raised his weapon and shot out the rear wheel, then dragged the man over as if he were a mere chicken, indifferent to the latter's protests, and produced a syringe with an impassive expression. Have you heard of the real memory serum? Do you intend to confess honestly, or shall we wait until after the injection? Chapter 98. Real Memory Serum. A substance of considerable notoriety, produced in Central City, specifically designed to compel confessions. However, the serum does not guarantee the absolute veracity of the information obtained. When confronted with trained individuals, achieving even a 50% accuracy is uncertain, yet this probability is not insubstantial. The potency of the drug comes with formidable side effects. Those injected may face a significant risk of becoming mentally impaired. Even if not reduced to utter idiocy, their cognitive faculties will undoubtedly be affected. Yet, this man displayed remarkable audacity, vehemently proclaiming his innocence and claiming he would sue them for unwarranted harm to a civilian. Do you think one injection is insufficient? Bentley produced 5 more identical syringes, his expression unwavering. A B-level ultimate warrior can withstand at most 5 injections. Let us see if you can endure the 6th. The man instantly fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Lord Terry, I am with the defense team." The real memory serum is genuinely a precious commodity in the Tianzi district, and one of the most sought-after items in the black market. Ordinary individuals find it exceedingly difficult to acquire even a single dose. And yet here were 6 needles aimed at this insignificant figure. The implications were astounding. He truly wanted to weep. These 6 syringes were worth more than his life. Surely, you cannot afford to waste such resources. Starl's people? Bentley's brow furrowed slightly. Had he truly allied with Tiangong? No, the captain expelled Tiangong from several projects. Came the quick reply. He genuinely wishes to collaborate with you. In his words, Starl is intent on breaking free from the influence of the previous management, thus facing formidable pressure from Tiangong. The targeting was not limited to Bentley and Jianlei, but extended to several other candidates who were also systematically suppressed. Among those targeted, the most noteworthy are Terry and Jianlei. Hence Starl's heightened vigilance is entirely reasonable. After hearing this, Bentley nodded expressionlessly. The logic is fundamentally coherent. However, since someone is tailing us, it is prudent to administer a dose. Why bother? The individual cried out desperately, "If you too truly distrust me, I can take you to find the captain." He was genuinely reluctant to endure another injection, for the damage it inflicted upon the brain's nerves was substantial. "What purpose do you have in seeking your captain?" Bentley inquired, feeling somewhat perplexed. "I have already stated that I no longer wish to engage in his business." It was only natural for him to feel the need to teach a lesson to anyone daring enough to follow them, as this would also serve to validate the authenticity of the serum. Indeed, this man had harbored doubts regarding the serum's genuineness. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to question it any further. "Esteemed sirs, I assure you this serum is unequivocally genuine. My pursuit of you two was merely to the effects of the true memory serum manifested rapidly, designed to prevent certain trained individuals from deliberately suppressing memories of specific events. However, this resulted in a rather poor user experience, accompanied by pronounced side effects. After approximately half a minute, the individual began to appear dazed, responding to queries almost automatically. It became evident that Star, in addition to maintaining contact with Bentley, intended to utilize them as leverage against the Tiangong maintenance factory. This demonstrated that the notion of using others as pawns was hardly rare. Multiple parties entertained this idea. Consequently, Star dispatched someone to ascertain the whereabouts of the 2 modified warriors. For the defense team, whether within the city, on the outskirts, or beyond, all territory was under their jurisdiction. as long as they could determine the locations of the two modified soldiers. Instigating trouble would merely require some technical finesse. After all these years, you have made no progress, Bentley scoffed, rising to his feet. I recall there were two ants lurking about. They simply ran off? Moments ago, two individuals had been squatting by the street, seemingly idle, yet clearly tailing them. Upon witnessing the capture of that individual, these two were understandably frightened and fled immediately. Let them go, Jianlei called out, disregarding the one still under the effects of the true memory serum. Shortly after their departure, a motorcycle approached, ridden solely by a helmeted figure. The rider halted beside the defense officer, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then dismounted, drawing a dagger from his waist and plunging it into the man's heart. The convulsing defense officer kicked out a few times before falling silent. The helmeted rider straightened, casually surveying his surroundings before preparing to mount his motorcycle and depart. Little did he expect that several individuals in the distant buildings of the junkyard had witnessed his actions. These were trackers, who, upon realizing something was amiss, had left but remained curious to see what would transpire in the junkyard. They chose to occupy nearby buildings, establishing themselves to observe. Bentley and Jianlei possessed keen senses, capable of detecting something unusual. However, in unison, they both decided not to pursue the matter further. The two who had been tailing them were deemed necessary to eliminate, as they could continue their pursuit. Conversely, those who had entered the building to observe lacked the operational capacity to follow them down. Of course, they could use radios to remotely direct others to continue the tracking. Yet Jianlei and Bentley had their own methods of dealing with the situation. Ultimately, they concluded that the individuals were not worth the trouble, as they did not perceive any overt malice, and thus they let them be. However, at that moment, these observers bore witness to a murder. The next instant, a gunshot rang out, and the assailant collapsed to the ground. Almost immediately, another shot was fired, creating a gaping wound in the assailant's chest. Who the hell did that? A furious voice roared, questioning if it was a case of silencing witnesses. You need not speak. Your silence suffices, a sinister voice responded. I am the one who killed him. I had no intention of taking a life, but now that it has occurred, so be it. I am from the Rui Casino. The shout grew louder. You dare threaten me? And what the defense team? The sinister voice retorted with a cold laugh. Are you here to investigate my Rui Casino? Those who can afford to run a high-end casino need not fear the likes of the defense team. The defense personnel shouted again, revealing that the one murdered was indeed a member of their ranks. Thus, the casino representative found himself at a loss for words. A defense officer had been slain, and another had injured the murderer, ultimately resulting in the latter's demise. The logic of the situation spiraled into confusion. Yet, who could clarify the chaos? Two burly men descended from the adjacent building, entering the structure. Come down, you from Rui Casino. Originally intending to keep an eye on Bentley and Jianlei, this group had instead embroiled themselves in their own complications. The defense team was not composed of a single individual. The audacity of one being captured by the opposing side was beyond their control. The true memory serum prompted a sigh from one observer. Indeed, those who had witnessed the world were not few, and they were willing to spend extravagantly. Such a precious substance would typically be reserved for significant figures. It was inexplicably utilized on a mere follower. Is that true memory? One person mused, laughing. The defense team is in for a headache. No one took note of the abundance of the serum. Someone muttered, from now on, I shall never follow anyone again. Meanwhile, the two who had shaken off their pursuers engaged in conversation. Old Ben, if I recall correctly, true memory is rather expensive, is it not? Bentley replied nonchalantly. It has nothing to do with money. In Central City, it is considered a high-end regulated product. Do you believe this is merely a monetary issue? Que Jianlei siged wistfully. In truth, we are not impoverished. Bentley fell silent. Only after a while did he respond. If one is content with mediocrity, they are indeed not poor. Yet, we cannot afford to be mediocre, Jianlei lamented. In our pursuit of wealth, how many eyes are upon us? What kind of world is this? A predatory world. Bentley replied casually. If one does not wish to be consumed, they must strive for strength. Jianlei subsequently relayed news of a newly tested ventilation system, which quickly reached the Tiangong maintenance factory. Xuanman Tian, with his arm in a sling, approached his employer, who astonishingly continued to accept orders, blatantly disregarding Tiangong. The employer, a small elderly man, possessed a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. "How is your hand?" Xuemontian's gaze revealed a hint of sorrow. It was ruined, and he could only train apprentices henceforth. His hand had been crushed to a pulp by Bentley, and even the finest orthopedic surgeon in the Tianzi district could not restore it. As a respectable B-level mechanic, most of his skills resided in his hands, which naturally bred resentment within him. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned about being dismissed, for he still possessed sharp eyes and extensive experience. "Well, train your apprentices well." The employer nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The individual possesses true memory serum. He is not to be trifled with. Initially, he had not intended to resort to such measures against Jianlei, but rather sought to resolve the issue through negotiation. It was Xuemontian who volunteered for the task, as he had previously been responsible for the maintenance of the defense team's mechs. Upon Xuemontian's return in defeat, the employer could not fault him, as he acted in the best interest of Tiangong. Not to be trifled with? A flicker of astonishment crossed Xuemontian's face. Shall we simply allow him to roam freely? What of Tiangong's reputation? The elderly man stroked his chin, pondering before responding. These two may not be alone. Even if it is merely to deal with them, it will come at a significant cost. Do you believe it is worth it? Xuemontian replied decisively. "Boss, you once said that pure businessmen are merely lambs. We at Tiangong must never forget to act as wolves in the business realm, not as sheep." The elderly man paused, then chuckled. "Indeed, as I age, my courage seems to wane." "You are cautious," Xuemontian subtly complimented, furrowing his brow. "However, in our collaboration with the military, too many eyes are upon us. We cannot afford to appear weak." The elderly man stroked his chin again, shaking his head in bemusement. "You have a knack for creating trouble for me." Chapter 122. A journey towards the tiger's den. Jianlei certainly could not have anticipated that the guard he was tracking would later be murdered. 2 days later, Bentley returned with the news, candidly sharing it. To be honest, Jianlei found it quite surprising. "Stahl didn't cause you any trouble? Why would he trouble me?" Bentley replied with a puzzled tone. If the person hadn't died, perhaps they would have sought trouble, but now. In truth, it was not just the Wasteland. The same held true for Blue Star. Human connections matter when people are present, but what significance remains when they are absent? Jianlei inquired further. Who was the murderer? Bentley's expression grew somewhat peculiar. An outsider adventurer, a suspect in many cases, entered the capital under a false identity. Jianlei astutely noted this detail, recalling past events. "You? I came from Central City," Bentley replied with pride. "I wouldn't stoop to such levels." He merely found this impersonation technique rather reminiscent of a bygone era. Jianlei was uninterested in Bentley's melancholic musings. Surely, a powerful faction must have assisted them? Perhaps, Bentley replied dismissively. "How is the calculation progressing today?" "Recently, the results have been increasingly favorable." Jianlei had originally thought there were still over 160 schemes yet to be calculated. However, in reality, he had been continuously refining the proposals already tested, yielding significant results. Moreover, Bentley occasionally offered suggestions, leading both to feel that the final version was within reach. Throughout this process, Bentley gradually began to grasp Jianlei's thought process and gained substantial understanding of the calculation technique. He no longer viewed this method as particularly mysterious. At least, it was not as unfathomable as he once thought. Yet, simultaneously, Jianlei's insights and perspectives left him utterly astonished. He never expected that an orphan could possess such boundless imagination, especially with a logic that maintained coherence. It was akin to someone conjuring an entire world out of thin air, an existence he could not grasp, yet one that might genuinely exist. Jianlei smiled and nodded. "Today has seen considerable progress. If all goes well, we could derive the final version by the end of this month." "That's splendid. I can hardly contain my excitement," Bentley eagerly expressed. The day's testing went smoothly, and early the next morning, Bentley excitedly departed once more. Scorpion observed his retreating figure, her expression somewhat peculiar. It was rare to see someone so cheerful over purchasing healing potions. Jianlei understood her feelings of jealousy and responded with a smile. "While organizing his materials, I've also streamlined your direction. It will be swift." Within a couple of days, Bentley returned with a new business proposition: the inspection and repair of 2 industrial robots. Jianlei found it somewhat strange. Are industrial robots even necessary in the Tianzi district? He was familiar with industrial robots, both on Blue Star and in the Wasteland. Their complexity was no less than that of mechas. However, in the Wasteland, they were primarily theoretical constructs. Given that human lives were deemed worthless and labor fees were often negligible, sometimes merely covering meals, there was little room for the use of industrial robots. There are exceptional circumstances where they could still be utilized, Bentley replied, showing little interest. Extreme temperatures, toxic environments, and such. Yet Jianlei remained skeptical. But what are these two robots intended for? That we cannot inquire about, Bentley asserted, demonstrating his understanding of industry norms. They are generic models, not specialized ones. Only then did he belatedly realize, are you suspecting a trap? The likelihood is quite high. Jianlei responded without hesitation. On what grounds do they believe I can repair industrial robots? Demand for industrial robots in the Wasteland was nearly non-existent, yet this did not imply they were inexpensive. In fact, their price often exceeded that of mechas, creating a peculiar inversion of value and price. This was not surprising, as mechas represented high-end combat capability and were deemed necessities, whereas industrial robots were luxuries akin to advanced air filtration systems, technologically simple yet exorbitantly priced. Bentley pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed. Then, I shall decline. However, retracting an offer was not as simple as one might think. The other party directly inquired, what are your grievances? Please, feel free to express them. Is the payment insufficient? That's easily rectifiable. Concerned about your ability to repair them? Fear not. We only seek a diagnosis. We will cover travel expenses. We merely ask for your expertise. The request to inquire about their origins felt somewhat excessive. We are offering substantial sums privately to avoid revealing our identities. Is it inconvenient for you to come to us? Very well, we can deliver to your residence. Not suitable at your home? No matter, just specify a location, and we will bring it there. After several exchanges, it became abundantly clear to Jianlei and Bentley that this was indeed a trap, an unmistakable one, with the other party showing little effort to conceal it. I will agree to all your conditions, no matter how reasonable or unreasonable, as long as they are not too far-fetched. I will invite you, if you dare to come. A confrontation is inevitable. If you do not, that is your choice. But as a repairman, how can you forego such generous terms without even attempting? Will you still have the audacity to accept future commissions? This was a blatant provocation, and both Jianlei and Bentley understood that the instigator was undoubtedly Tiangong. The other party showed no signs of subtlety, almost daring them with the implication, come on, do you have the guts to accept the challenge? Jianlei glanced at Bentley. This is a provocation. Indeed, Bentley nodded. Such a grudge can only belong to Tiangong. So shall we take it? Absolutely, why not? Bentley replied, casually with a smile. If we do not strike back, they will continue to trouble us. Then let us proceed. Jianlei agreed, turning to Scorpion. What say you? Is my opinion of any significance? She retorted, feeling somewhat exasperated. You both have made your decision. Can I really oppose it? Understanding her cautious nature, Jianlei could not help but ask, do you believe it is unnecessary to take the risk? Scorpion hesitated before nodding slowly. Very well at this point. Retreating is not an option. Jianlei nodded slightly, then spoke with calm resolve, strike a decisive blow to prevent a multitude of strikes from coming our way. We should intimidate them. Bentley scoffed, glancing at Scorpion. You need not accompany us. Remain here to guard. Scorpion's lips twitched, her fists clenched in silence, ultimately conceding with a nod. She recognized that her abilities did not match those of the two men, and though she felt underestimated, it was undeniably frustrating. When I have honed my skills, I shall see how I can mock you, old man. With the decision made, the following day, Bentley ventured outside the city to scout a location. The interior of the city and its outskirts were unsuitable. This time, they were planning to take a life. An action could only be taken outside the city. The population outside the city was not necessarily smaller than that of the outskirts, but he chose a solitary courtyard. This courtyard was over 20 kilometers from the outskirts, sufficiently distant from human habitation. Surrounding were some woods, agricultural fields, and a small hill strewn with gravel. Bentley located the owner of the property, paid half a month's rent, and deposited a month's security. In total, it amounted to merely 15 silver coins, and that was without haggling. Otherwise, it would have been even cheaper. On the evening of securing the rental, he and Jianlei stealthily arrived to commence renovations on the courtyard. They labored through 3 nights, tirelessly working. On the 4th day, they rested, and on the fifth morning, Bentley entered the city to contact the other party, providing the address. Since you have taken the initiative to reach out to us, shall we select a primary battlefield? That seems reasonable, does it not? As expected, the other party did not refuse, though they did not immediately agree, stating they needed to consult with someone who could make the decision. Bentley understood that the individual he had been in contact with was likely capable of making that call. Delaying a response is merely a tactic to send someone to scout the small courtyard. Having chosen our battleground, we must allow the other party to make their arrangements, lest we appear unable to bear the risk of defeat. Nevertheless, he also indicated that I shall grant you only 3 days. After that, time waits for no one. The gentleman nodded with a grin, agreeing to the terms, and even provided a deposit of 100 silver dollars. Observing the two engaged in amiable conversation, one would hardly suspect that a formal challenge was about to unfold. After the agreement was reached, Bentley turned and made his way directly to the courtyard situated outside the city. Given the tragic fate of the last reconnaissance squad, no one dared to follow too closely this time. However, he made no effort to conceal his movements, knowing he merely needed to wait within the courtyard for 3 days. Tiangong's response was swift. Upon learning the precise location, several trucks were dispatched to surround the small courtyard from a distance. They were not military personnel and lacked the authority to disrupt traffic, but they could certainly place personnel at various access points to verify the identities of those coming and going, which was not overly intrusive. Although Tiangong's own security force was not particularly robust, they maintained good relations with certain elite teams. This time, the individuals encircling the courtyard primarily hailed from 2 teams, hired by Tiangong, with a few of their own personnel accompanying them. Jianlei and Bentley, inside the courtyard, observed the movements of the opposing team through a periscope. Such was their level of confidence. Bentley could not help but let out a derisive snort, relying on their numerical advantage. Jianlei, however, remained unfazed, noting that since we had chosen the battleground, it was now their turn to make a move. After the outer team set up, a quartet approached the courtyard at a leisurely pace. In broad daylight, Bentley glanced at the sky, wondering if they would dare to take action. It seemed they intended to engage in a direct confrontation, Jianlei thoughtfully remarked, indicating that their gradual pressure was quite methodical. Merely a test of resolve, Bentley dismissed it with a scoff. As the 4 drew within 300 meters of the courtyard, he activated a loudspeaker. "Halt! Advance any further, and you shall trespass upon private property. Do not blame me for being ungracious." The 4 stopped in unison, and one among them produced a speaker, inquiring, "Is this Mr. Telly?" Bentley replied sullenly, "It is I, Bentley. You are from Tiangong, correct? If you have not brought industrial robots, do not approach any closer, or I shall show no mercy." Despite the tension, both sides managed to maintain their composure. One of the 4 muttered, "Just charge in. They are merely 2 modified warriors." Yet no one heeded him, as they had yet to ascertain whether that simple fortification was occupied. The speaker among them continued, "We have some details regarding maintenance inspections that we wish to finalize." Setting aside other matters, they had managed to surround this individual named Telly, making further probing inevitable. "I have made it clear. I will not accept any changes," Bentley's voice rang out. "If you cannot play the game, then leave. Mr. Telly, we are quite earnest." The speaker took a step forward, only to be interrupted by a gunshot that struck the ground 7 or 8 meters in front of him, sending dirt flying. "This is your final warning. Step forward again, and I will show no mercy." The 4 exchanged glances and ultimately turned to leave, unwilling to risk their lives in a private area. Jianlei observed closely, snorting softly, recognizing that the other side was clearly itching for a fight. Strike a decisive blow to avoid a flurry of attacks, Bentley mused, aware they had other means at their disposal. He was absolutely correct. In the afternoon, Tiangong managed to locate the landlord who rented the courtyard. It was unclear what methods they employed, but the landlord sought to enter the courtyard. Bentley firmly refused, stating, "You have already collected the rent. The right of use belongs to me now. Do not seek unnecessary trouble." In the Wasteland, property rights were distinctly defined, yet rights of use remained nebulous. This was not a place governed by law, and most often, the community operated outside legal constraints. Enraged, the landlord retorted, "This is my property. Do I not have the right to withdraw the lease?" Banta li shuklat kuldli. He refrained from lecturing the landlord about breach of contract, knowing such arguments held little weight in the Wasteland. Consider the number of people on the other side. Can you not see? They do not dare to force their way in. What gives you the audacity to breach our agreement? The landlord's face paled at this. Recognizing that neither side was easily intimidated, he felt no need to entangle himself further. Remembering the instructions he had received earlier, he cleared his throat. My lord, I have no intention of opposing you. However, since you acknowledge the property is mine, may I at least inspect it for any changes? Bentley pondered for a moment before asking, will you enter alone? The landlord, suddenly alert, nodded decisively, yes. I will go alone. As long as he could enter, observe closely, and then describe the situation upon exiting, he would be handsomely rewarded. What manner of man was Bentley? His gaze was exceptionally keen. Their agreement did not include any mid-inspection. Yet he did not outright prohibit inspections, did he? The landlord pressed on. I assure you, I will only look. Very well, Bentley replied languidly, a sly smile gracing his lips. However, I am under no obligation to guarantee your safety. Whether you can exit depends on your luck. After speaking, he switched off the loudspeaker and gestured to Chu Jianlei with open palms. To be honest, I am not accustomed to such verbal exchanges. It would be far simpler to act. Chu Jianlei chuckled. Building up a reserve of anger can allow us to deliver a powerful blow, creating the illusion of reason. Bentley shook his head dismissively, then suddenly smiled. You, my friend, are quite crafty. Chu Jianlei silently smirked, thinking, I merely seek to occupy the moral high ground. In the Wasteland, morality was largely ineffectual. However, he was not yet willing to relinquish the comforts of his current life. Thus, maintaining a semblance of principle was not inherently a bad thing. The landlord was taken aback, contemplating deeply, and ultimately decided against pursuing this opportunity. While Tiangong had attempted to pressure him, the landlord resolutely declared, the property has already been rented. I refuse to involve myself any further. You have no authority over me. Tiangong personnel felt a sense of disappointment, yet they were ultimately businessmen, not ruthless bandits. In that case, would you consider selling us your property? The landlord did not reject the offer outright. On the contrary, he perceived this as a favorable opportunity, stating a firm price of 5,000 silver dollars. You might as well rob it. The negotiator fumed. The courtyard and land combined aren't worth 2,000. The landlord responded without hesitation, but now you need it, which renders it valuable. The negotiator, nearly exasperated to the point of slapping him, finally gritted his teeth and conceded. I can only offer you 3,000. Dream on. The landlord shook his head resolutely. You might as well kill me. It had been ages since he encountered such an advantageous situation. There was no way he would let it slip away. Tiangong personnel contemplated, their faces darkening as they reminded him. Think carefully. Your courtyard may be destroyed in the ensuing conflict. The landlord was indeed quite peculiar, responding, if that happens, I will seek you out. My tenant would never resort to such measures. However, the logic of his statement was sound. If they wished to destroy his courtyard, why would they bother renting it? The key factor was that the landlord had already discerned their identities, at least connecting them to a certain team. Tiangong personnel were left utterly at a loss, as they had no effective means to deal with such a stubborn individual. In the business arena, they do not hesitate to obliterate the physical presence of their competitors. However, such actions are no longer worthwhile. Ultimately, they must disregard this individual. The landlord does not particularly seek to sell to the other party. In his eyes, the tenant has only occupied the premises for 6 days out of the stipulated half-month. He possesses ample time to wait for the potential buyer to make an offer, and should it come down to the final days, he may consider reducing the price. Interestingly, the representatives from Tiangong have not informed him that they only have 3 days to respond. Observing the landlord's proud departure, a group of individuals exchanged glances, each one pondering the situation. Eventually, a mid-level official from Tiangong's side, recognizing that they had no choice but to proceed as they were. As dusk fell, a buzzing sound approached from a distance. Bentley could not help but chuckle. After so many years, they still resorted to such rudimentary tactics, which he found utterly unimpressive. Chu Jianlei contemplated for a moment before vocalizing his inquiry. Was that a drone? Indeed, Bentley nodded with an odd expression, questioning whether they had truly lost their wits. Chu Jianlei also wore a perplexed expression, wondering how they could so underestimate a mere technician like himself. It seemed they were preparing to gather intelligence on their numbers. Bentley mused with a smile, indicating that he would take cover first. While thermal imaging devices are indeed effective at night, they rely on the opponent's lack of adequate preparation. Bentley slipped into an upright box and secured the door behind him, peering through a hole the size of a bowl to observe the unfolding events. The hole was covered with double-layered glass, ensuring minimal heat escape. Jianlei, unhurried, activated a searchlight and scanned the surroundings. Among those lying in ambush outside, some appeared restless. Should they take action? No. A voice firmly opposed the idea, asserting that if they struck first, the adversary could exploit that opportunity to terminate the agreement. It became evident that their moral standards were not particularly high. They simply did not wish to provide their opponents with any leverage. Another voice commented that, judging by the events of the day, the adversary's marksmanship was rather lackluster. In the Tianzi district, drones are exceedingly costly. The ones they were employing were merely the size of a human head. As night enveloped the area, the drones hovered in the air. But who possessed such remarkable shooting skills? The drone neared the small courtyard, circling about 200 meters away without advancing further. Cognizant of the risk of being shot down, such a loss would be considerable. The searchlight continued to follow the drone, though no shots were fired, rendering the pursuit seemingly futile. Someone chuckled softly, acknowledging that he was aware of his own poor marksmanship. Yet, after scanning for some time, the drone detected only a white figure, yielding no further findings. The Tiangong personnel began to grow impatient, prompting the launch of 2 additional drones to conduct reconnaissance from closer range. The searchlight's relentless pursuit severely hampered the drones' observational capacity. By deploying 2 more drones, they could utilize the noise created by the first to effectively conceal their movements. Even if discovered, it would be inconsequential. They at least needed to ascertain the number of searchlights the adversary possessed. A single individual cannot multitask effectively, thus allowing for an accurate assessment of the opposing numbers. The 2 drones ascended into the sky, making their way toward the small courtyard. However, they were unaware that Jianlei not only possessed excellent vision, but also superior hearing. Before long, he noticed the 2 drones, feigning ignorance. As the drones approached within 100 meters of the courtyard, he suddenly sprang into action, switching on several heaters to create dazzling white images on the thermal imaging device. Realizing they had been detected, the Tiangong personnel reacted swiftly, initiating interference measures. Could they advance any closer? A voice inquired, concerned that visibility was becoming increasingly challenging. No, getting closer would indeed be perilous. One of the drones was a clientess sent for repairs. They could only command them to circle the courtyard, gathering as much data as possible before analyzing the thermal images. The 2 drones hovered 100 meters away, flying high to avoid the risk of being shot down. Jianlei waited for about 10 minutes, concluding that no 4th drone had appeared. It seemed this was the extent of their aerial reconnaissance. He then raised his hand and switched off one of the devices. At that very moment, the personnel controlling the drone from a distance noticed a flurry of static on their screens, accompanied by crackling sound. This was bad. Someone quickly realized the presence of strong electromagnetic interference. Almost immediately, a muted explosion was heard as one controller emitted white smoke. Damn it, how dare he? The Tiangong personnel cursed furiously. After all, these were drones. However, another individual remained composed, asserting that since the war had already commenced, it was only natural for the technician to retaliate with professional methods. Damage to the drones was within the realm of expectation. In warfare, one must inevitably incur costs. He maintained a calm demeanor, pointing out that it was merely 1 drone. What about the other 2? In response, another muted explosion rang out as yet another controller was destroyed. Before anyone could react, a 3rd controller also succumbed to destruction. This is disastrous, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their frustration. 3 drones were now rendered useless. What the hell? Another cursed, realizing the extent of the electromagnetic disruption. The technology behind electromagnetic interference is complex. While challenging for an amateur, it poses little difficulty for a skilled technician. However, achieving full-spectrum electromagnetic disruption exceeds mere technical prowess. The hardware requirements are exceptionally high, and energy demands escalate significantly. With additional hardware comes increased consumption. The Tiangong team had anticipated that with Jianlei's mechanical repair skills, he might possess the capability for electromagnetic interference. Thus, they initially refrained from deploying drones, as the costs were prohibitive. However, attempts to probe with alternative methods yielded no results, leaving drones as their final recourse. Nevertheless, Tiangong specializes in repairs and does so quite proficiently. Adjusting the drone's frequency is not an arduous task. Thus, these three drones operated on different frequency bands, employing distinct encryption methods and control mechanisms. The annihilation of all three drones indicated the adversary was employing full-spectrum electromagnetic interference, which was utterly astonishing. Even if one possessed such capability, did they have the necessary hardware? And what about the substantial energy supply required? Momentarily, silence enveloped the group as they silently observed their furious leader. The commander, a sea-level technician skilled in handling emergencies, was now overseeing a situation spiraling out of control. Not to mention, the loss of three drones was an exorbitant price to pay. After a period of stunned silence, he clenched his teeth and ordered, "Immediately apprehend La Whooping." There is something amiss with this courtyard. La Whooping, the landlord, was evidently not as innocuous as they had presumed. "I have a question," someone ventured. "Does Jianlei possess any other full-spectrum interference methods?" The speaker was a fellow sea-level technician, one of the two on this critical mission. The leader scoffed, "You're overthinking it. In present-day Ho Jing, no one can." Just then, someone exclaimed, "The handheld radios are malfunctioning." "Mine has broken too," came the frustrated response. "Is there anyone whose device is still operational?" Enough with the noise. The team leader took a deep breath. "Full-spectrum interference is quite normal." "You call this normal?" Someone retorted in dissatisfaction. The outburst came from a leader of an elite team, which maintained a good relationship with Tiangong, though fundamentally based on mutual benefit. "What do you mean, Laojiao?" The team leader's expression darkened, suggesting a reluctance to collaborate further. In the realm of business, the powerful may bully the weak. Yet he was acutely aware that his counterpart belonged to an elite team. Nevertheless, what did that matter? Tiangong had no intention of forming its own team. Otherwise, it would not have successfully secured military contracts, indicating a strength that could not be underestimated. They merely wished to specialize in their respective fields, avoiding unnecessary exertion. Upon hearing this, Laojiao felt a surge of indignation, his nose reddening, ready to retaliate by threatening collaboration. Little did he know the depths of desperation his opponent might possess. At that moment, a voice cried out, "Drones! Drones!" Three drones had already plummeted to the ground, and theoretically, they were beyond repair. The searchlights in the small courtyard illuminated one of the damaged drones. In the next instant, a flash of white light signaled that the courtyard's inhabitants had pulled the trigger of a laser gun. They had the audacity to fire first. The team leader's scalp prickled. How could he possibly allow them to remain unscathed? That was their territory. Laojiao could no longer contain his frustration, asserting that the drones represented an illegal intrusion. The team leader fell silent, yet his heart seethed with fury. With whom were they truly allied? However, a moment later, he chuckled lightly, questioning the accuracy of their aim. The drones were not large, merely the size of a human head, and the distance from the courtyard was only about 100 meters. The use of laser guns made aiming convenient, and at such proximity, even minor errors would be negligible. Yet, their shot veered off by nearly 30 centimeters. Surely, even an ordinary person with a modicum of training would not perform worse, would they? Laojiao, momentarily diverted from his anger, noticed the situation and furrowed his brow. Was this the marksmanship of the so-called modified soldiers? How naive they were. The team leader, infuriated by Laojiao's words, retorted, "Does the marksmanship of modified soldiers not guarantee proficiency?" Laojiao, taken aback, stammered before finally exhaling a sigh, conceding that they would follow the leader's directives. The courtyard unleashed several more beams of white light, and finally, on the seventh shot, a beam struck the drone dead center. The drone shattered into irreparable fragments. Soon after, the searchlights swept toward another drone, and the opposing team began clumsily aiming and firing again. The team leader seethed with frustration, wondering who could eliminate the searchlights. They were merely targeting their own territory. Laojiao scoffed dismissively, stating that their team would not assist in attacking the searchlight. Would they allow their drones to become mere targets for practice? The team leader finally refused to comply. "You may obstruct me," Laojiao calmly stated. "We shall not engage further." Who remembers where the third drone fell? The team leader seethed through clenched teeth. Some were taken aback. Was he insisting on retrieving that drone? What alternative did he propose? The team leader seethed, grinding his teeth in anger. Before anyone could respond, a series of rapid gunfire erupted. The opposing team, having failed to hit the drone multiple times in frustration, switched to a Gauss automatic rifle. An automatic rifle is not a machine gun, yet it can fire continuously as long as ammunition is available. After approximately 20 rounds, the drone was finally struck, igniting spectacularly. Subsequently, the searchlights began to scan for the third drone again. Enough, the team leader sighed, his expression growing increasingly grim. This ends tonight. Why must it end? Some were still defiant. Across any realm, there are always those bold enough to risk everything. With such poor marksmanship, I will retrieve the drone. You are speaking nonsense. The team leader shouted in anger. Can they not switch to a Gauss machine gun? Is it truly so difficult to replace it with a vehicle-mounted machine gun? He finally realized the caliber of opponent he was facing. Those who could earn substantial profits surely possessed ample weaponry. The destruction of the third drone became inevitable. They spent a dismal night, while Jianlei was on edge the entire time. After laying traps for an entire night, he awaited the opponent's response, only to be met with silence. Did their marksmanship truly falter, or was it an overreaction? Regardless, he had exerted all his effort through the night. The following morning, when he opened the box, he was astonished to find Bentilli sleeping inside. Old Bun, this is rather unsporting of you. I toiled the whole night, and you were merely sleeping? What are you fussing about? Bentilli replied, yawning and squinting. I trusted you, after all. My trust is rare. The last time I placed such faith in someone was 60 years ago. Curiosity sparked within Jianlei's mind. Who was that? Dead. Why concern yourself with who it was? Bentilli gradually opened his eyes. You are more cunning. You should live longer. Jianlei blinked. So, you curse your teammates? Bentilli had never heard of such a notion, but could surmise its meaning. He burst into anger. You have nothing good to say? My teammate was far too careless. In avenging him, I killed 121 people. Is not a modified soldier worth that much? Was he also a modified soldier? Jianlei was taken aback. Is the crime rate of modified soldiers truly that high? What else could it be? Bentilli finally roused himself. Do you think just anyone can partner with me? Stop being so dramatic. Jianlei kicked him lightly. I endured the night. It's your turn now. Kid, don't lay hands on me. Bentilli grumbled, clearly displeased. It's not a big deal. Once he was fully awake, he asked, shall we continue guard? No, let us take action, Jianlei replied. We have already held out for so long. We just need to make it through the final stretch. With only 2 days remaining until the ultimate outcome. Bentilli snorted coldly, speaking ominously. If they do not show up as they threaten, I shall dismantle Tiangong. They will come, Jianlei replied lazily. If they do not, they will reveal their weakness. Should we refrain from dealing with Tiangong, others will view us with disdain, and the consequences of that are burdens they cannot bear. Chapter 100. Chapter 125 Ultimate Warrior 126 You Cannot Kill Me Chapter 125 Ultimate Warrior Tiangong's methods are indeed ever-evolving. The following afternoon, a squad of city guards arrived under the pretense of hunting down fugitives, leaving no room for refusal. Fortunately, Bentilli possessed identification as a modified soldier, so the guard's demeanor was not overly hostile. He even requested to inspect their credentials, barring entry to 2 individuals who lacked identification. Nevertheless, Jianlei found it impossible to hide, as they had brought military dogs and thermal imaging equipment. The crucial point was compliance. If the 2 did not wish to become fugitives once more, they had to submit to inspection. The guards observed various items within the courtyard, and thankfully, many were well concealed. Yet even so, the array of weapons left the guards astonished. The commander of the city guards exclaimed in disbelief, with so many weapons, do you intend to wage war? You are here to apprehend fugitives. Why are you asking so many questions? Bentilli impatiently retorted, it's none of your business, so mind your own affairs. The commander fell silent, aware that he was dealing with modified soldiers. While executing his duties, he was not afraid of obstruction, but asking unwarranted questions warranted a retort. Moreover, he understood that the legitimacy of this duty was highly questionable, leaving him with no recourse to retaliate. With so many cables in the courtyard, another guard commented, what do you intend to do? Are you not searching for fugitives? Bentilli's words grew increasingly sharp. Or are you merely acting as dogs for Tiangong? The dialogue comes to a halt here. Although the city guards are irked by the attitude of the opposing party, they cannot deny that the latter has shown some willingness to cooperate. After the group departs, individuals from Tiangong approach from a distance, greeting and chatting amiably. Their stance is unequivocal. The person we seek is indeed within our grasp, and your attempts at concealment have proven futile. Their objective is clear, to provoke Bentley and Jianlei, at the very least, to disrupt their mental state. Bentley, however, merely chuckles dismissively, noting that their strategies are rather juvenile, unworthy of his attention. In truth, the members of Tiangong are not as jubilant as they appear. While confirming that Jianlei is indeed within the small courtyard is a significant accomplishment, it is far from sufficient. The destruction of 3 drones the previous night signifies not merely a financial loss, but serves as a stark reminder of Jianlei's exceptional mechanical engineering skills. They are acutely aware that the courtyard may be equipped with various defensive mechanisms. Regrettably, 2 technicians masquerading as city guards lack the necessary credentials and are promptly denied entry. Meanwhile, the genuine city guards possess no mechanical maintenance expertise and are unable to discern the arrangements within the courtyard. They observe the mounted machine guns and even artillery, but their understanding does not extend beyond that. After conversing for a while, the city guards prepare to leave, but one individual inadvertently glances back, his expression suddenly shifting. The leader, noticing this, also turns to see Telly standing atop the wall, his face cold as he gestures towards their group. The leader feels a sense of frustration. He cannot afford to offend Tiangong due to their complex influence within the military, yet resentment simmers within him as he realizes he is now marked. The Tiangong members, having failed to gather intelligence on the courtyard's layout, are increasingly impatient. Fortunately, someone steps in to mediate, suggesting that the mere presence of a modified soldier will soon be a non-issue. The leader, casting a glance at them, refrains from further questioning and leads his team away. As the city guards are tasked with maintaining order, they find themselves unable to inquire further. Bentley issues a veiled threat before leaping down from the courtyard wall, flashing a grin at Chu Jianlei, as if to say that no one is immune to discomfort. Chu Jianlei gazes up at the sky, contemplating that action is likely imminent tonight. The sky is heavily overcast, clearly brewing a storm. Bentley nods in agreement, recognizing that rainy weather is conducive to nefarious deeds. Surely, the opposing party will not attempt anything too audacious now. Chu Jianlei admires the relentless determination of Tiangong. Bentley shakes his head, suggesting that some strategies should be reserved for the cover of darkness. As evening approaches, raindrops begin to fall, quickly merging into a steady downpour. The rain in the Tianzi district is relatively unpolluted, prompting both men to busily refine their preparations. After nearly 2 hours, all arrangements are finally complete. Bentley begins monitoring the outside, while Chu Jianlei prepares a large pot of rice. Though his culinary skills are not extraordinary, they are commendable in the Wasteland and certainly satisfy Bentley's appetite. Once the meal is ready, the two indulge ravenously, consuming nearly 100 pounds of food within a mere 20 minutes. Chu Jianlei, patting his belly contentedly, remarks to Bentley that his dream 3 years ago was simply to enjoy a hearty meal. Who hasn't experienced a fall from grace? Bentley's mind, however, is not on such matters. He watches the relentless rain, his thoughts wandering, expressing his concern that the enemy might employ mech firepower indiscriminately. Chu Jianlei rolls his eyes in exasperation, dismissing Bentley's pessimism, although he feels that the assumption is somewhat unfounded, believing they would likely attempt to capture him first. Bentley, coming to a realization, nods, acknowledging that Chu Jianlei harbors secrets that the enemy, being skilled in repairs, would be eager to uncover. He furrows his brow, pondering whether they might be more inclined to send modified soldiers. Many situations are not worth overanalyzing, and through their brief exchanges, they arrive at a general understanding. In the rain-soaked night, over a kilometer away from the small courtyard, a group of individuals fixates on their target, accompanied by 2 mechs. One of these is a shock-type mech that Chu Jianlei has previously battled. The leader of Tiangong respectfully addresses a blond man, indicating that they should first allow Lord Bapov to take action. We will dispatch 3 modified soldiers alongside the mech for constant suppression. The blond man, however, dismisses the idea with a wave of his hand, expressing his disinterest in working with mechs. The Tiangong leader refrains from further discussion, aware that there are inherent issues between mechs and modified soldiers. They represent 2 distinct combat philosophies. While mechs have production limitations, modified soldiers, particularly ultimate warriors, require immense resources and innate talent for development. Hence, tensions between the two are not uncommon. The shock-type mech expresses its discontent, reminding Lord Bapov that they are up against 2 modified soldiers. The Tiangong leader quickly interjects, emphasizing that Lord Bapov is an ultimate warrior. Bapov glances at the leader with a hint of disdain, affirming not only his status as an ultimate warrior, but also his water affinity, questioning if there are any objections. The leader, feeling somewhat foolish, hastily assures him there are none. Seizing the opportunity presented by the rain, the Tiangong leader suggests that if they can capture the young man alive, it would be best to leave him with some breath. As the city guards have been on the lookout for fugitives during the day, Jianlei's appearance has likely been noted by others. This only strengthens Tiangong's resolve to apprehend him, as his remarkable skills at such a young age must have a significant backstory. Bapov snorts dismissively, inquiring if the old man can simply be eliminated without issue. The Tiangong leader hesitates, but ultimately agrees. Recognizing the old man's potential connections and the uncertainty surrounding Jianlei's true nature, should he belong to a powerful faction, killing him might provoke unwanted consequences. Yet, the assignment of an ultimate warrior is not easily undertaken. Bapov, sensing the leader's reluctance, coldly asserts that the 3 modified soldiers should follow him to capture the target. Among the 3 modified soldiers, 2 are seasoned experts from the Tiangong repair facility, albeit aged, with one nearing 90 years. For Central City, modified soldiers are a valuable resource, typically hired only after retirement. The 3rd modified soldier is a temporary hire, having drifted into the Tianzi district for sustenance. In the face of an awakened ultimate warrior, the 3 show utmost respect, particularly on a rainy night, as they dare not offend a water affinity ultimate warrior. Bapov raises a hand, pointing forward as a swirling water vortex forms amidst the rain, coiling together into a powerful water dragon that surges toward the small courtyard. Bentley, witnessing this spectacle, is taken aback to realize that an ultimate warrior has indeed been summoned, and a water affinity one at that. The deployment of an ultimate warrior against modified soldiers may seem excessive, revealing Tiangong's fervent intentions. However, Bentley's expression, while surprised, also bears a hint of perplexity. Unfazed by the reactions of his adversaries, Bapov remains focused, for in this rain-soaked environment, he holds the upper hand. The water dragon is not intended to slay, but rather to clear a path, enabling him to swiftly advance toward the small courtyard. In this tumultuous encounter, the adversaries' gunfire proved futile, as the surging torrents of water diverted their trajectories, even rendering laser weaponry ineffective. He boldly surged ahead, followed closely by 3 augmented warriors, their speed rivaling that of Babofu. Undoubtedly, he was the epitome of a supreme warrior. The head of Tiangong expressed his admiration, recognizing him as the rightful sovereign of the rainy night. The hatch of the assault mech swung open, revealing a bald figure with a visage marked by rugged features. Proclaiming that he too could lead the charge. Steel fist, he stated, just observe with ease. Another mech, quieter in demeanor, was a reconnaissance model noted for its agility, though its defensive capabilities were comparatively weak. He expressed his disinterest, remarking that with Babofu present, their mere presence here was merely ornamental. As Babofu glided through the rain, he seemed almost spectral. At the moment he ascended the wall, he executed an intricate gesture, invoking the water confinement. Instantly, an oppressive aura of death enveloped the atmosphere, rendering the air thick and heavy. Jianlei, caught within the radius of the spell, felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, his movements becoming sluggish. Babofu cast a glance over the courtyard wall, spotting the astonished Bentelli, and pointed decisively, ordering the demise of the elder. He felt no inclination to personally end a life. In such weather, he reigned supreme, unbothered by trivialities. The young augmented warrior, swift in his youth, leapt atop the wall just as Babofu targeted Jianlei again, casting the vortex bind. In an instant, Jianlei found himself ensnared, as if caught in a whirlpool. What insolence! Bentelli exclaimed, as a flash of white light enveloped him, summoning lightning. Babofu, advancing towards Jianlei, suddenly stiffened. The next moment, he crashed heavily into the courtyard, sending water splashing around him. Yet, instead of crying out in pain, he stared in shock at Bentelli, realizing the implications of the electromagnetic force. As a water attribute supreme warrior, he was indeed formidable in the rain, but even he had natural enemies. The electromagnetic attribute inherently countered water, proving more effective than earth in this context. Babofu unwittingly fell victim to the very forces he wielded, causing Jianlei to feel a sudden lightness. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, drawing his long blade, and executed a swift strike. Although armed, He recognized that cold weapons would yield better results against a supreme warrior. No, Babofu shouted in horror, his once cold gaze now flickering with fear. You cannot kill me. In the next moment, a severed head soared into the air, the rain stained crimson by the splattered blood. As the head fell, Babofu's eyes remained wide with disbelief. The augmented warrior on the wall leapt down, but was similarly struck by the electromagnetic force. Interestingly, while Babofu had mastered water-based techniques, Bentelli lacked any training in electromagnetic arts. Despite wielding the Gauss gun, Bentelli's abilities were not externally manifest, creating a disparity in their ranks. In a strict sense, Bentelli was a quasi-supreme warrior, while Babofu had fully entered the realm. Yet in this downpour, the rain served as a conduit for Babofu's demise. The next assailant, the strongest among the three augmented warriors, was also caught in the electromagnetic wave. Jianlei, having severed Babofu's head, did not pause, but executed an astonishing maneuver mid-air, swiftly dispatching the next foe. In the following moment, two augmented warriors appeared atop the wall, their blades flashing as another head fell. The eldest warrior, seasoned and cautious, heard the cries from within the courtyard and grew wary. Upon witnessing three heads tumble, he propelled himself off the wall with great force, determined to escape. In the next heartbeat, a blade whizzed dangerously close to his feet. Without a moment's thought, he shouted, "There are two supreme warriors and two mechs ready to assist." His speculation about two supreme warriors was bolstered by Babofu's rapid downfall, confirming the presence of formidable foes. Bentelli, initially intent on delivering a severe blow to this adversary, recognized the gravity of the situation with two mechs present, their firepower being merciless. With a sudden shift, he positioned himself beside the artillery, establishing an electromagnetic connection amidst the rain. He quickly locked onto one of the mechs, contemplating the jungle, and realized the artillery's potential to eliminate that old foe. Yet another assault mech loomed. As Jianlei prepared to pursue the fleeing adversary, he recalled the challenges presented by the assault mech. He raised his hand, lifting the primary cannon from the assault mech. The cannon, with an impressive payload of 8 rounds, of which he carried 6, along with the requisite mounting. The cannon's mount exceeded 5 tons, hidden in the courtyard, undetected by the city guards due to its camouflage. The primary cannon, concealed on the rooftop, remained unnoticed, its weight a significant factor. Had it not been for Bentelli, Jianlei might not have managed to discreetly retrieve the artillery. Previously, he and Bentelli had set up all their equipment in the courtyard, laying traps and preparing the artillery. With rounds chambered and 2 additional rounds at hand, he decisively pulled the firing mechanism. The shot struck the assault mech squarely, just as the bald warrior sealed the hatch. The mech was knocked back several meters, leaving deep furrows in the muddy earth. Before it could regain its bearings, Jianlei loaded another round, obliterating the mech. Almost simultaneously, Bentelli unleashed a barrage from his artillery, demolishing the second mech. "Run!" A voice cried out, and amidst the storm, panic ensued as everyone fled. The two supreme warriors were already formidable. With Babofu down and 2 mechs destroyed, retreat was the only option. Yet, Jianlei and Bentelli were not individuals to be trifled with. Their eyes met, and they immediately pursued the fleeing foes. As the rain poured down, rendering conventional weaponry largely ineffective due to impaired visibility and hearing, both wielded blades while Bentelli gripped his Gauss automatic rifle, its lethality magnified in the tempest. "Eliminate that augmented warrior," Jianlei shouted, charging toward the truck and hurling a fireball. "No good, I can't lock on," Bentelli responded. "That old trickster is too cunning. Take out those 3 vehicles first. I'll pursue the fleeing one," Jianlei exclaimed, accelerating suddenly. "You handle the vehicles. Must he be so ruthless?" Bentelli mused softly, then chuckled. In the next instant, he dashed towards a vehicle, relishing this type of ally. Jianlei chased after the fleeing augmented warrior, the distance between them approximately 500 meters. The elder, though aged, possessed significant experience in evasion, deftly maneuvering with quick footwork. Even at the remarkable speed of Jianlei, it was not an easy task to catch him, which explained Bentley's assertion regarding the difficulty in locking onto him. Fortunately, his auditory senses were exceptionally keen, and despite the rapid pace of his adversary, the sound of raindrops hitting his body provided a crucial auditory cue that allowed him to maintain proximity. The seasoned modified warrior sprinted desperately for 3 to 4 kilometers before finally slowing down to glance back. That fleeting glance filled him with dread. 200 to 300 meters behind him, swift footsteps were drawing alarmingly closer. He pivoted sharply and continued his frantic dash, shouting fervently, "My lord, I mean no offense. No offense at all. It is those rascals from Tiangong seeking to harm you. I am merely a hired hand, a hired hand. I shall leave immediately. I will depart from Tiangong, from Hojing. My lord, spare my life, spare my life." As he raced through areas inhabited by others, he dared not seek refuge among them. The figure pursuing him had effortlessly dispatched an ultimate warrior and 2 modified warriors. What was it to slay a few ordinary individuals? In the Tianzi district, an ultimate warrior enjoyed immunity. Unless killed on the spot, they could not be harmed there, but were to be handed over to the central city for resolution. Thus, this veteran modified warrior dared not linger and could only flee for his life. As for finding a concealed place to hide, that was out of the question. He was entirely unaware of the attributes of the ultimate warrior in pursuit. After sprinting for 5 or 6 kilometers, he felt his strength waning, but was astonished to discover that his pursuer still relentlessly followed. What enmity or grievance was this? Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, continuing to shout, "My lord, I shall leave Hojing, leave the Tianzi district, spare my life. I will pay for my life." Jianlei paid no heed to his pleas, focusing solely on the chase. After running for over 2 kilometers, the fugitive found himself utterly exhausted. Sensing the relentless pursuit behind him ignited a fierce anger within him, and he resolved to turn and retaliate without hesitation, accelerating rather than slowing down. Since evasion was no longer an option, he chose to fight to the death, retaliating with unwavering determination. Regrettably, he was armed only with a laser pistol and a short dagger, having initially intended to engage in close combat with modified warriors. At that moment, the laser pistol proved useless, even though his marksmanship was commendable. When battling an ultimate warrior, close-quarters combat was often the only means to carve out a path to survival. The physical prowess of modified warriors frequently surpassed that of ultimate warriors, and he wielded his dagger with great skill. Alas, misfortune struck as he faced Jianlei, whose agility and mastery of Tai Chi's 13 swords proved overwhelmingly formidable. In their first encounter, he fell to the ground, his severed head still pondering a singular question. How could this man exhibit such minimal fatigue? Jianlei quickly surveyed the battlefield before turning back to sprint away, reflecting that Bentley, though aging, must not suffer any mishap. Upon his return, he beheld 3 vehicles engulfed in flames. Bentley's electromagnetic attributes were exceedingly effective against vehicles. Even without specific training, once he approached a vehicle, no matter how thick the armor, it would offer no resistance to his touch. However, his physical condition had deteriorated. He chose to destroy 2 vehicles and subsequently eliminate another. When Jianlei returned, he found Bentley leisurely cleaning up the battlefield. The vehicles blazed, the inferno a result of his own doing, with corpses strewn across the mud. Did he still have the gall to search the bodies? Jianlei contemplated admonishing him, but reconsidered. It was best to let it be. The old man had indeed exerted himself. Without his presence, that ultimate warrior would have posed an insurmountable challenge. The courtyard contained traps, yet the best outcome would have been mutual destruction. The battlefield needed swift tidying. He bid Bentley farewell and hurriedly set about dismantling the mechas. Despite their destruction, many valuable components remained intact and required immediate extraction. After approximately half an hour, he had disassembled the mechas and looked up just in time to see Bentley returning at a leisurely pace. "We must hurry," he urged, feeling a sense of urgency to notify Huang Xiezi, lest they run out of time for their escape. Escape? Bentley regarded him with confusion. "Why would we need to retreat? Isn't it obvious? Que Jianlei replied, exasperated. The first one we eliminated was the water element ultimate warrior, wasn't it?" "Indeed," Bentley nodded, acknowledging that among C-grade warriors, he was quite formidable, possessing knowledge of at least 3 secret arts. "Isn't that sufficient?" Jianlei, feeling a sense of futility, gazed at him. "Having eliminated the ultimate warrior, do we not need to flee?" "Why we need to?" Bentley's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The next moment, he burst into laughter. "Is that the reason you were so intent on killing that modified warrior?" Previously, Bentley's task was to deal with 3 vehicles, while Chu Jianlei's was merely to pursue a modified warrior intent on fleeing. Although Chu Jianlei's assignment appeared less demanding, in reality, it was far more challenging. Destroying 3 vehicles was straightforward, but hunting down a modified warrior who was solely focused on evasion was an arduous endeavor. Bentley had previously puzzled over why Chu Jianlei was so determined to eliminate that modified warrior. In terms of raw offensive capability, modified warriors were slightly inferior to mechas. Yet their agility and lethality made them difficult to capture. Indeed, Chu Jianlei affirmed, then inquired, does killing the ultimate warrior not invite pursuit? Not quite as severely as you might think, Bentley replied earnestly, especially for those taking on external jobs. The primary duty of ultimate warriors is to protect Central City, which possesses the most abundant cultivation resources. They may venture into various inhabited districts for assignments, typically returning afterward. Ultimate warriors who linger in these districts or actively seek work there are not afforded protection by Central City. This stance underscores that their primary responsibility lies within Central City. They should refrain from causing trouble elsewhere. Particularly, this individual aided forces in the inhabited districts in committing murder, which Central City would certainly disapprove of. Bentley concluded, it is no secret that Tiangong seeks to eliminate us. Even the defense teams are aware of it. Central City will investigate the cause of this man's death and will inevitably uncover these facts. Thus, theoretically, we face no significant danger. Truly, a fugitive who had been wanted for decades possessed a wealth of knowledge on such matters. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before asking, is Central City concerned about ultimate warriors wreaking havoc in various inhabited districts? Absolutely, Bentley responded without hesitation. Although Central City is prosperous, the dominance of ultimate warriors in the inhabited districts is quite appealing, especially for those seeking a leisurely retirement. This revelation fully convinced Chu Jianlei. I thought as much. How could Central City allow these elite forces to be exterminated? Bentley, however, replied with a hint of amusement. In the eyes of those in Central City, the inhabitants of the lower districts are of lesser status and should be left to their own devices. In that case, we have nothing to fear, Chu Jianlei replied, no longer feeling anxious and instead leisurely cleaning up the battlefield. Bentley found it somewhat humorous, realizing why Huang Xiezi remarked on Chu Jianlei's lack of a sense of security, as he always seemed ready to flee. Chu Jianlei could not be bothered to respond, thinking it unnecessary for Bentley to mock him. The two spent nearly an hour cleaning up the battlefield amidst the rain. Due to visibility constraints, some scattered items had to be abandoned. Yet even so, the spoils of this battle were substantial. A rough assessment indicated that if the spoils were sold, they would not only cover the cost of battle supplies, but also yield nearly 1,000 silver yuan in profit. The rented courtyard sustained some damage. A water vortex collapsed part of a wall, causing some harm to several rooms. However, this was far better than they had anticipated. They had initially feared that such civilian structures would not withstand the onslaught of artillery fire. Now, with merely some damage incurred, they considered themselves fortunate indeed. Chu Jianlei initially intended to offer a modest compensation to the landlord. However, later, upon encountering an intruder attempting to probe the small courtyard, he deemed it unnecessary to extend any courtesy, especially considering the deposit had already been paid. As for the inadequacy of the deposit to cover the repair costs, that was no concern of his. After all, the landlord had requested such a substantial sum initially. On this rainy night, Chu Jianlei hastily returned to the outskirts of the city, calling upon Xiezi to bring out the heavy truck. Upon his return to the small courtyard, he discovered 2 additional corpses. The assailant, Bentelli, casually remarked that the deceased bore no identification and were likely sent by Tiangong to gather intelligence. Hurry up and tidy this up, urged Xiezi, reluctant to abandon the numerous belongings in the courtyard. If further reinforcements were to arrive, it would undoubtedly result in another chaotic battle. They better have the audacity, Bentelli scoffed. With the combined might of an ultimate warrior, 3 modified warriors, and 2 mechs, their forces had been utterly decimated. Did Tiangong dare to send reinforcements again? Nevertheless, he quickened the pace of their cleanup, managing to load everything onto the truck just before dawn. Half an hour after the heavy truck departed, the sky began to lighten, and the rain lessened, prompting others to come and investigate the situation. Bentelli's suspicions were indeed accurate. Although the sounds of the prior conflict had been minimal, Tiangong still had operatives monitoring the situation. After a prolonged silence, Realizing their own people had not returned, they dispatched 2 individuals to seek information. Unfortunately, those sent to gather intelligence stumbled upon the destroyed vehicles and, before they could comprehend the situation, fell victim to Bentelli's sniper fire. Consequently, Tiangong hesitated to send more personnel. The next arrivals were 5 members of the city guard, who had been tasked by Tiangong to assess the situation at dawn. Upon witnessing the wrecked mechs, the city guards turned pale. This faction was exceedingly formidable. Upon entering the small courtyard, they were astonished to discover signs of melee combat with cold weapons. The 2 modified warriors employed by Tiangong were not a secret to the city guards. Their older age indicated they had undergone formal hiring procedures, with records filed with the city guard. Upon identifying the deceased, including a modified warrior from Tiangong, the expressions of the 5 guards shifted in unison. Trouble was brewing. One of them cautiously inquired whether the 3 decapitated individuals were also modified warriors. The leading guard's face turned ashen. There was no time for further discussion, and they needed to leave quickly. Thankfully, this incident had occurred outside the city, with 2 mechs and modified warriors slain by the adversary. They were clearly out of their depth in this matter. The 5 city guards swiftly departed, first contacting their own people before notifying Tiangong. Soon after, more city guard arrived, accompanied by several ordinary-looking individuals, among whom were Tiangong's representatives. After examining the scene, one of the city guards recognized the identity of the deceased. This was the ultimate warrior. Babofu? An ultimate warrior? The others gasped in disbelief. Are you certain? Babofu's head, submerged in rainwater, had begun to swell and whiten, his eyes still wide open. The guard who recognized him hesitated, glancing at a Tiangong representative. What is happening with your organization? Yes, it is Babofu, the Tiangong representative admitted, albeit reluctantly. But I have never met him. He held a low rank at the factory, and only the higher-ups would dare to send him for reconnaissance. This is quite a predicament, isn't it? The city guard squad leader glared at him, relieved this had occurred outside the city. Homicides within the city and its outskirts were thoroughly investigated. Yet the suburban areas were treated with a more lenient attitude. At that moment, the landlord arrived and, upon witnessing the devastation in the courtyard, could not help but wail. My house. Subsequently, he voluntarily provided the city guards with information about the tenants. The small courtyard was situated in a remote area, making it difficult to rent out. When Bentelli had rented the place a few days prior, he had not provided identification. The landlord described the tenant's appearance, hoping the city guards would assist in identifying him for compensation. However, the city guards were already well informed. The squad leader scoffed. Do you possess clear evidence linking the tenant to this conflict? Even with concrete evidence, the city guards might not be willing to pursue the matter with vigor, let alone in the absence of such proof. He then turned to the Tiangong representatives, offering a sardonic smile. It seems you have found yourselves in quite the predicament. His relationship with Tiangong was tenuous at best, and he was aware that one of his colleagues had sought trouble the previous day. Consequently, he held no goodwill towards Tiangong, stating, "My colleagues have suffered due to your actions." He mentioned how those who had made light of the situation were now deceased. The Tiangong representatives dared not retort and hastily contacted their own people to relay the news. The owner of the repair shop, the elderly gentleman, initially did not anticipate any complications arising from the evening's actions. With an ultimate warrior, modified warriors, and mech deployed, he presumed the opposing side would struggle to withstand such force. Thus, he had paid little attention to the matter that night, instead indulging in social engagements until he returned home inebriated. Early the next morning, he was roused from his stupor, his temper palpable. Do you not realize how difficult it is for me to sleep at my age? I will be quite upset if you do not provide a suitable explanation. Chapter 128. I am the mountain lord. The old man's grogginess swiftly transformed into terror as he exclaimed, Babofu, 3 modified warriors and 2 mechs are all gone? How many adversaries were there? Unknown, reported the ashen-faced informant. All participants have been eliminated. However, someone had heard the final alarm, and it appeared that the opposing side consisted of 2 ultimate warriors. 2 ultimate warriors? The old man's countenance grew increasingly grim. Is the information reliable? The informant, equally perplexed, could only gaze back at him, silently conveying that he too was in the dark. After a moment of contemplation, the old man made a decision. It seemed they would have to incur losses this time. Nonetheless, he did not entirely abandon the notion of vengeance and sought out several influential figures in the capital, hoping they would intervene to bring the perpetrators to justice. However, this proved unrealistic. Who would dare provoke such a formidable entity? Tiangong's repair shop was indeed substantial, with connections across various strata, yet they remained mere businessmen at heart. No one could ascertain whether Telly and Jianlei were ultimate warriors, but did that even matter? What was crucial was the display of overwhelming lethality. Indeed, the city guards noted that during their daytime inspection, only Telly and Jianlei were present in the courtyard, yet who could say they lacked reinforcements? Should one or two ultimate warriors appear among them, it would hardly be surprising. After a morning of fruitless searching, the old man conceded defeat and sought to relay a message to Mr. Telly, hoping to resolve the matter quietly. The messenger, however, had his own thoughts. Are you not considering compensating the other party? Perhaps Tiangong should simply close its doors for good. The old man gritted his teeth. They had already suffered substantial losses. The messenger chuckled at this. This is all you're doing. Give me 100,000 silver coins, and I will help you settle this. The old man pondered. Tiangong was not lacking in funds, and their reluctance to compensate stemmed from wounded pride. Now that someone was willing to intervene, he had no issue with the cost, even if it was steep. He recognized that this individual possessed genuine capabilities and extensive connections within Central City. He began to negotiate, settling on 80,000 silver coins, with half paid up front and the remainder 6 months later. The messenger, unimpressed, merely smiled and turned to leave. That afternoon, news reached the old man swiftly. Telly had resurfaced. Jianlei's whereabouts remained unknown, yet Telly had brazenly appeared near the contact point. This was an unmistakable signal. Whether or not the opposing side sought to threaten Tiangong, they were certainly unafraid of confrontation. The individual seeking to mediate was taken aback upon hearing the news. This fellow certainly exhibited a degree of flamboyance. Was there no word from Jianlei? Chu Jianlei and CSZ had not even entered the outskirts, yet they were still wandering about in a heavy truck. The sensitive items on that truck were numerous, and most of the spoils required handling outside the city. Moreover, certain weapons and supplies would need to be stealthily transported into the city under the cover of night. They spent a full 3 days digesting the results of this endeavor. Subsequently, CSZ drove back, while Chu Jianlei waited until nightfall to stealthily infiltrate the outskirts of the city. During those 3 days, multiple parties sought out Terry, hoping to enlist Master Jianlei for equipment repairs. Terry resolutely turned them down, citing that Jianlei was preoccupied with a project and currently stretched too thin. Speculation arose among the astute that Jianlei might have been injured during the battle outside the city. It was not until the 4th day, when Bentley encountered Chu Jianlei at home, that he publicly declared, "Work can be accepted, but payment must come first." Those in the know immediately deduced that Master Jianlei had indeed emerged unscathed. The individual seeking mediation, upon hearing this, approached Bentley directly. "I am a mountain lord, and I have a good rapport with Hai He from Xingyan Fong. I wonder if Mr. Terry has heard of him?" Hai He had once been Bentley's smuggling partner, and after making a fortune, he had managed to wash his hands of illicit activities. However, once he was on land, he did not engage in any legitimate business, but opened a high-end bar named Xingyan Fong. In the bar, the sale of alcohol was never the focal point. Xingyan Fong primarily profited from selling shoes. "I have heard of you," Bentley remarked, casting a sideways glance at his interlocutor. He was indeed familiar with this individual, for the Mountain Lord was quite renowned in the underground world of the back capital, primarily engaging in smuggling. However, his operations far exceeded those of Bentley in the past, as he was not wanted and dared to take on any business. Some claimed he was an agent for a certain power in the central city. While this rumor may not be entirely accurate, it was certain that his connections in the central city were formidable. Nonetheless, Bentley did not regard this person highly, as he was merely an indigenous figure from the Tianzi district. The disdain that individuals hailing from the central city held for those from other residential areas was deeply ingrained. Yet Bentley did not underestimate him. Having dabbled in smuggling for an extended period, he knew that those who thrived in this line of work were anything but naive. Thus, he regarded his counterpart with a measured gaze, allowing him to speak freely. Indeed, a formidable character. The Mountain Lord furrowed his brow slightly, but did not dwell on it. "I'm a person of low profile, always amicable. I have heard that the Mountain Lord is typically low-key," Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly, "which is pertinent to your profession. If those engaged in illegal freight transport do not keep a low profile, they are merely courting death. Let me be straightforward," the Mountain Lord declared with candor. I have heard that you encountered a misunderstanding with Tiangong. Do you call this a misunderstanding? Bentley responded with a quizzical look. Is your little group looking to change leadership? Very well, Tiangong did indeed offend you. The Mountain Lord readily conceded. I misspoke. Please forgive me. A mere misstatement? Bentley scoffed lightly. This is merely the remnants of my dealings. Ultimately, you are merely probing my tolerance, revealing a lack of confidence. The Mountain Lord remained unfazed. For the world of smugglers was rife with intricacies. Such minor tactics were hardly significant. He simply expressed, both of your factions possess considerable strength. A mutually destructive outcome would be undesirable. Therefore, I intend to mediate. Could you grant me a favor and let this matter pass? Do you truly believe your standing is formidable? Bentley regarded him with an odd expression. Are you a person from the central city? This question struck a nerve. And the Mountain Lord surprisingly chuckled, deftly targeting a soft spot. Are you a person from the central city? Bentley smiled faintly in response. Yes, there are fallen individuals even in the central city. The Mountain Lord dismissed with a casual grin. The majority of people live far worse than I do. Bentley nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case, but we possess the identity of the central city. The Mountain Lord rolled his eyes in exasperation. As long as you continue to emphasize your identity from the central city, communication between us becomes impossible. It was never my intention to communicate, Bentley retorted indifferently. If that is the case, then let us not communicate. Are you merely being contrarian? The Mountain Lord sighed in resignation. Have you heard of the 36 families? Only people from your small locale would be unaware. Bentley chuckled dismissively. Do you know which family among the 36 has the most ultimate warriors? To be frank, most residents of the central city might not even be aware of the 36 families. Even within the same city, information could be monopolized. Such is the ruthlessness of society. The Mountain Lord was momentarily taken aback, rolling his eyes in defeat. He had intended to flaunt his connections with certain powers, but the depth of Bentley's knowledge far surpassed his own. What was there left to boast about? Then he chuckled softly. I must have overlooked the fact that for one to become an ultimate warrior, they must not be an ordinary person. Bentley regarded him coolly, saying nothing. You claim I am an ultimate warrior, but I neither affirm nor deny it. The Mountain Lord sighed. Originally, I thought I could settle this without money. If you dare to show your face, I would raise it to 20,000 silver dollars. Now it appears that 30,000 silver dollars are necessary to let this matter pass. Is that agreeable? Bentley looked at him incredulously and then smiled slightly. I will ask you one question. How much did you earn? You can guess that too? The Mountain Lord could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, he was a cunning old fox. He had initially intended to fabricate a number, but reconsidered. What would happen if the other party discovered he had deceived him? The Mountain Lord had considerable connections, yet his own strength was hardly noteworthy. He relied on bodyguards for protection. If an ultimate warrior truly had him in their sights, he feared he would not survive the year. The Tiangong repair shop appeared to be a colossal entity with extensive connections, but fundamentally, it was merely a business relying on skill. Ultimately, a businessman is still a businessman. He promptly made a decision. They had put forth 80,000 to mediate, and he would share 30,000 with Bentley, but he should not consider it insufficient. You have killed so many. All relevant issues must be resolved. This money cannot be solely yours. Since we have encountered a sensible person, it is best to speak frankly. The elderly figure from Tiangong likely would not have anticipated that seeking mediation would ultimately result in sending money to his adversary. I want 50,000. Bentley dismissed the reasons presented. Who has the audacity to earn more than I do? Ultimately, he and Jianlei were the targeted parties. The military orders had gone awry, so why not seek recourse with the military? In this situation, it was imperative that they receive the lion's share. There was no room for negotiation. The Mountain Lord was also troubled, as he had not intended to share any profits with Bentley, believing he could shoulder it alone. However, upon witnessing Bentley's resolute demeanor, he found himself resigned. The crucial point was that he could comprehend Bentley's logic. There was truly no issue with it. A strong individual should indeed possess such reasoning. What he could do was negotiate, stating, I am mediating, but that does not mean I can claim all the funds. If I acted under another's banner, I must pay the associated costs. This cannot be avoided. As the two were bargaining, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside. Then someone shouted, "The fallen are attacking." Chapter 102. The new financial path exposed 130 due to the impending external threat. Bentley and the Mountain Lord's negotiations had to be temporarily suspended. The final agreement reached was that Bentley would accept 41,000 silver dollars, and the matter would be laid to rest. The mountain lord found this requirement rather irksome, but had no counter-argument. In the end, he could only manage a wry smile and ask if he could publicly state that he had given him face and let the matter slide. Although he was low profile, he was indeed a man of the occasion. The key was to prevent Tiangong from learning the details, was it not? Jianlei regarded him with a look of incredulity, questioning why he should seek face when they did not. Go ahead, then. The mountain lord decided to lay back, asking if there were any further demands. Just as Jianlei was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside. The fallen ones were attacking Ho Jing. Thus, he left behind but a single remark: "I do not seek silver dollars, only cultivation resources." Watching him hastily depart, the mountain lord furrowed his brow and muttered softly, "Cultivation resources." After this attack on Ho Jing, the number of fallen ones exceeded 3,000. Unlike those from the Hong character district, the fallen ones from the Tian character district exhibited formidable organization and were significantly larger in scale. This was largely due to the favorable conditions in the Tian character district, where the fallen ones often mingled within the crowd. Once they launched an assault, they had to band together. Moreover, their equipment was exceptional. Over 3,000 fallen ones included more than 10 mechas. However, in the face of such a colossal entity as Ho Jing, even this force remained insufficient. The defense troops and city guards mobilized alongside other adventurers who volunteered to assist, and within a day's time, they eradicated this group of fallen ones. It was estimated that over 100 had fled in disarray. The management of Ho Jing was incensed, as this marked the first time in decades that the fallen ones had attacked such a significant city like Sieging's. Did they believe Ho Jing to be easy prey? Those fleeing fallen ones must be captured entirely. A large contingent of city guards, defense troops, and volunteers was dispatched to conduct a thorough search across the entire Ho Jing area. Given their capabilities, both Jianlei and Jianlei were undoubtedly qualified to volunteer. However, neither participated in the combat or the search. Que Jianlei dit contempla joigning, recalling how he had once been captured by the fallen ones and subsequently rescued by other adventurers. Yet, Jianlei remarked that there were far too many qualified individuals within Ho Jing, and they were merely unfamiliar faces. Participating in such battles as strangers would undoubtedly lead to complications, hinder cooperation, and potentially expose their abilities. On the evening following the battle, city guards inspected their residence. The next day at noon, another wave of defense troops arrived to check their quarters. After 2 inspections, Jianlei and Xiezi found themselves thoroughly exposed before everyone, unable to conceal their identities any longer. However, neither the city guards nor the defense troops exhibited any hostility towards him, the reasons for which were obvious. Some were genuinely curious about his appearance and could not resist asking, "How old are you to possess such formidable repair skills?" Immediately, someone pulled the inquirer back, preventing further questioning. Despite his youth, he was at least of the caliber of a modified warrior. How dare one be so presumptuous? Jianlei's residence had become known, yet very few approached him for repair requests. One self-assured individual came seeking repairs, but was intercepted by Xiezi, who told him to seek out Telly for such matters. The man did not insist and turned to leave. A couple of days later, Jianlei's residence faced a third inspection, this time a joint one, led by none other than the head of the defense troops, Star. Star's demeanor was amiable, yet he still posed the question, "With your abilities, why not assist in eradicating the fallen ones?" Jianlei's response was straightforward. "Outside of the repair industry, I remain a complete stranger, which is not conducive to mutual trust and cooperation." Star nodded in acknowledgement of this response and inquired if he could assist with some mechas that had been damaged in the battle. "No problème," que Jianlei replied succinctly, stating that a nominal fee for travel expenses would suffice, as it was his modest contribution. When it came to the fallen ones, such an awareness was indeed necessary. Star curiously asked, "Still requiring travel expenses?" "It is a matter of respect for knowledge," Jianlei simply stated, adhering to his principles. Star rolled his eyes, silently scoffing. Upon Bentelli's return, he learned of Jianlei's agreement and said nothing, though his expression hinted at skepticism. The following day, Jianlei indeed went to the defense troop, collecting a mere 100 silver dollars for travel expenses after 2 full days of work. The reason for the protracted duration was that he not only conducted inspections, but also voluntarily undertook some repair work. However, he felt he had contributed significantly, while others might not share his perspective. Other repair technicians also participated in the repairs, and upon hearing that he earned $100 in 2 days, they felt a sense of imbalance. The repair technicians did not vent their frustrations on him. Rather, they inquired with other defense personnel, questioning whether he was an A-level or B-level repair technician. Would an A-level even do such work? Replied the defense personnel, suggesting he might not have a rating. They had also heard that Tiangong's Shuem Mantiang had once made things difficult for him, wanting to verify his credentials. Isn't that pricing a bit excessive? Protested one of the questioning repair technicians. The damage to this batch of mechas primarily stemmed from previous battles against the Fallen Ones, and he had not initially intended to earn much. However, upon hearing about such exorbitant demands, he felt overly benevolent and sought the Repair Technicians Association. The association had indeed heard of Jianlei, as Tiangong's A-level repair technician was also the vice president there. President Dai Xingyan was initially reluctant to intervene, yet when issues were raised by the technicians, she could not remain indifferent. Thus, she approached Star, inquiring whether he had reviewed Jianlei's credentials and the rationale behind the $100. Star, equally exasperated, admitted he had not seen the credentials, but believed the travel fee was already quite low. Dai Xingyan's eyes brightened when she heard about the respect for knowledge. Did he truly say that? Isn't he just after money? Star replied dismissively. However, it is said that their cultivation indeed requires substantial funds. This is not merely a matter of money. Dai Xingyan stated firmly. Repair technicians should possess such awareness. By the way, where is he currently residing? I wish to pay him a visit. That day, Bentilai unusually refrained from going out, as it appeared that his cultivation method had begun to yield results. He sat cross-legged in meditation, numerous sensors attached to his body, while Chu Jianlei observed nearby. Just as he was engrossed in his observations, a knock sounded at the door. And soon after, Xiezi approached, announcing that a beautiful woman sought him. Beautiful woman? Chu Jianlei glanced at her with exasperation. He was still in a precarious situation and had no time to consider personal issues. However, he did recognize that Xiezi was perceptive, stating, I am currently busy. What is it about? The president of the Repair Technicians Association, Xiezi replied, said she wishes to discuss something with you. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before standing up. Please keep an eye out. Let me know if anything unusual occurs. He exited the room and opened the courtyard door, where he indeed found a young woman pushing a motorcycle, her appearance somewhat acceptable. However, he did not deem her a beauty, as her physique was rather robust. He felt that the aesthetic standards in the Wasteland differed from those of Blue Star, where sturdiness was considered attractive. This might relate to the harsh environment of the Wasteland, where those with more robust builds were more likely to survive, yet Chu Jianlei himself did not share this preference. Nonetheless, as this was a serious matter, aesthetics were not the focus. I heard President Dai has something to discuss? He inquired. Please come in, he added. Dai Xingyan, without hesitation, pushed the motorcycle into the courtyard and asked, How old are you? Chu Jianlei did not impede her, first closing the courtyard door and then responding after a moment's thought. Not yet 30. Only 18? Not yet 30 is no fault. So young? Dai Xingyan looked at him in surprise before stabilizing her motorcycle. You two are quite, Chu Jianlei casually remarked. Ambition is not confined to age. My circumstances, Dai Xingyan began, but abruptly paused. Then she resumed, questioning. I heard that cultivating as a modified warrior is quite costly, is it not? Chu Jianlei cast a perplexed glance at her, questioning whether she felt entitled to inquire due to her elevated position or if she was merely speaking too intimately for someone with whom she had little rapport. His words were rather blunt, indicating his growing displeasure. However, Dai Xingyan remained unfazed, considering that a high-ranking warrior might naturally possess a temper. She solemnly remarked that she had a lucrative opportunity to discuss, wondering if he would be interested to hear about it. Chu Jianlei paused momentarily before nodding in agreement, inviting her into the room. Once they were seated in the hall, he produced his homemade water heater and poured her a cup of boiled water. Is this just boiled water? Dai Xingyan inquired, slightly surprised. Your lifestyle habits are quite commendable. Not too bad, Chu Jianlei replied casually, though he felt a twinge of regret over the absence of tea leaves. Dai Xingyan, however, sensed an opportunity and remarked, What a pity there's no dried orange peel. Boiled water makes for a delightful brew. Shall I fetch you some later? Chu Jianlei's eyes lit up with curiosity. Are their leaves suitable for brewing? Processed and roasted, perhaps? Dai Xingyin looked at him in surprise. You've had tea before? Yeah. Chu Jianlei echoed, taken aback, recognizing the unmistakable pronunciation of Mandarin. He forced himself to suppress his curiosity. Can you procure some? That might be a bit challenging, Dai Xingyin replied, shaking her head regretfully, even in Central City. It's quite rare. She did not use euphemisms, but instead directly mentioned Central City. Chu Jianlei blinked. Are you well acquainted with Central City? Dai Xingyin slightly shook her head, opting not to answer his question, but instead posed another. How well do you grasp the theories of mechanical repair? Chu Jianlei hesitated before choosing to be modest, stating, not particularly poor. I've mainly read a lot of books. Dai Xingyin asked straightforwardly, do you have any original research or theories of your own? I have some thoughts. Que j'en ai unspoiled uncertainty. While the technology of the Wasteland was undoubtedly superior to that of Blue Star, civilizations on different developmental paths could not follow identical trajectories. He believed that by integrating certain concepts from Blue Star, he could perhaps formulate some ideas, yet he was unsure of their applicability. Dai Xingyin, however, assumed he was concerned about revealing secrets of Central City. She candidly expressed, I hope you can write some articles. The Tianzi district of Central City lacks publications. The Tianzi district lacks publications? Chu Jianlei was once again taken aback. Do none of the 7 settlements below have any publications? Of course not. Dai Xingyin answered without hesitation. Initially, the Tianzi district intended to establish several publications, but she didn't need to elaborate, as the existence of information barriers spoke for itself. Chu Jianlei pondered the idea of submitting articles, feeling intrigued as this seemed a lucrative prospect. However, one question lingered in his mind. Is this venture truly profitable? The payment for articles isn't substantial, Dai Xingyin replied earnestly, but we have subsidies in Hojing. The competition among the 4 capitals was fierce, yet Hojing lagged academically. Despite its strong economic foundation and orderly heritage, the cultivation of technical talent proved challenging. Occasionally, a few geniuses would emerge, but Taidu would lure them away with enticing offers. Fort Taidu was the true center of the Tianzi district. While Hojing could not compete with Taidu on all fronts, Dai Xingyin had applied for specialized funding since her appointment. Her stipulation for Chu Jianlei was simple. As long as he included the Hojing label in his submissions, they would provide subsidies. It did not matter where he hailed from, as long as he identified himself as a resident of Hojing. Regarding the possibility of Taidu poaching him, Dai Xingyin deemed it unlikely and felt there was no need for concern at present. How are subsidies calculated? Chu Jianlei inquired with interest. If the subsidies are generous enough, do you believe I could declare Hojing bankrupt? Dai Xingyin responded without hesitation. It depends on the quantity and the type of journals in which you publish. Here, the publication of professional articles bore similarities to Blue Star, as civilizations at a certain stage of development often exhibited comparable mechanisms. Chu Jianlei calculated that the subsidy for a single page of an article would be approximately 20 to 100 silver coins. However, publishing in top-tier journals was no easy feat, and he wasn't entirely confident in navigating their standards. Thus, he suggested, how about this, when I submit my work? You assist me with the submission, and you can decide which journal is most suitable. You'll let me assist you with submissions? Dai Xingyan exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. She emphasized the importance of including the Hojing label, fearing that otherwise the achievements would not be attributed to Hojing, but to Central City. If she helped with the submissions, her contribution would be undeniably solidified. You trust me so much? Shouldn't I? Chu Jianlei looked at her quizzically. Do you intend to claim credit for it? How could that be? Dai Xingyin quickly waved her hands. To steal the research outcomes of a modified warrior would be courting death. Curiosity piqued. She wondered aloud if such occurrences were common. Que j'en ai shrugged. Responding with a hint of resignation, I've never submitted an article, so how would I know? Dai Xingyin, perplexed, asked if that's the case. How did you even consider this possibility? Is it so difficult to imagine? Que j'en ai sigid. Recalling that he had heard far too many tales of such scandals during his time on Blue Star. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, don't underestimate human nature. That makes sense. Dai Xingyin praised, giving him a thumbs up. I've discovered you have a sharp mind for analysis. Chu Jianlei smiled dismissively. When can we submit? Anytime. Dai Xingyin replied without hesitation. Just come find me at the Mechanics Association. All right then. Chu Jianlei nodded, then asked, can you procure training resources? He had heard from Bentley that the Tiangong repair factory was offering training resources as compensation, which he thought was a splendid idea. If he could earn money through routine maintenance, It was unlikely he would propose such terms, as ordinary factions rarely had access to training resources. Thus, it would be prudent to seek out major powers to acquire training resources in the near future. Training resources? Dai Xingyan furrowed her brow. I'll try my best. How much do you need? Exchanging the subsidies for training resources would suffice. Chu Jianlei's demands are modest. I'm not short on funds. Dai Xingyan nodded in acknowledgement, deeming such a request quite reasonable, as the Dai family possessed some influence. However, her curiosity was reignited. Are you lacking in training resources? This inquiry was still somewhat presumptuous, but Chu Jianlei had grown accustomed to her manner of speaking. To be honest, he appreciated this direct form of communication. It's quite normal for such situations to arise. Wouldn't you agree? For instance, we might have offended someone, or perhaps we are undergoing some sort of trial. What do you think is the reason? I'm not going to guess, Dai Xingyan replied decisively, shaking her head. I didn't realize there were so many possibilities. You clearly haven't been keeping up with the news. Chu Jianlei nodded, of course. All right then, it's settled, Dai Xingyan affirmed. How long will it take you to write it? Before Chu Jianlei could respond, a figure burst in. There's been a minor issue. Understood, que Jianlei nodded. Glancing at Dai Xingyan, if all goes well, it should only take a few days. A few days? Dai Xingyan was taken aback. Isn't this usually measured in months? When she regained her senses, the other party had already departed, prompting her to inquire of Xiezi. Does Jianlei enjoy boasting? This question was rather impolite, causing Xiezi to furrow his brow. Yet he ultimately replied that the individual in question tended to speak conservatively. That's splendid, Dai Xingyan declared as she lifted her cup and drained its contents in one go. Well then, I shall take my leave. However, she did not anticipate that the submission of her manuscript would take place a month later. Chu Jianlei's primary focus remained on assisting Bentley in deducing suitable cultivation techniques. An unexpected development did occur this time, yet Bentley was not significantly affected, appearing rather indifferent himself. Compared to a few months prior, when mishaps were frequent, the current situation was indeed much improved, was it not? Chu Jianlei demonstrated an unwavering tenacity, ultimately refining the technique completely after 10 days. He then dedicated another 5 days to ascertain that the method was largely devoid of errors. Before he could even celebrate, Xiezi had ensnared him, demanding, "What about mine?" Chu Jianlei, exasperated, replied, "Do not rush. It will be ready soon, but I need to borrow a B-grade crystal from Bentley." While assisting Bentley in his deductions, he had enriched his knowledge considerably, making it relatively easy to derive another technique. However, he required the energy from the crystal, though he certainly would not approach Bentley directly for such a request. "No problem," Xiezi replied confidently. "He mentioned to me that if there are any needs, feel free to express them." Ultimately, teammates are indeed different. Had it been someone else, Bentley might have resorted to violence. As it turned out, Xiezi was not merely making empty promises, for as soon as he spoke, Bentley lent him a crystal. He also indicated that if one were insufficient, he could lend up to 3. Subsequently, Chu Jianlei did not betray Xiezi's trust. He spent 10 days developing a new technique. This method, untainted by any transformative agents, would undoubtedly lack maturity. Consequently, Xiezi, much like Bentley before him, began a harrowing journey of trial and error. Following this, Chu Jianlei invested a full 2 months to arrive at a relatively refined technique, but that is a tale for another time. Once Xiezi commenced his cultivation attempts, he finally had the time to ponder what sort of article he should submit. The challenge lay not in the scarcity of ideas, but rather in their overwhelming abundance. Yet, certain topics could not be approached frivolously, such as controllable Muhai fusion. This aspect truly necessitated caution. Chu Jianlei had previously contemplated this issue earnestly, meticulously verifying it across various publications. However, he found no relevant content, not even a trace of fission, let alone Muhai fusion. Chu Jianlei remained uncertain about the underlying reasons. Perhaps the energy blocks possessed such a formidable unit energy density that exploring new pathways was rendered unnecessary. Nevertheless, Chu Jianlei leaned towards another hypothesis, an information barrier, undoubtedly comprehensive. Especially since this publication was visible in the lower habitation zones, how could it possibly lack regulation? Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to pen some unique insights regarding the sensing methods of sensors. It is said that Blue Star's sensing technology is significantly lagging in hardware compared to the Wasteland. Yet perhaps it is precisely due to this hardware deficiency that Blue Star excels in certain algorithms pertaining to sensors rivaling those of the Wasteland. For the inhabitants of Blue Star, such behavior possesses a euphemistic label, finding a new path. Ultimately, if one's strength is sufficient, why not tread the main road? After all, this is a consequence of compulsion. If calculators were available, who would prefer to use an abacus for square roots? Such methods of extracting potential are likely seldom pondered in the Wasteland. Jianlei contemplated his thoughts and concluded that they were likely sound. Chapter 103, New Ideas. Jianlei, confident in his notions, commenced drafting his article. However, several issues arose, such as format and adherence to writing conventions. During his time on Blue Star, he had indeed contributed to top-tier journals, and once he attained success, the queue for submissions had become quite lengthy. At that time, formatting and writing style were of little consequence. As long as it was his work, prestigious journals clamored for it. Yet he had not forgotten the stringent requirements imposed by those elite journals when he initially submitted his work. In times of scrutiny, he faced relentless obstacles, and when he reached a stage of indifference, the number of individuals pleading for his contributions increased significantly. Most approached him directly, bearing cash. The capricious nature of life is universally applicable. Jianlei had perused numerous journals in the Wasteland and had to acknowledge that they too emphasized format and style. However, having read countless papers, he sensed that the formatting requirements were not excessively stringent. Ultimately, in the post-apocalyptic Wasteland, talent was scarce, and many journals even published a plethora of popular science articles. Jianlei scorned the notion of writing such articles. He was in pursuit of subsidies, unwilling to compromise his integrity. However, with professional articles, aside from format and style, there existed another hurdle: specialized terminology. The language and script of the Wasteland were somewhat peculiar, predominantly phonetic, akin to alphabetic languages. Yet, a considerable portion was ideographic or even pictographic, creating a veritable hodgepodge. In the Wasteland, these three elements achieved a perfect synthesis, leaving one perplexed. Jianlei did not dwell on this, recognizing that it was quite natural for civilization to develop in idiosyncratic ways. Nevertheless, specialized terminology did leave him somewhat flummoxed. Initially, he had hoped to complete his writing in a day, dedicating another day to refining the format. Yet he found himself expending 3 days on the task instead. He estimated that the article would occupy approximately 4 pages, shy of 5, which felt somewhat inadequate. If submitted to a journal offering 20 silver coins per page, it would yield less than 100 silver coins. After 3 days of toil, earning such a meager sum left him somewhat speechless. Yet Jianlei genuinely relished earning in this manner, for it was his forte. Thus, he could only assure himself that once he became familiar with the intricacies of journal submissions and his reputation spread, earning would become significantly easier. Just as he finished the article and had yet to enlist Bentley's assistance for submission, the elderly gentleman introduced him to a business opportunity. Bentley had recently found his footing in cultivation, busily procuring various resources and particularly focused on generating income. This venture involved testing a new ventilation system. Previously, Jianlei had nearly repaired a mech for free for the defense team, which had displeased Bentley. Jianlei accompanied him, donning a mask despite his appearance being compromised. Curiously, at the client's doorstep, he encountered maintenance personnel from the system supplier. Initially, he paid little heed, but the individual continued to stare at him with palpable malice. This animosity even caught Bentley's attention. Upon glancing over, he recognized the individual, having noted their consistent involvement with the new ventilation system. However, he chose to ignore them. What did it matter if they hailed from the central city? Would they dare to confront an ultimate warrior? Yet their mutual disregard ignited the other person's fury, leading them to advance and declare in a low voice, "You stole our job." Bentley merely cast a disinterested glance in their direction, unwilling to engage in a debate. And what of it? The individual's face flushed crimson. "We also have ultimate warriors." It turned out he was not unaware that they had eliminated an ultimate warrior. Yet he could not swallow his pride. Bentley waved his hand dismissively, replying with impatience. "Then let him come, you insignificant character. Better get lost." Such an expensive system, with profits soaring beyond measure, could not possibly lack substantial backing. However, how many ultimate warriors were there in the entirety of Central City? Thus, he paid the other party no mind. Is it truly worth risking one's life for such a trifling sum of money? Venturing into the depths of the settlement area to engage in battle? His brazen demeanor only served to incite further ire in his opponent, while simultaneously instilling a profound calmness. Is it necessary to summon an ultimate warrior for such a minor issue? Moreover, it seems that one ultimate warrior is hardly sufficient. Jianlei's recent assessment proceeded smoothly, taking nearly half a day, after which he collected his payment and departed. The technician waited outside, but they both chose to ignore him. Bentley was preoccupied with the thought of how lucrative it was to earn several hundred silver coins in just half a day's time. Jianlei glanced at him with a sense of resignation, wondering how many such systems were available in the capital city. Bentley scoffed lightly, suggesting that the profits from the entire city of sieging were hardly enough for him. Jianlei paid him no mind, asserting that he was too lazy to rush about, deeming time too precious to squander. Furthermore, did Bentley truly wish to provoke the ultimate warrior across from them? Bentley fell silent for a moment, then muttered under his breath. In his earlier years, he had indeed dismissed the ultimate warriors as insignificant, only to realize that he had regressed with age. Primarily, he had become more adept at cultivation. Jianlei remarked coolly, commenting that he had once been barefoot, but was now shod. Bentley fell silent, letting out a soft sigh after a while, expressing that every gain comes at a cost. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Jianlei suddenly conceived an idea. He could write another article. This time, he focused on improving geothermal heating, integrating the characteristics of fresh air systems. Given its emphasis on practicality, the writing flowed effortlessly for him. He completed the article within 2 days and handed it over to Bentley for submission to Dai Xingyan in the city. Upon receiving the manuscripts, Dai, the president, nearly cried out in joy, exclaiming that he had finally remembered to submit his work. Glancing through the pages, she was somewhat bewildered, wondering why he hadn't delivered it personally. Jianlei was currently preoccupied with assisting Scorpion in calculating cultivation techniques, leaving him no time for anything else. However, Bentley did not disclose this, simply stating that Jianlei lacked the identity required to enter the capital. It was trivial enough. He could issue him a pass. Dai Xingyan affirmed that it was not an issue. Nevertheless, Bentley declined, asserting that if Jianlei wished to enter the city, he would have no trouble obtaining the necessary documents. He expressed disinterest in social engagements. This posed a dilemma, as Dai Xingyan furrowed her brow in distress, indicating her desire to discuss the articles with him. Despite her youth, her theoretical knowledge of mechanical repair was quite commendable. In similar industry associations, if one's capabilities were lacking, even familial connections would not suffice to command respect. Yet, she struggled to fully grasp Jianlei's concepts, feeling the need for dialogue. Then go find him in the suburbs, Bentley replied matter-of-factly, suggesting that she felt Jianlei was somewhat neglectful of his responsibilities. The ultimate warrior's prowess was such that it compelled the president of an industry association to visit in person, while simultaneously lamenting the meager earnings. However, Dai Xingyan did not take offense, declaring that she would make the trip, acknowledging that the subsidy was indeed rather modest. This subsidy, even for an A-level technician, was respectable, as many in the repair industry valued their reputation. If it were given to a B-level technician, it would surely elicit dreams of wealth. However, Jianlei was not merely a technician. He was also a transformer of warriors, thus rendering the subsidy insufficient. Dai Xingyan, possessing a straightforward disposition, ventured to the suburbs that very afternoon to locate Jianlei. Her initial inquiry concerned the modifications to geothermal heating, expressing her belief that the approach employed the heat exchange principles of Jianlei. Other settlements had long adopted similar concepts. Jianlei replied earnestly, noting that they simply lacked the channels to publish their findings. The primary issue was the shortage of materials, hampering heat exchange efficiency, leading to frequent fatalities from the cold in winter. Dai Xingyan pondered this, and then hesitantly remarked that such materials were quite expensive. She was aware that, in their eyes, the Tianzi district was a remote outpost, let alone other settlements. However, this was a matter of life and death, Jianlei insisted, emphasizing that the cost was secondary. It was imperative to bring it to light. Dai Xingyan scrutinized him for nearly 5 seconds before exhaling softly, remarking that he was somewhat peculiar. Chu Jianlei did not consider himself strange. He merely proposed a concept, without the obligation to resolve the issue. All right, Dai Xingyin conceded, not wishing to engage in further debate. Her voice tinged with a hint of regret. She pointed out that such articles would only be suitable for lower-tier journals, hence the subsidies would be minimal. Chu Jianlei smiled nonchalantly, stating that he was merely doing his part, primarily feeling that the settlements were suffering excessively. The central city does not regard them as human. Dai Xingyin could not help but interject. She then reined in her emotions, expressing her main inquiry. The innovative bypass thinking related to the censor was indeed impressive. What constitutes impressive? Chu Jianlei shrugged dismissively, asserting that it was merely about the rational use of resources. It possesses tremendous practical value. Dai Xingyin exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. I guarantee you will be published in Mechanical Mysteries. Mechanical Mysteries is the premier journal, and such an endorsement speaks volumes about the quality of the article. Given the persistent scarcity of resources, the efficient utilization of what is available is of utmost importance. However, I find it challenging to fully comprehend some of your bypass operational concepts. Might we discuss them further? Chu Jianlei nodded, acknowledging that perhaps his terminology had been somewhat flawed, as this was his first attempt at such writing. Dai Xingyin's eyes gleamed with excitement, assuring him that it was of no consequence and that he should elaborate for her. Elaborate for you? Que Jianlei regarded curiously. Are you responsible for reviewing submissions? Reviewing submissions? Dai Xingyin's eyes sparkled even brighter. You're aware of this too? Of course, I am not qualified to review submissions. But I intend to submit your manuscript to Mechanical Mysteries. They harbor biases against submissions from the settlements, so I must personally clarify the concepts. At that moment, her eyes shone like two light bulbs. Trust me, a manuscript of such caliber cannot be overlooked. Chu Jianlei observed the eagerness in Dai Xingyin's demeanor, nearly mistaking her fervor for an attempt to plagiarize his work. However, he could somewhat understand her personality and thus set aside his suspicions to engage in dialogue. Dai Xingyin's expertise was indeed commendable, and after a mere 20 minutes of discussion, she had thoroughly grasped Chu Jianlei's thought process. She then took her leave, assuring him that he should await her good news. Chu Jianlei and Bentley speculated that Dai Xingyin might also hail from the central city. Few individuals could gain entry to the central city, let alone engage in the pursuit of publications across various journals. However, 20 days later, Dai Xingyin returned, looking disheveled and defeated. Did you write any articles? No, I couldn't find the time. Chu Jianlei replied succinctly, noting that Bentley found repair work to be more lucrative. In truth, he was primarily focused on refining Scorpion's cultivation techniques, as this was significantly beneficial for him. He then inquired, did Mechanical Mysteries accept your submission? Dai Xingyin's expression darkened, and she muttered under her breath, I managed to get your manuscript accepted in Mechanical Exploration. Mechanical Exploration? Chu Jianlei's countenance shifted slightly. A mere 50 silver coins in subsidy? The disparity between 50 and 100 was indeed stark. Dai Xingyin's expression mirrored his dismay. Her earlier confidence had given way to despondency. She quietly defended herself, stating that it was merely a group of blind fools, but reassured him that she would seek out others next time. Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow, questioning why she had not sought assistance this time, if she could do so in the future. I had already approached someone for assistance. Asking again would be inappropriate. Dai Xingyin replied candidly, noting that it would be challenging for the involved party. Forget it. I find this rather disheartening, Chu Jianlei admitted, feeling a sense of disenchantment. While he had intended to profit from this endeavor, the effort required made it seem unnecessary. He was not in dire need of financial gain. He merely yearned for the satisfaction of earning through his passions, whether that involved repairs or illicit activities. You should write. The subsidy will double, Dai Xingyin candidly declared. I will cover the expenses. Chu Jianlei looked at her earnestly and responded, I do not seek money. I desire cultivation resources. No problem, Dai Xingyin replied without hesitation. I must vent my frustrations. Vent? Chu Jianlei shook his head in disbelief. Is there truly so much idle anger to express? If one is genuinely enraged, they might as well resort to murder. Dai Xingyin was taken aback by this notion. Murder? Why are you speaking of such things? Do you have a penchant for violence? Chu Jianlei shrugged. Can a maintenance technician earn enough for cultivation? Dai Xingyin fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Not to mention the considerable costs associated with enhanced warriors. Even modified soldiers bore significant expenses. After a moment's reflection, she asked gravely, "Is there anyone you would kill?" Chu Jianlei was momentarily stunned. "I thought you wanted me to write a paper. Now you wish for me to become an assassin? Does everyone not have a few enemies?" Dai Xingyan was always direct in her speech. "I intended to handle it myself." "Then do so." Chu Jianlei shook his head, for he was no cold-blooded killer. Dai Xingyan had always been diligent, but until now, her thoughts revolved around persuading him to write. However, once that notion took root, it was impossible to suppress. "Then help me eliminate them, and I shall pay." "It is not merely about money," Chu Jianlei replied sternly. "Do you perceive me as such a person?" 10,000 silver yuan, Dai Xingyan asserted boldly. "They are but two ordinary individuals. I am not lacking in funds." Chu Jianlei shook his head. "I refuse." 15,000. Dai Xingyan gritted her teeth. This was truly her limit, and she could not offer more. "Still refuse." Chu Jianlei continued to shake his head, as he had his principles. "Then it is settled." Dai Xingyan sighed. "My offer was indeed quite sincere, but there is little room for negotiation. Let's discuss this further. What should your research focus on? Do not delve into practical mechanical technology any longer." The article on geothermal heating improvements was indeed published only because of Dai Xingyan's relentless efforts. Otherwise, it would not have passed. This highlighted the disregard for those in the lower strata of society by the central city. "Ordon, que j'en espère firmement." It is not that I find your offer lacking. I simply do not wish to be manipulated into murder. I have taken many lives, but I can say with a clear conscience that I only take what is justly owed. Without waiting for her response, he decisively asked, "Do they have a death wish?" The key is whether they possess wealth. Dai Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "Are you truly this finicky?" Chu Jianlei replied calmly, "Having principles is what makes one human. Otherwise, what differentiates us from beasts?" Dai Xingyan nodded thoughtfully, realizing he was indeed formidable. "I shall offer 10,000, as that may entice them to seek their demise." Chu Jianlei raised an eyebrow. "Then tell me how." In Dai Xingyan's words, her family resided in Taidu, managing a considerable business. Competition was inevitable, and the Dai family's convoy had faced several assaults. They were not easy prey. They had retaliated against potential rivals, and such incidents ceased thereafter. Yet, what troubled Dai Xingyan was that her elder brother had been injured during a transport and succumbed to his wounds. Although the rivals had been avenged, the robbers remained elusive. Eventually, she gathered intelligence on the assailants, but they had since become established residents of Tianjing, possessing substantial wealth. Given the competitive dynamics among the four capitals, the Dai family could not reach Tianjing just yet. Dai Xingyan's father had stated that when the time was right, he would not spare those two individuals. Now that Chu Jianlei was willing to consider taking action, Dai Xingyan was prepared to pay. After listening to her, Chu Jianlei nodded slightly. "I can take on this job, but must be at least 6 months from now." Bentley had just begun his cultivation, while Scorpion had yet to start. He needed to devise a method for her. Although their financial situation was tight, they could sustain themselves for 3 to 4 years, even without earning money. Chu Jianlei did not shy away from taking lives. He had tasted the sweetness of it before. However, this shift from aspiring to wealth through academic writing was quite sudden. "No problem," Dai Xingyan nodded decisively. "I have waited for so long. I can wait a bit longer. A year is acceptable. We can act next summer. Rainy weather provides the best cover, and those two are indeed wealthy." With such a commitment, her attitude towards Chu Jianlei improved significantly, even assigning him some maintenance tasks sourced from the association. The tasks delegated by the president of the association were both easy and lucrative, yet her decisions sparked some complaints among the members. Everyone was aware that Jianlei and Telly were formidable, yet they believed they could exert pressure on the young president. However, Dai Xingyan countered with conviction, "Who can publish articles in prestigious journals? I will lean towards them in terms of resources, but the question remains, who can accomplish this?" The maintenance technicians fell silent, as Jianlei consistently managed to publish 1 or 2 articles in journals each month. Who would not envy the subsidies he received? Yet it was merely envy. Most technicians preferred hands-on work, as the complexities of writing were too daunting. Some technicians, feeling disgruntled, attempted to write and submit articles, but very few succeeded. 3 months passed, and excluding Chu Jianlei's submissions, only 2 articles from the capital had been accepted. One was published in Practical Mechanical Technology, while the other was a mere popular science piece, incomparable to Chu Jianlei's quality. At this juncture, Jianlei had thoroughly refined the cultivation method for Scorpion, yet a new problem arose. Scorpion required a modified reagent as a catalyst. Otherwise, the threshold would be too challenging to cross. Upon hearing this, Bentley volunteered to procure the reagent from the central city. His cultivation had already progressed to the initial stage, and with his growing strength, his confidence had swelled considerably. Jianlei and Scorpion were not entirely at ease with him going alone, suggesting they accompany him, but he firmly declined, stating, "I do not doubt your abilities. It is simply that the identity checks there are exceedingly stringent." Nevertheless, Scorpion scoffed, "You have been disdainful of me for quite some time. Do you truly believe I have forgotten?" The old man was indeed quite brusque with her. "Then let it be that I disdain you, but little Chu is different." However, despite her retort, Scorpion could only roll her eyes, as he was indeed going to acquire the reagent for himself. Bentley's absence extended to 4 months, and by the time he returned, winter was nearing its end. Jianlei had not been idle. In addition to earning money through maintenance, he also refined nameless chi refinement technique based on Scorpion's method. As a result, he made solid progress, advancing to the 7th layer of chi refinement. During these 4 months, he wrote only a few specialized articles, totaling just 4. Dai Xingyan was well aware that Jianlei was prolific, but he was reluctant to write more, and she did not want to pressure him. The crucial point was that the quality of his articles was steadily improving, and the platforms for publication were becoming increasingly prestigious. President Dai even utilized her personal authority to provide access to some restricted books for Master Jianlei to peruse. Under such circumstances, Jianlei's schedule became exceedingly tight. However, he was not one to remain idle and rather enjoyed this lifestyle. During this time, he also utilized some cultivation resources. 2 days before Bentley's return, Jianlei broke through to the 8th layer of chi refinement. This was a result of cumulative effort, and he estimated that to reach the 9th layer of chi refinement would require at least a year. As for how long it would take to progress beyond the chi refinement stage, that remained uncertain. Thus, he allowed himself some leeway to relax and focus on earning money. Just as he contemplated which avenue of profit to pursue, Bentley returned. Chapter 104. The 133rd Attention. The 134th Forceful Acquisition upon Bentley's return. He bore the marks of hardship, yet his overall demeanor was remarkably buoyant. He brought back 3 vials of 2nd-generation gene modification serum and 10 vials of 3rd-generation serum. The 2nd-generation serum was acquired by chance, while the 3rd generation had a modest stockpile in the central city. As for the 1st-generation gene modification serum, it was entirely depleted. Apart from a few samples that might exist in some laboratories, one could only rely on luck in the lower settlement areas. However, the side effects of the 1st-generation serum were too severe, and Jianlei advised against Scorpion using it. Bentley had been forced to undergo that procedure, leaving him with no choice. What would happen if Scorpion chose the 1st-generation serum and encountered complications? In addition to this, Bentley returned with 3 B-grade crystals. The financial resources of the trio were largely pooled together, with only a small portion considered personal property. Bentley was candid, presenting the crystals with pride, proclaiming he had not been idle. Jianlei, feeling a tinge of curiosity, inquired about the source of these crystals. Bentley casually responded, "From an enemy." Scorpion, aware of his circumstances, couldn't help but interject, "You want to seek revenge?" Bentley replied solemnly, "I targeted a minor character. The key is that if I don't act now, he may die of old age." Jianlei pondered further. "Will your actions revive past grievances?" Bentley shook his head, assuring not likely. "I merely pretended it was a home invasion and seized the crystals opportunistically." Scorpion then queried, "Did you acquire any silver notes or similar?" Bentley nonchalantly replied, "Large silver certificates require passwords and identity verification, making them unusable. I did manage to obtain some small denomination notes, totaling just over 2,000, which I used to purchase cultivation resources on the black market." Scorpion's eyes brightened at this. "How long until you break through to B grade?" Bentley paused, then chuckled. As Xiaochu would say, "It's a goal for my lifetime. However, for now, I can maintain my state and make some progress in electromagnetism, which satisfies me." He then turned to Jianlei, adding, "As for complete revenge, I still rely on you." Jianlei raised a thumb in approval. "Good job, Bentley. At least you haven't become arrogant." Bentley rolled his eyes. "I would love to be arrogant, but my abilities do not permit it. I'm no longer a young man." Jianlei recalled Dai Xinyan's commission, suggesting, "You should prepare. We will head to Tianjin together next month." Bentley's eyes flickered. "Regarding that matter with President Dai?" Jianlei nodded. "It has been 7 months. There's no need to wait until the start of the year. I can go alone." Bentley responded decisively. Scorpion, displeased, interjected, "So you alone can fight? What about us, the boss and I? Are we just useless?" Bentley hesitated, but ultimately replied earnestly, "Honestly, it wasn't until I became an ultimate soldier that I realized modified soldiers are not worth mentioning. My efficiency would be greater alone." Scorpion glanced at Jianlei, "Boss. Does he think we're holding him back?" Bentley replied seriously, "I just think it's unnecessary to mobilize everyone. You two creating wealth at home is a better use of time." Jianlei, indifferent to such matters, focused on the probability of success. Bentley's response was straightforward, "Is a bit more assured than if all 3 of us went." "Then you should go," Jianlei stated, unwilling to contest superficial fame, but cautioned, "Be careful and don't let her guard down." Bentley confidently assured, "No problem. As for you, stop wasting time writing. If you're going to earn big." Notably, on the 3rd day after his return, Bentley entered the city and resumed seeking business for Jianlei, highlighting the economic pressures faced by their small group. Half a month later, Scorpion finally made halting progress and entered the initial stages of cultivation, taking another 10 days to adjust and adapt. Bentley had returned for just over a month before disappearing again. This time, many were unable to contain their impatience, with several individuals directly approaching Jianlei. "Terry accepted our deposit, yet you haven't commenced repairs. What is going on?" Jianlei could only assure them, "As long as I have Terry's receipt, I will honor the agreement. No need for concern." However, he could not venture out at the moment, as Scorpion had just begun his training and he needed to ensure protection. Bentley's absence extended for over a month, culminating in Dai Xinyan herself visiting Jianlei. She could surmise Terry's intentions, yet her current concern was that Jianlei had not published anything in nearly 3 months. Having grown accustomed to a monthly publication, she could not tolerate consecutive silence. Her proactive stance had garnered recognition from the higher-ups in the rear capital, who were now fighting for additional subsidies. They could not afford to falter at a crucial moment. Nonetheless, Jianlei expressed his inability to assist, as he genuinely lacked the time to write. Ultimately, it boiled down to insufficient compensation and a lack of respect for knowledge. Dai Xinyan did not wish to pressure him, straightforwardly asking, "When will you have time?" Jianlei pondered Bentley's complaints and replied earnestly, "I estimate I will have no time in the coming year." Dai Xinyan seemed poised to respond, but ultimately sighed deeply. 3 days later, Bentley returned, this time injured with a fractured right arm. His delayed action in Tianjin was due to the favorable security conditions until the rain finally fell. When it did, he decisively struck under the cover of rain, successfully completing his mission. Both adversaries perished at his hands, along with 8 bodyguards. As for how his arm was fractured, he vaguely stated, "I may have underestimated them at first." Regardless, the denizens of the Wasteland were remarkably resilient, and by the following day, he re-entered the city, informing Dai Xinyan of the deaths. He possessed the identification of the 2, but he could not bring such items into the city, as it would likely invite trouble. In the afternoon, President Dai personally visited, verifying the evidence before calling for a vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a car arrived, laden with packages of cultivation materials. A cursory glance suggested the value exceeded 10,000 silver notes. Jianlei intended to be polite, but Bentley promptly accepted the delivery. Before departing, Dai Xinyan inquired, "Are you truly not planning to continue writing?" Bentley proactively replied, "If we have the opportunity to take on killing jobs, we can continue. As for writing, let us forget it. Have you seen how long I've been at it? This single job earns more than all my writings combined." Dai Xinyan was taken aback, then sighed softly as she turned to leave. Bentley's recent expedition to Tianjin had yielded considerable wealth. In his words, "The lower settlement area has its advantages. All the silver notes are directly usable. Unlike in Central City, where large notes are tied to personal identities and cannot be utilized, even if stolen." Jianlei pondered this statement, unable to suppress his curiosity. Does a money laundering mechanism still exist in the Wasteland? Nevertheless, despite the influx of resources, the economic pressures of their joint cultivation remained substantial. Jianlei still needed to frequently accept repair jobs to alleviate some of the burden. Dai Xinyan performed admirably in this regard, although she no longer published papers. She continued to provide job opportunities. She had also contacted some repair businesses in Taidu as a gesture of gratitude for their assistance in eliminating 2 enemies. However, Jianlei found the prospect of traveling to Taidu cumbersome, and the other 2 were unwilling to interrupt their training, so the matter was set aside. Time flew swiftly, and soon autumn arrived. On one particular morning, within a dwelling in Central City, a middle-aged man perused a journal and suddenly gasped in surprise. Is it truly the case that Jixia Aomi has resorted to referencing articles from Jixia Tami to such a disheartening extent? He pressed the call button, and upon the arrival of a student, inquired about the situation. This student, possessing considerable expertise in mechanics, glanced at the material and chuckled, recognizing it as an article by Jianlei, a newcomer of notable interest. Unlike his teacher, who is solely fixated on the mechanical mysteries, this student is at an age where he eagerly thirsts for knowledge and peruses other journals as well. It must be conceded that while these other journals indeed fall short in quality, the process of sifting through them is rather arduous. It is precisely for this reason that he has etched the name Jianlei into his memory. This author could be considered prolific. However, all his writings are at least worthy of a read. Residents of the Tianzi district? A flicker of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. This is indeed rare. What about his other articles? The student exited briefly, only to return shortly with a stack of 8 journals. The middle-aged man first picked up Jixia Tami to examine the article regarding the utilization of sensor bypassing. After perusing it, he shook his head and sighed softly, acknowledging the author as insightful, albeit lamenting his shortcomings. He then flipped through the author's other works, closing his eyes in contemplation before speaking slowly. It is rare to find someone with ideas who has ventured into the lower income areas, and the fact that he is also prolific is commendable. The student replied softly that the author had not submitted any articles in the past 8 months. Oh, the middle-aged man resumed his examination of the journals, realizing that if he could be even more prolific, why has he not submitted anything? The student was uncertain, but managed to gather information by the afternoon. It was reported that more than one publication had inquired, suggesting that the author believed the financial compensation to be insufficient. A message was conveyed urging him to continue writing, to which the middle-aged man coolly replied that he would subsidize from his own funding pool. The student was taken aback, asking if the middle-aged man held such high hopes for him. The emphasis was on the wild repairman's potential. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, indicating that his breadth of thought transcended academic confines. The student, feeling somewhat defiant, asserted that the author may not necessarily be a resident of the Tianzi district. What is crucial is the originality of his thought process. The middle-aged man shook his head, reasoning that it is not a significant amount of money. So why not test the waters? On this day, Jianlei and his companions were diligently practicing in seclusion when Dai Xingyan came knocking at their door. Her face radiated joy as she announced, "Master Jianlei, Jixia Aomi has invited you to submit a manuscript." Not Jixia Tami? Jianlei was momentarily stunned before shaking his head, dismissing the idea as the financial rewards were too meager. The memory of his first submission being rejected remained fresh in his mind. It was not a haunting memory, yet it was not a pleasant one either. However, the crux of the matter was still the paltry compensation. This time, the invitation came with financial support from the central city, as Dai Xingyan cheerfully explained. As long as the manuscript met quality standards, a minimum reward of 500 silver coins could be secured, along with the opportunity to participate in an annual selection. Coupled with the subsidies from my end, a 10-page manuscript could yield around 3,000, which was not a trifling amount. Jixia Aomi offers a subsidy of 100 per page, and Dai Xingyan even promised to double the subsidy out of her own pocket. With the initial 500 reward and the manuscript fee, the total would indeed approximate 3,000. Nevertheless, Jianlei pondered whether he should write 10 pages. For him, that length felt rather excessive. Drafting and organizing would likely take at least 10 to 8 days. Such returns would not prompt Bentley to nag him excessively. Yet the efficiency was not particularly high either. Dai Xingyan earnestly replied that such requirements were indeed necessary, given the support from Central City. It would not suffice to present only 1 or 2 pages. Moreover, if recognized as an outstanding annual submission, there would be even more rewards forthcoming. Jianlei was not particularly interested in the awards, yet he acknowledged that President Dai had always shown them considerable care. Thus, He could only concede that the length of the manuscript does not inherently reflect the depth of theory. Of course, I am aware of that, Dai Xingyan retorted, asserting her competence in the matter. However, one point she felt compelled to stress was that they were merely residents of the lower-income areas, inherently at a disadvantage compared to Central City. A shorter manuscript might not necessarily be inferior, yet to produce a lengthy piece, one must first demonstrate a proper attitude. Chu Jianlei shook his head at this, yet he refrained from further argument, recognizing the constraints of his circumstances. Nevertheless, he needed to contemplate what to write for this task. Ultimately, he resolved to compose some thoughts and suggestions on waste recycling. No one is better qualified to discuss the processes of waste management than he, hailing from Blue Star. Strictly speaking, no other nation has delved into this subject as deeply as his homeland. Other powerful nations simply export their waste. Chu Jianlei understood that the content of this article was not particularly suitable for publication in Jixiaomi. However, what truly mattered to him was not the meager 500 reward from any publication. He had little regard for such trifles. As long as he could get his 10-page article accepted, he could benefit from President Dai's generosity. Even if it were to be published in Jixiaomi, Dai Xingyan would still owe him 1,000 in subsidies. Given his familiarity with waste management processes and concepts, he completed the manuscript in a mere 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, Bentley ventured into the city with the manuscript in hand. Although he found Chu Jianlei's return to writing somewhat bothersome, the short time frame meant substantial earnings, so he chose not to dwell on it. However, he did not consider it a pressing matter. He prioritized his intelligence work and acquired a batch of supplies before seeking out Dai Xingyan. He was acutely aware that Chu Jianlei's rapid writing of this article might rekindle the ambitions of that young girl. Thus, arriving a bit late to deliver it seemed reasonable. He visited Dai Xingyan in the afternoon, only to find her absent. After greeting her assistant and handing over the manuscript, he turned to leave. The assistant, aware that this was Jianlei's manuscript, refrained from inquiring further, noting that the president had been in a rather poor mood lately due to Jianlei's absence from submissions. She glanced at the title, unable to suppress a smirk at some thoughts and suggestions on waste recycling. The support the president sought for him should pertain to a submission to Jixiaomi, yet how could he possibly submit something like this? She truly could not fathom how such a manuscript could be published in Jixiaomi. Nonetheless, she dared not inquire further, placing the manuscript on the desk in the president's office before exiting and closing the door. Shortly thereafter, another visitor arrived to see the president, Tian Zhongyi, the president of the Maintenance Association of Taidu, accompanied by his son Tian Zhongyi. The assistant was acutely aware that these two were not to be trifled with, especially Tian Zhongyi, who was the head of the entire Maintenance Association in the Tianzi district. In fact, she knew that the president had been avoiding the association recently to steer clear of these two. The reason was simple. Tian Zhongyi had taken a liking to Dai Xingyan and intended to pursue her as a partner. However, he was over 20 years her senior and rather unremarkable in appearance, making him quite unappealing. As for his previous marriage, it was of little consequence in the Wasteland, especially since his wife had passed away. Dai Xingyan had no interest in him, leading Tian Zhongyi to become increasingly agitated, prompting him to personally visit the capital to negotiate with her. The president, disinterested in engaging with them, opted to avoid the encounter altogether, primarily due to the persistent nuisance. However, now that they had arrived, the assistant had no choice but to allow them into the president's office to wait. Under normal circumstances, none would receive such treatment. But Tian Zhongyi was the leader of the Maintenance Association in the Tianzi district. Even with Dai's formidable background, these rules could not be disregarded. Upon entering Dai Xingyan's office, Tian Zhongyi dared not move recklessly, while Tian Zhongyi explored the room without inhibition. Observing his father's audacity, Tian Zhongyi's confidence grew, and he picked up a manuscript. Some thoughts and suggestions on waste recycling? Seeing the title nearly made him burst into laughter. After glancing through it, Tian Zhongyi's eyes brightened with intrigue. This contraption is rather intriguing. He then raised his hand and tucked the manuscript into his bosom, casually tearing off the author's name from the top. As the end of the workday approached and Dai Xingyan had yet to return, the father and son felt they could not remain too shameless, so they rose to leave. Once outside, Tian Zhongyi pulled out the manuscript and inquired, "What do you think, old man? Does this have potential?" Tian Zhongyi glanced at his son. "You have become quite audacious, taking whatever you please." He cast a disdainful look at the title, scoffing, Reflections and Suggestions on Waste Recycling. Garbage. However, Tian E insisted. Dad, I believe this holds merit. Casting a backward glance, Tian Zhongyi was willing to nurture his son's ambitions. But for now, they decided to leave. Back in their hotel room, Tian Zhongyi took the manuscript and began to peruse it. Initially, he skimmed it carelessly, but as he continued, his expression grew increasingly grave. At one point, he closed the manuscript and looked at the cover, surprised. No author listed. I tore off the author's name. Tian E replied nonchalantly. This manuscript is mine now. Can you get it published? In their household, power was wielded without hesitation, and he felt no need to consider the feelings of lesser individuals. If his father were to dismiss the article, the matter would simply end there. Whether the original author would know of the manuscript's disappearance or attempt to write another bore no significance to him. Even if the article had been acquired from Dai Xinyan's office, getting it published is certainly possible, Tian Zhongyi thought, not dwelling too much on it. It could fit well in Mechanical Mysteries, as it has a forward-looking section suitable for this piece. Mechanical Mysteries? Tian Yi's face lit up with joy. I haven't published in that journal yet. Dad, is it really possible? If I say it is, then it is, Tian Zhongyi replied with pride. But then he sensed a hint of unease. However, this manuscript was taken from that girl Dai Xinyan's room. Yet, Tian Yi's intentions were resolute, and he boldly declared, I didn't steal it. I wrote this article myself. If Dai Xinyan wants to stir trouble, I can always compensate her with some money. She is just a minor character. After all, a few silver coins should suffice. Tian Zhongyi, being older and wiser, thought that it would be best to resolve matters with money. Considering the Dai family was not to be trifled with. Is our family easy to deal with? Tian Yi laughed dismissively. Why should I show her any courtesy if she won't marry me? If she has a change of heart, I could offer her a bit more money. Regardless, I am determined to secure this article. Upon hearing that it could be published in Mechanical Mysteries, he was resolute in claiming the piece. Noticing his father's lingering hesitation, he added, besides, look at this ridiculous title. Would she even want this article? Tian Zhongyi pondered for a moment and then nodded. Indeed, fortunate that you are quite observant. Though Tian Yi's thoughts were rather sinister, he still had a keen sense of judgment regarding the article's title. Dai Xinyan's assistant did not consider it a noteworthy piece either, but made no disparaging remarks. Everyone has their own perspective. She simply placed the article on the table and completed her task. Dai Xinyan had not anticipated that Chu Jianlei would finish the article so swiftly. She would never rush the matter, as the fact that he agreed to take it on was already quite an honor. Moreover, given that it was a lengthy commissioned article for Mechanical Mysteries with support funding from Central City, Jianlei would surely need to take his time. A month passed uneventfully. One day, Dai Xinyan came across a familiar name in the latest issue of Mechanical Mysteries, Tian Yi's manuscript. She held a very poor impression of Tian Yi, primarily due to his character, although his mechanical repair skills were reasonably competent. However, he excelled in practical abilities while lacking in theoretical knowledge. How did his article manage to get published in Mechanical Mysteries? She examined the title, and indeed it was absurd, Reflections and Suggestions on Waste Recycling. What nonsense is this? Nevertheless, academically, she was not one to judge hastily. She read through it broadly. As she delved deeper, her focus intensified, and by the end, she could not help but frown. Had this fellow truly expanded his thinking so much? Had she underestimated him all along? After another careful read, she felt something was amiss. Was this truly Tian Yi's style? Setting aside her imagination, would he really be researching an overlooked topic like waste recycling? It was plausible for Jianlei, a master in his field, as he had previously worked on the geothermal systems for the lower residential area. For some reason, the thought of him made her feel that this article was more fittingly attributed to him. A thought struck her. Should she perhaps prompt him about the manuscript? Jianlei was good in many respects, but it was notoriously difficult to get him to write. Now that he had produced a commendable piece, should she not hasten her own commissioned article for Mechanical Mysteries? She felt her reasoning was sound, and noticing the rain outside her window, she decided to drive. Not far into her journey, she remembered that Terry had a contact point in the city market. She drove over, and luckily the old man was there, lazily conversing with a thin young man. She leaned in and asked, Lord Terry, are you heading back? I can give you a ride. Bentley rolled his eyes at her. Are you here to urge me for a manuscript again? You still haven't paid for the last one. What last payment? Dai Xingyin blinked in confusion. I have never shortchanged your family. The thin young man quickly took his leave, while Bentley took a few steps, puzzled. The manuscript wasn't accepted? What manuscript? Dai Xingyin was increasingly bewildered. Yet, as Bentley was an elite warrior who had avenged her, she dared not speak carelessly. Thus, she earnestly stated, Master Jianlei has not submitted any manuscripts in 10 months. What nonsense are you spouting? Bentley's face darkened, his aura becoming intimidating. Ever since he had honed his skills, his presence had grown more fearsome. However, he understood that while she often pursued commission articles, she also took care of their interests. He would not bully the young lady, but simply stated, the commission article for mechanical mysteries I delivered to you last month. You deliver it to me? Dai Xingyin was utterly stunned. Why did I not receive it? You weren't there, so I handed it to your assistant, Bentley replied, blinking, his expression darkening further. She didn't give it to you? By the time he uttered the last sentence, his voice had taken on a slight crackling sound, as if electricity were coursing through it. I truly did not receive it. Dai Xingyin's voice began to tremble, sensing that he might soon unleash his wrath. Thus, she promptly extended an invitation. Lord, could you please join me in the car to inquire about this? Regardless of what she invited the elite warrior to do, it was imperative to be polite. Whether you ask or not, I will, Bentley replied, swiftly moving to the car and opening the door to sit inside. If he were to fail in the task entrusted to him, it would be a source of ridicule for him. The car returned to the association, and Dai Xingyin immediately called for her assistant. Come to my office. The assistant quickly arrived, and, upon discussing the manuscript, she nodded decisively, stating yes. Lord Terry did deliver the manuscript last month, and I placed it on your desk. Dai Xingyin queried in confusion. Then why did I not see it? You didn't even give me a heads up? The assistant, feeling unable to express her thoughts on the peculiar title, could only diplomatically reply, I thought you would see it. It was right on top. Dai Xingyin's expression darkened, and an ominous feeling began to brew within her. Has anyone else come by? In the realm of Taidu, President Tian Zhongyi exhibited a countenance of distress, mirrored by the unease of his assistant, who discerned the potential source of trouble. He and his son had lingered in your office for a considerable duration, and I dared not permit their extended presence. Dai Xingyin's expression darkened further upon hearing the contents of the manuscript sent by Lord Terry. It pertained to the subject of waste reuse, the assistant cautiously elaborated, and I deemed it inappropriate to mention it to you. That manuscript is a commission piece for mechanical mysteries. It is unlikely that any rational individual would undertake such a task, is it not? Dai Xingyin seized the latest issue of Mechanical Exploration, flipped to the relevant pages, and slammed it onto the desk in a fit of rage. Is this the article? The assistant, trembling, glanced at the journal, and upon spotting Tian Zhongyi's name, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. She then glanced at Bentley, noting the resemblance, though she had not read it. It was not a mistake to avoid reading. Only after reading would it be a blunder to peruse an unpublished theoretical manuscript. Allow me to take a look. Bentley discerned the unfolding situation. He had indeed reviewed Chu Jianlei's manuscript. He was dissatisfied with Xiao Chu's lack of diligence, yet he held a certain admiration for the individual's cognitive approach. Thus, he had skimmed through those manuscripts, not comprehensively, but grasping the essential ideas. After a cursory glance at the article, a sardonic smile crept onto his lips. How audacious! Dai Xingyin's heart turned to ice in that moment. Lord Terry, it was not I. Of course I know it wasn't you. Bentley casually waved his hand. You need not concern yourself. He was well aware of Chu Jianlei's temperament. If Dai Xingyin were to speak up, Xiao Chu would readily submit 2 articles. However, for one's own work to be surreptitiously appropriated was an intolerable affront. Thus, he merely inquired, will you handle this, or shall I? I shall take care of it. Dai Xingyin responded without a moment's hesitation, acknowledging that the fault lay within her domain. Internally, she lamented, for President Tian Zhongyi was not one to be trifled with. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that she lacked tangible evidence to substantiate the claim of plagiarism. President Tian undoubtedly believed in the veracity of her assistant's and Terry's statements, forming a logically sound chain of evidence. Yet, mere belief held no weight. Without concrete proof, she could not mobilize the full resources of the Dai family. In this predicament, confronting Tian Zhongyi posed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, she must shoulder the responsibility that lay ahead. First and foremost, she needed to demonstrate accountability. Secondly, she was keen to avoid incurring Lord Terry's wrath and did not wish to jeopardize Master Jianlei's trust. Lastly, she found the actions of Tian Zhongyi and his son utterly repugnant. Bentley, sensing her admission of fault, exhaled with some relief. His concern was not about the potential for blame shifting, but rather about not wanting to be ridiculed by the younger generation of his family. However, he would not relax his demands. Matters of compensation aside, the plagiarist must face dire consequences. Dai Xingyan was rendered speechless. She wished for such an approach. It was simply unfeasible. The best she could achieve was to extract a hefty compensation and perhaps slight Tian Zhongyi. If Tian Zhongyi were to publicly apologize, it would be a most unexpected stroke of fortune. She was well aware of the shamelessness of the father and son duo. Her hesitation displeased Bentley, who snorted derisively. Dai Xingyan, steeling herself, replied, President Tian Zhongyi's family is quite affluent. Perhaps we can negotiate for a greater compensation. She had already resolved to extract every possible concession from them, refusing to relent until they were thoroughly drained of resources. Compensation was one matter. Bentley stated with a stoic expression, the dignity of the modified warriors cannot be tarnished. You must be the ultimate warrior, correct? Dai Xingyan understood the implication. However, she still inquired, should I inform them of your identities? Bentley answered without hesitation, if they must know, let them be aware of the consequences. Understood, Dai Xingyan replied decisively. I shall convey the message, striving to ensure you remain uninvolved. You needn't plot so many schemes. Bentley discerned the underlying meaning in her words. His stance was resolute. In Central City, no one dared to provoke him, especially not in the lower residential districts. Then I have no issues on my end, Dai Xingyan stated more firmly. I shall see if I can enlist a few modified warriors. After all, the Dai family was not one to be trifled with. And securing the commitment of ultimate warriors justified her spending a little money to seek assistance. Ultimately, the actions of Tian Zhongyi and his son not only bullied Terry and Jianlei, but also exhibited a gross lack of respect toward her. What do you think of rummaging through my office? What do you take me for? How many days should I afford you? Bentley inquired coolly. Dai Xingyan pondered briefly before responding, 10 days. If there is no resolution within that time frame, I shall enlist your assistance. What use would I have for your money? Bentley scoffed, acknowledging that some of Chu Jianlei's remarks held merit. Why not just go to his home and retrieve it myself? You best clarify matters with the people of Taidu as well. Dai Xingyan found this aspect particularly challenging. Without evidence, official communication would be difficult. Bentley chuckled dismissively. When I assist you in dealing with this matter, did I ever ask for evidence? Free will and conviction are the privileges of the strong. If everything required proof, what kind of society would that be? Dai Xingyan comprehended the implication. I understand. If necessary, I will employ my family's resources to isolate his residential area. The assistant quivered in trepidation at her side. Boss, shouldn't you let me avoid such matters first? Avoid what? Dai Xingyan glanced at her dismissively. You are still tasked with delivering the message. Huh? The assistant was taken aback. You want me to handle it? Who else will do it? Dai Xingyan replied matter-of-factly. Did you not err in this situation? Lord Terry will not hold it against you, but you must demonstrate understanding. Do you comprehend? Understood, the assistant nodded vigorously, though she truly found the task daunting. Nonetheless, she recognized the validity of the president's words. I'm not so petty, Bentley chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. However, Dai Xingyan's attitude left him feeling somewhat at ease. We can assist with the matters of violence, but please spare us from the trivialities. However, Xiao Dai, pursuing writing is truly not a viable path. Refrain from entangling yourself with Jianlei in the future. Those learned individuals are all unscrupulous. Dai Xingyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. In Chapter 136, the collision of circumstances became apparent. Dai Xingyan committed to providing a response within 10 days, allowing for some leeway. Under her diligent efforts, later that day, the assistant contacted the Taidu Maintenance Association without reaching out to Tian Zhongyi, instead directly confronting Tian Zhongyi, vehemently denouncing his shamelessness and accusing Tian Zhongyi of plagiarism. Tian Zhongyi, having his own assistant, sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly contacted the president. Naturally, Tian Zhongyi vehemently denied the allegations, accusing the other party of insanity and vowing to make the Hojing Maintenance Association regret their actions. The assistant paid no heed to his threats, stating, I am indifferent to whether you admit it or not. Your family must compensate. Not only must there be significant reparations, but your son must also face dire consequences. This is the demand of the aggrieved party. Tian Zhongyi was rendered speechless, yet as their communication was via radio waves, he had time to compose himself. He then declared, "I shan't converse with you further. I will seek justice from Dai Xingyan." The assistant retorted succinctly, "You think you can seek justice from President Dai? You will only find yourself in a worse predicament." Ignoring her, Tian Zhongyi reached out to Dai Xingyan, unleashing a torrent of rage. "Can you not manage your people? If you cannot, I shall take it upon myself to teach them a lesson. What kind of lunatic would you dare to employ?" Dai Xingyan dismissed his words. "Are you referring to the matter of your son needing to face consequences?" Tian Zhongyi fell silent, for the implications of her statement indicated that the accusations of plagiarism could not be unfounded. After a while, he finally inquired, "What on earth has transpired? This must be a serious misunderstanding." Dai Xingyan chose not to engage in futile arguments, for it was indeed unnecessary. She candidly stated, "My assistant should have clarified this to you. These are the demands of the original owner of the manuscript." Upon hearing this, Tian Zhongyi's temper flared. "I do not comprehend what you mean by the original owner of the manuscript. What exactly do you intend to do?" He was certain that he would meet his demise, prompting Dai Xingyan to sever communication with him. After pondering for an extended period, Tian Zhongyi remained oblivious to the situation. Yet he sensed that Dai Xingyan was not speaking without reason. He considered reaching out to his contacts within the repairman circle of Hojing, but regrettably, he had few close acquaintances there. As the leader of the repairmen in the Tianzi district, his status was quite elevated. Yet the relationship between Taidu and Hojing was rather strained. After much contemplation, he decided to contact the A-class repairman, Saida, from Tiangong. "Is anyone seeking to submit manuscripts to Dai Xingyan?" Saida, the vice president of the Hojing Repairman Association, should have possessed some knowledge on the matter. However, he brusquely rejected the inquiry, stating, "I have no idea about this. You should ask Dai Xingyan." After delivering his response, he abruptly terminated the connection, knowing well that his seniority rendered him indifferent to the other party's concerns. This left Tian Zhongyi feeling quite vexed, and after further contemplation, he contacted Dai Xingyan once more. This time, he refrained from feigning ignorance about the manuscript, directly asking, "Who is the owner of the manuscript you mentioned?" Dai Xingyan seized the opportunity to mock him. "So you finally acknowledge it? This is not a matter of acknowledgement," Tian Zhongyi retorted, his pride far exceeding what outsiders could imagine. He shamelessly declared, "I merely wish to know who is responsible for driving my son to the brink of death." Dai Xingyan countered with a question, "Are you certain you want to know?" Tian Zhongyi, cunning as ever, did not affirm his certainty, but seized upon a point. "If someone intends to harm my son, should I not inquire?" Dai Xingyan unabashedly replied, "You and your son are equally repugnant. I can unequivocally inform you that if you discover who it is, you must step down. That is their demand." Upon hearing this ultimatum, Tian Zhongyi began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The original owner of the manuscript that his son had plagiarized was no ordinary individual. However, the manuscript had already been published, expedited through connections he had facilitated. It was now too late for further discussion. Yet, he remained somewhat unconvinced and inquired, "Is it someone of significance from Central City?" Dai Xingyan would not entertain his probing, responding coolly, "Are you truly prepared to abdicate your position?" Tian Zhongyi nearly lost his composure. "If I do not step down, what can they do? Then you will surely meet your end." Dai Xingyan replied without hesitation, adding, "And there is a considerable chance your entire family will perish. Who do you think you are frightening?" Tian Zhongyi laughed in anger. Even the 36 families of Central City would not dare to speak so boldly. Dai Xingyan did not refute his assertion. She was thoroughly exasperated by the cunning old man's attempts at subterfuge. She simply asked, "So, are you now certain that you wish to inquire about the victim?" "My son is the victim." Tian Zhongyi decisively interrupted the communication. He then sat there trembling, his assistant mistakenly believing he was merely angry and dared not speak. However, Tian Zhongyi understood that he was not simply enraged. He was primarily terrified. He claimed that the 36 families would not dare to act in such a manner. Yet, deep down, he knew he was merely inflating his own importance. Was it truly so difficult for the 36 families to orchestrate a family annihilation? It was not difficult at all, let alone the lower-income districts. Even within Central City, had there not been families extinguished by them? Tian Zhongyi did possess a modicum of prestige and even permanent residency in Central City, but should they choose to eliminate him, they would do so without a second thought. Yet he believed today's incident could not have been orchestrated by the 36 families for a straightforward reason. it was not worth their while. To put it bluntly, his son had merely plagiarized a single article. One life was sufficient reparation. The real motive behind such actions would likely involve a demand for substantial financial compensation, as the families were primarily driven by profit. Thus, Tian Zhongyi tentatively concluded that while the opposing party possessed significant power, they were unlikely to be affiliated with the 36 families. Regardless, he had extracted a considerable amount of information from Dai Xingyan through his shamelessness. This predicament was undoubtedly severe, yet he could not remain passive. After all, Tian Zhongyi was his son. He then arranged for someone to seek information regarding Hojing. While his relationships with the repairmen in Hojing were not strong, he did have some acquaintances who hailed from there. Consequently, by noon the following day, he learned that Dai Xingyan had recently taken an interest in an outsider named Jianlei. This individual had submitted numerous manuscripts to Central City, and not only were they easily accepted, but he also produced a high volume of work. The manuscript that Tian Yi had stolen was highly likely to have originated from him. However, this information did not reveal Jianlei's identity, leaving Tian Zhongyi somewhat skeptical. Was Dai Xingyan merely leveraging this opportunity? Yet shortly thereafter, significant news arrived. Both Jianlei and his companion, Telly, were likely ultimate warriors. Indeed, the ultimate warrior Bobov hired by Tiangong, along with 3 other modified warriors, had perished at the hands of these two. On that rainy night, 2 mechas had also been destroyed. Later, it was said that Tiangong had paid a substantial sum to settle the matter. It was no wonder that Saida, the A-class repairman from Tiangong, had reacted in such a manner. He had evidently suffered severe losses. Upon hearing this news, Tian Zhongyi's immediate reaction was disbelief. Is this madness? Ultimate warriors becoming repairmen? If they are to be repairmen, how can they neglect their training? Nonetheless, he did not doubt the rumor, for only ultimate warriors would act with such audacity. The forces of the 36 families primarily sought profit. However, ultimate warriors were different. They prioritized personal feelings and held a strong sense of honor. Moreover, ultimate warriors enjoyed exemption from prosecution for killing, not only in the lower-income districts, but also in Central City. Thus, he could finally ascertain that Dai Xingyan was likely not deceiving him. They genuinely intended to harm his son. Consequently, he once again contacted the president, proactively suggesting, "How about we discuss compensation? I am quite sincere." Dai Xingyan, likely having gleaned information as well, given the number of individuals aware of the situation, simply replied, "Compensation must certainly be discussed. Offering less is not acceptable. However, the prerequisite is that your son must die. Surely it cannot be to this extent." Tian Zhongyi found it difficult to accept. Had not Tiangong suffered a financial loss that could have resolved the matter? "I do not know what you are thinking." Dai Xingyan also grew impatient. "Do you have any idea how many lives were lost at Tiangong? Their conflict with Tiangong is a battle over interests, and your son's actions are a blatant insult." Tian Zhongyi silently severed the communication, finally realizing how egregiously wrong he and his son were. Yet, the thought still lingered in his mind. What on earth is an ultimate warrior doing in maintenance? Having occupied a high position for so long had cultivated such a mentality in him, never reflecting on where he erred, always blaming others. Regardless, he could not simply wait for his doom. He contemplated where to recruit a sufficiently formidable ultimate warrior to intercede on his behalf. Currently, there were no individuals of such caliber in the Tianzi district, so Tian Zhongyi believed it prudent to venture into Central City, hoping to find at least a B-class warrior. However, that was merely a fantasy. Not only was he lacking, but a B-class warrior was also the ultimate strength reserved for the 36 families. Moreover, the window for him to respond was limited to 10 days, and now only 8 remained. How could his son have been so reckless? For the first time, he felt he had been excessively lenient with his son. Just then, someone rushed in with a piece of paper, excitedly announcing, "Central City has contacted us, inviting both you and your son to the headquarters of the Repairman Association." How splendid! Tanaka excitedly slapped the table, declaring that today was the day to set off. He and his son resided in the Tianzi district, where it was nearly impossible to escape the other's retaliation. However, the situation would be different in the Central City. Central City was a place governed by rules, and the ultimate warriors held a certain immunity, albeit not unconditional. The headquarters of the Repair Masters was home to more than just a couple of ultimate warriors. Even in the absence of these formidable beings, no one would dare to cause trouble in such a place. With this protection, Tanaka believed he could at least secure a buffer period. If 10 days were insufficient, then perhaps half a month or even a month would provide enough time to devise a countermeasure. Moreover, what if they encountered someone bold enough to take on the challenge? He could at least attempt to offer a high price to persuade them to stand down. 7 days later, Dai Xingyan took the initiative to seek an audience with Master Jianlei, informing him of the latest developments. Tanaka and his son had gone to Central City, and tomorrow was their final day. It was unlikely they would return. What should they do? Chapter 106. The 137th wave of speculative hype. Chu Jianlei learned through Bentley that his manuscript had been plagiarized. To be honest, he was not particularly concerned about it. Perhaps he had heard too many similar tales of ugliness while in the Blue Star. Ultimately, the article had been too easy to write. He was merely a summarizer of Blue Star ideas, not an original creator. Since it was not a laborious creation, his temper was not particularly frayed. If he were to dwell on it, would it not seem as though a plagiarist was accusing another of plagiarism? Perhaps this was merely a pretext to completely reject Dai Xingyan's future commissions, allowing him to appear wronged instead. However, upon witnessing Bentley and Scorpion's indignant expressions, he felt it inappropriate to distance himself from the collective sentiment. Thus, he decided to exhibit a semblance of anger. Upon hearing Dai Xingyan's words, he could not help but respond. What should they do? They could simply wait. Could they remain in Central City for a lifetime? Wait? Dai Xingyan found it puzzling. Was he truly so patient? Remarkably, Bentley also refrained from being brusque and inquired where they had gone in Central City. Dai Xingyan responded that the headquarters of the repair masters might have provided a pretext for their escape. Then let us wait, Bentley nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Scorpion, naturally cautious, nodded in agreement. The next day, Dai Xingyan returned with word from Tanaka who was willing to pay 50,000 silver coins as compensation. While this sum seemed considerable at first glance, those with a discerning ear could easily discover that Tiangong had paid at least 80,000 silver coins to reach an agreement with the two. Rumors even suggested figures as high as 100,000 or even 200,000. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The fact remained that these two had fled without agreeing to the preconditions, which indicated a lack of sincerity. Another point that was particularly irksome was that after evading for so long, they chose to negotiate compensation just before the final deadline. Consequently, the three of them wore expressions devoid of emotion after hearing this. Ultimately, it was Scorpion who broke the silence, asking whether they thought this price was even worth discussing. It is unnecessary to negotiate, Dai Xingyan stated bluntly. I have never encountered such blatant bullying. Scorpion, intrigued, inquired whether she had any better suggestions. Tanaka, he has a family. Dai Xingyan's eyes flashed with coldness. Are you interested? Bentley nodded, agreeing that such egregious behavior warranted repercussions for the family. Scorpion offered a counterpoint, suggesting they should wait a bit longer. Dealing with his family at this time could complicate matters if they faced backlash. While they were not afraid of his potential retaliation, why complicate a straightforward situation? Such a stance made sense, and though Dai Xingyan longed for them to confront Tanaka, she provided a fair assessment. She too belonged to a family. Thus, she concurred that they should first eliminate the two most capable individuals, as targeting others would only deepen the animosity. Is it really that complicated? Chu Jianlei chuckled dismissively, suggesting they simply eliminate a couple of his staunch subordinates. That's a good idea. Dai Xingyan's eyes lit up. Subordinates are not family. The pain is felt, but it is not as profound. Yet after a moment's hesitation, she added, however, that old fellow has a strong influence in Taidu, with too many loyalists. Bentley responded swiftly, eliminate the most loyal or the highest ranked. Yet this was indeed a challenging choice, as Dai Xingyan furrowed her brow, pondering who among them was closest to him. When one occupies a high position, determining whom to trust becomes a conundrum. This is easily resolved, Chu Jianlei declared decisively, articulating his plan. After he finished speaking, Dai Xingyan's eyes sparkled. Leave the assassination to me. Bentley's interest piqued. Have you enlisted the modified warriors? I have hired 3. Dai Xingyan replied with a sense of pride. As I said, I will handle these trifling matters. While assassination is hardly a trifling matter, especially concerning influential repair masters, Dai Xingyan believed her familial ties to Taidu would facilitate collaboration. As expected, Bentley nodded readily. Excellent, this will save us time on our journey. Dai Xingyan smiled, thinking that the ultimate warriors indeed had a certain flair, even finding travel to be bothersome. 2 days later, rumors suddenly spread through Taidu City. Tanaka E., the president of the Repair Masters Association, had stirred up trouble and might not return. Initially, no one paid the rumor much heed, but soon it morphed into variants. While it was not a virus, the truth behind it was indeed more complex. The reality was that Tanaka Yi's son, Tanaka E., had plagiarized an article from a repair master and published it in a prestigious journal. Unbeknownst to him, the repair master had powerful connections, prompting Tanaka E. and his son to flee. This rumor was relatively restrained, failing to accuse Tanaka E. of taking without permission. Nor did it specify that the incident occurred within the Repair Masters Association in Hojing. Nevertheless, the Repair Masters of Tai-Do erupted in outrage, condemning the rumor and expressing their intent to investigate its origins. Some explicitly stated, could a mere suggestion concerning waste recycling provoke such behavior from Tanaka E? There were indeed repair masters who recognized the intricacies of the article, yet they uniformly chose to feign ignorance. A few days later, as the rumor began to subside, new revelations emerged. This time, the reports were exceedingly detailed, providing specific times and locations, even pinpointing Dai Xinyan's office as the site of the incident. This news reignited the repair master's circles, as the details were too precise, prompting some to seek verification. In their eyes, the Dai family was considered part Tai-Do, but regrettably, the response from the Dai family was, this matter is indeed true. Consequently, some repair masters ceased their protests, while others began to accuse the Dai family of treachery. A few even condemned the act of plagiarism, asserting that some overly zealous individuals in the field could not tolerate any form of dishonesty. As divisions became increasingly apparent, another explosive piece of news emerged. Some adamantly claimed that Tanaka E. and his son were desperately seeking assistance to resolve the dispute with the original author of the manuscript. It was said that their offer had exceeded 200,000 silver coins, but was still rejected. Did you know? The author of the stolen manuscript is acquainted with several modified warriors. When the Tiangong repair factory in Hojing offended him, several modified warriors were killed, and only after offering 200,000 were they spared. Consequently, some sought to inquire at the Tai-Do branch of the Tiangong repair factory regarding the situation. However, the personnel at Tiangong uniformly replied that they were unaware of the matters in Hojing and had no desire to investigate. Jianlei had not studied the art of speculation while in the Blue Star, yet had seen enough to understand the essential elements. Although he preferred solitude, he was not disconnected from the times. The relentless barrage of news updates seems almost effortless for him. However, for the denizens of the Wasteland, such maneuvers are exceedingly rare. The gradual release of information leaves a lasting impression. As the events escalated to a sensational level, numerous repair technicians from Tai-Do traveled to Hojing seeking the truth. Yet, some technicians fervently defended Tianzhongyi and his son, vehemently denouncing the people of Hojing as despicable. On a certain rainy night, four of the most exuberant technicians met their demise under mysterious circumstances. The locations of their deaths varied, as did the methods. Some were murdered during a robbery on the streets, while others were shot from a distance while on duty in a factory. The most absurd case involved an A-class technician who was tragically drowned in his own bathtub. Even more astonishing was the fact that this individual resided in a wealthy neighborhood of Tai-Do. A-class technicians are not typically lacking in financial resources, and this particular one was exceptionally affluent, living in a well-appointed home. His professional capabilities were not particularly outstanding among A-class technicians, and some even whispered that he had only passed the A-class technician examination through connections with Tianzhongyi. He had always maintained close ties with Chairman Tian, prioritizing social engagements over his repair work. Thus, in the face of the swirling rumors, he was the most vocal, boldly leading the charge. The next day, news spread that the four technicians who supported Tianzhongyi and his son had met untimely ends. This revelation quickly ignited outrage within the technician community, prompting all technicians to unite in demanding a swift identification of the murderer. In this moment, divisions among technicians dissipated, leaving only a shared animosity towards the killer. As individuals reliant on technical skills for their livelihoods, they're accustomed to respect and prefer to steer clear of conflicts. The deaths of these four colleagues raised a pressing question. Who would dare to pursue a career in repair work under such dire circumstances? Various indicators suggested that these four were targeted by individuals from Hojing, with a clear motive behind the killings. The Dai family had deep roots in Tai-Do, and while no technicians confronted them directly, many were willing to voice their grievances. Relatives of the deceased wailed at the gates of the Dai residence, cursing loudly, only to be driven away by the family's guards. The Dai family exhibited a brazen disregard for public sentiment. While they refrained from brazenly committing murder in the streets of Taidu, they found no issue with expelling those who dared to offend them. The authorities in Taidu found themselves unable to take a definitive stance, resorting to a standard inquiry with the Dai family, who feigned ignorance about the events in question. Was Dai Xingyan the prime suspect? They claimed she had been in Hojing for over 6 months and had not returned home. The clamor for justice grew louder. Yet the Taidu officials maintained that there were no leads at present. However, all signs indicated that at least one of the assailants was a modified soldier, potentially connected to higher authorities. Some suggested that cooperation from Hojing could be sought to investigate the activities of Jianlei and Jianlei during the fateful days. Yet, dissent arose when someone questioned whether Tianzhongyi and his son should publicly address the matter. The proposer, a technician not closely associated with Tianzhongyi, sparked discontent among some in the technician community, who questioned the relevance of the chairman's involvement. In the ensuing discussions, the atmosphere became charged as accusations flew. One technician, while advocating for a thorough investigation, expressed frustration at the insistence on involving the chairman instead of focusing on the urgent task of apprehending the killer. His perspective resonated with many, as the majority of technicians were not blindly loyal to the association's leader, but were genuinely concerned for their safety. While there were supporters of Tianzhongyi, most technicians maintained a cautious distance. Some harbored resentment, feeling it unjust to bear the blame for issues he had created. As tensions escalated, the Taidu authorities responded to the technicians' demands and contacted Tianzhongyi through the headquarters of the Technician Association in Central City. Tianzhongyi vehemently denied the rumors, asserting that his son's ability to produce high-quality work stemmed solely from talent. Expressing profound outrage over the murders of several technicians, he stressed the need for the authorities to prioritize the safety and well-being of technicians, as these matters were crucial for the stability of the entire Tian district. The response from the technician who had initially called for a statement was one of indignation. If that were the case, why didn't the chairman return to confront Dai Xingyan? Or, he inquired, could the chairman clarify what business he had in Central City that delayed his return? Tianzhongyi dismissively replied that he would return soon. His assertions served to bolster the spirits of his supporters. However, another technician emerged to condemn the questioning technician for harboring ill intentions. At a time when unity was paramount, he accused the questioner of sowing discord for personal gain. The questioner retorted that his motivations stemmed from a desire to address the issue rather than to blindly support an absent leader. That evening, the technician who had voiced dissent suffered a tragic accident in which his vehicle erupted into flames, resulting in severe injuries. Despite efforts to save him throughout the night, he succumbed by dawn. This incident further diminished the ranks of Tianzhongyi supporters, leaving few willing to speak out openly. As the balance of power shifted, voices questioning Tianzhongyi grew louder, with many calling for the chairman to return and confront the situation. Yet, Tianzhongyi was acutely aware of the peril he faced. He firmly believed that the deaths of the technicians represented a blatant act of retribution. While he felt a pang of sorrow for the loss of his loyal supporters, his own precarious situation left little room for sentiment. Observing the other party's refusal to discuss compensation, he surmised that he had likely offended them deeply. The stakes had escalated beyond his son's fate. He feared that returning would likely lead to his own demise. Thus, his immediate goal became securing his position in Central City, finding refuge within the headquarters of the Technician Association, as even a slight distance from that sanctuary could prove hazardous. Tianzhongyi had left behind a network of informants in Taidu, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the deaths of the 5 technicians. Numerous indicators suggested that at least 2 of the assailants were modified soldiers. While the specifics of his deductions need not be elaborated upon, he was confident in their accuracy. However, remaining at the headquarters indefinitely posed its own set of challenges. Despite his significant standing within the association, being the foremost figure in the Tian district, he was still perceived as a rural outsider by those hailing from Central City. This subtle condescension from those with central identities loomed over him, and while he could comfortably stay for 10 days or so without issue, prolonged residence would inevitably draw scrutiny. His current visit was meant to address matters with the headquarters, which he estimated would require no more than 3 days. However, he shamelessly overstayed his welcome for over 10 days, even bringing his son along. which was rather excessive. Eventually, some individuals could no longer contain their sarcasm and remarked, "President Tianzhong, are you planning to transfer to headquarters?" Those making such comments were of a lower status than him, yet they were natives of Zhongxin City. At this juncture, Tianzhong had no choice but to reluctantly part with his money, using silver dollars to silence others. Nevertheless, this was not a sustainable solution. Staying for 3 to 5 months was manageable, but could he really remain for a year or two? Thus, Tianzhong was now anxiously inquiring if there were any willing to accept payment to deal with the modified warriors. A few days later, senior executives from headquarters arrived, seeking an audience with Tianzhong. The article titled Reflections and Suggestions on Waste Recycling had finally caught the attention of headquarters, and there was significant interest in it. Upon learning that the author, Tianzhong, was currently at headquarters, they requested a discussion regarding the article. Naturally, Tianzhong insisted on bringing his son along. Unfortunately, Tianzhong's performance left much to be desired. Faced with a barrage of questions, he initially managed to stammer out a few words, but eventually found himself at a loss for words. The inquisitive senior executives were deeply disappointed and could not help but bluntly ask, "Did you write this manuscript?" "I did," Tianzhong insisted, clinging to this point, although he admitted to having faced some recent turmoil that left him somewhat disoriented. Had he not been targeted by those 2 modified warriors, he would indeed have had the time to thoroughly digest the article. Regrettably, in his haste to submit the manuscript, fearing the other party would rewrite it, he had no time for careful reflection. Now he sought to leverage this opportunity to prompt headquarters to intervene and assist him in dealing with those 2. However, the questioner did not take the bait. An expert could discern the quality of the manuscript, and it was clear that it was not authored by Tianzhong. Out of respect for the president of the Tian district, he refrained from exposing this fact, merely waving his hand and suggesting, "You may return to refine it." Yet, Tianzhong saw this as an exploitable opportunity. He publicly declared that his son's manuscript had garnered recognition from the higher-ups and required further refinement. Were better to enhance a theoretical framework than at the headquarters of the repairers, with a wealth of resources and accomplished repairers in various fields. Engaging in dialogue could potentially spark inspiration. At the very least, they now had justification to linger at the repairers' headquarters. Upon hearing this, the inquisitive senior executive scoffed derisively, but ultimately chose not to elaborate. Soon, the news reached Dai Xingyan, who once again visited the outskirts to relay the information. President Dai even speculated that Tianzhong was merely using a grand facade, yet one undeniable fact remained. The father and son duo would not be returning anytime soon. Bentley expressed disdain, remarking on their audacity to claim they would return shortly. Was this not akin to a Wasteland version of returning home next week? Jianlei had grown accustomed to such absurdities. Observing President Dai's expression of disbelief, he could not refrain from commenting, "You have other resources at your disposal." Dai Xingyan was taken aback, asking, "You know about my family's resources?" "How could I?" Jianlei shook his head. "I meant the affluent district of Taidu is also a resource." Dai Xingyan paused momentarily, her eyes lighting up with understanding. She realized they could exert pressure, correct? The deaths of 5 repairers had seemingly caused a significant stir in Taidu, yet in reality, the impact was minimal. The repairers' community was in turmoil, but others continued with their lives as usual. Aside from a vehicle incident that garnered considerable societal attention, few seemed to care. The Wasteland dwellers are unlike those from Blue Star. Their survival pressures leave little room for idle spectators. However, the death of an A-class repairer who drowned in a bathtub did incite some localized unrest. The agitation was not due to his rank, but because he resided in the affluent district. Taidu's affluent area housed over half of the wealthy individuals in the Tian district. While some might not reside there full-time, owning a property was almost obligatory. Unusual homicides in the affluent area were particularly sensitive, and their reactions were no less significant than those of the repairers. Simultaneously, this was a group well-informed and interconnected. They soon learned that discontent from a certain individual in Zhongxin City had led to the incident, and many were aware that the Dai family was also implicated. Since it was not their concern, most people ceased applying pressure. It was not that no one dared to provoke the Dai family. Rather, the fact that the culprit was a modified warrior from Zhongxin City deterred potential aggressors. Nevertheless, the occurrence of such a violent crime in a previously secure affluent district left an unsettling feeling among the residents. No one relished the idea of uncontrollable circumstances, especially those accustomed to wielding power. Dai Xingyan immediately grasped Chu Jianlei's implication. This was a resource too valuable to overlook. She promptly made arrangements. The Tian district was the dominant area within the residential zones. The influence of its wealthy residents was beyond what most could fathom. Bentley, being a well-off native of Zhongxin City and a fugitive from the Huang district, could obliterate his entire family. Thus, one should not underestimate the power of these affluent individuals. The following day, Tian Zhongyi felt the mounting pressure from the wealthy of the Tian district. The reality proved that one should never underestimate the rural populace. Although the Dai family held significant sway in Taidu, there were indeed a few families that surpassed them. However, as long as major interests were not at stake, the powerful would strive to avoid direct conflict. Relying on the support of the ultimate warriors, the Dai family took action against Tian Zhongyi, and the wealthy circles were certainly aware of this. They observed the unfolding drama, yet could not help but murmur a few remarks, urging not to turn Taidu into a chaotic mess. Now, the Dai family privately requested assistance, hoping someone could subtly influence the repair's headquarters, and immediately, others were eager to comply. This had nothing to do with justice or alliances. It was purely a matter of the vast assets associated with Tian Zhongyi falling into their hands should he falter. At that point, those who had contributed would undoubtedly be entitled to greater rewards. Consequently, Tian Zhongyi's days at the repair's headquarters grew increasingly arduous. Despite his expenditure rising, so did the incessant gossip directed at him. Even individuals from other departments began to inquire why the residents of the densely populated area could remain there for so long under the strict regulations of Zhongxin City. If a high-ranking official from the repair's headquarters were willing to protect him and advocate on his behalf, he might endure a little longer, but no such support was forthcoming. Tian Zhongyi felt the looming threat and could not help but confide in his son. It is those vultures from the affluent district who are stirring trouble. Tian Zhongyi understood the danger posed by that group. Even the Dai family was merely one faction among them. His complexion paled as he urged, "Father, you must protect me." Tian Zhongyi remained silent for a long while before sighing. He knew he must address the issues in Hojing, for that was the root of the problem. In his eyes, the ultimate warriors were fearsome, yet the determined vultures were even more terrifying. The ultimate warriors were only concerned with the two of them, while the vultures would undoubtedly obliterate their entire family to safeguard their assets. At this moment, Chu Jianlei and his companions had entered a phase of stable development. Due to the manuscript's plagiarism incident, Dai Xingyan felt it inappropriate to solicit further contributions. The trio lived peacefully on the outskirts, with Chu Jianlei occasionally venturing out for repair jobs, maintaining minimal contact with the outside world. Their exposed location limited Bentley's opportunities to network, as most seeking repairs would approach them directly. Time flowed like water, indifferent to day and night, and before long, 2 months had passed. The resources for cultivation are gradually depleting, and the recently stabilized Scorpion, having digested the transformation agent, is feeling a bit of pressure. Should I seek out Dai Xingyan and take on a contract for some kind of assassination? There is no need, Bentley replied dismissively, proactively seeking work when she still has 3 transformed warriors on hand. At that moment, someone knocked on the door requesting an audience, and it turned out to be a representative from a new air systems manufacturing company. The visitor was already aware of the general situation regarding the 3 individuals and did not put on airs typical of the central city. They simply hoped to invite Jianlei as a special maintenance technician, willing to assign him several districts to oversee. The monthly salary is minimal, primarily based on piecework, along with the provision of some spare parts. However, the maintenance fees would go through the factory's accounts, with associated costs being reimbursed. Although this would reduce Chu Jianlei's income, the addition of maintenance work would not diminish it significantly, mainly legitimizing his earnings. The manufacturer would regain pricing power, allowing them to extract profits without concern. Despite earning somewhat less, they could not demand more from transformed warriors. However, how could Chu Jianlei possibly agree to such terms? When he was weaker, this might have been a lucrative opportunity, but now he had begun his cultivation. Ordinary wealthy individuals could not afford the cultivation resources for an ultimate warrior, and all 3 of them were engaged in cultivation. Thus, he politely declined, apologizing that he was merely making a little pocket money. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we will remain in Hojing. I have no desire to take on jobs elsewhere. The visitor attempted to persuade him for a while, but, finding it fruitless, turned to leave. After closing the door, he let out a sigh of relief. They were only interested in business in Hojing, so if they could let that go, then so be it. He never intended to recruit them. It would be absurd to think otherwise, given that they were backed by an ultimate warrior, as long as they did not overreach. Letting go of a few districts was inconsequential. This was the bottom line set by the factory for him to negotiate. After all, he had taken down Popov, and while the factory might not fear them, avoiding conflict was the best course of action. That very night, while in the midst of his cultivation, Bentley raised an eyebrow and, with a swift motion, appeared in the courtyard. Almost simultaneously, Jianlei grasped a long knife in one hand and a Gauss rifle in the other, also materializing in the courtyard. A flash of yellow light streaked across the sky, followed by a slight tremor of the ground as a small yellow spear embedded itself into the stone tiles below. The courtyard they rented was indeed of high quality, with stone paving several centimeters thick, yet it had been pierced effortlessly. The scorpion, reacting the slowest, was also stirred by the commotion, grabbing a laser gun and approaching the shooting hole in the room. "Should I go out?" "No," Bentley replied without hesitation, his expression turning grave. "A metallic warrior." A voice sounded from outside, demanding their presence, insisting they go outside the city. The voice was not loud, but was somewhat grating, akin to scraping a spoon against the bottom of a pot, making one feel uncomfortable all over. A B-grade warrior, Bentley's face darkened. "You two stay and guard the house. I will go take a look." Jianlei took a deep breath and spoke in a serious tone. "Let us go together. There is no point in being scared." This was not a reckless decision. They had been sought out by a B-grade warrior. Where could they possibly hide? "Count me in," the scorpion said, putting away the laser gun and preparing to leave the room. "Don't cause trouble." Both men in the courtyard admonished in unison. Bentley pushed open the courtyard door, simultaneously grasping two snake-shaped daggers that were secured to the door. Jianlei also set aside the Gauss rifle, realizing it was of no use, and hoisted the long knife over his shoulder, following suit. Looking up, he saw Bentley darting away like lightning, and he quickened his pace to keep up, soon catching up to him. "Be careful. There are two of them." "I will handle the metallic one," Bentley whispered. "It's possible for us to inflict mutual damage." The electromagnetic type not only counters the water type, but also the metallic type, yet the opponent is a B-grade warrior, leaving him uncertain. The other one, Jianlei gritted his teeth. "I will do my best." Bentley remained silent, now fully aware of Jianlei's capabilities, which indeed fell short compared to an ultimate warrior. If they were to engage in a predetermined battlefield, Jianlei could potentially set traps using his mechanical skills to take down a C-grade warrior. However, in an unexpected skirmish, the odds were not favorable. He gave a low grunt. "If that one is water type, just help me obscure the battlefield." The electromagnetic type is notoriously unreasonable. He dared to consider taking on two opponents when attributes were in conflict. Jianlei secretly gritted his teeth, unable to respond, as the gap in strength left him with little to say. However, if it came down to a desperate fight, he too had his trump cards. Taking down a B-grade warrior would be challenging, but a C-grade was not an issue. The two individuals ahead noticed their pursuit and intentionally quickened their pace, widening the distance once more. Jianlei could accelerate, but he understood that Bentley's speed was already at its limit. The elder, in terms of physical capability, was inherently inferior, and age was not on his side compared to the youth. Thus, he refrained from pushing ahead and maintained the same pace as Bentley, closely tailing behind. The two individuals ahead quickly realized this fact. A soft feminine voice remarked, "There are likely just two C-grade warriors, or perhaps not even C-grade. If they are not C-grade, then they are essentially transformed warriors." "Terry is getting old," another voice, rough and hoarse, chimed in. "This is about the extent of our speed. Should we perhaps slow down?" The woman's voice carried a hint of breathlessness, indicating she was struggling to keep pace. "It was said to remind you to exercise more." The man replied with a hint of exasperation. "You can't even match up to transformed warriors. Is it not normal to be unable to compare with transformed warriors?" The woman murmured softly, but offered no further comment. Seeing the distance between them growing, Jianlei suggested, "Perhaps we should stop pursuing? The other side is testing our limits." Bentley understood this well. The competition began the moment they stepped outside. However, he soon slowed his pace, realizing, if they do not want us to catch up, then we shall not pursue. Initially, he had only thought of competing and had not considered that he could opt out. Jianlei, observing the situation, also slowed his pace. If they're going to run this fast, then we might as well not play anymore, shall we? The woman ahead quickly noticed their reaction. They had come to a halt. The man glanced back, also slowing down, sneering, "You have quite the temper." The woman remained silent, pondering why they needed to run so fast. As both of them slowed down, Bentley and Jianlei exchanged glances and, without a word, turned to leave. Consequently, the two noticed this and turned to pursue them. When they were about 50 meters away, that grating voice sounded once more. "What is going on with you two? Speak if you have something to say." Jianlei expressed his irritation. "It's the middle of the night. Are you really out here running for exercise?" The situation had escalated beyond reconciliation. Why should they bend over backward to accommodate? "The little fellow has quite the temper." The grating voice revealed no discernible emotion, suggesting that those with such tempers do not live long. Bentley interjected, "So that means you're not very young either?" The man paused for a moment, then switched to a hoarse tone. Since the sound attack proved ineffective, there was no need to continue using it. "Do you think it is appropriate for us to fight here and disturb the residents?" Bentley replied bluntly, "Then you must know that I am old. Running slower is difficult for me." "It seems you truly are an ultimate warrior," the man said coldly. "Who gave you the audacity to speak to a B grade in such a manner?" Bentley smiled ominously. "If merely revealing levels is sufficient, then we should all display our levels without needing to fight." Jianlei also chimed in. "Are you trying to lure us into a predetermined battlefield?" Chapter 140. Setting up an empty battlefield. The B-grade man, hearing Jianlei's words, was nearly amused to the point of laughter. "Do I need to set up a battlefield to deal with the two of you?" Jianlei did not refute him, but merely stood there silently. "You may choose the location. The B-level man is furious, and if there are preset traps, so be it." Bentley and Jianlei exchanged glances, silently agreeing on the battleground. "Indeed, we have such a place." Without further ado, the two sprinted in another direction. "Is there really such a place?" The B-level man, witnessing their actions, was momentarily taken aback. "Have they truly provoked someone?" The woman inquired. "Shall we pursue them?" "Of course we shall," the B-level man retorted, sprinting forward. "You can take your time. Surely, you are not so easily frightened?" "No worries. Their pace is slow," the woman replied, following closely. "With me here, their ambush will be futile." "Not necessarily." The man accelerated slightly, his tone growing stern. "Just stay behind me." Hearing this, the woman reluctantly slowed down, muttering under her breath, "I am merely concerned for your safety." After a while of running, the man could not help but retort, "Why should you be the one to worry about me?" A B-level warrior possesses a natural pride, and with a partner by his side, he dares to face potential traps head-on. The four surged forward like the wind, soon covering more than 10 kilometers beyond the city. Jianlei and Bentley reached a hillock where dense woods grew. They halted about 500 meters away from the trees, turning to observe the pursuing duo. The B-level man was the first to arrive, a robust middle-aged man with a sincere yet resolute demeanor. Closely following him was a slightly plump young woman, her chest rising and falling slightly, a cold smirk gracing her lips. However, Bentley's attention was immediately drawn to their wrists. A frown creased his brow. "Are they from the inspection bureau?" It was evident that they recognized us. The woman touched the silver ring on her wrist and sneered. "State your name." "Wild and nameless," Bentley replied lazily. "If you wish to make a move, then do so." The woman raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when the B-level man let out a snort. "So confident? What good can come from an inspection visit?" Bentley maintained an impassive expression. The man spoke in a deep voice, asserting his identity. "Inspection Chief Jianlei of the DZ Fong. You killed Bobo Fu, did you not? That water attribute warrior?" Bentley dismissed the concern. "He intended to kill us. Could we not retaliate?" "I merely wished to confirm," Jianlei stated expressionlessly. "Which of you did the deed?" "It was I," both Jianlei and Bentley declared in unison. "Ha, seeing you both so eager to claim responsibility. You are quite brave," Jianlei remarked with a hint of irony, then continued to himself. Bobo Fu had sustained injuries and voluntarily transitioned to a summoned warrior. Ultimate warriors are beholden to the central city, and only upon reaching 70 years of age can they shift to a summoned warrior based on their injuries. Bobo Fu was evidently younger than 70. Such an early transition surely had its reasons. Most often, it is the ultimate warriors who cannot endure the constraints and desire a life of freedom. However, transitioning only slightly increases their freedom in the event of significant incidents. The authorities can still forcibly summon them. Essentially, they are ordinary ultimate warriors, yet in doing so, the resources and subsidies available to them become severely limited. Nonetheless, some individuals are willing to forego official resources for the sake of autonomy, which is understandable. In the past, the authorities were quite displeased with this situation, feeling they had been ungrateful for the training provided. However, they later realized that forcing individuals into compliance yields no sweet fruits. Furthermore, having some ultimate warriors dispersed among the populace aids in addressing sudden malicious events. Another reason is that ultimate warriors consume too many resources. Transitioning them to civilian life can effectively conserve those resources. These are the primary reasons, along with a hard criterion. One must have sustained injury for the central city. Typically, however, the authorities will strive to retain individuals whenever possible. Jianlei scoffed lightly, sensing that there was no hope for advancement. Jianlei softly. Bo Fu's potential was not lacking. He was merely a bit too clever for his own good. Then you have even less reason to seek us out. Jianlei replied, fully aware of this logic. Even the official ultimate warriors are not protected when killed in the settlement area. How much less, so, a summoned warrior? Jianlei nodded slightly. Indeed, and Bo Fu has already missed the summons. Then he deserves it, Jianlei retorted without hesitation. Though a glimmer of caution flickered in his eyes, Jianlei regarded him, speaking in an unperturbed manner. Unfortunately, you have also offended the Maintenance Association. Jianlei's expression darkened. I advise you to clarify who has truly provoked whom. Stealing the Ultimate Warrior's manuscript and then attempting to frame them. What do you take them for? Otherwise, would I still be conversing with you two? Jianlei sneered. I have already acted to seize the matter. Indeed, a request had been made for him to take action against the two Ultimate Warriors, either to kill or capture them. Jianlei reprimanded the messenger. Ultimate Warriors are inherently part of the same faction. How dare you compel me to act against my own kind? The messenger replied. They also kill the Ultimate Warrior Bo Fu. They may not acknowledge that Ultimate Warriors are kin. Jianlei had some recollection of Bo Fu. In fact, he could remember nearly all Ultimate Warriors. Since Bo Fu had missed a summons, this matter would eventually warrant investigation. Thus, his personal inquiry was only natural. When Tianzhong heard of his willingness to come, he was overjoyed and presented 50,000 silver notes as a token of goodwill. However, upon Jianlei's arrival in the imperial capital, he discovered the situation was not as stated. It was merely Tianzhong's distortion of the truth. Nonetheless, he thought, having come here, I shall ascertain who eliminated Bo Fu and complete my verification. After expressing his stance, he straightened his face and coldly addressed Jianlei. Do you still refuse to reveal your name? You would not comprehend it even if I spoke it. Jianlei replied dismissively, why persist? Truly wild, are you? Jianlei narrowed his eyes slightly. State the origin of your cultivation methods. This is an order. Spare me the pretense, Jianlei scoffed. I've already stated I am wild. By what right do you issue commands to me? Upon hearing this, Jianlei fell silent for 5 or 6 seconds, then let out a soft huff and made his move. The slightly plump woman formed a hand seal, muttering incantations, then raised her hand to point forward. Earthquake. Instantly, the entire hillock quivered slightly, the soil heaving ominously, creating a truly formidable spectacle. Is this a joke? Que Jianlei's expression darkened. When a soil attribute warrior unleashed their ultimate move, it was nothing short of cataclysmic. Yet, Jianlei's expression also soured. It appeared this would attribute warrior was quite capable. Nevertheless, he remained resolute and stood his ground. The next moment, the slightly plump woman let out a cold laugh. What haul there is! Too bad you should not have hidden in the woods. Indeed, there was quite an impressive array of equipment. Laser guns, Gauss machine guns, and even artillery. However, the most numerous were various incendiary bows, toxic gases, and serrated alloy traps. The traps were propelled by high-tension springs, capable of severing limbs without difficulty. These traps had been unearthed by the trees and shrubs. Both Jianlei and Jianlei looked rather grim, having not anticipated that so many traps could be so easily dismantled by a young woman. The B-level Jianlei's expression was equally peculiar. Is this how you managed to kill Bo Fu? He was somewhat familiar with Bo Fu, who, aside from having great potential and a penchant for clever tricks, was also quite formidable. As Jianlei had assessed that day, he had mastered at least 3 secret techniques, making him powerful even among B-level warriors. Jianlei pondered, even if the opposition possessed 2 ultimate warriors, eliminating Bo Fu would not be a simple task, let alone the fact that Bo Fu had modified warriors and mechs at his disposal. However, upon encountering these traps, he began to comprehend the situation, albeit with a hint of exhilaration. The ultimate warriors are not invulnerable. Rather, they are accustomed to relying on their own cultivation to vanquish foes. In truth, many ultimate warriors perish due to the ambushes of others, succumbing to their own arrogance and hubris. Why does Bo Fu disdain the cooperation with mechas? It is precisely because numerous ultimate warriors have met their demise under the onslaught of mechas. Not to mention, there are many methods, even cheaper than mechas, that can similarly ensnare ultimate warriors. If one were to claim that ultimate warriors merely detest other offensive techniques, then Jianlei harbors a deep-seated loathing. As the Inspector General, his primary role is to oversee the transgressions of ultimate warriors, executing his duties without mercy. Yet, he has also witnessed the tragic fates of many ultimate warriors. Being slain by mechas is regarded as a fair confrontation. But who would believe the injustice of being ensnared by others? The reason ultimate warriors possess considerable immunity in Central City is precisely due to such circumstances. Nurturing an ultimate warrior is exceedingly arduous, yet their destruction is alarmingly facile. As the Inspector General, he is acutely aware that aside from those despicable tactics, even mechas have their limitations. However, the potential of an ultimate warrior is boundless. To destroy one is truly a crime. Consequently, Jianlei is seething with barely contained fury. Jianlei, on the other hand, nonchalantly responded, "Death is death. Does the manner of demise truly matter? Let it happen." Jianlei, inflamed with rage, raised his hand, unleashing a burst of golden light towards Jianlei. This was the Jianxia technique, akin to his earlier Jin Luo technique, both of which are large-scale destructive arts that only B-level warriors can master. "Is that all?" Jianlei scoffed, raising his hand to conjure a massive net crackling with arcs of electricity, which appeared in midair. Simultaneously, the slightly plump woman formed a hand seal, conjuring the tongue fu technique. In accordance with Jianlei and Chu Jianlei's plan, Jianlei and his subordinates also designated their targets. He was responsible for dealing with the elder. Although the opponent was older, ultimate warriors are not modified soldiers, and the physical demands are not high. In fact, the older one is the more combat experience they possess, compensating for any physical disparities. The woman's target was the youthful Jianlei. Both were quite young, yet the tongue fu technique was sufficient to hinder the opponent in the short term. Suddenly, numerous vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Chu Jianlei. Observing this, he swiftly drew his long knife from his back, adeptly slicing through the vines, severing them as they fell. However, while the upper vines were easily cut, those below proved more troublesome. Despite his deft swordsmanship, he could not shield himself entirely, especially from the vine curling around his ankle. He darted back and forth to evade, but in a moment of carelessness, a vine ensnared his left foot. The woman, witnessing this, finally let out a breath. This fellow is indeed quite formidable. She had encountered skilled swordsmen before, but this one not only wielded a blade well, but also possessed considerable strength. The vines she conjured were not something an ordinary person could easily sever. Apart from fire element ultimate warriors, no typical modified soldier could cut through them so effortlessly. At that moment, Chu Jianlei, now thoroughly enraged after being ensnared, initially thought that the opponent might not strike with full force. After all, the malice was not immediately apparent at the onset of their encounter. Thus, his response had been one of evasion and defense, refraining from launching an attack. However, that was no longer an option. If he remained lenient, both Jianlei and the scorpion would suffer alongside him. With a flash of his blade, he swiftly severed the vine that had wrapped around his ankle, slicing it cleanly at the base, even tearing through his sock. He then charged forward fiercely, unleashing a brilliant arc of light from his blade. In that instant, he fully abandoned defense, allowing the vines on either side and behind him to envelop him, determined to slay his opponent. Is he truly that fierce? The woman could not help but be momentarily stunned, her hand seal faltering. At that juncture, Jianlei had already countered the opponent's Jianxia technique, producing 2 snake-shaped daggers in his hands. Pointing the daggers forward, a bolt of electricity surged forth, aiming for the opponent, paralyzing them. Jianlei's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly formed a hand seal, conjuring a golden shield before him. The electric arc struck the shield directly, melting a large hole into it. However, after creating the breach, the momentum of the strike was spent, and the residual electricity was absorbed by the shield, failing to advance further. Unable to contain himself, Jianlei shouted, "Electromagnetic attribute. Stop. I have something to say." Bentley sneered, lightly tapping the two daggers together, sending forth a thick beam of electricity toward Jianlei. He was horrified and swiftly dodged, unleashing shield after shield in quick succession. Once an electric attack locks onto a target, it can curve. Jianlei deployed 5 shields before barely managing to withstand the assault. Seeing the daggers poised to strike again, he could not help but exclaim, "Misunderstanding. We harbor no ill intentions." Amidst the chaos, he even conjured a shield to block Jianlei's forward slash. Although Bentley's strike was immensely powerful, he also felt a wave of weakness wash over him. If he strained himself, he could manage one more strike, but after that, he would be left vulnerable. Upon hearing this, he hesitated and shouted, "Xiao Chu, cease." Jianlei, however, was unwilling to relent, and after delivering a fierce blow to the golden shield, it shattered, leaving his long knife broken as well. He had a dagger at his waist, but its power was vastly diminished. Jianlei, witnessing the destruction of the shield, was taken aback. That strike was indeed formidable. Though it may seem lengthy to recount, all these changes occurred in a matter of seconds. The slightly plump young woman wore an expression of astonishment. Had it not been for the Inspector General's intervention, could she have withstood that blow? She too could summon a wooden shield, but its defensive capabilities were significantly inferior, and its activation speed would undoubtedly be slower. Ultimately, it is the B-level warriors who master the secret arts more proficiently and wield them with greater ease. Otherwise, how could Bentley's lightning strike be so swift that it could be blocked by 5 shields? The slightly plump woman felt a twinge of regret, but upon hearing the Inspector General speak, she halted her hand seal. Jianlei cast a contemplative glance at que Jianlei puzzled. Xiaoke? Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. He raised his hand, bowing respectfully to Bentley, saying, "I have the honor of meeting you, Senior Tielli." Bentley's lips twitched, a sardonic smile playing on his face. "Now I'm senior, am I?" Waves of weakness coursed through him, yet he maintained an air of defiance. "Were you saying, senior?" Jianlei replied earnestly. "The technique for cultivating electromagnetic attributes has long been lost." "What?" Bentley was taken aback. "This cultivation method has been lost?" "Indeed," Jianlei nodded. "Over 300 years ago, after the sudden demise of Senior Lei Yun, there have been no electromagnetic attribute warriors since." Lei Yun. Bentley was momentarily stunned. He had heard of this individual. He had once gone to great lengths to acquire knowledge of the electromagnetic attribute cultivation method, inquiring about various sources. Lei Yun was exceedingly powerful, becoming a B-level warrior at the age of 30, renowned for his mastery of electromagnetic secret arts, making him one of the most formidable entities among B-level warriors. During a mission to eradicate mutated beasts, he met with an untimely death, leaving behind no heirs. Bentley had never sought out Lei Yun's legacy. The reason he remembered this person vividly was that he was the most recent electromagnetic attribute warrior he had known. Unexpectedly, this individual is a rare electromagnetic attribute warrior. Upon hearing this, Jianlei let out a bitter smile. For the past 3 centuries, there has been no cultivation method for electromagnetic attributes prior to the esteemed Lei Yun. What? Bentley was left dumbfounded. What about before that? There were methods prior. Jianlei replied earnestly. Lei Yun obtained his cultivation method through a fortuitous encounter. He once promised that upon reaching A rank, he would consider passing down the cultivation method. But unfortunately, an accident occurred. Bentley fell silent, and after a while, he managed a wry smile. "I was wondering what was going on. You were initially arrogant, but now so humble because you coveted my cultivation method?" "Not all." Jianlei hastily waved his hands, then cupped his fists in a respectful gesture. The esteemed Lei Yun once stated that the law of electromagnetic attribute cultivation should not be passed lightly. It will surface when the time is right. Bentley exchanged glances with Jianlei, both noting the bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. Jianlei pondered briefly before speaking in a deep tone. Besides electromagnetic attributes, what other cultivation methods have been lost to time? After a moment's hesitation, Jianlei responded, as far as I know, the cultivation of mental attributes has also been lost. Jianlei and Jianlei exchanged glances once more, this time with a hint of resignation in their eyes. After a while, Jianlei sighed, so you do not intend to investigate where I obtained this inheritance? It is not a matter of daring to investigate, Jianlei replied seriously. If the esteemed elder does not wish for anyone to know, he glanced at the slightly plump young woman beside him, frowning in distress. Boss, the woman exclaimed, raising her hands in fright. I swear on my family's lives that it will not be leaked. Jianlei awkwardly clicked his tongue. Xiaoqin, I have never acted against my comrades, but now it depends on the will of Elder Taili. My suggestion is that perhaps you could stay by his side? No need. Taili waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifferently that I'm already old. She is still young. Upon hearing this, Jianlei narrowed his eyes slightly and boldly inquired, May I ask how old the esteemed elder is? Even if I were to die now, it would not be a loss. Having lived for so long, he has encountered too many people and events, understanding all too well the complexity of human nature. Though the revelations he received today were shocking, he could not possibly trust the words of the other party unreservedly. Were it not for the fact that he could not defeat them, he would genuinely consider silencing the two before him, regardless of the dire consequences. His current stance was a clear message. If you wish to play games, I am prepared to die. You still shall not obtain the inheritance. Jianlei, upon hearing this, could not help but let out a soft sigh. He understood the underlying meaning, but at this moment, did not know how to express himself in a manner that would earn their trust. An awkward silence enveloped the room, with no one speaking for a prolonged period. Eventually, Jianlei broke the silence, asking if the two were interested in acquiring new identities in Central City. He believed that both were indeed individuals from Central City, now residing in the Tianzi district for a reason. He did not wish to pry into the hidden matters, hence emphasizing the need for new identities. Taili chuckled dryly. Are you not going to inquire about what troubles we might be facing? Is it necessary? Jianlei retorted coolly, then proudly stated, as long as you are not fallen ones, no matter how great the matter, the Inspection Bureau can handle it. Have you perhaps offended an A-rank warrior? The head of the Inspection Bureau, Wei Wuxuang, is indeed an A-rank warrior. Jianlei recognized the trap laid by the two, bluntly stating that they might ensnare a B-rank warrior, but that was merely a possibility. To ensnare an A-rank warrior is nothing short of a pipe dream. Taili's expression turned peculiar. So, you still intend to inform Wei Wuxuang? Jianlei replied seriously. Elder Wei understands the gravity of the situation better than I do. However, if you prefer that I refrain from mentioning it, I shall comply. Taili fed silent, while Jianlei spoke up, expressing his surprise that they did not resort to coercion. May I inquire about the reason? Upon hearing this, Jianlei could only manage a bitter smile. The words of the other party held truth. Central City was not devoid of those who resorted to forceful means, and the ultimate warriors were particularly unreasonable. As the ultimate force of Central City, they felt justified in appropriating whatever they deemed useful. However, the cultivation method for electromagnetic attributes could not be claimed so easily. The intricacies involved in this matter were profound, and even he only understood it superficially, leaving him uncertain on how to explain it to the other party. After pondering, he cautiously stated, I am not particularly clear on the specific reasons, and it is inconvenient for me to elaborate. However, it is certain that Elder Lei Yun once possessed the cultivation method, yet no one forced him to relinquish it. This rationale was somewhat convincing, yet still insufficiently compelling. At that moment, the slightly plump woman, Xiaoqin, interjected, Both of you nearly extinguished my life. Taili and Jianlei exchanged glances, realizing that they could not know for certain whether the other was merely acting. There was no way around it. These two had encountered too many unforeseen events to lower their guard. Jianlei contemplated for a moment and suggested, How about we go to your residence for a more thorough discussion? As far as I know, there is another woman among your companions whose strength should not be underestimated, correct? Taili looked at Jianlei, stating that Huang Xiezi is your companion. You should take charge of this matter. Que Jianlei, au steeled himself and replied, Then let us go. It would be best to clarify things. The other party had shown consideration for the impact on other residents earlier, a quality he found quite admirable. Xiaoqin chimed in. The Inspection Bureau is solely responsible for the misconduct of ultimate warriors. You need not worry about our integrity. While Jianlei internally agreed with her statement, he verbally cautioned, a person without foresight will surely face immediate troubles. Jianlei, feeling exasperated, said, fine. We will lead the way. You two just follow behind. Leading the way essentially meant exposing their backs to the other party, but their sincerity could not be doubted. Watching the two depart, Tilly could not help but exclaim that the Inspection Bureau indeed had confidence. You mean they're not afraid of us launching a surprise attack? Jianlei chuckled wryly. Clearly, they left information before coming here. Tilly sikit. If we were to eliminate them, we would have to continue living on the run, and it would be exceedingly difficult to escape. Jianlei raised his hands in resignation. The problem is that it may not be feasible. My blade has already shattered. He then inquired, are you planning to head to Central City? What would I do in that wretched place? Tilly continued walking forward, his disdain evident. However, he paused briefly to add, but you are still young. If you wish to go, you may as well take a look. It could broaden your horizons. Jianlei kept pace with him, pondering before asking, do you intend to reveal your true identity to them? Impossible. Tilly responded without hesitation. It is wise to maintain an air of mystery. They would think twice before taking action. TSK. Jianlei clicked his tongue in regret. Then I must assist you in avenging this. Tilly casually replied, once the storm passes, I will first test the waters myself. Matters of vengeance are best handled personally for satisfaction. Jianlei smiled. Let us wait until I perfect my cultivation, for the traces of electromagnetic attacks are too easily discernible. Previously, they had dispatched Popov and 3 modified warriors mainly through blade strikes. Additionally, it was a rainy night, so the evidence did not show, which was why no one suspected Tilly was an electromagnetic attribute warrior. We shall see when the time comes. Tilly noted, feeling considerably uplifted at the thought of Jianlei still considering assisting him in vengeance. First, let us see how we navigate through this current predicament. While the two engaged in conversation, the first pair was also conversing. Jianlei inquired of Xiaoqin, during your confrontation with Jianlei, did you sense whether he was a modified warrior or an ultimate warrior? Xiaoqin furrowed her brows in contemplation, sensing that her physical prowess surpassed that of the average modified warrior. After a moment's reflection, she continued, suggesting that if there existed a great strength attribute, it was possible that she had awakened it. The mention of great strength caused Jianlei to frown slightly. He had never heard of it before, but now he could not outright dismiss it. The primary attributes of an ultimate warrior encompass the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yet there are numerous other obscure attributes. The electromagnetic attribute is not particularly rare, but the methods of cultivation for it have largely been lost. In addition to the elemental derivatives like rock and ice, attributes such as light, darkness, and wind are also quite common. Historically, there have even been awakeners of the poison attribute, though sadly, no corresponding cultivation techniques exist. Thus, the great strength attribute is indeed a possibility. It is conceivable that some renowned modified warriors of immense strength have already awakened it. A flicker of envy crossed Xiaoqin's eyes as she inquired whether he believed there might be relevant cultivation methods for this great strength attribute. Just a hypothesis, Jianlei replied. Glancing back, noticing the pair standing 500 or 600 meters behind them, he lowered his voice to ask, which of those two do you think is the leader? After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoqin exclaimed in astonishment, are you suspecting the younger one? Not suspecting, but the likelihood is high. Jianlei shook his head, his voice growing even quieter. Just now, when we discussed returning to their residence for negotiations, the final decision was made by that young man. I have my doubts as well. Xiaoqin nodded, pondering how someone of his age could possess such formidable mechanical prowess. Silence, Jianlei admonished softly. Certain topics were not suitable for their discussion. Xiaoqin shook her head in resignation, a bitter smile on her face. Although merely a C-class warrior, she hailed from an affluent family. Her background afforded her knowledge of many secrets, yet some were beyond her entitlement to know. Despite having engaged in a battle, the 4 were not exhausted. The journey of over 10 kilometers took just over an hour. Jianlei and Bentley entered the courtyard first, followed closely by the 2 others. Then everyone observed Scorpion emerging, her laser sniper rifle in hand, her demeanor alert. Her eyes reflected clear confusion. What is going on? Jianlei spread his hands, responding helplessly. They claimed this is a misunderstanding. Such words were hardly credible, yet Scorpion could not voice that. Her gaze shifted. Where is your knife? It shattered. Jianlei sighed, shaking his head with resignation. It was a fine blade, obtained during the auction for the Wolf King. It simply broke. I'll replace it, Jianlei immediately interjected. It will certainly be of better quality than yours. His current aim was to swiftly quell the other party's resentment, willing to pay a price for the sake of peace. So a fight did occur? Scorpion, upon hearing this, lowered her weapon, appearing to have not suffered a loss. She could hardly believe that both sides had parted amicably. A fight was something she could accept as plausible. A loss. Bentley rolled his eyes. If there were any more losses, someone would be dead. It was Tan Zhongyi who instigated matters. These two are merely mercenaries. That's not entirely accurate, Jianlei quickly interjected. You should know that the Inspection Bureau specifically monitors Ultimate Warriors. Scorpion nodded, feigning understanding, while also making a bid on the side. Jianlei felt a flush of embarrassment. Why was she so sharp-tongued? Xiaoqin, however, reacted swiftly, stating earnestly, Tan Zhongyi and his son have been handed over to us for handling. How do you wish for them to meet their demise? Bentley replied, simply drive them out of Central City. We intend to drain their family's wealth. Wealth is negotiable. Leave it to us, Jianlei responded straightforwardly. I'll personally deliver it when the time comes. Jianlei added with utmost seriousness, we will not touch their family's assets in the Tian district. Jianlei's demeanor was genuinely amiable. Yet he had his own reasons. To distort the truth and wield the Inspection Bureau as a weapon was indeed audacious. Jianlei nodded. Then we shall await your promising news. At this moment, Jianlei and Xiaoqin exchanged glances, realizing they were still beset by resource challenges. After a brief pause, Jianlei remarked, if you're willing to go to Central City, I can assist in securing some cultivation resources. Bentley shook his head resolutely. I won't go. Scorpion glanced at Jianlei, remaining silent, but her eyes sparkled with anticipation. You should not go either, Bentley decisively spoke for her, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Jianlei was not surprised by his attitude. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I will consider it. Due to their discussions on the road, Jianlei was increasingly certain that this young man's background was likely as impressive as that of the elder. Thus, he pursed his lips and sighed softly. It seems you still harbor doubts about us. Jianlei replied evenly, trust must be built through action, not mere words. Very well. Jianlei raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, asking helplessly, is there anything you wish to know? The three of them exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Bentley who spoke. Nothing for now. We await your positive news. With that, Jianlei and his companion rose to take their leave. Once they had exited the courtyard a considerable distance, Xiaoqin softly remarked, that woman seems to be cultivating as well. She is a wood attribute warrior, possessing an exceptionally keen perception, arguably second only to wind attributes, Jianlei replied without hesitation. That is not surprising, he continued, like a tracks like, it would be strange if she were not training. Xiaoqin pondered briefly before adding, I vaguely recall that Bobov is a water attribute. Indeed, he is of the water attribute, Jianlei responded calmly. The electromagnetic attribute counters water. That damn Tan Zhongyi. 5 days later, news reached the capital, reporting that Tan Zhongyi and his son had been apprehended by the law enforcement team of Central City. Their charges included malicious fraud against Ultimate Warriors. Such a charge carries a minimum sentence of life imprisonment, with a high probability of the death penalty. The news of Tan Zhongyi and his son's arrest was first known to the Dai family in Taidu City, as the flow of information in the capital was ultimately swifter than that in the 4 capitals. The members of the Dai family were bewildered. Who could have taken such action? Despite their various connections in Central City, they were only capable of fanning flames. Convincing the law enforcement team was no small feat, especially with the serious charge of fraud against Ultimate Warriors. Such an accusation could not be fabricated by just anyone. At the very least, it required testimony from an Ultimate Warrior. Other factions in Taidu City, upon hearing the news, were similarly alarmed, particularly those who had already set their sights on Tan Zhongyi's assets. They approached the Dai family directly, asking what should be done next. We haven't upset anyone's apple cart, have we? They were acutely aware that the individual behind this matter could easily crush any faction in Taidu City. The Dai family was equally perplexed, but they could consult Dai Xingyan for insight. Dai Huizhong, upon receiving the news, did not dare to delay, and promptly sought out Chu Jianlei in his courtyard, inquiring whether they were aware of the situation. After hearing the details, Chu Jianlei nodded, surprised by the decisiveness of the action taken against them. Dai Xingyan, already quite familiar with him, did not hesitate to ask, "Who are they?" "That is not something I can disclose," Chu Jianlei replied with a smile, shaking his head. The parties involved had not revealed themselves, clearly wishing to remain anonymous. It was easy to deduce that the esteemed Inspection Bureau had been deceived by individuals from the lower districts. What a disgrace that would be if it got out. Seeing his response, Dai Xingyan refrained from further questioning, instead confirming once more, "Are you certain you know who they are?" "I am absolutely certain," Chu Jianlei replied with unwavering confidence. Dai Xingyan continued to inquire, "So, should we intervene in the assets belonging to Tian Zhongyi's family?" Chu Jianlei decisively waved his hand. "The liquid assets are mine. You may handle the properties yourselves. By the way, you need not concern yourselves with the assets in Zhongxin City. They will naturally be liquidated for me." He was not boasting. If Jamari could not manage even this trivial matter, how could he earn Chu Jianlei's trust? "Someone is assisting you in liquidating?" Dai Xingyan asked, her expression one of astonishment. "What exactly is your background?" Chu Jianlei shot her an exasperated glance. "If I had any connections, would I be so pressed by your relentless demands for manuscripts? I did not compel you." Dai Xingyan chuckled lightly, clearly relishing his words. She then rose, saying, "I must hurry and inform them to prevent that family from fleeing with the funds." Indeed, Tian Zhongyi's relatives were indeed plotting to abscond with the money, but unfortunately, their channels of information had significantly diminished. Just as they were deliberating whether to hastily sell their assets, the major factions of Taidu City joined forces to suppress them. This overwhelming pressure shattered their resolve in an instant. Within just 3 short days, over 100 members of the Tian Zhongyi family were either dead or injured. Those who remained, aside from the missing, were incarcerated on various charges. If all went as expected, none of these individuals would emerge alive from their cells, as unforeseen accidents frequently occurred within prison walls. This was to be expected. The factions scheming for their assets harbored no mercy. If your family does not perish, how can we joyfully divide your inheritance? However, these factions were not solely brutish. They also understood the subtleties of negotiation. Someone suggested, with such substantial assets at stake, should we not express our gratitude to the 2 gentlemen in the capital? It must be expressed, came the prompt agreement. They may relinquish things easily. Yet we must not appear ungrateful. 5 days later, Dai Xingyan visited Chu Jianlei with a box containing over 50,000 silver dollars, more than 2 kilograms of gold, and 4 B-grade crystals. The vice president stated Tian Shuyi and his son took a significant amount of capital to Zhongxin City, leaving only these liquid assets behind. 2 of these crystals were contributed by other factions as a token of goodwill. Please do not hesitate to accept them. Chu Jianlei felt indifferent toward this, yet Bentley, with his seasoned experience, inquired directly, "Are there no cultivation materials? After so many years as president, surely there must be some rare metals or other items. Do you have to be so professional?" Dai Xingyan nearly broke into a sweat. "There are certainly some rare raw materials. We are currently identifying them. But there are genuinely no cultivation materials. Perhaps they were all taken to Zhongxin City." Bentley was not surprised. Jianlei is a maintenance master. Indeed, Dai Xingyan nodded. "Once those rare materials are identified, I will have them sent over." She felt a wave of relief, thankful she had arrived promptly. Had she waited for those individuals to distribute the raw materials, it would have been difficult to explain. After her departure, Chu Jianlei chuckled. "I thought you would staunchly oppose my becoming a maintenance master." Bentley rolled his eyes in response. "You are heading to Zhongxin City. Shouldn't you possess some skills for survival?" "Oh, que j'en ai become intrigued." "Are you so certain that I wish to go to Zhongxin City?" "It is not a matter of desire. It is a necessity." Bentley replied slowly. "We have already caught the attention of the Inspection Bureau, which you cannot deny, correct? To ensure they think twice. We must separate our paths unless they strike simultaneously at both sides. I possess the techniques they desire and cannot allow them to be seen by them. So only you may go." At this, he glanced at the scorpion beside him. "Now do you understand why I did not let you go?" "I have come to realize." Scorpion responded calmly. We both practice the techniques devised by the boss. What the boss has given me is mine to keep. I would rather die than relinquish it to another. Bentley nodded. We will supervise one another, and if necessary, we can assist each other in concluding matters. Life in the Wasteland is indeed cheap. Yet for the two to possess such awareness, Jianlei felt he had not misjudged them. Thus, he refrained from being overly sentimental, stating, "Once there, I will frequently return. Let us maintain contact." "Are you leaving now?" Scorpion's expression revealed reluctance. "There is no rush," Jianlei replied, shaking his head. "I must allow them to invite me several times. Otherwise, how would I save face?" Upon hearing this, Scorpion's face brightened, but soon her anxiety returned. Will they truly invite many times? If they do not invite, then I shall not go, Jianlei replied nonchalantly. Am I to beg them? About 10 days later, a visitor arrived from the Dai family in Taidu City, bringing half a truckload of rare materials. Tian Shui, the president of the Maintenance Association, had certainly leveraged his position to benefit himself. Among the materials were many that Jianlei had never seen, only occasionally having read their names in journals. However, he did not accept everything. He only took those that were unavailable on the market. I seek materials solely to enhance my skills, not to amass wealth. A month later, another visitor came, this time comprising an ultimate warrior and 2 modified warriors. They brought over 300,000 in silver notes, 5 kilograms of gold, 5 B-grade crystals, and a property deed. The house was a small 2-story building with a backyard. The first floor featured a street-facing storefront, while the second floor could accommodate residents. The visitors indicated that this was one of Tian Shui's many properties that had not been sold, providing convenience for Jianlei and others to reside. Tian Shui's assets extended beyond this, yet those who had contributed labor also had their demands. Jianlei could accept this rationale. He understood the principle of not monopolizing resources. Despite Jamari's adamant assertions of reclaiming all assets upon departure, this outcome was in fact the norm. Should the chief inspector truly recover all assets, Jianlei would be more concerned about whether this individual intended to harm him. Such was the nature of those lacking a sense of security. They preferred reasonable and just outcomes. Yet, he curiously asked, "May I inquire who the client is?" Of course, it is the enforcement team. The ultimate warrior's gaze flickered slightly. I did not inquire about the specifics. Jianlei nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall provide you with a receipt. After the ultimate warrior received the receipt, he hesitated before speaking again. The client has asked me to inquire about your thoughts on the matter we discussed last time. Jianlei shook his head. He did not even bother to come in person. I consider this lacking in sincerity. Hearing this, the ultimate warrior's mouth twitched violently. He understood that the true client was likely the Inspection Bureau. Moreover, it was not merely the Inspection Bureau. It likely involved B-grade warriors as well. The Inspection Bureau had only a handful of B-grade warriors, none of whom were to be trifled with, yet this individual dared to speak so brazenly. However, he did not dare to act disrespectfully toward this young man. Someone who could address the Inspection Bureau in such a manner was certainly beyond his capacity to provoke. Thus, he solemnly stated, "I will convey your message verbatim. Is there anything else you require of me?" "Nothing more." Jianlei waved his hand dismissively. "Your ability to convey my message is the greatest assistance you can provide." After the ultimate warrior departed the courtyard and walked about 10 meters, he could not help but glance back. One of the modified warriors murmured, "This place feels a bit sinister." "Enough said," the ultimate warrior stated calmly. "Before coming here, we all signed a confidentiality agreement, so let's forget this place." The 2 modified warriors remained silent, yet an insatiable curiosity brewed within them. Half a month later, snow began to fall over the capital of Hojing, marking the first snowfall of the winter season. On the very night the snow fell, Jianlei knocked once more on Jianlei's courtyard door. This time, he arrived alone. "Mr. Jianlei, I have received your message and have..." Chapter 144. The agreement at the thatch cottage. Jianlei had to admit that Jianlei, this B-class warrior, was the most responsible strongman he had encountered in the Wasteland. However, he did not intend to agree immediately. Things that come too easily are often not cherished. Thus, he straightforwardly inquired, "What can I gain by going to the central city? Is that too shameless?" Jianlei responded, somewhat speechless. "I have helped you eliminate your enemies, arrange housing, and promise to provide you with a new identity. What more do you desire?" Jianlei replied without hesitation, "I didn't expect it to trouble the inspector that much." "Then I shall not go." Jianlei was nearly choked by his own words, and after a brief silence of about 10 seconds, he spoke again. I meant, what else do you want? Jianlei raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling. Anything is possible? Sorry, it's not as you think. Jianlei decisively shook his head. There are many things I'm unable to promise. Jianlei shrugged, but I don't even know what to ask for. How about cultivation materials? I can provide some cultivation materials. Jianlei nodded slightly, but not in abundance. Jianlei waved his hand dismissively. I don't want you to give it to me. I will buy it. Just ensure the price is reasonable. Jianlei blinked in confusion. Aren't you facing financial difficulties? Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, one must remember that the inspectorate's duty is to deal with the criminal elements among the ultimate warriors. His question was intended to test the young man's character. The answer was secondary. However, Jianlei's response surprised him. The most expensive is often free. Since I am poor, I want to choose the most expensive. Such maturity at such a young age? Jianlei pondered before speaking. You could take on some tasks to offset your costs. I want to offset. Jianlei shook his head. I will buy. Seeing Jianlei's refusal to engage in tasks, Jianlei pressed further. What about other needs aside from cultivation resources? Then it pertains to mechanical theories. Jianlei replied casually, but it seems you need not assist me. Jianlei felt a pang of frustration. Surely, knowledge related to the central city would surpass what was available here. Is that so? Jianlei glanced at him and asked languidly. Does the central city possess electromagnetic cultivation methods? Are you trying to argue? Jianlei retorted, annoyed. No place can possess every advantage. Jianlei spread his hands thus. I cannot fathom why I should go to the central city. This place is quite satisfactory. I understand. Jianlei observed him deeply, then stood up. I will see what I can provide for you. He returned 10 days later with new conditions. He had secured a position for Jianlei as a mechanical maintenance consultant for the inspectorate, requiring no fixed hours. In the Wasteland, the notion of a consultant was somewhat unconventional. One could manage when feasible and disregard it when not. The salary was, of course, minimal, 20 silver coins per month. Bentley rented this courtyard for 60 silver coins monthly. Thus, the salary only covered 10 days, and the landlord might not even be pleased. This was merely the price in the Tianzi district. The central city could prove to be exorbitantly costly. Jianlei felt no embarrassment. He stated that the salary was secondary. The crux lay in possessing such a title, which would allow for discounted procurement of cultivation materials. Jianlei contemplated this carefully, but ultimately declined. Never mind, I do not like being constrained. Is this not a form of constraint? Jianlei was taken aback. This was not an act. The nonsensical title was evidently tailored to him, and he had exerted considerable effort. The key was that he could not disclose the details while managing the process. Others regarded his expression with suspicion. However, Jianlei asserted, once the name of the inspectorate is attached, there will inevitably be mandatory tasks. As long as one is human, one could encounter forced conscription. Jianlei replied, irritated. You know that Bobofu missed a conscription opportunity. I was originally going to trouble him. Jianlei chuckled. But with this title, it makes one more susceptible to forced conscription. Jianlei was nearly rendered speechless. Ordinary people could also be conscripted. By the way, what is your awakened attribute? That touches on privacy. Jianlei did not answer directly. Thus, I believe it is quite satisfactory in the Tianzi district. This is exploiting loopholes, Jianlei pointed out unhappily. You owe a debt to the cultivation of the central city. When did the central city ever cultivate me? Jianlei sneered. Everything I have achieved is through my own efforts. Upon hearing this, Jianlei was truly taken aback. After some contemplation, he asked, what about the modification potions? Jianlei's face darkened instantly. There are only a limited number of people injected with potions each year. You can investigate to see if you can find me. Jianlei was genuinely surprised. You are also a wild awakened one. Jianlei merely snorted in response, offering no further words. No wonder. Jianlei began to understand. Yet he pondered why there were so many wild awakened ones these days. He cautiously inquired, what if I guarantee you will not be forcibly conscripted? Ha! Jianlei chuckled nonchalantly. Let us see if you can actually achieve that. Jianlei stood up. Then I shall go to confirm that. Farewell. He returned 15 days later, stating directly, I have applied for a 10-year exemption from forced conscription. It cannot be extended. Jianlei was astonished. Is this some kind of mistake? Do you possess any tangible proof as a mere B class? What do you mean by mere B-class? Jianlei felt the urge to curse. Can you speak properly? Ultimately, he managed to suppress his fury. I do not have proof. If I break my promise, you may certainly do the same. Jianlei pondered for a moment, then asked, in this position, can I freely access all attributes cultivation methods? How could that be possible? Jianlei reacted vehemently. I am in the inspectorate, not the training department, let alone the secret pavilion. After a pause, he suspiciously added, what made you think to propose such a request? For him, this answer was crucial. Asking about cultivation techniques without reason could fall under the inspectorate's investigation. If it was this individual making the inquiry, it hinted at other possibilities. I am a maintenance technician. Jianlei replied with conviction. I wish to devise some attribute weaponry. Is that not permissible? This was a pretext he had carefully formulated. Though rare, it was somewhat plausible. Jianlei was indeed taken aback, taking a long moment to incredulously ask, attribute weaponry? Is that not acceptable? Jianlei tilted his head slightly, looking at him as if he were simple-minded. The serpentine dagger of Brother Telly is my design. It is perfectly suited for electromagnetic warriors. Do you think otherwise? The serpentine dagger left Jianlei in a daze, and only then did he realize he had never seen such a weapon before. He could not help but ask, why is this dagger suitable for electromagnetic attributes? Jianlei uttered 2 words and fell silent thereafter. I was presumptuous. Jianlei quickly acknowledged his error. Such secrets may not even be effective for forced requisitions. Yet, he cannot resist asking, is it truly possible to create attribute weaponry? If it is feasible, the merit for this would surely surpass that of recovering electromagnetic cultivation methods. I am uncertain about this. Yet Jianlei expressed without hesitation that if success is a requirement, he would prefer not to view the cultivation techniques. This is the sensation of intellectual superiority. Although I wish to see them, you must plead for my attention. Jianlei pondered for a considerable time before finally rising again, stating that he needed to discuss the matter further. Jianlei, feeling a tinge of helplessness, remarked, I say, Inspector, as a B-class warrior, cannot you manage this small matter? I can, but it is not feasible, Jianlei replied, his expression one of deep conflict. How can those from the inspectorate hold others accountable if they cannot manage their own affairs? Suis yourself, que Jianlei répondait nonchalantly, harboring a sense of respect for such dutiful individuals. However, he felt compelled to emphasize, I merely wish to attempt the development of attribute weapons. It is merely an experiment. Do you understand? A flicker of complex emotion crossed Jianlei's eyes as he remarked that the willingness to attempt signifies a thoughtful approach, and he believed in him. Jianlei chuckled self-deprecatingly. I lack confidence myself, so do not pressure me. Your willingness to think is commendable, Jianlei said as he stood once more. I will strive to advocate for this. After a further 20 days, upon his return to the capital, he appeared utterly exhausted. I have finally secured your request for the cultivation methods of the 5 attributes. You may view them, but you must sign a confidentiality agreement. That is acceptable. Jianlei nodded, acknowledging that there is no free lunch in this world. To obtain something, one must make sacrifices. However, since I am signing agreements, I would also like to view the cultivation methods for B-class and A-class. Without hesitation, Jianlei shook his head. That is absolutely out of the question. The cultivation for B-class and A-class not only depends on talent, but also on merit. Without sufficient merit, talent alone is futile. Que j'en ai firmement compteur. I do not believe that. The constraints on advancement lie not in the cultivation methods themselves, but in talent and resources. If you are hindered by resources, whether the cultivation methods are disclosed is of little consequence. Jianlei paused, sizing him up. How do you come to such conclusions? Jianlei smiled, but offered no response. After a moment of silence, Jianlei sighed, conceding, I admit your perspective holds merit, yet rules are rules. Here is my proposal. If you can develop experimental attribute weapons, I will resolve the issue regarding the B-class and A-class cultivation methods. Chapter 110. Layered defense. Jianlei's ability to make such a commitment was indeed remarkable. Jianlei, understanding the necessity of moderation, chose not to press further. Everything should be approached with balance. His desire to view those attribute cultivation techniques stemmed primarily from a wish to further refine the Wuming Lianqi. With foundational ideas, he could achieve his goals. However, Jianlei had an additional stipulation. He must accept the position of mechanical maintenance consultant at the inspectorate. This was a prerequisite. Otherwise, no negotiations could proceed, as the inspectorate would not provide such privileges to unrelated individuals. After careful consideration, Jianlei ultimately acquiesced, but he reiterated one point. He would not be bound to a desk job. The next matter at hand was his identity. He chose to continue using the name Jianlei. Jianlei was well prepared and promptly produced Jianlei's identification. It was a temporary identification, yet still required a photograph, which Jianlei took upon arriving in the capital. Subsequently, Jianlei completed the identification process on the spot. The temporary identification from the inspectorate allowed for seamless entry into the central city. Once inside, he could finalize the documentation. However, Jianlei was in no rush to depart, reasoning that winter was not suitable for travel, and he preferred to wait until spring. Jianlei was left speechless, suspecting that this young man was being deliberately obstinate, and thus turned to leave. Jianlei was not being capricious. The critical matter was to delineate the division of assets between him, Bentley, and Scorpion. Recently, their endeavors against Tianzhongyi had yielded substantial gains. Nearly 400,000 in silver notes, 7 kilograms of gold, 9 B-class crystals, and various rare materials. Jianlei intended to retain the majority of the assets due to the uncertainties surrounding the central city. As for the question of whether he was willing to part with them, he hardly contemplated it. Otherwise, he would not have left so many resources in other settlements. For him, a sense of security was paramount. As long as he could develop steadily in one place, monetary gains were of little concern. However, Bentley firmly opposed this. Even though he was grateful for Jianlei's trust, he believed that while everyone had contributed during the battle against Tianzhongyi, the root of their success lay primarily with Jianlei. Without the cultivation methods he deduced, their side would not have been able to withstand Jianlei and Shaoqin's onslaught. Bentley maintained that the spoils should rightfully belong to Jianlei, and he and Scorpion could consider themselves fortunate to have obtained the cultivation techniques. After all, they lacked neither money nor resources. In Bentley's view, with the inspectorate's endorsement, Jianlei would act cautiously, encountering little trouble in the central city. Yet, thriving there was no simple task. It was wise to carry more resources. After much deliberation, Bentley and Scorpion reluctantly accepted 200,000 in silver notes and 2 kilograms of gold, resolutely refusing any further items. Shortly after the arrival of spring, the slightly plump young woman, Shaoqin, arrived to escort Jianlei to the central city. This time, Bentley and Scorpion did not accompany him. Instead, Dai Xingyin brought a team and drove him to Taidu. Dai, the president, displayed no surprise at Jianlei's journey to the central city, believing that Jianlei belonged there. She even provided a list, hoping he would assist in procuring certain supplies. Dai Xingyin was genuinely curious about the identity he would assume in the central city. However, Jianlei refrained from revealing his identification, as the inspectorate's visit had been shrouded in secrecy. He had to consider the inspectorate's reputation, and his own safety alongside that of his two companions was equally crucial, so he merely smiled. As they drove to the outskirts of Taidu, they did not enter the city, but rather turned onto a narrow road. Continuing for over 100 kilometers, they encountered a solitary mountain that resembled a volcano. After 2 more hours of travel, they reached a checkpoint. Dai Xingyin stopped the vehicle a mere 4 or 5 meters from the checkpoint and would go no further. The two then shouldered their large packs and approached the checkpoint, presenting their identification. The guard glanced at it briefly before gesturing for them to proceed. Along the roadside, they spotted idle motorcycles. Jianlei and Shaoqin each took one and rode ahead. 2 kilometers down the road, a brilliantly lit cave came into view. Entering the cave and continuing for about 30 kilometers, they found themselves in a vast and level plaza, approximately 1 square kilometer in size, with the sky visible above. In the center of the plaza stood an elongated oval object, with a diameter exceeding 150 meters and a height of over 40 meters. Upon entering the plaza, they encountered another checkpoint manned by armed soldiers. The two parked their motorcycles and approached the soldiers, presenting their identification. The soldiers examined their documents attentively, then raised their arms across their chests in salute, acknowledging "Greetings, officer." Their credentials were of high rank, and a designated vehicle soon arrived to transport them and their luggage to the oval object. Jianlei surmised that it was likely a flying vehicle, but Shaoqin offered no explanations, and he kept his eyes downcast in silence. Upon their arrival, A hatch opened beneath the oval object, and a retractable staircase descended slowly. The two ascended the staircase, and Xiaoqin led Chu Jianlei through a spacious cabin. To Chu Jianlei's astonishment, the cabin featured separate compartments. Xiaoqin had been observing him closely, and upon noticing his surprise, she could not help but exclaim, "This is a luxurious cabin. I believe it should be so." Chu Jianlei nodded, yet he was puzzled. Is there no need to purchase tickets? As it turned out, it was not that tickets were unnecessary, but rather that the personnel from the Xuancha division did not require them. Approximately half an hour later, a middle-aged man entered the cabin, exuding an air of dignity. He glanced around, spotted Xiaoqin, and approached with a smile, greeting her with a charming hello, "Beautiful." Upon noticing the silver ring on his hand, he inhaled sharply, slightly bowed, and without uttering another word, turned and departed. "Did you see that?" Xiaoqin cast a triumphant glance at Chu Jianlei, indicating just how impressive the Xuancha division personnel were. Chu Jianlei paused, then quietly inquired, "Will I, as a mechanical maintenance consultant, also wear such a silver ring in the future?" "Likely not." Xiaoqin pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "One needs to be formally inducted." She was aware that Director Jianlei of the Xuancha division had long wished to recruit this individual, but he had consistently shown resistance. "Now you must regret it." Chu Jianlei nodded nonchalantly. "Oh, then that's good." Xiaoqin shot him an annoyed glance, huffing softly, stubborn as ever. Chu Jianlei shook his head and replied helplessly, "Not at all. I dislike being ostentatious and have no desire to attract attention." Xiaoqin regarded him. "I can forego it usually, but now that I'm on a mission, I intentionally wear it." "Is that so?" Chu Jianlei raised an eyebrow in surprise, then nodded thoughtfully. "That is indeed commendable." Commendable as it may be, would he truly constrain himself for such a trivial convenience? Apologies, but he had no interest in that. After more than 2 hours, a flat, oval flying vehicle appeared outside the porthole, gradually descending vertically. The porthole's cover began to lower, and a sweet voice resonated. "The flight crew is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts and refrain from moving about." Chu Jianlei felt a momentary daze, reminiscent of flying on Blue Star. He genuinely wished to inquire whether flying like this posed a risk of encountering airborne mutated beasts. However, ultimately, he chose silence. To masquerade as a resident of the central city, one must be cautious of the perils that might arise from careless speech. The flying vehicle glided smoothly, almost devoid of noise, yet the porthole cover obscured the view outside. After approximately 2 hours, Xiaoqin, unable to contain herself, spoke up. "Can you really just sit there the whole time?" Chu Jianlei slowly opened his eyes and replied in a deep tone, "In such an environment, one can cultivate." "Truly?" Xiaoqin rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You're really too obsessed with every second, aren't you?" What a peculiar person. The middle-aged man who had previously attempted to flirt couldn't help but shudder upon hearing their exchange. Another hour passed, and the sweet voice announced their arrival at the destination, indicating they were descending. Throughout the flight, there had been no unexpected occurrences, not even the slightest turbulence. Chu Jianlei discerned that the technological standards of this vehicle were undoubtedly high, far surpassing those of Blue Star. Thus, had the central city truly preserved all the technologies from before the apocalypse? The descent was swift. Roughly 10 minutes after the announcement, the flying vehicle touched down. The porthole cover lifted, and the cabin door opened. Chu Jianlei waited for the passengers in the luxurious cabin to disembark, along with their carry-on luggage. He glanced around and noted that the airport resembled those on Blue Star, yet the sky was remarkably blue, and the air quality was excellent. A shuttle bus awaited ahead, and the crowd boarded it, journeying towards the distant buildings. Exiting the airport required ticket verification, but when Chu Jianlei and Xiaoqin presented their credentials, the ticket inspector waved them through. Xiaoqin parked a vehicle in the airport's parking lot, surprisingly a rugged SUV, gleaming and brimming with urban flair. However, Chu Jianlei was more concerned with the cityscape in the distance. It was not the kind of place dominated by towering skyscrapers. Rather, it resembled the hollowed-out cities of Blue Star. There were tall buildings, yet they were not numerous. Most structures ranged from 4 to 6 stories, with those exceeding 10 stories being quite rare. Noticing Chu Jianlei observing the city, Xiaoqin leaned out of the car and remarked, "Nostalgic for the old days?" Given her stature, driving an SUV was quite fitting. Chu Jianlei placed his backpack in the vehicle, causing the SUV to sink slightly. Xiaoqin instinctively glanced at the dashboard. Heavens! over 800 kilograms. If you hadn't brought documentation, the transportation fee alone would be quite a burden. Jianlei took the passenger seat and inquired, "How much is a vehicle like yours worth nowadays?" "Over 3,000, Xiaoqin replied casually. Ordinary vehicles were relatively inexpensive, but the nature of work at the Xuancha division required at least an SUV. Jianlei remarked nonchalantly, "Your salary is considerable. In the Tianzi district, it would likely amount to around 2 kilograms of gold. In the central city, gold is more expensive than you might imagine," Xiaoqin replied offhandedly. 1 kilogram of gold is sufficient. Jianlei fell silent. Indeed, the existence of the residential zones below seemed to serve as a source of sustenance for the central city. With this thought, he lost the mood to converse, but Xiaoqin asked, "Are we heading to that place with the property deed?" "Thank you," Jianlei replied solemnly. "I will cover the fare. Do I look like I need your gas money?" Xiaoqin huffed lightly. "Just give me the address of the deed." "I'll owe you one." Jianlei casually provided the location of the property deed. Xiaoqin was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head. That president really is wealthy. Later, Jianlei would learn that the land was adjacent to the commercial district, with a price significantly higher than that of mid to high-end residential properties. After more than 2 hours of travel, they finally reached their destination. Jianlei noted that there were not many cars on the road. Motorcycles were somewhat more common, but most were human-powered bicycles. However, upon arriving at the storefront, he was bewildered by the seal. An electromagnetic seal. Xiaoqin stepped out of the car, her expression slightly grim. "We must apply for its unsealing. What a hassle." Jianlei blinked, incredulous. "What is the procedure for this?" "Let me handle it," Xiaoqin sighed. Rubbing her forehead, "You'll have to stay at a hotel for now." Jianlei inquired, "Is there a hotel nearby the Xuancha division? One of similar quality?" His backpack contained many valuables, and he certainly could not afford to be frugal at this juncture. "Yes," Xiaoqin responded succinctly. "You should also buy some clothes and other items. Otherwise, you might attract unwanted scrutiny." The Xuancha division was over 20 kilometers away, a half-hour drive under normal traffic conditions. Approximately 600 or 700 meters from the Xuancha division stood a high-end hotel, a cluster of buildings. The structure was not very tall, with the main building reaching no more than 6 stories, yet it was beautifully concealed by trees, exuding an air of sophistication. The doorman, upon seeing Jianlei's attire, slightly darkened his expression, seemingly reluctant to provide service. Xiaoqin waved her wrist outside the car window, and upon noticing the silver bracelet, the doorman's demeanor shifted instantly as he hurried over. He attempted to lift Jianlei's backpack, but nearly strained his back in the process. He pulled again, his expression changing once more, and with a wry smile, remarked, "Sir, your bag is rather heavy." Jianlei effortlessly lifted the bag with one hand and, maintaining a stoic expression, instructed, "Please register me for a better room and lead the way." He reserved a suite for merely 40 silver yuan, realizing that the expenses in the central city were not exorbitant. After placing his backpack in the room, he took a smaller bag and set out for shopping. First, he purchased clothing, then a map, followed by a haircut, and finally some accessories. He was not particularly fond of such superficial embellishments, but appearing too unconventional might draw unwanted attention. He soon discovered that while the central city appeared somewhat antiquated, its nightlife was vibrant and lively. Beneath the shimmering neon lights, dance halls, bars, grand marketplaces, and night markets abound, with street performers adding to the vibrant atmosphere. Although the number of surveillance cameras here pales in comparison to those bustling cities of Lanqing, they nonetheless serve to deter petty criminals. Jianlei felt indifferent toward the entertainment venues, but found himself entering a resplendent marketplace, contemplating what else he might purchase. To his astonishment, he realized he had entered a high-end shopping mall where a single piece of clothing could fetch 400 to 500. Who would believe such a thing? During his time in Lanqing, he had never harbored an interest in designer brands. However, considering his need to establish a life in Zhongxin City, he ultimately purchased several outfits, spending several thousand silver notes in the process. He resolutely decided against buying accessories and turned to leave. A slightly plump young woman had been observing him for quite some time and approached him. With what she believed to be a sweet smile, she greeted him, "Hello, sir. May I inquire if you are interested in custom tailoring?" Her appearance conformed to the prevailing aesthetic standards of Zhongxin City, emboldening her to initiate conversation. Jianlei had already spent several thousand silver notes in this marketplace. Who could fail to recognize him as a patron of means? Such expenditure could easily purchase a small chain off-road vehicle. Yet vehicles are mere tools while clothing is a necessity. Can they truly be compared? Upon hearing her words, Jianlei paused, deep in thought. What do you mean by custom tailoring? Are you referring to clothing? The girl appeared slightly taken aback, but nodded in affirmation, adding, custom clothing is indeed an option, albeit quite expensive. How expensive? Jianlei inquired with curiosity, noting that his broad shoulders and slim waist often rendered clothing ill-fitting. I need to understand, the girl stammered. What level of tailor are you seeking? This puzzled Jianlei. What exactly do you mean by custom tailoring? Her eyes brightened. Anything can be tailored. As long as you have a need, I can fulfill it. Jianlei blinked, seemingly grasping the concept, yet still somewhat bewildered. He tilted his head in contemplation and asked, is it for all requests? Indeed, she replied with unwavering certainty. I also have a vehicle at your disposal. You need not use your own. This declaration struck Jianlei as peculiar. He began to suspect her profession. Was she attempting to entice him? However, he refrained from making any assumptions, for fear of causing offense should he be mistaken. Thus, he directly inquired, what are the charges for this custom service? 100 silver notes per day. The girl replied matter-of-factly, I provide the vehicle and myself. You cover the rest. Jianlei was taken aback. Was 100 silver notes truly that steep? You can opt for a package deal, she answered without hesitation. If you choose 3 days, you receive a 30% discount. 4 or 5 days, it's 50% off, and for over 10 days, it's a mere 30%. Jianlei pondered for a moment, nodding slightly. All right, shall we start counting from now? Should it exceed 3 days, tonight can be included at no extra charge, she asserted confidently. But you must pay a deposit of 20 silver notes. Very well, Jianlei said, producing 2 10 silver notes and handing them. Please help me find a tailor who can alter clothing. A tailor? She asked in surprise before nodding. No problem, just wait here for 20 minutes. She did not take the silver notes but turned and dashed away. The expressions of the clothing store staff were peculiar as they observed this exchange, yet they remained silent. Before long, the girl returned, exclaiming, I found one. However, if you wish to alter a designer brand, the processing fee is 20% of the original price. This request seemed entirely reasonable to Jianlei, who nodded in agreement, adding, however, should the results be unsatisfactory, I will refuse payment. Not an issue, she assured him, taking the silver notes. But the quality of the work must be honestly assessed. Of course, Jianlei replied with a slight smile. I pride myself on my integrity. The subsequent arrangements were straightforward. He first scheduled the clothing alterations and the next day asked the girl to assist him in purchasing a vehicle. After acquiring the vehicle, he realized he lacked a driver's license and asked her to help him obtain one. Following that, he familiarized himself with the various public libraries in Zhongxin City and indulged in the local cuisine. Nearly a decade had passed since his arrival, and he finally had the chance to savor the culinary delights. The girl, named Qianrou, found it curious that he seemed unlike a typical resident of Zhongxin City. She voiced her suspicions, to which Jianlei candidly responded, I left at a young age and have only just returned. Is that a problem? Not at all. Qianrou replied, not finding his answer surprising. Zhongxin City governs 7 residential districts, making it impossible not to have oversight, and many outsiders relocate with their families. Thus, she perceived an opportunity. Shall we also explore the attractions of Zhongxin City? Certainly, Jianlei answered without hesitation, eager to immerse himself in the city. Thus, the custom service indeed proved to be a fortuitous choice. On the 5th day, his residence was unsealed, and he completed the property transfer process. This was not due to Shaoqin's lack of urgency, but rather because Jianlei's temporary status needed to be formalized. Qianrou accompanied him through the entire process. Once the property was transferred, Qianrou regarded him with a look of profound lament. I know you possess wealth, but I did not expect you to be so affluent. Jianlei smiled. 250 over 5 days is not insignificant, yet I feel it is worth every penny. His understanding of Zhongxin City had significantly deepened, and the knowledge acquired was intensive, a truly efficient endeavor. His intellect surpassed that of most, and the quicker he absorbed information, the better. Collecting knowledge gradually would be a waste of time. Please leave your wristwatch number. Jianlei, now a recognized resident of Zhongxin City, promptly purchased a wristwatch. This device was akin to a mobile phone from launching, perhaps even more convenient, yet limited to use within the confines of Zhongxin City. It did not support video calls nor QR code payments, which was somewhat lacking. What do you need my number for? Jianlei asked, her expression perplexed. Over these 5 days, I have provided you with numerous opportunities. What opportunities? Que j'en ai incroyable, somewhat astonished. Indeed, she had offered him much assistance during this time, but the notion of opportunities was unclear. It's no wonder you remain single, she exclaimed, turning away in frustration. Jianlei was momentarily taken aback, then recalled his initial suspicions. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head. I merely wished to customize what I needed. Is that wrong? How naive. Initially, he had maintained a degree of wariness towards Jianlei, pondering whether she was an agent of the inspection bureau. However, as time passed, he gradually relaxed, recognizing that launching had similar services akin to high-priced personal guides. While he contemplated this, Jianlei collided with another vehicle 2 kilometers away on the street. Chapter 111. Respect for knowledge and the inability to evaluate. Jianlei yearned to cultivate a deeper relationship with the other party, which was something she believed she should offer. If fortune smiled upon her, marrying into that family would be the epitome of perfection. She had a fair degree of confidence in her allure. Regrettably, the other party did not provide her with an opportunity for meaningful interaction, and in her frustration, she decided to leave. Little did she anticipate that, perhaps due to her distracted state of mind, she would be involved in an accident. The car that rear-ended her came to a halt, and 2 burly men emerged, approaching her menacingly. One of them slammed his hand against her window, demanding, "Do you even know how to drive? Get out. Let us speak civilly and refrain from insults." Jianlei replied, her heart racing but attempting to maintain her composure. "You were the ones who slammed on your brakes. Enough with the nonsense." The man raised his voice. "Do you understand what it means to maintain a safe distance? Let us wait for traffic enforcement." Jianlei remained steadfast in her decision to stay in the car. Traffic enforcement? The man let out a cold laugh. "Are you certain? It won't just be about compensation when the time comes. What do you intend to do then?" Jianlei coldly regarded him. "Zhongxin Cheng has its rules. Our brotherhood embodies those rules," the man replied expressionlessly. "I'll give you time. Feel free to call for help." "Do you believe I summoned someone from the inspection department?" Determined, Jianlei recalled that she had accompanied Jianlei to the inspection department twice in the past few days, thinking she could leverage that connection. The man hesitated, glancing at his vehicle. Just then, a woman stepped out of the car, asking, "What is going on? Can we discuss this calmly?" With the presence of a woman, the tension eased, and both parties eventually agreed to have their respective vehicles repaired. Jianlei was generally a cautious driver, and the damage was not severe, yet seeing her beloved car in such a state caused her considerable distress. Although her family had some assets, her parents were quite nagging, and she did not wish to burden them over this matter. After working hard for 5 days, she had managed to save up enough to buy 2 seasonal outfits, and now a portion of that would be spent on repairs, which pained her deeply. Noticing her distress, the woman across from her spoke up. "How about I recommend a repair shop? At cost price." Though young, Jianlei was quite astute and had a knack for gathering information. She inquired casually, "Which shop can you recommend?" Xu Zhuanzhong discovered that the house he moved into was a complete mess. Fortunately, the essential amenities were intact, and with a bit of tidying up, it would suffice. What relieved him the most was the presence of a flushing toilet. Contrary to his expectations of a more primitive setup, there was running water, albeit with a peculiar odor, prompting him to create a filter and install a water tank. After tidying up the small courtyard, repairing and adding some facilities, and repainting the walls, he leveled the ground. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and he knew it was time to report to the inspection department. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still listed as a consultant. The office of the inspection department was an unassuming 4-story building, home to about 100 personnel, including over 40 ultimate warriors. Upon learning that Xu Zhuanzhong had arrived, Jianlei personally came to greet him. "You actually decided to show up?" Jian needed some time. Xu Zhuanzhong replied, slightly bewildered. "So, am I considered a consultant for the DZ Fong?" He had initially thought he was a mechanical maintenance consultant for the inspection department, only to discover that he was merely a nominal member of the DZ Fong. The inspection department was divided into 4 execution teams, named Tian Xian, Di Huang, and so forth. The DZ Fong ranked 3rd, consisting of 7 ultimate warriors, including Jianlei and Shaoqin, along with a dozen modified warriors, making up the entirety of its strength. Jianlei nodded in acknowledgement. Your salary is funded by the DZ Fong. The department merely recognizes your title. There shouldn't be much work. Chu Zhuanzhong sighed in relief, not intending to accept the salary without contributing. Anyone needing repairs can find me at my residence. I'll certainly offer a discount. A robust man named Ma Long abruptly interjected. What level of repairman are you? Chu Zhuanzhong sensed a strong earth element from him and contemplated before responding. I'm from the Tianzi district. I haven't gone through the assessment. Malon persisted. But those assessed in the Tianzi district count, right? Chu Zhuanzhong shrugged. I didn't take the test there either. Ma Long's dissatisfaction was evident as he turned to Jianlei. Boss, our DZ Fong's budget isn't exactly generous. His open skepticism didn't bother Chu Zhuanzhong. He appreciated straightforward individuals, especially when they refrained from insults. Jianlei huclet amiably. What? Do you think I introduced a freeloader? Xiao Qin interjected. I personally brought him from the Tianzi district. Do you think the boss is less shrewd than you? Fine, I'll believe it, Ma Long responded, his blunt nature shining through. My vehicle hasn't been functioning well lately. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Chu Zhuanzhong waved his hand and replied earnestly. I don't take jobs under 300 silver coins. Since you can be straightforward, I suppose I can be too? Ma Long was taken aback. Is this extortion? You're capable enough to turn your nose up at this little consultancy fee? Chu Zhuanzhong replied earnestly. I conduct mechanical inspections and repairs in the Tianzi district. The money I earn is sufficient for cultivation. His words rendered the others silent, each pondering the same thought. Can repairmen really earn that much? Jianlei, noticing the atmosphere, smiled and gestured for Chu Zhuanzhong to follow him. Come, let us sign a confidentiality agreement. Eager to start his new role, Chu Zhuanzhong was primarily drawn by the 5 categories of cultivation methods, not anticipating such courtesy from the inspection chief. After signing the agreement, Jianlei presented him with a set of cultivation techniques of the metal element. Although the department had plenty of these techniques, they were typically prohibited from being lent out. Understood, Chu Zhuanzhong said, placing the techniques into his satchel. Thank you, I'll take my leave now. Jianlei looked at him in surprise. Aren't you going to ask where your office is? Office? Chu Zhuanzhong replied, astonished. I don't need it. Let us not waste those resources. Jianlei paused, shaking his head in disbelief. You really don't regard the inspection department highly, do you? Chu Zhuanzhong pondered for a moment before responding resolutely. My greatest passion lies in cultivation and the theory of mechanical repair. All right, you may go. Jianlei waved his hand helplessly. Remember to come by when the monthly dues are due. Chu Zhuanzhong nodded and exited, murmuring softly to himself, still lagging behind. In Blue Star, salaries were typically deposited into savings accounts and cards, yet here they still relied on cash. Before he could even leave the inspection department building, Ma Long approached him, bellowing, New guy, can you repair mechas? Chu Zhuanzhong blinked in confusion, responding, I only handle the equipment of the DZ Fong. I don't deal with anything else. It's a friend S. Mecha, Ma Long boisterously replied. He is also with the inspection department. Does the inspection department use mechas? Chu Zhuanzhong was puzzled, recalling that ultimate warriors were said to disdain mechas. That is not accurate. Ma non asserted. While some ultimate warriors may harbor prejudices against mechas, that does not include our inspection department. Capturing ultimate warriors suspected of crimes often requires the assistance of mechas. Ultimate warriors are indeed precious. Chu Zhuanzhong couldn't help but mutter, realizing he had reacted faster than he had thought. Remarkably, Ma Long didn't find anything amiss. Ultimate warriors are expensive to train. Can you actually repair them? I'll start with a diagnosis, Chu Zhuanzhong replied solemnly. If it's too troublesome, I'll just handle the assessment. Alright, Ma Long nodded. Then asked, the diagnosis is free, right? Chu Zhuanzhong glanced at him helplessly. You should learn to respect knowledge. This is my first job, and I'll do it for free. Ma Long did not mind the notion of a free service. Instead, he paused in disbelief, questioning whether a mere inspection would incur a fee. In fact, the maintenance technicians in Zhongxin Cheng also charged for inspections. Yet everyone was inclined to show some deference to the ultimate warrior. Chu Jianlei looked at him helplessly. Would it be the case that if someone summoned the ultimate warrior, the task would become effortless and not require payment? Naturally, that was not permissible, Ma Long replied with conviction, as training an ultimate warrior was exceedingly arduous. Unlike the abundance of maintenance technicians, Chu Jianlei raised an eyebrow, suggesting that if that were the case, he would refrain from assisting with the inspection. That simply would not do, Ma Long retorted, his eyes narrowing. You already declared it would be free, and I must seize this opportunity. Chu Jianlei shook his head, torn between exasperation and amusement. While Ma Long's remarks were quite forward, he found it hard to harbor any resentment. Since his skills as a technician were being questioned, a response was warranted, albeit this would be a one-time exception. The mecha was stored in a warehouse behind the building, where Chu Jianlei encountered its operator, Landers. Landers was of short stature, stocky, and scrutinized Chu Jianlei with suspicion, asking how old he was to be repairing mechas. Chapter 148. Lack of qualification for commentary. Landers shared a blunt demeanor akin to Ma Long's, making it unsurprising that they could become good friends. Jianlei, au revoir, chose not to engage in such banter and followed him to the storage room, where he beheld the assault-type mecha. This was a familiar type, and he began discussing its condition. Landers expressed skepticism towards Chu Jianlei, though his body language conveyed honesty. While demonstrating a few movements, he felt a certain stiffness, expressing his frustration that others claimed it was still operational and did not require repairs. Chu Jianlei looked at Ma Long in astonishment, inquiring whether there were no routine maintenance fees. Ma Long shrugged helplessly, explaining that it was quite normal for funds to be tight wherever there were ultimate warriors, particularly in the inspection bureau. The mecha still held a subordinate status. Chu Jianlei mused inwardly, bending down to pick up an alloy rod. What are you doing? Landers muttered softly, only to be interrupted by Ma Long, who insisted it was free of charge. Although the mecha was registered under Landers' name, he possessed merely the rights to operate it and would not pay for repairs. Thus, the free service was quite appealing. Chu Jianlei wielded the alloy rod, striking the mecha repeatedly. Initially, both observers were baffled by his actions. Landers even shot a disapproving glance at Ma Long. Yet, as the inspection progressed, both fell silent, recognizing Chu Jianlei's genuine familiarity with this particular model. Chu Jianlei spent a total of 10 minutes inspecting the mecha before putting away his tools and speaking earnestly. This mecha has significant issues. There are numerous hidden dangers that require substantial repairs. He identified 7 problems in total, including hidden damage, worn components, and aging sensors. I can only guarantee the existence of these 7 issues. I cannot ascertain whether additional problems persist. Landers' face paled upon hearing this. Though not a technician himself, his understanding of mechas far exceeded that of the average person. This was more than a mere hazard. It was a potential catastrophe. Can you provide me with a technician certificate? I have no qualifications to issue such a document. Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly. I cannot provide a certification. No certification? Landers exclaimed in disbelief. Turning to Ma Long, is this the person you recommended to me? You can always seek a paid inspection. Ma Long replied with a serious demeanor. If genuine issues are found, the inspection fees can be reimbursed, right? Landers scratched his head, questioning again. Is this really credible? Our superior has thoroughly vetted him. Ma Long gestured with open palms. Do you think it necessary to doubt his judgment? Well, thank you, Landers said, clasping his hands towards Chu Jianlei. The hazard with the left leg support column should be relatively straightforward to identify. He was not foolish. Verifying just one of the 7 issues would suffice. However, Chu Jianlei shook his head, suggesting that the aging sensor at the wrist of the mechanical arm would be easier to detect. Thanks once more. Landers bowed again, this time with greater politeness, genuinely impressed that such results could be achieved with just a rod. Ma Long nodded vigorously in agreement, but remarked, then perhaps you should check a bit more thoroughly. Just a bit, please. Chu Jianlei shot him a look. This is a complimentary service, and you're making quite a few demands. My friend, I shall treat you to a drink later, Landers graciously offered. You have quite literally saved my life. It is not a matter of life and death, Chu Jianlei replied with a smile. The assault-type mecha is tough and resilient. It is not easy to engage in combat. With that, he turned to leave, leaving the 2 men exchanging bewildered glances. Not easy to engage in combat. Ma Long was taken aback, pondering whether this individual was merely a modified warrior. What resilience? Landers let out a wry smile. It's merely a C-class warrior that is somewhat lacking. What about a B-class? The Inspection Bureau targets not only C-class miscreants, but also B-class and even A-class individuals. Let us proceed with an inspection, Ma Long suggested. I know a few technicians who can assist for free. Free assistance? Landers rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his sarcasm. It seems the ultimate warrior does command quite a bit of respect. Are inspections truly charged outside? Ma Long asked with a teasing tone before reaching for his wristwatch. Let me check my contacts. A few B-class technicians should suffice. B-class technicians can easily navigate the lower settlement areas without issue. However, in Zhongxin, Cheng, B-class technicians are abundant, and it is typical to see them grovel before an ultimate warrior. Before long, a B-class technician arrived promptly and began inspecting the sensors without delay. After an hour of disassembling the sensors and a further half-hour of testing, he expressed astonishment. Who diagnosed this abnormal aging? It was one of our mechanical maintenance consultants. Ma Long replied nonchalantly. How skilled is he? This is an original sensor. The factory seal is still intact. The technician chuckled ruefully. You did not disassemble it for inspection? Both Ma Long and Landers shook their heads in unison, affirming they had not. The technician grew increasingly curious. How long did it take to identify the issues? 2 or 3 minutes. Ma Long replied uncertainly. What is this person's skill level? I cannot comment on that, the technician admitted, shaking his head in humility. Even if he is not A-class, he must possess some expertise. Lander's eyes darted about, recalling that the consultant had, in 10 minutes, identified 7 problems. Who says a blunt personality cannot possess cunning? These 2 traits are not mutually exclusive. As expected, the technician immediately inquired, what are the other 6 issues? After reviewing the descriptions of the remaining 6 points, his expression shifted dramatically. The ability to handle mecha repairs indicated a corresponding level of expertise. If all of these are indeed true, the mecha has substantial problems. However, he steadied himself. You detected all these issues in just 10 minutes? Indeed. Ma Long and Landers affirmed in unison, with Ma Long adding, he is our mechanical maintenance consultant. Truly, there are greater talents beyond our ken. The B-class technician pondered momentarily before resolutely stating, Lord Ma Long, I hope to inspect the mecha for those 6 issues only. Why? Landers queried skeptically. I have already identified them. Do you wish to charge another inspection fee? Free of charge, the B-class technician asserted. I merely wish to gauge the capabilities of that esteemed predecessor. Our inspection bureau's consultant is undoubtedly exceptional, Ma Long replied with pride. You cannot measure up to him. I am aware of that, the B-class technician chuckled. Yet, my curiosity is piqued. Landers, with a glint in his eye, noted that curiosity comes at a price. I will replace this sensor for you, the technician declared, if those 6 issues are indeed present. Despite his trepidation towards the ultimate warrior, he pondered what a mecha warrior could accomplish without their mecha. Landis smiled and reassured. I am not intentionally making things difficult for you. The key is that the maintenance of the mecha is funded by the inspection bureau. The B-level maintenance technician pondered for a moment and then replied, I will issue. He was not an overly greedy person, and the mecha warriors were not particularly short on funds. A day later, he received the inspection report, and the mecha warriors were not in dire need of money. A day later, he received the inspection report, and it was no surprise that the consultant from the inspection bureau was astute in identifying issues. After a moment of hesitation, the B-level technician inquired, Rands, could you elaborate on how that senior consultant conducted the inspection? Rands, not one to be greedy, was mindful of his conduct while dealing with those from the inspection bureau. He directly responded, that person is not really a senior. They're quite young. Jianlei had instructed the individuals at the Dizzy building not to casually disclose Jianlei's information. Ending with a sigh, it was simply a stick. The B-level technician was stunned for a moment before asking, may I inquire the name of this esteemed consultant? Jianlei. Landis ultimately exclaiming, it was just a stick. The B-level technician was stunned for a while before asking, may I inquire about the name of this senior consultant? Their name is Jianlei, Rands answered without any inclination to keep secrets, not perceiving the technician's inquiry as a significant issue. In fact, his voice trembling with excitement. Is he the one who wrote the concept for the sensor bypass featured in mechanical exploration? Huh. Landis was somewhat bewildered. What are you talking about? I wish to meet that esteemed master, the technician declared earnestly. Could you introduce me to him? That shouldn't be a problem, Landis confidently replied. Just wait for me. After a while, he returned looking disheveled. That consultant has a high level of authority and does not need to be on duty. He truly did not anticipate that the Dizzy Fong had hired a consultant who did not require a regular presence. However, the B-level technician did not mind. He had reflected on the article regarding the sensors and found it exceptionally well written. Such talent deserved any privilege. After some time, he returned, looking disheveled. The consultant has a relatively high rank and does not need to be present at the office. But that person is rather difficult to deal with. He had not expected the dizzy Fong to be so keen on keeping Jianlei hidden. Thank you very much. Having pondered over the article regarding the censors and found it remarkably well written. Such talent deserves any preferential treatment, he thought. Could you guide me to their residence? He believed everything was in order and that he could begin his reclusive lifestyle, only to find that things did not go as planned. With his arrival, someone from the ground floor came to inquire about renting the premises. The first to inquire was a previous tenant who sold various materials for maintenance. Chapter 112. Pressing Matters. Chapter 149. Pressing Matters. On the Blue Star, it is said that sales do not invalidate leases. He believed he had settled everything and could begin his life as a recluse, but things did not unfold as he had hoped. Upon his arrival, individuals from downstairs approached. It is a matter for negotiation between the buyer and seller. However, in the Wasteland, protection of private property rights is Chapter 112. Aggressive and unyielding. Chapter 149. Aggressive and unyielding. On Blue Star, it is said that the sale does not disrupt the lease, only to return upon hearing that someone had taken over the property to negotiate for a lease renewal. Jianlei, naturally, Jianlei had transferred this courtyard to him to earn some money. However, he could not possibly agree to the previous tenant. Moreover, since the property had been sealed by the enforcement team, they simply evicted the tenant. Thus, even if there was no direct relation, considering that this person likely knew Tianzhongyi, it was unnecessary to get entangled in that trouble. The other party remained insistent, claiming to have built a considerable customer base over many years of operating in the area. Jianlei, he cannot possibly agree to the previous tenant. Tianzhongyi was the president of the Maintenance Technicians Association in the Tianzi district. The security personnel stated that this individual had indeed rented the property for a long time and had been operating a shop here before the previous landlord. This meant that the tenant had been operating here even before Tianzhongyi purchased the property. One of the security personnel claiming to have established a significant customer base over many years in this location. Chu Jianlei paid him no mind, stating, "The lease is in my hands. You cannot forcibly rent it." After failing to persuade him, the former tenant returned the next day with 3 security personnel. The security personnel asserted that the individual had indeed rented the property for a long time, having operated a business there even before the previous landlord. This meant that the tenant had been running their business at that location before Tianzhongyi purchased the property. One of the security personnel even checked Chu Jianlei's identification and found that he had only recently moved to the central city, which worsened their attitude. They bluntly stated, the last time it was sealed, the owner of the maintenance shop still owed over half a year's rent. Now the owner must honor that remaining half-year agreement. So whether you want or not, you must rent. Furthermore, they declared the previous rental agreement unreasonable and excessively high, insisting on a 30% reduction moving forward. Chu Jianlei was genuinely perplexed, questioning, since when did the security personnel have oversight over rental matters? Don't you understand? This is the central city. His face flushed red with anger as he shouted, "You dare to lay hands on me?" As he spoke, he drew a laser pistol from his waist. Threatening Jianlei, "You've really stirred up trouble this time." Jianlei furrowed his brow, uncertain whether he should retaliate. To be honest, who would not wish to live in a stable environment? However, given the other party's aggressive stance, even if he could grit his teeth and endure, he could not truly accept their mediation. His identity as a member of the Inspection Bureau should be advantageous, yet he was merely a nominal consultant. Their face flushed red, and they began to curse, "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me?" While speaking, they drew a laser pistol from their waist. Threatening Chu Jianlei, "You've really gotten yourself into trouble this time." Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow, uncertain whether he should retaliate. To be honest, it was because he had not yet found a suitable means to exert pressure. Relying on members of such a powerful department to act in accordance with rules and regulations was utterly unrealistic. While he hesitated, yet he was merely a nominal consultant. Moreover, he did not wish for Jianlei to discover that he was leveraging his affiliation with the Inspection Bureau to intimidate others. About to speak, when a voice called from outside, "Is Jianlei here?" The people in the room turned their heads in unison, and 2 individuals entered, followed by a stranger of middle age. Upon entering, Landis noticed several uniformed security personnel and narrowed his eyes slightly. "What is going on here?" The security officer who had shoved Jianlei frowned and impatiently said, "The security personnel are enforcing the law. You best come with us without resistance." Chu Jianlei took a deep breath and was about to speak when a voice called out from outside. Is Jianlei here? The individuals within the room turned to look, and two people entered. Leading was Rands, followed by an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Upon entering and seeing several uniformed security personnel, Rands narrowed his eyes slightly. What is happening here? The security personnel who had pushed Chu Jianlei frowned and impatiently said, "The security personnel are enforcing the law. What is your identity and purpose here?" Rands was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, revealing his credentials, Inspection Bureau. The security personnel exchanged glances, one of them taking the document to examine it. Mecha Warrior. Members of the Inspection Bureau are categorized into various ranks. Ultimate Warriors are the highest tier. The security personnel are not the enforcement targets of the Inspection Bureau, yet a sense of trepidation is inevitable. Who would not fear the Ultimate Warrior? Their mortality rate is indeed high. They are often the ones undertaking the dirtiest and most laborious tasks, yet they seldom possess active enforcement authority. Given that the Inspection Bureau primarily targets Ultimate Warriors, it is rather inappropriate to have Mecha Warriors take on enforcement roles. Pondering whether to take action against them, his temperament was far from amiable. He had initially contemplated intervening. Yet, considering that Jianlei was at least a modified warrior, the Mecha Warriors are rather commonplace. The security officer returned the credentials to Landia Sai and departed without a word. Although he felt quite irritated, the situation appeared to have diffused after Landia Sai displayed his credentials. The aforementioned security officers were likely local. As the same, pondering whether to take action against them, his temperament was far from amiable. He had initially contemplated intervening. Yet, considering that Jianlei was at least a modified warrior, he refrained from confronting the individuals, questioning whether it was wise to meddle further. Chu Jianlei reflected for a moment and then smiled dismissively, deciding to let it go. Although he felt quite irritated, the situation appeared to have diffused after Landia Sai displayed his credentials. The aforementioned security officers were likely local. As the saying goes, this matter cannot be resolved. That individual is acquainted with someone from the Inspection Bureau. The tenant urged their involvement, but was met with reluctance. After all, if a mere Mecha Warrior could negotiate a rent reduction, he was willing to offer additional compensation. What do you understand? The irritable security officer retorted impatiently. Many Mecha Warriors possess volatile temperaments, especially those from the Inspection Bureau. They were not particularly intimidated by Landia Sai. This matter cannot be resolved. That individual is acquainted with someone from the Inspection Bureau. The tenant urged their involvement, but was met with reluctance. After all, if a mere Mecha Warrior could negotiate a rent reduction, he was willing to offer additional compensation. What do you understand? The irritable security officer retorted impatiently. Many Mecha Warriors possess volatile temperaments, especially those from the Inspection Bureau. They were not particularly intimidated by Landia Sai, yet provoking him could attract the Ultimate Warrior. Yet turned to cast a fierce glance at the small courtyard. Are you willing to let this person go unpunished? He left with a parting remark, expressing disappointment in their service. The most irritable among them glared and nearly pursued the tenant, only to be restrained by another. Enough. This individual is not to be trifled with. We have already gained some advantage. Must we endure further complaints? This individual considered the logic behind it. Chu Jianlei was engaged in conversation with a B-class repair technician named Du Lidid. His demeanor, particularly when the topic intrigued him and the other party was a fan. After all, who does not possess a modicum of vanity? They conversed animatedly, while Landia Sai, finding the discussion dull, opted to take his leave. Du Lidid was a quintessential technician, his moral standing difficult to gauge. Their conversation continued well into the evening, filled with disagreements and vigorous rebuttals. In short, both parties gained considerable insights from the exchange. While Du Lidid imparted to Chu Jianlei several open-minded approaches, Chu Jianlei, in turn, absorbed numerous knowledge points. Finding the discussion dull, opted to take his leave. Du Lidid was a quintessential technician, his moral standing difficult to gauge, yet he was genuinely passionate about discussing technology. Their conversation continued well into the evening, filled with disagreements and vigorous rebuttals. In short, both parties gained considerable insights from the exchange. While Du Lidid imparted to Chu Jianlei several open-minded approaches, Chu Jianlei, in turn, absorbed numerous knowledge points. Du Lidid had no obligation to share his most guarded insights. Providing foundational knowledge was already a significant boon, and there was no need to be overly greedy. This underscored the disparity between self-taught individuals and those trained in formal education, with Du Lidid willingly offering guidance on more comprehensive analytical methods. Throughout their dialogue, Chu Jianlei sensed that Du Lidid retained some advanced knowledge, which did not surprise him. He understood that, lacking a personal connection, Du Lidid had no obligation to share his most guarded insights. Providing foundational knowledge was already a significant boon, and there was no need to be overly greedy. As mealtime approached, Du Lidid, still animated by their discussion, insisted on treating Chu Jianlei to dinner, a restaurant of respectable quality, justifying it by noting that he had eaten significantly more. The restaurant's fare consisted of ordinary ingredients, merely sufficient to satisfy his hunger. Du Lidid enjoyed drinking, but moderated his intake, mindful of the responsibilities that came with being a repair technician. By the end, dissuading him from insisting on covering the cost. Parting ways, Chu Jianlei strolled leisurely back to the small courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance, justifying it by noting that he had eaten significantly more. The restaurant's fare consisted of ordinary ingredients, merely sufficient to satisfy his hunger. He maintained a distance from the two individuals, lacking the desire to even glance in their direction. He had installed mechanisms both at the entrance and within the courtyard, dissuading him from insisting on covering the cost. Parting ways, Chu Jianlei strolled leisurely back to the small courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance, commenting on the apparent wealth, such a lucrative target was rare indeed. The other murmured that they needed to strike hard, leaving no opportunity for the tenant to seek assistance. He maintained a distance from the two individuals, lacking the desire to even glance in their direction. He had installed mechanisms both at the entrance and within the courtyard, dedicating himself to studying and practicing. On the third day, Du Lidid brought over several books, reminding him to return them once he had finished reading. Curiously, he inquired, "Why have you stopped submitting articles?" Chu Jianlei was reluctant to discuss Tianzhongyi, as the father-son duo had been deeply entrenched in the repair industry for years. They needed to scout the area first. The first one thoughtfully cautioned against hitting a dead end. For the next 2 days, Chu Jianlei remained indoors. He replied nonchalantly that it had merely been a fleeting impulse, and the earnings were insufficient to fund his training. Du Lidid was left speechless, pondering whether this individual truly was an ultimate warrior. Deciding to change the subject, Du Lidid produced a periodical, asking, "Have you read this article?" Who knew what connections they possessed? The prominent forces in Taidu City were feasting on the remnants. If they weren't to blame, who would be? Thus, he replied nonchalantly that it had merely been a fleeting impulse, and the earnings were insufficient to fund his training. Du Lidid was left speechless, pondering whether this individual truly was an ultimate warrior. Deciding to change the subject, Du Lidid produced a periodical, asking, "Have you read this article?" Chu Jianlei glanced at it and recognized it as mechanical exploration, with the article titled Reflections and Suggestions on Waste Recycling. He nodded impassively, confirming he had read it. "What do you think of its quality?" Du Lidid excitedly asked. "Do you not find that the author's thought process resembles yours? Isn't it essentially my article?" That individual merely altered a few words. Chu Jianlei thought with a hint of frustration. He casually flipped through the pages, responding with a blank expression. He must face the consequences. Was he wrongfully accused? Yet the author is truly talented, Du Lidid asserted with increasing fervor. His charge is malicious fraud against an ultimate warrior. The author has been arrested. Chu Jianlei regarded him with suspicion, questioning whether this was deliberate or accidental. "What do you mean by that? Aren't you seeking my assistance?" Du Lidid retorted défiantly. "You are from a Xuancha division and can exert some pressure." He must face the consequences. Was he wrongfully accused? Yet the author is truly talented, Du Lidid asserted with increasing fervor. His charge is malicious fraud against an ultimate warrior. And only individuals from your inspection bureau can assist in exonerating him. Help him evade justice? Chu Jianlei could no longer restrain himself, his brows knitted tightly together. "What do you mean by that? Aren't you seeking my assistance?" Du Lidid retorted défiantly. "You are from the Xuancha division and can exert some pressure. His family is wealthy and can afford the cost." Chu Jianlei felt an overwhelming urge to physically chastise the man, but managed to suppress it. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Aren't you on good terms with Malong?" Upon closer inspection, such ailments tend to flare up quickly, but also dissipate just as fast. Nonetheless, he could not ascertain the truth of the other man's claims. So he merely stated coolly, I am merely a nominal member of the Xuancha division. It is inconvenient for me. Dulai's mouth moved as if contemplating his words. No need to say more. Jianlei interjected, decisively adding, I not only appreciate mechanical theory, but am also an ultimate warrior. If you wish for me to consider this from a profession, such ailments tend to flare up quickly, but also dissipate just as fast. Nonetheless, he could not ascertain the truth of the other man's claims, so he merely stated coolly. He had indeed speculated that the other might be an ultimate warrior, holding on to a gamble in his heart. Now, faced with this formal denial, Jianlei interjected, decisively adding, I not only appreciate mechanical theory, but am also an ultimate warrior. If you wish for me to consider this from a professional standpoint, I suggest you first ponder which camp I belong to. I see. Dulai sighed in disappointment, before promptly apologizing. I was unaware you were an ultimate warrior. He had indeed speculated that the other might be an ultimate warrior, holding on to a gamble in his heart. Now, faced with this formal denial, he quickly expressed regret. Jianlei outright rejected them. The rent here was not inexpensive, regarded as prime real estate in the central city. The previous tenant had paid 700 silver, and now the offer had dropped by 200. Jianlei did not even counteroffer and simply asked them to leave. Another knock echoed at the door, this time from a couple inquiring whether the storefront was available for rent. They offered a price of 500 silver dollars per month. Jianlei outright rejected them. The rent here was not inexpensive, regarded as prime real estate in the central city. The previous tenant had paid 700 silver dollars monthly, and now the offer had dropped by 200. Jianlei did not even counteroffer and simply asked them to leave. He was not adept at haggling and found no merit in further discussion with those lacking sincerity, whether it was word getting out or mere coincidence. This price was not exorbitant, considering the former landlord, Tian Shui, was not a local and only held residency rights. Once the notice was posted, the disturbance, yet they did not cease entirely. After knocking, the visitors immediately questioned how the rent could be so high. Jianlei's response was to close the door firmly. The incessant inquiries began to wear on his nerves, prompting him to post a notice. Rent is 900 silver dollars per month. No negotiations. In truth, this price was not exorbitant, considering the former landlord, Tian Shui, was not a local and only held residency rights. Once the notice was posted, the disturbances indeed lessened. Yet they did not cease entirely. After knocking, the visitors immediately questioned how the rent could be so high. Jianlei's response was to close the door firmly. He finally resolved to venture out. His reasons were twofold. He had run out of food. With a hearty appetite, he had stockpiled provisions while tidying up the courtyard, but now his reserves were nearly depleted. Thus, he drove to the market to procure a supply of grains and mutant beast meat. Jianlei truly wished to add a note saying paupers be gone, but he cherished the tranquility of his life. After spending 12 days in the small courtyard, he finally resolved to venture out. His reasons were twofold. He had run out of food. With a hearty appetite, he had stockpiled provisions while tidying up the courtyard. He did not return to the courtyard, but headed directly to the Xuancha division. Fresh mutant beast meat was a rarity in the central city, most of it being frozen and of lesser quality. However, Jianlei could not afford to be particular. Having food was a blessing, and he was no longer concerned with the pretenses of a gourmet. After purchasing the food, he did not return to the courtyard, but headed directly to the Xuancha division. He had long deciphered the metallic cultivation methods, but wished to conceal the depth of his understanding from others. Now that he had ventured out, Jianlei was aware that his surveillance did indeed record, and those lacking a sense of security would not mind spending a little extra for that assurance. Yet, the other thug bent down, picked up a stone, and hurled it at the camera. With a loud crash, the camera shattered. Did it matter whether it recorded or not? Unlike the sparse few in the Tianzi district's back capital. However, most surveillance lacked recording capabilities, merely serving for real-time monitoring. As long as they were not caught in the act by someone monitoring in real time, they could escape without consequence. What a ridiculous $900, one thug said, stepping forward to tear down the notice. Are you out of your mind? The other thug laughed. You really don't believe in fate, do you? This could be connected to the Xuancha division. What connection? The first thug scoffed. As long as they were not caught in the act by someone monitoring in real time, they could escape without consequence. What a ridiculous $900, one thug said. Perhaps the boss wants to discuss something with the redskin dogs. The peacekeepers wore red uniforms, and it was evident that the boss they referred to was a leader of a vibrant social group. Their words showed no respect for the peacekeepers. The second thug did not want to appear timid and suggested, "So, shall we just sneak in the yard now?" "No rush," the first thug replied casually. When Jianlei arrived at the Xuancha division, he discovered that Jianlei was away on official business, but Xiaoqin was still present. The division chief entrusted her with the second set of cultivation methods, which happened to be of the wood attribute that she practiced herself. Jianlei spent less than 5 minutes at the Xuancha division, exchanging his old technique for the new one. Upon returning to the courtyard, he was filled with frustration. When Jianlei arrived at the Xuancha division, he discovered that Jianlei was away on official business, but Xiaoqin was still present. The division chief entrusted her with the second set of cultivation methods, which happened to be of the wood attribute that she practiced herself. Thus, identifying the puppet master behind it all was a challenge. Was it the peacekeepers or someone from the Xuancha division? Jianlei was not one to hold grudges, as he was generally inclined to forgive impulsive actions due to his own issues. Even his usual reticence could not blind him to the fact that he was being targeted, especially since he was not particularly dull-witted. However, identifying the puppet master behind it all was a challenge. Was it the peacekeepers or someone from the Xuancha division? Jianlei was not one to hold grudges, as he was generally inclined to forgive impulsive actions due to his own issues. After some thought, he pinned another notice and replaced the camera. He then reviewed the footage, and indeed, the two thugs were strangers to him. He opened the door and was met by two scruffy men, though they were not the same ones who had vandalized the security cameras. Not far behind them stood 3 others. The stout man in the middle, arms crossed, casually conversed with the two beside him, occasionally casting a glance in his direction. One of the men at the door extended a hand, beckoning, "Protection fee." Jianlei was taken aback for a moment before replying, "The house has not been rented out yet." He had no qualms about paying a protection fee. Even on launching, he had encountered similar situations. He regarded it as a waste disposal fee. If the cost was reasonable and could help manage trivial matters, it was worth it. He was prepared to defend himself if they dared to enter the courtyard. Such was the law in Central City. "Are you saying we should never collect if you never rent it out?" "Then don't collect," Jianlei replied nonchalantly, then turned to the stout man. "Are you a modified soldier?" The thug raised a hand and shoved it towards Jianlei's chest. Jianlei stepped back sharply, glaring coldly at his adversary. He was prepared to defend himself if they dared to enter the courtyard. Such was the law in Central City. Pointing a finger at Jianlei, "You'll see." Jianlei maintained an expressionless demeanor. "Next time you knock, don't be so loud." Just as he was about to close the door, the stout man approached. "Wait." Jianlei furrowed his brow. "What is it?" "Your skills seem decent," the man nodded. "Those who make a living in society must be well versed in various laws. Otherwise, how could they navigate the fine line of legality?" The restrained thug calmed down. Pointing a finger at Jianlei, "You'll see." Jianlei maintained an expressionless demeanor. "Next time you knock, don't be so loud." Just as he was about to close the door, the stout man approached. "Wait." Jianlei furrowed his brow. "What is it?" "Your skills seem decent," the man nodded slightly. "Speaking with interest, why not work with me?" Jianlei blinked, slightly puzzled. "What do you do?" "This area is under my protection," the stout man replied. Without hesitation, Jianlei shook his head. "Apologies, but I'm not interested." He then raised a hand to shut the courtyard door. The thugs outside were furious, raising their hands to smash the door, but the stout man called out, "All right, we'll talk later." For the next 3 days, 7 or 8 thugs leaped into the courtyard, also engaging in destruction. Jianlei had spent, he was left dumbfounded. A group of thugs stood around, grinning foolishly, and the stout man was among them. Jianlei contemplated before stepping out of the car and approaching the stout man, tilting his head to inquire, "Was it you?" The man, arms crossed, looked at him with a smirk, but offered no reply. However, one of the nearby thugs interjected, "Who the hell are you talking to?" He was left dumbfounded. A group of thugs stood around, grinning foolishly, and the stout man was among them. At that moment, an off-road vehicle rolled into the street, and the driver waved at Jianlei. It was Ma Long, and the next second he was stunned, looked at him with a smirk, but offered no reply. However, one of the nearby thugs interjected, "Who the hell are you talking to?" Ma Long slammed on the brakes, flung open the car door, and stepped out. The thugs immediately noticed the silver ring on his hand. At that moment, an off-road vehicle rolled into the street, and the driver waved at Jianlei. It was Ma Long, and the next second he was stunned. One thug was shot in the back, a gaping hole appearing in his chest, and he collapsed to the ground. Such an injury was essentially beyond treatment. Ma Long slammed on the brakes, flung open the car door, and stepped out. The thugs immediately noticed the silver ring on his hand. "Are you from the patrol office?" Someone turned and bolted. Ma Long swiftly drew a laser pistol, barking, "Anyone who dares to run will be shot." He said this while simultaneously raising his weapon and firing. "Or should I break your legs and drag you there?" The thugs fell silent, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Observing this, the stout man, "I was merely following before he could finish." Ma Long swiftly approached him and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The man's left cheek began to swell visibly, yet he dared not utter a sound. Ma Long flexed his wrist, scoffing, "Did I ask you to speak? What nonsense!" He then turned to Jianlei. "Jianlei, what is going on?" "I wanted to avoid trouble," Jianlei responded helplessly, but they kept pushing. After hearing this, Ma Long retaliated with another slap to the stout man. "I was merely following before he could finish." Ma Long swiftly approached him and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The man's left cheek began to swell visibly. "You still have legs," Ma Long replied expressionlessly, pulling the trigger and blasting a large hole in the man's left knee. The man instantly crumpled, writhing in pain, yet he bore the agony in silence. "A true tough guy," Ma Long chuckled, raising his weapon again and shooting the man in the right shin. The thug let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Crawl to the patrol office," Ma Long sneered, "or I'll kill you." He then surveyed the other thugs. "All of you come with me. Those who fear death can run." After a moment's thought, he shook his head and raised his wrist, calling out, "Xiaoqin, come over. Bring the enforcement vehicle and 20 pairs of handcuffs." Soon, Xiaoqin arrived in an enforcement vehicle, a medium-sized van emblazoned with large insignia. The thug let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Crawl to the patrol office," Ma Long sneered, "or I'll kill you." He then surveyed the other thugs. How dare they attack someone from the patrol office? Upon hearing this, the thugs were terrified, some collapsing to the ground in fear. The injured man, writhing, was momentarily stunned, the hurt no longer feeling so acute. Xiaoqin looked at Jianlei with surprise. "Aren't you quite fierce? You dare to take on ultimate soldiers. Yet you let these thugs do this to you?" A faint sound echoed, followed by a foul smell as someone, terrified, lost control of their bowels. Jianlei was taken aback, then sighed ruefully, "I just wanted a little low-key life. Is that so wrong?" Xiaoqin, however, seemed to grasp his thoughts and shook his head. "Since you are with the patrol office, you cannot endure this kind of treatment. You may not care. Yet you let these thugs do this to you?" A faint sound echoed, followed by a foul smell as someone, terrified, lost control of their bowels. Jianlei was taken aback, then sighed ruefully, "I just wanted a little low-key life. Is that so wrong?" Xiaoqin, however, yet the unwritten rules of human relations were not documented therein. These relevant dimensions must be thoroughly integrated into society. Not only is he a newcomer, but he is also a recluse. Just as everyone was handcuffed, another law enforcement vehicle roared in. After it came to a halt, 3 individuals in red uniforms emerged. The security personnel approached, glancing at the dying thug and then at the robust man whose legs had been rendered useless. Yet the unwritten rules of human relations were not documented therein. These relevant dimensions must be thoroughly integrated into society in order to grasp the appropriate boundaries. Not only is he a newcomer, but he is also a recluse. Just as everyone was handcuffed, another law enforcement vehicle roared in. After it came to a halt, "This is a case for my inspection agency." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin let out a soft huff. "We suspect they're connected to the deaths of several ultimate warriors." They then surveyed the vandalized storefront, and one security officer turned to Ma Long. "This should be a matter for the law enforcement department, which this esteemed gentleman's inspection agency is not responsible for, right? What does that have to do with you?" Ma Long rolled his eyes. "This is a case for my inspection agency." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin let out a soft huff. "We suspect they're connected to the deaths of several ultimate warriors. The others were truly unworthy of even carrying their shoes. Whether it is possible or not is not for you to decide," Ma Long retorted, being more composed, spoke in a firm tone. "Aside from the one lying on the ground who could be considered a reformed warrior and posed a threat to the ultimate warriors, The others were truly unworthy of even carrying their shoes. Whether it is possible or not is not for you to decide, Ma Long retorted, his eyes narrowing. Xiaoqin, affiliated with the inspection agency? The small leader attempted a final effort, addressing the two officials. It appears to be a law enforcement incident at the moment. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with him, and instead turned to Chu Jianlei. Chu Jianlei remained silent, merely observing one of the security officers with keen interest. He recognized this officer from the last encounter with 3 law enforcement personnel who had sought him out. The security officer under Chu Jianlei's scrutiny, his legs trembling like a sieve. Noticing this, Xiaoqin inquired, Jianlei, who is this person? He attempted to forcefully rent my house last time. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with him, and instead turned to Chu Jianlei. Chu Jianlei remained silent, merely observing one of the security officers with keen interest. Then Rands arrived and chased them away. The small leader of the security personnel slapped his forehead in despair, inwardly lamenting their recklessness. His legs trembling like a sieve. Noticing this, Xiaoqin inquired, Jianlei, who is this person? He attempted to forcefully rent my house last time. Chu Jianlei replied casually, accompanied by 2 security officers. The officers stuttered, we left in the inn, did we not? Chu Jianlei ignored him and continued speaking to Ma Long, his hand moving toward the laser pistol at his waist. My lord, the small leader raised both hands high, fearing misinterpretation. You dare. Ma Long was about to curse, but Xiaoqin lightly cleared her throat, interrupting him. Jianlei, please check inside to see if any materials are missing. All right. Chu Jianlei gestured to everyone. Let us go in and take a look together. Inside his room, there was a safe built into the wall. His hand moving toward the laser pistol at his waist. My lord, the small leader raised both hands high, fearing misinterpretation. May we conduct our own investigation first? Upon opening the boxes, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. They contained 3 mutated crystals. One of them was even classified as A-grade. Ma Long exclaiming, my goodness, you are not just exceptionally wealthy. The safe was intact. Chu Jianlei closed the box, opening the heavy door of the safe revealed layers of compartments. Inside, there were 2 gold bars, a stack of silver notes, several energy blocks, and 3 boxes. Upon opening the boxes, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. They contained 3 mutated crystals. One of them was even classified as A-grade. Ma Long's eyes lit up instantly. But 2 boxes emerged, both containing B-grade crystals. Following that was the bottom of a wardrobe, which was empty. The small leader of the security personnel felt a pang of unease as he observed the findings. They then checked the toilet tank, which was also devoid of any items. Ma Long was at a loss for words, and Xiaoqin's lips twitched slightly. Next, they examined the smashed bottom of a basin. This time, there was no gold. Within the boxes were yet another A-grade crystal and a B-grade crystal. Ultimately, they inspected the lampshade in the small storage room. The small leader of the security personnel felt a pang of unease as he observed the findings. They then checked the toilet tank, which was also devoid of any items. Finally, beneath the water tank on the roof, lifting a wooden board revealed another gold bar and 2 boxes, providing justification to take that fellow away. However, this outcome left her astounded. Jianlei possessed such considerable wealth? How much was actually lost remained unclear. Finally stating after a long pause, 8 B-grade crystals, 3 A-grade crystals, and 3 gold bars are missing. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed in unison. The small leader's face turned ashen. This truly was a dire situation. Xiaoqin also gasped in shock. She intended for Chu Jianlei to report the missing items. The small leader was instantly rendered speechless. Even if the individual were an ultimate warrior, it was not illegal for an ordinary person to do so. Was it? All right. This is none of my concern, the security officer wailed. I didn't even enter. The small leader, after pondering, mustered the courage to ask, my lord, why do you hide things everywhere? Naturally, it's due to a lack of security. Chu Jianlei looked at him expressionlessly. Is it against the law? The small leader was instantly rendered speechless. Even if the individual were an ultimate warrior, it was not illegal for an ordinary person to do so. Was it? All right. Ma Long coldly declared, without adequate compensation, none of you can escape. The small leader, sensing the gravity of the situation, took steps back. I will report this to my superiors. After exiting the courtyard, he immediately turned and fled. moving with remarkable speed. The others not daring to linger any longer. Jianlei surveyed the various resources that had been unearthed, his mouth twisting in irritation, revealing too much. Others are already aware of your identity. No one would dare touch your belongings. Xiaoqin curiously asked, "Did you truly lose that much?" Jianlei glanced at the security officer bound like a dumpling, hesitating to respond. "Just speak freely," Ma Long said nonchalantly. It's not a problem for him to hear. Not daring to linger any longer. Jianlei surveyed the various resources that had been unearthed, his mouth twisting in irritation, revealing too much. Ma Long chuckled dismissively, "Rest assured. Others are already aware of your identity. No one would dare touch your belongings." Xiaoqin curiously asked, "Did you truly lose that much?" Jianlei glanced at the security officer bound like a dumpling, hesitating to respond. "Just speak freely," Ma Long said nonchalantly. It's not a problem for him to hear. But the key was the lack of freedom. I inflated the number by a factor of 2. If we can recover the excess, it will be shared among everyone as a reward for their efforts. This is unacceptable. Xiaoqin immediately objected. I am merely curious and wish to see how much wealth you possess. That may not be entirely out of the question, Ma Long admitted, feeling slightly intrigued. After all, but the key was the lack of freedom. I inflated the number by a factor of 2. If we can recover the excess. Hasn't Tia's compensation been provided? The inspection agency wields significant power, yet the risks are equally high. Who had just entered C grade, dared to confront B grade Jianlei? How could others fare any better? Hence, the compensation from the inspection agency is substantial. It had been 3 years since Tai Chue passed away, and his family was currently facing difficulties. His family is in trouble? Xiaoqin exclaimed in astonishment. Yet his family was beset by serious illnesses one after another. The considerable amount of compensation had almost been depleted, and now, Tai Chue's mother had fallen ill as well. Who had just entered C grade, dared to confront B grade Jianlei? How could others fare any better? Hence, the compensation from the inspection agency is substantial. When the time comes to fight, they truly fight with all their might. However, Ma Long expressed that the compensation for Tai Chue had been fully dispersed, yet his family was beset by serious illnesses one after another. The considerable amount of compensation had almost been depleted, and now, Tai Chue's mother had fallen ill as well. Extracting such a substantial sum from the security team would prove to be quite a challenge. The security officer bound on the ground had turned pale upon hearing this. His eyes filled with despair. While the security officer had a considerable amount of gray income, it was not substantial in large, as although Ma Long had a straightforward temperament, his intelligence was not to be underestimated. Without the leader's backing, extracting such a substantial sum from the security team would prove to be quite a challenge. The security officer bound on the ground had turned pale upon hearing this. His eyes filled with despair. While the security officer had a considerable amount of gray income, it was not substantial in large sums. A group of individuals was taken to the inspection office, where 3 reformed soldiers from the DZ Fong cooperated, beginning individual interrogations. Even more infuriating was the fact that the other party had openly admitted to inflating some numbers. Yet, what left him most hopeless was this admission. The audacity to speak it aloud indicated a resolute determination. How could I be so blind as to think I could deal with this person? But the case was still under investigation. If he were to head directly to the hotel, it would be quite inappropriate. However, he did not inquire about the case. Carrying a backpack for the leader, there was no alternative, as the financial matters were already exposed and had to be carried on his back. Occasionally casting furtive glances at him, yet they dared not ask too many questions. They had heard that a consultant had recently been, but the case was still under investigation. If he were to head directly to the hotel, it would be quite inappropriate. However, he did not inquire about the case, choosing instead to remain in a room with few people, casually flipping through a book. This was an office for reformed soldiers, where 2 individuals were handling paperwork, occasionally casting furtive glances at him, yet they dared not ask too many questions. They had heard that a consultant had recently been associated with the office, yet in certain regions, such a notion existed. Thus, this Jianlei was undoubtedly of significant origin. In fact, at his behest, aiming to entice Jianlei to actively integrate into the inspection office. This tactic had not yielded, and the inspection chief was not in haste to recruit the individual. Shortly thereafter, news arrived from Along. These ruffians were indeed colluding with the security officers. Yet in certain regions, such a notion existed. Thus, this Jianlei was undoubtedly of significant origin, confirming his suspicions. The display of dominance by Xiao Qin earlier was. He had once heard a friend from the catchment agency mention at a dining table that, essentially, the gray areas were difficult to eradicate completely. And the inspection chief was not in haste to recruit the individual. Shortly thereafter, news arrived from Along. These ruffians were indeed colluding with the security officers, prompting another group to emerge to fill that void. Doing business with familiar faces was more advantageous. Thus, what concerned Chu Jianlei was whether the power outage at his home was also orchestrated by them. The existence of the underworld had its own logic and rules. Once all implicated individuals were dealt with, it would create a vacuum. Some claimed that their actions against Jianlei were instigated by the security officers. They contended that Jianlei had just acquired his identity in Zhongshan, a typical target due to his wealth, which was why they had acted. If not for their insinuations, if this was insufficient to substantiate that the security officer had informed them yesterday about the impending power outage early this morning. The vibrant social organizations in Zhongshan had a wide reach, yet they truly could not influence the power supply group. A typical target due to his wealth, which was why they had acted. If not for their insinuations, how could they have known that this person was new? Well, under certain pretexts, compel the power supply group to temporarily cut off electricity. Chapter 114. The vibrant social organizations in Zhongshan had a wide reach, yet they truly could not influence the power supply group. The group had considerable backing and could easily dispatch 5 or 6 ultimate soldiers. But how many ultimate soldiers were there among the ruffians? Only the official security team could, under certain pretexts, compel the power supply group to temporarily cut off electricity. Chapter 114. Retribution. Chapter 153. Retribution. Chu Jianlei was somewhat taken aback by the news. Surely the power supply group wouldn't have any issues? They wouldn't dare, Ma Long stated succinctly, as the relationship between the inspection office and them. Gathering evidence was remarkably straightforward. Within an hour, they had brought back, and the order to cut off power had come from him. The street where Chu Jianlei resided was of good quality. And to cut off power, there typically required a mid-level approval. The minor leader had unilaterally made the decision, suspecting there might be some underhanded dealings with the security team. Gathering evidence was remarkably straightforward. Within an hour, they had brought back a minor leader from the power supply group. This minor leader had some connections with the security team. He simply issued the order to cut off the power while reporting to superiors that it was for maintenance, which they didn't. And to cut off power, there typically required a mid-level approval. The minor leader had unilaterally made the decision, suspecting there might be some underhanded dealings with the security team. Yet such matters were intolerable, especially when it provoked the ire of the inspection office. Hence, he realized the gravity of the situation and voluntarily confessed who had contacted him. The individual who contacted him was not one of the DZ Fong promptly set out to apprehend those 2 remaining security officers, determined to solidify the case. This time, they encountered resistance, yet such matters were intolerable, especially when it provoked the ire of the inspection office. Hence, the minor leader was promptly handed over. Upon arriving at the station, he realized the gravity of the situation and voluntarily confessed who had contacted him. The individual who contacted him was not one of the apprehended security officers, but another. Later analysis suggested that this individual likely intended to commit suicide with a laser pistol. However, facing Jianlei, a B-level soldier, which insisted on conducting their own internal investigation. Fortunately, Jianlei personally led the team, and the ultimate soldiers responsible for the security team were powerless. After these 2 were taken into custody, the entire case's context became strikingly clear. Unwilling to let it go, sought to extort Chu Jianlei. Whether there were others involved in the security team remained uncertain. However, the inspection chief raised his hand, and a beam of golden light shot through the individual's upper right arm. Did he dare to resist? The 3 continuously proclaimed their innocence, claiming they merely sought some financial gain and had no intention of stealing mutated crystals. Unwilling to let it go, sought to extort Chu Jianlei. Whether there were others involved in the security team remained uncertain. However, it was undeniable that the actions of these three had solidified the fact that the security team would inevitably bear the consequences of this incident. The three continuously proclaimed their innocence, claiming they merely sought some financial gain and had no intention of stealing mutated crystals. The vandalism of Jianlei's courtyard was entirely spontaneous on the part of the ruffians and had no connection to the security team. Typically, security officers only sought results. Their explanation was indeed logically sound and compelling. Yet, the crux of the issue was that the inspection office had no intention of negotiating with the security team. But during crucial moments, they also could not be too serious. If the ruffians were not making any profit by following them, who would still be inclined to cooperate? As for who took those crystals and whether they ended up in the hands of the security officers, that detail was of no consequence. Jianlei's stance was unequivocal. I am fully aware that we have lost a significant amount of possessions, and it is imperative that we recover them. The delinquents involved in the vandalism have all been apprehended, with one deceased and another severe. As for who took those crystals and whether they ended up in the hands of the security officers, that detail was of no consequence. Jianlei's stance was unequivocal. A time frame ample for numerous actions to transpire. Although none of the ruffians managed to escape, the delinquents involved in the vandalism have all been apprehended, with one deceased and another severely injured. These individuals possessed a small amount of money and some weapons. The security personnel responsible for this area had long since fled, leaving no one to elucidate the specifics of the entire incident. It is not merely the Inspection Bureau's obstinacy, but rather the genuine existence of opportunities for theft and property transfer. For the delinquents, the power outage rendered the surveillance cameras useless, obliterating any chance of proving their innocence. The security personnel responsible for this area had long since fled, leaving no one to elucidate the specifics of the entire incident. Thus, and even sought to uncover additional individuals involved. While there were attempts to intervene, such as a young man from the Schwanzi house who approached Jianlei later that evening. He was a descendant of the 36th generation, with 2 B-class warriors in his family, known for his amiable. This situation aptly exemplifies the adage of biting the hand that feeds you, which might even be considered poetic justice. The Inspection Bureau detained 3 security officers, refusing to release them, stating that if his family was willing to assist in compensating for the losses and cover the fines, it would suffice. He was a descendant of the 36th generation, with 2 B-class warriors in his family, known for his amiable demeanor. The chief of the Huangzi house also inquired, to which Jianlei retorted, "Do you wish to tarnish our Inspection Bureau's reputation?" The individual, "You are indeed fortunate to have encountered such a gullible target." The pressure was not solely on the security team. He added that half of the recovered assets would benefit the Dizzy house. Upon hearing this, the young man promptly apologized with a smile and departed. The chief of the Huangzi house also inquired, to which Jianlei retorted, "Do you wish to tarnish our Inspection Bureau's reputation?" The individual, feeling embarrassed, could only remark. While he pondered this, the hotel front desk summoned him, announcing a visitor and inquiring if he wished to receive. Jianlei remained until dusk before departing to check into a luxurious hotel. He brought several books from the Inspection Bureau, filled with various cases, intending to deduce the Bureau's modus operandi. With his colleagues from the Dizzy house having resolved his issues today, would he need to continually trouble them in the future? The elder candidly stated that the modified warrior injured earlier in the day was under his command. However, he had been unaware of the situation prior to this encounter. Following the apprehension of 3 security personnel, someone had reached out to him regarding the substantial compensation for the lost property. The elder received word that the person who knocked was an elderly gentleman, yet remarkably spry, surprisingly an ultimate warrior. The elder candidly stated that the modified warrior injured earlier in the day was under his command. However, he had been unaware of the situation prior to this encounter, declaring them as a token of goodwill, although he insisted that the matter was not his responsibility. Jianlei considered this and replied that if evidence proved his innocence, he would not hold him accountable. However, those under his command ought to learn some decorum. The elder could only respond with a rueful smile, stating that he had repeatedly advised his subordinates, yet could not absolutely prevent them from seeking money. Those who live by the code of the streets typically do not meet favorable ends, but do they truly have a choice? Of course they do. Chu Jianlei found this notion preposterous. Is it so difficult to conduct oneself properly, or have they grown accustomed to idleness? He was disinclined to argue further and told the elder he could leave. After expressing his gratitude, the elder departed, and Jianlei shook his head. Those who live by the code of the streets typically do not meet favorable ends, but do they truly have a choice? Of course they do. He intended to present it to Jianlei the following day to see how the inspection chief would proceed. After enduring such a beating and vandalism, he was disinclined to argue further and told the elder he could leave. After expressing his gratitude, the elder departed, and Jianlei shook his head in resignation. The second wave comprised mid-level personnel from the power supply group, the superior of the small-time boss. This individual, too, he intended to present it to Jianlei the following day to see how the inspection chief would proceed. After enduring such a beating and vandalism, must I still attend the inspection bureau tomorrow? It is rather absurd. That night, not just one, but multiple parties sought him out. The mid-level official candidly stated that the inspection chief insisted on obtaining your forgiveness. Otherwise, he would face considerable difficulty. He had learned that Jianlei was merely a nominal advisor at the inspection bureau and could not fathom why Jianlei was so concerned. Yet, the more caution was warranted. As a businessman, it was unnecessary to offend anyone unnecessarily. The prospect of Jianlei, the mid-level official candidly stated that the inspection chief insisted on obtaining your forgiveness. Otherwise, he would face considerable difficulty. He had learned that Jianlei was merely a nominal advisor at the inspection bureau and could not fathom why Jianlei was so concerned. Yet, the more unknown variables there were, the more caution was warranted. As a businessman, it was unnecessary to offend anyone unnecessarily. The prospect of Jianlei causing trouble for Chu Jianlei made him smile wryly. It appeared that the former was relentless in his attempts to win him over. Reflecting on this, he could not help but feel a twinge of resentment. Chu Jianlei initially intended for the delinquents to reconstruct his home with the same vigor they demonstrated in their destruction. He found himself somewhat tempted. Could the delinquents indeed be adept at renovations? After all, the power supply group was not blameless, and receiving some compensation seemed reasonable. Yet, he wondered why they, experts in power supply, would also excel in renovations. The mid-level official hesitated. Chu Jianlei initially intended for the delinquents to reconstruct his home with the same vigor they demonstrated in their destruction. However, upon hearing this promise, he found himself somewhat tempted. Could the delinquents indeed be adept at renovations? After all, the power supply group was not blameless, and receiving some compensation seemed reasonable. Yet, he wondered why they, experts in power supply, would also excel in renovations. The mid-level official hesitated, glancing at him quizzically before responding. Our headquarters is located in the gorge. Chu Jianlei fell silent. He had first heard of the gorge from Bentley. The gorge was the most enigmatic location in Central City, home to high-tech products like mecha factories. Saying, accept the silver notes from that old fellow, he would not be so inconsiderate. Chu Jianlei discerned the implications. If the elder did not grasp the situation and continued to seek out the inspection chief, the matter would remain unresolved. However, that was no longer his concern. Upon hearing of the situation, the inspection chief readily declared that if he was willing to offer renovations, how could you refuse? He then patted Chu Jianlei on the shoulder. It was hardly his fault. By noon, new developments arose as high-ranking members of the security team arrived, seeking to visit citing the significant theft and the need for investigations to be completed before any visitation could occur. Subsequently, even a deputy chief of the inspection bureau was summoned to discuss the matter. However, Malong discreetly informed Chu Jianlei that it was merely for show. It was hardly his fault. By noon, new developments arose as high-ranking members of the security team arrived, seeking to visit the detained trio. Jianlei flatly refused, merely going through the motions. The senior officer from the security team was infuriated and sought out Chu Jianlei. You are merely an unawakened warrior. Why hoard such an abundance of crystalline at home? Chu Jianlei sensed that the other party was also an ultimate warrior, a realization that unsettled him. As the chief would undoubtedly maintain a firm stance. The unfolding situation was precisely as he had anticipated. The deputy director, having failed to persuade, turned and exited. And I require your cooperation for an investigation. Get lost. At that moment, Jianlei entered, his face darkened as he spoke. Do you believe I won't invest? Regardless of the senior officer status, as long as one was an ultimate warrior, the inspection department had the authority to investigate. The officer stared at Jianlei, bewildered. Are you really going to investigate me over a mere young man? Their personal rapport was not too bad, having fought together before. Ask again if you dare. And I require your cooperation for an investigation. Get lost. At that moment, Jianlei entered. His face darkened as he spoke. Do you believe I won't investigate you right now? Regardless of the senior officer status, as long as one was an ultimate warrior, the inspection department had the authority to investigate. The officer stared at Jianlei, bewildered. What merit did he possess to receive such favoritism from the inspection chief? It was not only him who was perplexed. The inspectors from other rooms, they were not devoid of curiosity. They had all heard of the promises of benefits made by the nominal advisor. Snorted coldly and turned to leave. Jianlei said nothing further and also departed. It all felt surreal to Jianlei. He began to doubt whether Jianlei had orchestrated a performance. It may be related to the canyon. I suspect as much, the inspection chief from a Xian room nodded. But is it worth it? Hearing this, Jianlei laughed. They were not devoid of curiosity. They had all heard of the promises of benefits made by the nominal advisor. The inspection chief from the Xian room specifically sought out Jianlei, old comrade. What exactly is the background of this nominal advisor? Given their good relationship, Jianlei whispered, it may be related to the canyon. I suspect as much, the inspection chief from a Xian room nodded. But is it worth it? Hearing this, Jianlei laughed. Do not attempt to probe. I am steadfast in my decision. The officer chuckled in response and inquired, aren't you curious about all the crystalline he possesses? Jianlei fell silent. Why should they be treated differently? They simply aimed to fleece a fat sheep from elsewhere. Why had their attempts failed? The situation grew increasingly precarious, indeed a possibility. Upon learning of this news, Jianlei sneered and ordered that these testimonies be taken to the security team for their cooperation in the investigation. Are we truly apprehending them or just feigning it? Xiaoqin questioned, somewhat confused. It's not our business, Jianlei casually replied. Just let them know not to be so arrogant. The inspection department could indeed scrutinize matters beyond ultimate warriors, but such arrogance was counterproductive and exhausting. Upon learning of this news, Jianlei sneered and ordered that these testimonies be taken to the security team for their cooperation in the investigation. Are we truly apprehending them or just feigning it? Xiaoqin questioned, somewhat confused. It's not our business, Jianlei casually replied. Just let them know not to be so arrogant. The inspection department could indeed scrutinize matters beyond ultimate warriors, but such arrogance was counterproductive and exhausting. The intent of the inspection chief was to deliver a warning. If they continued to be uncooperative and stubborn, they would escalate their actions. He then recalled the instigator of the incident, wondering why he had not seen Jianlei today. He has gone to rent a treasure chest for storage, Xiaoqin replied, and is discussing repairs with the power supply group. This fellow, he just arrived a few days ago and is already absent, Jianlei muttered helplessly. He switched to a water attribute training manual, Xiaoqin added. She glanced around and quietly asked, Boss, don't you have any suspicions regarding all the crystalline he has amassed? It was not only aesthetically pleasing and tidy, but also fortified with various defensive measures. What was once an ordinary residential courtyard had its defensive capabilities were astounding, and its surveillance capacity was formidable, with no fewer than 20 cameras both visible and hidden. Even the safe was with armor plating a full foot thick. Yet, from the outside, it appeared unchanged. No one could fathom the transformation concealed beneath its surface. The array of high-tech items. It was not only aesthetically pleasing and tidy, but also fortified with various defensive measures. What was once an ordinary residential courtyard had nearly evolved into a fortress. Its defensive capabilities were astounding, and its surveillance capacity was formidable, with no fewer than 20 cameras both visible and hidden. Even the safe was replaced, with armor plating a full foot thick. Yet from the outside, it appeared unchanged. No one could fathom the transformation concealed beneath its surface. The array of high-tech items. Due to the frequent visits from that middle manager, their relationship had noticeably improved. Unfortunately, Xiaoqin also visited often, and the middle manager observed this, leading to an increased regard for Jianlei. While assisting, Xiaoqin occasionally engaged during the renovation. To prevent any tampering, he essentially supervised the entire process. While his training was somewhat delayed, saving such a substantial sum was well worth it. Interestingly, increasingly severe with each instance, yet the others remained unbroken. On the day of completion, someone approached to discuss the storefront, inquiring, "Is the monthly rent still 900?" Xiaoqin also visited often, and the middle manager observed this, leading to an increased regard for Chu Jianlei. While assisting, Xiaoqin occasionally engaged Chu Jianlei in conversation. Chu Jianlei felt awkward about raising the rent at the last minute, yet asking for 900 now seemed inappropriate. Those in the know might appreciate his integrity. Increasingly severe with each instance, yet the others remained unbroken. On the day of completion, someone approached to discuss the storefront, inquiring, "Is the monthly rent still 900?" If someone made a higher offer, he would lease it to them. He truly was not adept at negotiating prices. This approach could be seen as a roundabout auction. Chu Jianlei felt awkward about raising the rent at the last minute, yet asking for 900 now seemed inappropriate. Those in the know might appreciate his integrity, while those unaware might assume he lacked intelligence. He stated that the house had just been renovated and intended to leave it vacant for half a month. During that time, if someone made a higher offer, he would lease it to them. He truly was not adept at negotiating prices. This approach could be seen as a roundabout auction. Whether the prospective tenant was willing to increase their bid was not his concern. It was a classic lazy approach. Just as the potential tenant departed, yet their whereabouts remained a mystery. For individuals of their ilk, hiding was a... These two thugs were not from this area and had not participated in the vandalism. They had merely come to smash the cameras because they were unfamiliar faces. The inspection department was not unwilling to assist him in seeking vengeance. However, taking action against two ordinary thugs would be beneath their dignity. Yet their whereabouts remained a mystery. For individuals of their ilk, hiding was a fundamental survival skill. The leak regarding their hiding place came from that old man, the thug leader. Xiaoqin's purpose for coming was to inform Chu Jianlei, "You may seek revenge and settle scores now." The inspection department was not unwilling to assist him in seeking vengeance. However, taking action against two ordinary thugs would be beneath their dignity. As the victim, Chu Jianlei's retaliation would be justifiable, and others would not mock him for it. Hearing this, Chu Jianlei felt a stirring of emotion. Could this be a trap? A thought flickered through Chu Jianlei's mind. But in the next moment, he cast that thought aside. If he did not act, he would be looked down upon, not only by others, but by himself. He obtained the addresses of the two individuals from Xiaoqin. "All right, thank you. With your identity as an inspector, even striking within the city would not pose significant issues. Of course, it would be even better if you could get certified." Could this be a trap? A thought flickered through Chu Jianlei's mind. But in the next moment, he cast that thought aside. If he did not act, he would be looked down upon, not only by others, but by himself. He obtained the addresses of the two individuals from Xiaoqin. "All right, thank you. And I appreciate your efforts. Where are we headed now?" Xiaoqin shot him a glance. "I will accompany you. I do not wish to involve myself in your personal grievances, but what if that old fellow deceives you?" Chu Jianlei glanced at her. Chapter 115. I have also become a shield. Chu Jianlei finally relented and did not refuse Xiaoqin. He sensed that the personnel from the inspection agency were overly concerned with their reputation. That night, as dusk fell, he drove his off-road, ferrying Xiaoqin towards the outskirts of the city. Halfway there, it unexpectedly began to rain, which delighted Xiaoqin. "If it rains, I can assist you discreetly." Chapter 115. I have also become a shield. Chu Jianlei finally relented and did not refuse Xiaoqin. He sensed that the personnel from the inspection agency were overly concerned with their reputation. That night, as dusk fell, he drove his off-road vehicle. "If you don't speak up, you'll miss your chance." Xiaoqin blinked. "If I speak, will you definitely agree?" "What are you thinking?" Chu Jianlei responded while driving. "There are many things I desire, yet many are unattainable. My soul hails from Lance. How can I explain this to you? Can I formally join the inspection agency?" Xiaoqin replied, "Isn't mutual assistance among colleagues a given? Is it so difficult to be a bit more candid with one another?" Chu Jianlei rolled his eyes. Inviting the other party to join was the true way to secure them. Formally join? In that moment, Chu Jianlei felt a twinge of temptation. "There are many things I desire, yet many are unattainable. My soul hails from Lance. How can I explain this to you? Can I formally join the inspection agency?" Xiaoqin directly revealed her intent. The training of electromagnetic attributes and the use of crystallization were highly targeted. "Let's discuss this later," Xiaoqin replied without hesitation. She was always mindful of not seeking accolades, but rather avoiding mistakes. The central city was vast. Thinking of the Scorpion and Bentley still residing in the Tianzi district, he felt he could not be selfish. They had agreed to support each other. If he were to join the inspection agency, it would not be a matter of diligence, but rather a question of character. Thus, he candidly proposed a different request. Let's discuss this later, Xiaoqin replied without hesitation. She was always mindful of not seeking accolades, but rather avoiding mistakes. The central city was vast. After 2.5 hours of driving, Jianlei finally located the place. It was a settlement at the very edge of the central city. I know the settlement well. I have connections in the Tianzi district, the thin one boasted. However, he then expressed his concerns. But the conditions in the settlement are truly harsh. Oh, how so? A voice chimed in. Everywhere is harsh. The thin one casually responded. Who the hell are you? You smashed my camera, and you're asking me who I am? A young man emerged from the rain. The rain was falling steadily. I know the settlement well. I have connections in the Tianzi district, the thin one boasted. However, he then expressed his concerns. But the conditions in the settlement are truly harsh. Oh, how so? A voice chimed in. Everywhere is harsh. The thin one casually responded, only to realize. One must endure the rain as it fell, though they could manage it physically. The next moment, he recognized the newcomer and felt a chill run, yet not a single droplet touched him. He seemed to be shielded by an invisible aura. The raindrops slid off him effortlessly. Ultimate warrior? The thin man's body stiffened instantly. He was an ordinary person, but recognized the significance. Modified warriors could also withstand rain, yet before their attributes awakened, they could not generate an aura. Without an attribute aura, one must endure the rain as it fell, though they could manage it physically. The next moment, he recognized the newcomer and felt a chill run down his spine. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Jianlei approached, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired. Who said they would come after me again in 2 years? That very night, the two men were dismembered. Jianlei's methods were not excessively cruel. He merely severed their bodies into 6 parts, detaching heads from limbs. He then hung their heads from the ceiling and departed. A flicker of sentimentality crossed his mind. So this is how one operates as a member of the inspection agency. As it was merely Jianlei's action, unrelated to her. This was just a fleeting sentiment. What truly concerned her was Jianlei walking through the rain without getting wet. This was a unique manifestation of an ultimate warrior, rendering the distinction between authentication and non-authentication inconsequential. Those who desecrated corpses typically had specific purposes, and such cases were exceedingly rare in the Wasteland. However, she chose not to voice her thoughts, and the interior of the off-road vehicle was steeped in quietude. It was only upon arriving at the small courtyard that he countered with a question. Must there be an attribute? Xiaoqin pressed her lips together and refrained from further comment. Once she boarded her vehicle and closed the door, she began pressing her wristwatch. On the way back, Xiaoqin could not help but ask Jianlei, what attribute did you awaken? Que Jianlei remained silent, and the interior of the off-road vehicle was steeped in quietude. It was only upon arriving at the small courtyard that he countered with a question. Must there be an attribute? Xiaoqin pressed her lips together and refrained from further comment. Once she boarded her vehicle and closed the door, she began pressing her wristwatch. Boss, I just asked Jianlei about his attribute. He asked, must there be an attribute? Jianlei fell silent for a moment before responding, what is your take? I know nothing. Xiaoqin replied straightforwardly, I wouldn't dare influence your thoughts. It doesn't necessarily indicate anything, Jianlei remarked lightly. He was still an open-minded technician. The next day, news of the 2 thugs being killed spread. The public order in the central city was better than in the settlements. Yet murders were not unheard of. However, yet no one paid attention to his impending death wish. This information reached Jianlei's ears. If they could pay off their debts, but still not escape death, they would accept it, but the severity of the killer was simply too terrifying. Before long, the security team also deduced who was responsible for the demise of the 2 thugs, yet this case could not be pursued further. Jianlei resumed his reclusive lifestyle. However, yet no one paid attention to his impending death wish. This information reached Jianlei's ears, and the inspector made his stance clear. I do not care if you go bankrupt. Compensation must be provided. Otherwise, this matter will not conclude. The security team also deduced who was responsible for the demise of the 2 thugs, yet this case could not be pursued further. Jianlei resumed his reclusive lifestyle. However, Chu Jianlei found this puzzling. Was opening a restaurant so lucrative? Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the couple's culinary reputation was quite substantial. Yet, they soon found themselves targeted by thugs, who demanded protection fees and coerced the husband into gambling. The husband had no inclination for gambling. Initially, it was an additional 50, soon escalating to 100, then 200. Ultimately, a middle-aged couple offered an increase of 300, intending to open a restaurant there. Chu Jianlei found this puzzling. Was opening a restaurant so lucrative? Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the couple's culinary reputation was quite substantial, ensuring a steady stream of customers. Yet, they soon found themselves targeted by thugs, who demanded protection fees and coerced the husband into gambling. The husband had no inclination for gambling, yet refusing to play would mean losing face, jeopardizing the restaurant's viability. They once sought a mediator, but to little avail. The ruffians merely retreated a step, agreeing to engage thrice a month. Ultimately, this matter entailed not only financial losses, but also a disturbance to one's peace of mind. A few days ago, the couple heard that some ruffians and a security officer had fallen into the clutches of a certain individual who had rental properties. Thus, they hurried over, decided on the spot that they should prepare a feast for him to sample. Within 2 hours, they presented a sumptuous spread. After tasting, it seemed he had unwittingly become a protectorate himself. In truth, he had no desire to rent to a restaurant, as the commotion and the smoke would be bothersome. However, the husband mentioned that they still had half a month's rent left on their previous place, but they chose to forego it. With the restaurant now operational. Another issue for Chu Jianlei was resolved as the couple promised to procure mutant beast meat on his behalf. As restaurateurs, Chu Jianlei found the flavors delightful and agreed to a monthly rent of 1,200. The couple acted swiftly, hiring several trucks that very evening to transport all their belongings. He only agreed to rent them 4 rooms for their rest, even constructing a partition for that purpose. The restaurant underwent renovation for another issue for Chu Jianlei was resolved as the couple promised to procure mutant beast meat on his behalf. As restaurateurs, their procurement costs would surely be lower than his. Have you changed locations? The young receptionist turned pale with fright, while the proprietress bravely stepped forward. You'd better inquire about whose property this is. The landlord will not tolerate outsiders bullying the tenants. Such nonsense, scoffed one ruffian derisively. What landlord? Do you even know who our boss is? Lord Jianlei, someone insults you. Focusing mainly on the kitchen, isolating the private dining areas, and crafting a signboard. On the second day of business, 4 or 5 unsavory characters arrived, exclaiming, "Oh, have you changed locations?" The young receptionist turned pale with fright, while the proprietress bravely stepped forward. You'd better inquire about whose property this is. The landlord will not tolerate outsiders bullying the tenants. Such nonsense, scoffed one ruffian derisively. What landlord? Do you even know who our boss is? Lord Jianlei, someone insults you. The proprietress shouted, her voice sharp and piercing. She then glared at the ruffian, challenging, if you have the guts, say that again. One of them fell to his knees. Lord Jianlei, I am at fault. Please spare me. Chu Jianlei paid no mind to the kneeling ruffian, but turned to the proprietress. Speaking with a stony expression, what did he say about me? The proprietress promptly mimicked, such nonsense. What landlord? She imitated him with finesse, even capturing his expression and gestures, showcasing a flair for performance. Chu Jianlei then one of them fell to his knees. Lord Jianlei, I am at fault. Please spare me. Chu Jianlei paid no mind to the kneeling ruffian, but turned to the proprietress. Speaking with a stony expression, what did he say about me? The proprietress promptly mimicked, such nonsense. What landlord? Do you even know who our boss is? Remarkably, she imitated him with finesse, even capturing his expression and gestures, showcasing a flair for performance. Chu Jianlei then addressed the ruffian. In this line of work, one must discern the subtleties. I shall spare your life this time. In truth, he was not typically so aggressive. However, with his colleagues frequently invoking the authority of the inspection bureau, he could not falter. The ruffian, momentarily stunned, began to bow repeatedly. Please forgive me, I understand my mistake. Chu Jianlei clicked his tongue softly, muttering, it seems you truly have a death wish. Seeing the situation deteriorate, what is your involvement in this? I heard your boss enjoys gambling. Have him come to find me for a game. I'd rather not wait for him to seek me out. With that, he vanished in an instant. We want T return again. Could you let us go this time? I ordered him to sever his own arm, Chu Jianlei replied with dissatisfaction. Someone expressed, with Lord Jianlei's intervention, you will reclaim your dignity. The couple had many regulars, and quite a few were aware of the underlying tensions. Yet, the proprietress, being sensible, shook her head with a smile. How could we trouble a lord? We merely followed the trouble here. Naturally, he must uphold the dignity of the inspection bureau. The remaining ruffians scooped up the severed limb and hastily assisted their injured companion away. Is this really Lord Jianlei? A bystander murmured. He seems so young. Congratulations, proprietress. Someone expressed, with Lord Jianlei's intervention, you will reclaim your dignity. The couple had many regulars, and quite a few were aware of the underlying tensions. Yet, the proprietress, being sensible, shook her head with a smile. How could we trouble a lord? We merely followed the trouble here. Naturally, he must uphold the dignity of the inspection bureau. Malong had been instrumental in the previous incident. Although Chu Jianlei had promised benefits, it was a matter of fairness since Malong had acted of his own accord. After inspecting the mechas, Chu Jianlei invited Malong to share a meal at the entrance. During the meal, Malong excused himself to use the restroom and returned with a question. How did you come to confront the Ice Wolf? Ice Wolf? Que j'en ai blanched. I've dealt with 2 Ice Wolf kings. What do you mean? So you've been to the O district? Malong was astonished, fully aware of the Ice Wolf's origin. But the next moment, he chuckled. It's that casino. They have a B-class soldier backing them. Que j'en ai blanched again. Is this Ice Wolf also an ultimate soldier? Certainly, Malong replied with a grin. Who could run a casino without the support of an ultimate soldier? Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow. I previously thought ultimate soldier. Why does it now seem they are everywhere? Malong rolled his eyes at this. They're not numerous, but they're not few either. Otherwise, why would the inspection bureau have been established? Chu Jianlei pondered and asked, is there no way to manage the order of such casinos? How could you even begin to manage that? Malong shook his head dismissively. Once the Ice Wolves retire to civilian life, they give their all during contributing both effort and funds. Who would bother with such trivial matters? Chu Jianlei fell silent, reflecting on Bentley's noticing que Jianlei est disheartené de mes honneurs, manon smiled. Rest assured, my subordinates will not dare to trouble you again. Do not seek him out. Chu Jianlei tilted his head in thought and nodded. Fine, I merely mentioned I would seek him out. I didn't specify when. A couple of days later, Xiaoqin learned of the incident while delivering Earth-type cultivation methods and inquired about it. Chu Jianlei shrugged, recounting the events. Noticing que Jianlei est disheartené de mes honneurs, manon smiled. Rest assured, my subordinates will not dare to trouble you again. I merely suggest that until you are strong enough. Did the Ice Wolf not send anyone to gamble with you? According to her perspective, such matters in the casino did not require the direct involvement of an ultimate soldier. They merely needed to maintain a presence in the background. Those who dared to perpetrate such vile acts against ordinary people were likely just modified soldiers, stating it was not for the sake of preserving the inspection bureau's reputation. He was too apathetic to meddle. Xiaoqin, however, was displeased. The absence of an apology from the other party indicated either a management issue or direct orders from the Ice Wolf. Given the involvement of an ultimate soldier, they merely needed to maintain a presence in the background. Those who dared to perpetrate such vile acts against ordinary people were likely just modified soldiers. He sensed that both Xiaoqin and Jianlei saw the absence of an apology from the other party indicated either a management issue or direct orders from the Ice Wolf. Given the involvement of an ultimate soldier, feeling helpless, inquired about the intentions behind such assistance. If the other party continued to leverage the reputation, he sensed that both Xiaoqin and Jianlei sought to elevate him to a certain stature through various incidents. If he receives excessive assistance without reciprocating, she candidly remarked that he could contribute significantly to the inspection bureau, and it was only fitting for them to support him. Que j'en ai sigé deeply. Acknowledging that patience was required, since he had made a pact with the 2 from the Tianzi district to mutually rely on one another. Employing a strategy of delay could prove advantageous. He did not intend to prolong matters indefinitely, as long as his cultivation could safeguard him. Offering some benefits to the other party seemed entirely reasonable. Xiaoqin took charge of the matter, and indeed, within a few days, a man arrived. This individual was the one who had initially coerced the owner into gambling, and he brought with him over 6,000 taels in silver notes. The losses incurred by the owner had already surpassed several tens of thousands, rendering this compensation grossly insufficient. However, offering some benefits to the other party seemed entirely reasonable. Xiaoqin took charge of the matter, and indeed, within a few days, a man arrived to see the proprietress. This individual was the one who had initially coerced the owner into gambling. He brought with him over 6,000 taels in silver notes. His face pallid as he gritted his teeth and asked if this hand could settle the debt. The owner and proprietress were left dumbfounded. Both were decidedly not of the underworld. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, stating that leaving the severed hand would suffice to clear the debt. The words belonged to Jianlei. The other party had opted for compensation rather than gambling against him. It was evident that a mere lowly thug was taking the fall, which did not sit well with him. In that case, let the severed hand remain. The medical facilities in the central city were equipped to reattach severed limbs. The previous time a thug had taken away a severed arm. The words belonged to Jianlei. The other party had opted for compensation rather than gambling against him, which he deemed presumptuous. While submitting was commendable, did they truly wish to engage in such brutality this time? If so, that hand would remain unhealed. A flicker of the medical facilities in the central city were equipped to reattach severed limbs. The previous time a thug had taken away a severed arm. It was likely they had intentions of reattachment, a fact Jianlei had overlooked while merely uttering a curse at the time. However, the true power lay with the members of the 36 families. With the Inspection Bureau's firm stance, the public security team was disinclined to maintain their resistance. Yet he dared not speak, clutching his left arm as he turned to leave. This matter should have concluded there. Subsequently, the public security team finally relented. The Inspection Bureau's willingness to exert pressure on Bing Xuanglong for Jianlei's sake was something they had not anticipated. Bing Xuanglong merely operated the casino. They insisted that they could not procure such items and could only settle with silver notes, as the Inspection Bureau was familiar with many Ultimate Warriors. They did not provide full compensation, instead confiscating all assets of those involved, including the previous tenants. They then symbolically added a small amount, which was handed over to the Inspection Bureau. The compensation comprised mainly silver notes and gold, with 3 B-level crystals, and none of the A-level crystals were available, and he bore no blame for it. However, Jianlei insisted on keeping the 3 B-level crystals, intending to distribute more cash and gold to Jianlei. As for the welfare of others in the DZ Fong, the inspection chief stated he would compensate with cash, being a B-level warrior now. But he left the decision to the inspection chief. The compensation received could not be fully distributed to him and the DZ Fong for the time being. He did not notice that Jianlei had caught the motion of his disdainful gesture out of the corner of his eye. Thereafter, Jianlei returned to his tranquil life. Time flew swiftly, and before he knew it, summer had passed. In the midst of autumn, he finally broke through his bottleneck. It was said that such a rapid advancement in his cultivation was unusual. The primary reason was his recent exploration of various cultivation methods beyond the 5 primary elements. He had also delved into the mutated attributes affiliated with the 5 elements, such as ice and stone. Time flew swiftly, and before he knew it, summer had passed. In the midst of autumn, he finally broke through his bottleneck, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. It was said that such a rapid advancement in his cultivation was unusual. The primary reason was his recent exploration of various cultivation methods beyond the 5 primary elements, as colleagues had also benefited from his recent gains, and they were not hesitant to approach him. One day, the next step would be to challenge a higher realm. The commotion he caused upon breaking through was not insignificant. However, as there were no ultimate warriors nearby, there was no need for concern. What he did not anticipate was that in a restaurant nearby, a chef abruptly halted his chopping, as colleagues had also benefited from his recent gains, and they were not hesitant to approach him. One day, he finally shattered the bottleneck, experiencing a rush of pride. The next step would be to challenge a higher realm. The commotion he caused upon breaking through was not insignificant. However, as there were no ultimate warriors nearby, there was no need for concern. What he did not anticipate was that in a restaurant nearby, a chef abruptly halted his chopping. The prices were somewhat steep, making it unaffordable for many with the income of an inspector. Xiaoqin, of course, intended to invite Jianlei to join, only to be taken aback upon seeing him, exclaiming, "Have you improved?" The energy fluctuations from his recent advancement were unmistakable. Habite que Jianlei replied, "I hope to accomplish something remarkable." He felt it necessary to provide some benefits to gain insight into B-level cultivation methods. In truth, he had already deduced the next steps for his cultivation path, but additional reference materials would always be beneficial. Xiaoqin nodded subtly, introducing her friends, only to be taken aback upon seeing him, exclaiming, "Have you improved?" The energy fluctuations from his recent advancement were unmistakable. Habite que Jianlei replied nonchalantly. "This winter, I hope to accomplish something remarkable." He felt it necessary to provide some benefits to gain insight into B-level cultivation methods. In truth, the modified warrior seemed significantly inferior to the three of them, exhibiting a highly restrained demeanor. Unsurprisingly, Jianlei's appetite left. By the end of the meal, Xiaoqin, planning to treat, could no longer hold back, exclaiming, "80 some silver taels. Jianlei, if you keep eating like this." Xiaoqin was now also an ultimate warrior, making it challenging to maintain connections with her former friends. Even now, the modified warrior seemed significantly inferior to the three of them, exhibiting a highly restrained demeanor. Unsurprisingly, Jianlei's appetite left a lasting impression on the two new acquaintances. By the end of the meal, Xiaoqin, planning to treat, could no longer hold back, exclaiming, "80 some silver taels. Jianlei, if you keep eating like this." And while he was not currently in dire need of funds, one must always plan for the future. He pondered whether the public security team was considering. "They're my friends, so naturally, I will invite them," Xiaoqin began to say, but suddenly a thought struck her. Jianlei had advised that when circumstances allowed, she could seize the opportunity to ask a few questions. "Do you need money?" Jianlei shrugged, admitting that he had been living off his past gains. And while he was not currently in dire need of funds, one must always plan for the future. He pondered whether the public security team was considering repayment. Speaking of money, Xiaoqin casually chimed in, "I just remembered something. My boss has a friend who has hit a bottleneck and wants to borrow 8 B-level crystals and 1 A-level crystal from you." "Borrow crystals from me? It certainly wouldn't be in short supply." Jianlei chuckled. "That sounds too presumptuous. No need for collateral. I will lend him 4 B-level crystals." My boss stated that anyone borrowing crystals must provide double collateral. While mutated crystals were indeed challenging to procure, that referred to market prices. With a markup of 30 to 50%, purchasing them was not difficult. If one were to buy at double the price, while one could not guarantee an unlimited supply, it was unexpected that this young man was capable of such substantial dealings. Xiaoqin, however, spoke earnestly, asserting that their leader was always fair in his dealing. The two close friends exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Despite their relatively decent family backgrounds, they indeed lacked 4 B-grade crystals. While it might not be difficult to gather enough resources to the point of financial ruin, how could one survive in the central city without any assets? It was unexpected that this young man was capable of such substantial dealings. Xiaoqin, however, spoke earnestly, asserting that their leader was always fair in his dealings. When he mentioned a mortgage, it was indeed a mortgage. Otherwise, he would be displeased. Yet the issue at hand was that the quantity he required was rather significant. Midway through his sentence, sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, he had little desire to conceal the truth, especially since he was on the verge of becoming a B-grade warrior and felt a newfound sense of confidence. He revealed that he only had 6 crystals left, lamented that he could only produce 4 crystals. Xiaoqin looked at him in surprise, noting that he possessed 8 crystals for collateral. What was he worried about? Au hiver, que Jianlei. Xiaoqin was aware that he was not a B-grade warrior, yet the other 2 women regarded him differently. Was he truly such a young, especially since he was on the verge of becoming a B-grade warrior and felt a newfound sense of confidence? He revealed that he only had 6 crystals left, having used the remaining 2 for personal matters. For personal use? The 3 women turned their gazes toward him in unison. What have you used them for? Xiao Min was quite attractive, not only possessing a fiery temperament, but also a curvaceous figure. However, Jianlei was not particularly drawn to such types and responded bluntly, "I had a use for them, and is it not permissible to give them to someone else?" Faced with their scrutinizing stares, Jianlei felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, those crystals were rightfully his. Xiaomin smiled gently and inquired, Jianlei? The implication in her eyes was clear. You, a homebody, rarely venture out, knowing only a handful of people in the central city. Who could you possibly? Yet Xiaoqin maintained her composure and chose not to press the matter further, allowing everyone to enjoy their meal before departing. The following morning, claiming to represent the inspection bureau to distribute winter benefits. After detailing the benefits to Jianlei, she earnestly asked, is it true? Jianlei chuckled at her persistence. Come now, you just want to know what I use the crystals for, don't you? I assure you, I have a legitimate use. Xiaoqin was taken aback for a moment before quietly asking, for cultivation? As she posed this question, her voice trembled. Can a C-grade warrior truly use B-grade crystals for cultivation? It's a 50-50 chance, Jianlei replied vaguely, indicating that some portion could indeed be utilized. Jianlei chuckled at her persistence. Come now, you just want to know what I use the crystals for, don't you? I assure you, I have a legitimate use. Jianlei pondered a moment before asking, is it really difficult for a C-grade warrior to absorb B-grade crystals? This question was only B-grade warriors could directly absorb crystals for cultivation. However, that was merely conventional wisdom. In the face of information barriers, who could ascertain what secrets lay? Xiaoqin had seriously contemplated this issue and harbored a vague suspicion that there might be undisclosed intricacies. Thus, she hesitated. Jianlei pondered a moment before asking, is it really difficult for a C-grade warrior to absorb B-grade crystals? This question was somewhat challenging, according to their information channels, prompting Xiaoqin to recall Jianlei's assessment of Jianlei. She nodded and cautiously asked, so you've deduced some insights on your own? Que Jianlei nodded slightly. Acknowledging that he had only developed some preliminary ideas, far from complete. That might not necessarily be your own insight, Xiaoqin thought skeptically. She scrutinized him closely and asked, would you be willing to share your findings? Share? Jianlei smacked his lips. He despised the notion of others appropriating his resources, be it wealth, manpower, or the inspection bureau had treated him fairly. After some contemplation, he asked, do you think it would be beneficial for this information to circulate? Xiaoqin paused, reflecting before nodding. Acknowledging that he had only developed some preliminary ideas, far from complete. That might not necessarily be your own insight, Xiaoqin thought skeptically. She scrutinized him closely and asked, would you be willing to share your findings? Share? Jianlei smacked his lips. He despised the notion of others appropriating his resources, be it wealth, manpower, or intellect. Nevertheless, his swift arrival and need to clarify his reasons